On the rarely tranquil sea beneath a golden armor of sunlight, a 5-deck cruise liner sailed with the majesty of a colossal sea whale. Under the afterglow, its mottled white and blue hull glistened with an oily brilliance. Inside the cruise ship's fourth-floor dining hall near a window-side table, Jiang Kahao, clad in a t-shirt and beach shorts, clutched a glass of iced water while gazing out at the enchanting view, yet behind his eagle-sharp eyes lay a hint of inexpressible sorrow. Not far off at another table, 3 women gathered, one absorbed in a book while the other 2 laughed and chattered, their clinking red wine glasses punctuating the air. The rich blood-red wine and their vivid scarlet lips merged in an almost poetic harmony. Yet their eyes continuously strayed towards the lone Jiang Kahao, lingering upon his sharply chiseled blade-like handsome cheek. "Hey handsome, could you buy me a drink?" A beautiful woman dressed in a short skirt and scantily adorned on top leaned over the table. Her long, slender legs, graceful as if sculpted by she, and a sinuous waist draped casually against the table as she delicately held her wine glass, her gaze laden with a charged allure challenged the cool indifference of Jiang Kahao. "But isn't there already wine in your glass?" Jiang Kahao replied in a deep tone heavy with masculine aura, his eyes still fixed on the view outside, causing the flirting woman to glow with delight. "Then, wouldn't that mean it's gone?" The woman slowly tilted her glass, letting the red wine pour out onto the table, droplets scattering and a few playfully landing on Jiang Kahao's arm. "Oh, my apologies for splashing you," she said softly, extending a finger painted with a violet tread polish to dab the droplets off his arm, though the chipped polish on her middle finger seemed oddly out of place. "I'm broke." Jiang Kahao shifted his arm aside, deftly avoiding any accidental touch, his gaze never leaving the window. "You," the woman faltered, her face flushing scarlet in embarrassment. Glancing back at her companions, who covered their mouths with amused laughter, she felt a surge of disdain as she muttered, "A pretentious pauper isn't worth my attention." "Huh. Thank you." Jiang Kahao rose promptly, finally diverting his gaze to look down upon the woman who had tried to flirt. Though others might find her captivating, to him, she was devoid of any distraction. "Wow." Both the woman and her companions exclaimed in unison, ooh, only now did they notice as Jiang Kahao stood the undeniable firmness of his muscular build. Leaning by the table, another woman could not help but repeatedly swallow as her eyes caught sight of Jiang Kahao. "Excuse me," she called out. Jiang Kahao's voice, carrying an unmistakable distinctiveness, brooked no rebuttal. The woman instinctively straightened, creating space. As he moved aside, she reached out to trace the firm muscles on his arm, but her hand encountered only emptiness. For a moment she was dazed. By the time her eyes searched for Jiang Kahao once more, he had already exited the dining hall, leaving behind only the solid outline of his back. "Haha, Tang Xiaoyu, I never expected you to have a setback." Her companion laughed without malice, yet Tang Xiaoyu remained indifferently upbeat. With brisk, carefree steps and a slight swaying of her head, she returned to her spot and plopped down in a manner far from ladylike. "A humorless man is doomed to a lonely," and she remarked. "Oh, that hardly suits you," her companion teased in a light-hearted tone. Clicking her teeth softly, Tang Xiaoyu made a gentle sound before turning to another companion and asking Su Ro, "Why didn't you join in just now? If you had joined, you'd surely win over that pretentious hypocrite." Su Ro's lips curled into a slight smile as she shook her head. "I'm not interested in your games. It's too stuffy here. I'm heading up to the deck for some fresh air." "Hey, wait, don't go," Tang Xiaoyu called out, but her plea could not hold Su Ro back. With her white chiffon skirt fluttering around her calves and a book in hand, Su Ro departed the dining hall. Clutching a copy of Norwegian Wood in both hands, Su Ro squinted and drew a deep breath. The sea breeze, salted and faintly fishy, did not match her idealized vision, while the sun, half submerged at the horizon, cast a bright golden glow upon the sea. The impending dusk over the sky brought forth a soft sigh. "The sky will always darken." A deep, resonant male voice echoed from nearby, startling Su Ro. "Oh, my book." In a careless moment, the cherished copy of Norwegian Wood slipped from her grasp amid entangled arms, drifting away into the ship's depths as the waves swallowed it whole. With furrowed brows, she turned to voice her dismay, only to encounter the once familiar, impassive gaze of the man from before. Flowers wither and fly across the sky, their crimson fades and fragrance dies. Who would pity them? Just like you. Jiang Kahao, with his robust build reminiscent of a sturdy northern man, surprised Su Ro by softly reciting a sorrowful verse from Lin Dayu's funeral song for the flowers. "Are you trying to flirt? If so, you should pursue Tang Xiaoyu. She'd surely be pleased." "Tang Xiaoyu? You mean the girl who had me buy her a drink earlier?" Jiang Kahao, his expression unchanged, extended his right hand and said, "I am Jiang Kahao. And you?" "Me? I don't." Su Ro began to protest that she had no desire to know this tedious man, but before she could utter another word, the sun at the horizon plunged completely beneath the sea, plunging everything into darkness. Then, as if possessed by some uncontrollable force, their bodies were hurled upward, while a tremendous roar filled their ears, a palpable aura of death seeping into every fiber of their being. Watch out. Years of military discipline had instilled in Jiang Kaihao a killer instinct. The moment the roar resounded, he instinctively surged forward and grasped Su Ro's slender waist. He set himself into a stable stance to retain balance, only to realize that his body too was being forcibly propelled upward beyond his control. All around darkness reigned, blinding him. Soon a briny scent invaded his nostrils. He realized he had plunged into the sea, and the woman he held so tightly had fallen in with him. Are these two alive or dead? The living should be hauled out while the dead are tossed overboard to feed the sharks, lest we unleash a plague that dooms us all. Hurry up. Do you take my words for mere nonsense? After what seemed like an eternity, Jiang Kaihao heard an irate barrage of shouts near his ears. Though the speaker's fury was unmistakable, the sound struck him as if muffled by layers of cotton. First officer, they still seem to be breathing. Should we attempt resuscitation? A timid voice inquired, only to be met moments later with booming curses. Are you out of your mind? When your own survival is at stake, how do you still concern yourself with others? Cease your prattling, or I swear I'll finish you. The furious voice thundered. Damn it, even in the face of death one can't resist a heroic rescue. Clinging so tightly like doomed lovebirds. Amid the barrage of shouts, Jiang Kaihao felt a crushing pressure in his abdomen. The nauseating sensation of drowning surged again, leaving only a subtle twitch in his midsection. First officer, stop. Stop kicking. He's moving. Followed by retching and coughing. A suffocating sensation suddenly overwhelmed Jiang Kaihao's mind as salty seawater burst from his mouth and nostrils, finally granting him a gulp of fresh air, albeit tainted with brine. Now that you're awake, don't play dead. Get up and help save the others, someone ordered sharply. The first officer, devoid of compassion, stamped forcefully on Jiang Kaihao's torso, the impact ejecting the residual seawater from his chest in a torrent. Whether a desperate rescue or a vented outburst, the blow was unyielding. At last, Jiang Kaihao detected the faint scent of life and regained consciousness. Though darkness still prevailed, a jittery sensation, like thousands of tiny insects crawling along his ears, enveloped him. Swallowing hard, he fumbled to his ear as the sound of crashing waves returned. You're awake. Wonderful. Quick check on your girlfriend. She seems to still be breathing. Jiang Kaihao recognized that voice. The timid tone from earlier, and in the faint light of a crescent moon, he glimpsed a young man with a face etched in sorrow. You cough, who are you? What happened? I am the third officer of the vessel Lu Ming. The cruise ship suddenly collided with an unknown object and sank. Alas, now is not the time for explanations. I must check on the others, Lu Ming said urgently, his tone laced with worry as he hurried into the darkness. The cruise ship has sunk. Jiang Kaihao was stunned. Yet the intense tones of Lu Ming and the chief mate made it clear that this was no jest, and no one would risk their life with such frivolity. Hey, by the way, what did Lu Ming say about a girlfriend? Whose girlfriend? Mine. Jiang Kaihao suddenly recalled that someone was still lying beside him. Under the faint moonlight, Jiang Kaihao could not clearly distinguish the girl's face, but from her attire and figure, he instantly recognized her as the same woman he had met on the deck before the incident. After struggling in the vast sea for so long, how was it that this girl still remained by his side? As he craned his aching, cramping neck, he noticed that his large hand was being tightly clasped by her. Waves of helplessness washed over Jiang Kaihao. No wonder Lu Ming referred to this girl as his girlfriend. At the brink of death, when a man and a fragile woman cling to each other, it would be strange if they were not mistaken for lovers. Oh. Jiang Kaihao wished to rise, but his body was racked with aching pain and weakness. He knew this was the frozen man reaction from prolonged oxygen deprivation and low muscle temperature. Even if his nerves recovered in time, the girl before him was in danger, leaving him no moment to wait. Gasping deeply for the rare oxygen, he regained some strength and tugged at the hand that Su Ro clutched tightly. Hey, wake up! Are you still alive? He cried. Respond to me. Jiang Kaihao's calls and pulls elicited no response. After several more futile attempts, he resigned himself to curl up and, enduring pain, performed a few sit-ups until his coordination gradually returned. Jiang Kaihao dared not delay, for he was unsure how long he had been drowning. If even he, a man trained by the military, felt death looming, then surely a fragile woman would stand little chance. Can you hear me? Give me some response. Kneeling beside Su Ro, Jiang Kaihao patted her cheek, gently at first, then with increasing force. Even after a dozen taps, there was no response, and every attempt to pull away her tightly grasped right hand proved futile. With one hand, he pressed forcefully several times. Seawater trickled from Su Ro's nose and mouth, though she did not vomit, likely due to a coma from prolonged oxygen deprivation. After a dozen further presses without any sign of recovery, he bent over to administer rescue breaths. Ugh, cough, cough. A feeble cough escaped Su Ro as she expelled a bit of seawater. Overjoyed yet cautious, Jiang Kahao continued with CPR and rescue breaths. Though Su Ro's body began to show signs of life, the seawater choking her nose, mouth, and lungs threatened to suffocate her. This precious window for emergency aid must not be wasted. Seawater continued to spill from Su Ro's nose and mouth, but as fresh air finally filled her lungs, her consciousness slowly returned. To her astonishment, the first image upon opening her eyes was that of thick lips and a face with indistinct features. Slap! After a long stupor, drawing on an unknown reservoir of strength, she raised her right hand to deliver a resounding slap. She attempted to mirror the gesture with her left hand for symmetry, but it appeared restrained and failed to respond. "What are you doing by hitting me?" Jiang Kahao ceased all rescue efforts, clutching his cheek, expected to burn from the slap, but curiously numb, in utter bewilderment. "Rogue scoundrel." Su Ro's voice was weak as she uttered those 3 words, accompanied by a surge of saline, fishy seawater. The overwhelming taste churned her stomach into turmoil, prompting a heave that expelled the water from her abdomen and lungs, bringing momentary relief. "I'm a rogue." "Humph. Suit yourself." Jiang Kahao smiled, helplessly unwilling to offer any explanation. Already physically weakened, he had mustered his strength solely out of the noble desire to save a life. Unexpectedly, all he received was a resounding slap paired with a disdainful taunt, a bitter sting in his heart. But seeing that Su Ro now had the strength to strike, he was relieved that her life was no longer in immediate danger. Jiang Kahao staggered onto the beach to rest, hoping to quickly regain his strength, for the sinking of the cruise ship was no trivial matter. In the pitch-black night, adorned with countless stars, it seemed destined that tomorrow would be clear and bright. A slender crescent moon hung high like the delicate, enchanting eyes of a graceful maiden, smiling subtly as it watched over the survivors on the beach. Yet they felt no hope for tomorrow. Only crying and anguished wails with not a trace of life. "Second mate, third mate, what kind of damn place is this? I've never seen it on any map." The chief mate's hysterical roar resounded once again. However, this time no one answered, and even the surrounding cries had diminished, only to be replaced after seconds of silence by even more desperate, blood-curdling wails from the survivors. "What? This isn't land. Then, where is this?" Summoning every bit of strength, Jiang Kahao flung away the tightly held hand of Su Ro, pushing himself up on both arms. Enduring searing pain and trembling legs, he marched toward the source of the chief mate's curses, and ominous premonition rising within him. Clutching his aching mouth and the area beneath his ribs, Jiang Kahao, who had scarcely felt pain amid the frantic rescue, now realized that his rib might have been struck, perhaps even broken. Every step brought excruciating agony, and each shallow breath sent shocks of pain through his underrib muscles. Once accustomed to striding effortlessly, he now pushed forward on a foundation of bone-breaking pain, a disparity that made Jiang Kahao feel life was exceedingly fragile. "Excuse me, where is this? Hello, where is this? Annie, do you know where we are? Uncle, what on earth is this place?" Along his path, Jiang Kahao encountered over a dozen individuals, some lying unconscious, others seated and wailing in agony. None responded to his inquiries. It was not until he saw crew members in cruise ship uniforms busily tending to the injured, with one gently patting a man's shoulder, that someone asked, "Excuse me, where are we? Aren't you all right? Then your girlfriend must also be safe, right?" The man was taken aback, turning his head with a look of desolation. "I don't know, perhaps it's a small island," he replied. Upon hearing the man's voice, Jiang Kahao recognized it as that of Lu Ming, the third mate who had just rescued him, but the tone now was devoid of the fervor and hope of moments before. "A small island? Are there any islands along our cruise's route?" "Perhaps there are. Then why was your chief mate so enraged just now?" "You, don't lie to me, where exactly is this place?" Faced with Jiang Kahao's relentless inquiries, Lu Ming responded with a dejected, bitter laugh and a shake of his head, saying nothing further as he resumed tending to the survivors in limbo. Jiang Kahao gazed up at the night sky, where the stars no longer twinkled in the pitch blackness, and the crescent moon, which had seemed to smile moments before, now revealed a hint of tragic mockery. Dragging his weary body, he walked back with heavy steps, glancing at the girl he had just rescued, whose wide-eyed stare struck him as oddly amusing. He had saved her, yet now he was leading her back to the brink of death. What kind of salvation was this? "Did you save me?" Su Ro could see someone approaching, though she could not make out the face. The figure felt familiar. Jiang Kahao remained silent, enduring the pain as he lay down on the soft sand. His exhausted nerves could hold out no longer. With a deep sigh, he gradually closed his eyes. "I'm sorry for hitting you earlier. That was an instinctive reaction," Su Ro explained, filled with remorse, yet still receiving no forgiveness or reply from Jiang Kahao. "Are you Jiang Kahao?" Su Ro recalled the scene of plunging into the sea, remembering the man who had seemed indifferent yet extended a hand to her on the deck, introducing himself as Jiang Kahao. "You remember my name?" Jiang Kahao turned to look at the girl beside him. "My name is Su Ro. It's a pleasure to meet you, and am very grateful that you saved me. Suro, a beautiful name, soft and gentle, just like you, Jiang Kahao mused. Though Su Rao's expression of pleasure was hard to gauge in this moment, a hint of warmth flickered within him as he heard her name amidst the cold night. Suro, Suro. Jiang Kahao softly murmured her name, the tension in his weary nerves finally loosening as he drifted into slumber. The sea and sky remained a serene blue. A few seagulls cried out and soared above. Everything was calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Jiang Kahao understood the harsh reality. After the sweet dreams, one must face the wreckage of a sunken ship and the unknown desolation of an island. Are you awake? Would you like some water? Lu Ming appeared behind Jiang Kahao holding a small iron bucket only half a meter square. Judging by his ease, it seemed there was little fresh water left inside. Thank you. Jiang Kahao smiled as he accepted the bucket, twisting off the lid. He had barely taken a sip before the bucket was snatched away. With his body already drained of strength, he was caught off guard and could not compete with someone intent on seizing it. When he raised his head to look, he realized he did not recognize the face before him. The second mate, he just woke up and needs water to regain his strength. Also the girl beside him. Lu Ming, mind your tone. Life and death are at stake. This isn't about gender. The girl hasn't woken up yet, so we'll wait until she does. Besides, there isn't much fresh water to begin with. You can't just give it to anyone you see. Oh, a kind-hearted person wouldn't behave like that. The first mate shot him a fierce glare before leaving with the water bucket. As the first mate disappeared, Jiang Kahao noticed several neatly arranged water buckets in the shade of the coconut trees not far away, presumably all containing fresh water. Just as he was about to chastise the first mate for his lack of humanity, he saw dozens of people sitting in another shady spot, all looking listless, heads bowed in contemplation. I'm sorry, there are too many people and too little fresh water. The first mate had no choice. Jiang Kahao nodded in understanding. I'm fine, but when Su Ro wakes up, could you please help me get some more fresh water? She's a girl, and her body is delicate. Don't worry. Third mate, come back here. Have we accurately counted the number of survivors? Lu Ming nodded firmly, but at the first mate's shout, he hurried back to where the crew had gathered. 6 crew members sat together, speaking in hushed tones, occasionally glancing up at the survivors with expressions fraught with complexity. These supplies, including water, food, and some medical supplies, need to be gathered here by any means necessary. See that coconut tree? This is the designated spot for supplies, the first mate said in a low voice, scanning the faces around him. The other 5 kept their heads down, silent. The first mate's expression darkened. Did you not hear what I said? This is an order. Execute it immediately. At such a time, seizing others' food and water was tantamount to a death sentence. Lu Ming opened his mouth, but remained quiet. The first mate noticed his hesitance and nodded slightly in his direction, prompting a soft, "You speak." The first mate looked expectantly at him, believing Lu Ming would support something that benefited their group. First mate, why should we steal food and water from others? Steal? You dare to say steal? Third mate, the situation is chaotic. We must manage the supplies collectively to utilize them effectively. We will distribute them fairly later, ensuring that the weak receive their rightful share. Look at those people, they are selfish to the core. Who would willingly share a biscuit or a bottle of water with another? If this continues, we will all perish. The first mate's agitation made him grip Lu Ming's collar tightly. Frightened by his intensity, Lu Ming nodded instinctively in agreement. Do you all share this sentiment? The first mate scanned the group, and as his gaze swept over them, they all looked away. The second mate, who had always been on good terms with the first mate, quickly chimed in. The first mate is right. We do this for everyone's sake in the coming days, especially since we have no idea when rescue will arrive. In this modern world, the concept of rescue seemed omnipotent, yet for those adrift in the vast ocean, they understood how painfully long the wait for salvation could be. With the current supplies, they barely had enough. Perhaps if only a few of them consumed these resources, they could hold out until help arrived. A shiver ran down Lu Ming's spine at the thought. Could the first mate truly believe this? Go quickly. As they were about to disperse, the first mate added, You are all from the ship. We are one group, while they are just scattered individuals. His words hinted at something more. The second mate nodded in acknowledgement and motioned for Lu Ming to follow, leading a group toward the scattered individuals. Jiang Kahao heard the distant sound of an argument as he watched the group approach, an old man seizing the clean water from his hands. Next, they turned towards 2 women. Such events were unsurprising in these dire circumstances. Those who had never experienced military training naively assumed the world was kind. Only after truly confronting darkness could one discern the world's essence. As long as these people did not provoke him, he would not concern himself with their chaotic affairs. This small island appeared vast, yet they could only see a portion of it. From the beach, all that lay ahead were shadowy trees. Jiang Kahao glanced at the still unconscious Su Ro and remembered that Lu Ming had yet to bring the promised water. He picked up 2 plastic water bottles from the nearby sand. Using a unique method to secure them, he waited patiently for the pure water to form. The process was somewhat lengthy, yet it was worth the anticipation. The surrounding din grew louder, drawing closer. Jiang Kahao observed the commotion where the second mate was confronting 3 girls. Hand over your food and water, and we promise to treat everyone fairly. Equitable distribution is part of our service. We cannot allow your selfishness to deprive those without food and water of their basic survival, the second mate proclaimed, leaving the 3 girls speechless. Go, he signaled to Lu Ming, who approached with the intent to seize the girls' belongings. The lead girl, however, pulled out a jagged piece of metal from behind her. Don't come any closer. If you try to take our things then don't blame me, she warned, waving the makeshift weapon, but a frail woman posed no real threat to a group of men. Frowning, the second mate stepped forward and kicked her to the ground. You'll regret this. When my father arrives, you'll learn the true meaning of regret. Once we're back, I'll see to it that you rot in prison for life, enduring every torment imaginable. The girl, bruised and sprawled on the sand, shrieked defiantly. The second officer and his men had already begun walking away, until her words halted them mid-stride. His expression darkened instantly. With a curt gesture, he summoned 3 of his subordinates. A VIP passenger. Excellent. A guest of such distinction deserves exceptional treatment. He smiled coolly at the young woman, then extended his hand with practiced elegance. You 3, escort these ladies to the first officer's camp. Provide them with ample food and water, and explain the situation thoroughly. She sniffed disdainfully, finally showing some sense. Let's go. Supported by her 2 companions, she strode toward the first officer's encampment, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. Yet the second officer's face grew only more sullen. A cruel smile flickered across his lips as he turned. Sir, he addressed. Lu Ming, aware of Jiang Kuhao's condition, interjected. Look, the girl over there remained, breath caught in his throat. He had sailed. In that case, he said, tone softening markedly, we shall escort. We'll ensure her care. Jiang Kuhao glanced back, not with gratitude, but in a low, measured voice, he said only one word. Leave. The second officer's smile froze, then cracked. His eyes widened, fixed, unblinking on Jiang Kuhao. Very well. Very well. Jiang Kuhao merely offered a cold, silent laugh. Yes. And so what? While his gaze drifted to the first officer and his entourage, a quiet sigh escaped him. In such dire straits, it served no purpose to invite peril for strangers. Su Ro still lay unconscious. The sky deepened, slate-gray heavy with approaching dusk. A salt-laced breeze swept in from the horizon. The tide receded, leaving behind glistening clusters of shrimp and small fish along the shore. Modest as they were, these creatures were treasure now, life itself distilled into gills and scales. Crowds surged forward, eager to gather them. Jiang Kuhao rose to join them, then paused. Across the beach, the first officer and his lieutenants stood motionless beneath the coconut palms, watchful, waiting. Better not to go, he decided. He stared at the half-empty water bottle beside him. Clear, clean, precious. His throat burned with thirst, but he knew when Su Ro awoke, her need would be greater. At last the sun vanished behind the swaying fronds, its violeting afterglow dissolving into shadow. Dusk always stirred memory, especially of home. His mother's face rose before him, gentle, tender, unwavering. Turning toward the wind-tossed sea, he called out, voice raw and resonant. Mother, take care of yourself. A discordant voice cut through the hush. First, see to your own survival. 5 figures stood before him. First officer, second officer Lu Ming, and 2 other lieutenants. Shoulders squared, a wall of menace. The first officer stepped close, placed a heavy hand on Jiang Kuhao's shoulder, and said, voice deceptively mild. You owe us your life, young man. Have you forgotten? Jiang Kuhao frowned. It was true, they had revived him. That debt belonged above all to Lu Ming. He remained silent, waiting. The first officer continued, teeth clenched. If we saved you, we can save her too. But with you, she'll die. You haven't even scavenged a single shell. His gaze darted to the plastic bottle at Jiang Kuhao's feet, then flicked sideways to the second officer, who received the unspoken command in a low, venomous whisper. There's water here, you failed to notice. Those 3 bottles held every drop Jiang Kuhao had painstakingly collected over an entire day. And now the first officer coveted them. The second officer hurried forward. My apologies. I was solely focused on rescuing the lady. Overlooked these entirely. Lu Ming, why didn't you remind me? Their charade was seamless. Already the second officer reached for the bottles. Thud. He barely bent his knees when Jiang Kuhao's boot connected. Hard, precise, brutal. The impact hurled him backward several meters, limbs flailing. You. The first officer whirled, finger jabbing toward Jiang Kuhao. Then, meeting those glacial eyes, jerked his hand instead toward Lu Ming and the others. What are you waiting for? Help him up. They rushed forward. The first officer studied Jiang Kuhao carefully, voice placid, but edged with steel. Violence solves nothing. We pool resources, not for greed, but for collective survival. Rescue demands fairness. You must cooperate. Fairness. Jiang Kuhao's voice was dry ice. Then give me food. Give me water. If you're so committed to survival, why seize the last drops I've gathered? Or is this less about survival and more about ensuring your comfort? He tucked the bottle into his shirt as twilight settled, a final irrevocable act. No more water could be gathered tonight. The first officer watched, eyes narrowing, cold and calculating, locking onto Jiang Kuhao's gaze. A man who refuses to merge with the group cannot expect the group to serve him. Hoarding a few sips, yet demanding aid. How absurd. Show me your distribution plan, Jiang Kuhao replied, voice flat, weary. If it's fair, I'll hand over everything. Now. The lieutenants steadied the groaning second officer and approached, numbers emboldening their resolve. The first officer spoke again, voice low and final. That plan is not for your eyes. You may join us, or separate yourself. Choose wisely. Separation means exile. From this beach, from our protection. He searched Jiang Kuhao's face for hesitation, for fear, for concession. He found none. Jiang Kuhao simply said, leave. From a distance, the second officer's voice erupted, raging, guttural. Brat. You're dead. You dared ambush me. Kneel now and beg forgiveness, or I'll beat you until your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Jiang Kuhao stepped past the first officer, walked straight to the second officer, and said nothing. Did not blink. Did not flinch. The second officer mistook silence for terror. He bellowed, chest puffed. Look at you, cowering. If you had the nerve to strike, you should have foreseen the cost. You little. Slap. Jiang Kuhao's palm cracked across his cheek. One of the men holding him recoiled, dropped his grip, and snarled, I've wanted to hit you since dawn. Playing Saint, you prick. He lunged, fist flying straight for Jiang Kuhao's temple, aimed to shatter bone. Jiang Kuhao frowned, not in pain, but in quiet disappointment. He'd intended restraint, but their intent was clear, no quarter, no mercy. The punch was crude, predictable. Jiang Kuhao raised his forearm, deflected the blow, then drove his knee upward into the man's abdomen. A muffled thump. The man crumpled, curled like a dying shrimp, gasping, mouth agape, fingers clawing helplessly at the sand. Damn, stronger than he looks. A wiry, compact figure stepped forward. Lu Ming, hold him. I'll handle this boy myself. He shoved the second officer into Lu Ming's arms, then kicked hard at the ground, sending a blinding cloud of sand flying toward Jiang Kuhao's face. As Jiang Kuhao raised his arm to shield his eyes, the man struck a vicious, well-timed kick to the solar plexus. The blow landed true, brutal, breath-stealing, perfectly executed. Jiang Kuhao staggered backward several paces, but did not fall. He gently patted his lower abdomen, then extended a hand toward the shorter man and beckoned, come here. At that moment, the first mate stepped forward. What's this? What's all this fighting about? We're here to reason, not to brawl. Wang Ming apologized to this young man immediately. Wang Ming actually approached and bowed deeply before Jiang Kuhao. Though Jiang Kuhao had been deeply displeased by their conduct, he now felt compelled to uphold his dignity. It's nothing, he replied coolly. Yet when Wang Ming remained bent low, Jiang Kuhao assumed the man was waiting for him to offer a hand, some gesture of sincerity. With no suspicion whatsoever, he stepped forward and grasped Wang Ming's arms with both hands. What Jiang Kuhao could not have foreseen was that the instant his fingers touched Wang Ming's arms, the latter seized his wrists with terrifying force and launched himself upward like a coiled spring. His legs snapped taut, his feet shot forward in a flash. Thud, thud. One boot slammed into Jiang Kuhao's chest, the other crashed against his jaw, both blows aimed with lethal intent. Stars exploded behind his eyes. He reeled backward, stumbling 3, 4, 5 steps, then collapsed utterly unbalanced. The blows were brutal and utterly unexpected. They left him dazed, breathless, stunned. Wang Ming lunged forward, looming over Jiang Kuhao's fallen form. A cold, mirthless smile curled his lips. You picked the wrong day to be unlucky. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his right foot rose, swift, merciless, and drove downward toward Jiang Kuhao's temple. There are no laws out here. If I kill you, I'll simply say the sea swept you away. Boy, next lifetime choose your wits more carefully. His voice, sharp and glacial, sliced through the salt-laced wind. The kick landed with a sickening crack, and Jiang Kuhao's body skidded a full meter across the sand. Huh, done, first mate. Wang Ming bellowed triumphantly. In the distance, scattered pinpricks of firelight signaled the descent of night. Sounds carried far across the water, yet most who heard chose silence, turning away as if deaf. Excellent work. That girl, no telling whether she's still breathing. The second mate said, she's stunning. Take her. Enjoy yourself tonight. As for us, She gorged herself all afternoon. Time she paid her dues. A chorus of guttural laughter followed. Lu Ming remained silent, but he knew with quiet certainty that he could not stop what was unfolding. Oh, and before we go, toss that boy into the sea. Despair and false hope strip people bare, revealing the raw truth beneath civility. In that moment, the first mate's faction shed every pretense. Their true natures blazed forth unmasked and unashamed. Thanks, first mate. Or better yet, let's share her. A beauty like this. Never laid eyes on one before. He sauntered toward Su Ro, chuckling, and flicked open a lighter, its small flame casting a trembling glow across her face. Damn, she is exquisite. The first mate hurried forward, then paused, remembering something. He turned to Lu Ming beside him. Go check if that boy's dead. If he's still breathing, finish him off, then dump him in the sea. Only then did he stride over to Wang Ming, gaze dropping to Su Ro's face, where she lay upon the sand. A pang of regret pierced him. Wang Ming had been right. She was breathtaking. This afternoon, grime and grit had obscured her features, veiling her extraordinary beauty beneath filth. Now, her silhouette emerged in full, elegant curves, harmonious proportions. The high, proud arch of her bust, the subtle swell of her hips, all perfectly formed. How foolish he'd been to cede her to Wang Ming. He understood, however, that survival demanded pragmatism. If rescue arrived, all would be well. But if it didn't, Wang Ming's strength and his own cunning might yet carve a future from this desolation. His gaze grew distant, calculating. Yes, she stirred something deep within him. Yet he knew with chilling clarity what must come first. She's yours, he said lightly, then turned and walked away. Wang Ming watched his retreating back, spat a curse. Fuck you. I'll bury you soon enough. Pretending you're noble. Pathetic. Then he turned, his eyes locking onto Su Ro. Meanwhile, the first mate strode toward Lu Ming. Wang Ming has private business to attend to. You, go see to what I assigned you earlier. Back on the sand, Jiang Kuhao lay unconscious, bludgeoned, dazed, until consciousness seeped back slow and painful. He stirred just as two men approached, followed closely by a third. I'll suffocate him first, then dump him in the sea. That way, no loose, and shrilled a thin, reedy voice. Fine. Zhang Lu, you handle it. Don't forget his skill. Without Wang Ming's trick, we'd all be bleeding on this beach right now. The first mate spoke, his voice tight, strained. If Jiang Kuhao hadn't grasped the truth by now, he truly would have been a fool. That final kick, aimed squarely at his skull, would have killed him outright had he not raised his arm in time. Until now, he'd treated them all as ordinary people, governed by ordinary rules. Now he understood here every soul was a potential threat. Every possibility, however grim, had to be anticipated. He sat up slowly. The approaching men froze mid-step. Shit, he's conscious. The reedy voice Zhang Lu broke into a sprint, leg cocked high, aiming a vicious kick at Jiang Kuhao's face. Though dazed, Jiang Kuhao's reflexes ignited instinctively, faster than thought. Thud. Zhang Lu flew backward, sailing over a meter into the air, before crashing down. Last time he'd curled like a shrimp in agony, now he writhed like an earthworm, twisting, gasping, rolling helplessly across the sand. Jiang Kuhao surged upright, a clean, fluid kip-up, rising like a leaping carp. He faced the two men, and heard their words. He knew Lu Ming was not evil. As for the first mate, you come here. His voice was low, steady, commanding. Seeing Zhang Lu hurled aside once more, the first mate lost all composure. He shoved Lu Ming hard toward Jiang Kuhao. Stop him now. Then he fled. Lu Ming, the third mate, had shown Jiang Kuhao kindness from the start. His conscience was clear. Jiang Kuhao did not strike him. Instead, he steadied him with a firm, gentle hand. Don't fear. I won't harm you. He glanced toward the fleeing first mate, and a deeper cold settled in his chest. Then he turned to Zhang Lu, still writhing, and planted his foot firmly upon the man's spine. Zhang Lu choked, sobbing, clawing desperately at the sand beneath him. Spare me. I know I was wrong. I know it. Spare you. I heard you clearly, planning to smother me, then feed me to the crabs. And now, you whimper. Zhang Lu bucked, gagged, hands scrabbling frantically at Jiang Kuhao's boot, trying to wrench it free. Lu Ming hesitated, torn. Zhang Lu had struck first. Jiang Kuhao acted in self-defense. Yet watching a colleague beaten so mercilessly, it twisted something inside him. Mr. Jiang, might I ask you to? You may spare him, Jiang Kuhao said quietly. You saved my life once. But this settles our debt. Entirely. He pressed down, hard, once more upon Zhang Lu's back. Then withdrew his foot. Wang Ming had taken Su Ro to the far side of the beach. En route, his hands grew restless, sliding over her body with brazen familiarity. Though she still bore the faint, briny scent of seawater from being dragged from the waves, her natural fragrance, delicate as blooming jasmine, lingered beneath it, intoxicating and inescapable. The moment she felt his touch, she jolted awake, alarm flaring in her chest. Jiang Kahao, what are you doing? Her first instinct was to assume he was violating her, yet the sight of short-cropped hair shattered that assumption instantly. This man was not Jiang Kahao. Where was Jiang Kahao? The question rose unbidden, sharp and urgent. Though they had met only once, her heart now thrummed with a desperate, inexplicable longing for him. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Darkness pressed in like a suffocating shroud. She did not recognize this man. His presence alone radiated menace. Was this to be an act of brute coercion? Be silent, or I'll make you regret it. Wang Ming's fingers dug cruelly into her shoulders, his strength immense, unyielding. She understood with chilling clarity that resistance was futile. She dared not scream. She knew where she was, a desolate island night, swallowing all sound and safety. A cry would draw no aid, only provoke fury. And fury here could mean only one thing. A soft, broken sob escaped her, then another, then a trembling wail swallowed by wind and surf. To Wang Ming it sounded less like anguish and more like tribute, a reward for dominance. With one brutal yank, he tore away the last shred of fabric shielding her chest and hurled it into the shadows. No, please don't. Her pleas tumbled out breathless and raw, but each plea only stoked his arousal further. Louder, louder still. Let me hear you tremble. His thumb pressed hard into her jawline, forcing her face upward. Then, cold, precise, and utterly calm, a voice cut through the night. Release her. At that moment, reason had long since drowned in lust. Wang Ming didn't turn, not at first. He snarled over his shoulder, get lost. The instant the words left his mouth, a sharp whoosh sliced the air behind him. He twisted aside, just in time. But he would never turn again. Humanity is grotesque and treacherous. Salt wind swept across the shore, carrying the metallic tang of fresh blood. Wang Ming collapsed, clutching his throat, gasping for air that would not come. His windpipe, severed, had ceased all function. As his lungs strained, drawing vainly on the last dregs of oxygen in his body, he suffocated, slow, silent, and absolute. Jiang Kahao approached. Su Rose stripped off his outer garment and draped it gently over her trembling frame. Then he gathered her into his arms. She wept without sound. No cries, no sobs. Only quiet, ceaseless tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to him, her fingers gripping his shirt like a lifeline. It's over, he murmured. It's all over now. His gaze lifted toward the distant coconut grove, where flickering firelight pulsed, steadily advancing. A frown crossed his brow. He whispered to her, rest for a moment. Then he glanced down at Wang Ming's lifeless form, still sprawled in the sand, and rose. Taking the corpse by the ankles, he dragged it heavy and inert into the surf. When he returned to the shore, the first mate had already arrived, flanked by a cluster of survivors. Torches blazed, some makeshift, some lit by phone screens, their light casting stark, shifting shadows across Jiang Kahao's face. Where's Wang Ming? The illumination came from every available source, phones, cloth-wrapped torches lashed to driftwood. Likely every survivor the island had yet gathered. The first mate stood before the group, posture rigid, gaze imperious. His eyes were glacial, scanning, calculating. Zhang Lu and another officer stepped forward, flanking Jiang Kahao in silent, deliberate encirclement. Where's Wang Ming? The question rang out again, louder this time, charged with authority. In his hand gleamed a golden signal pistol, a weapon absurdly potent in this lawless vacuum. Jiang Kahao regarded it with quiet wariness. He fled into the sea. Jiang Kahao replied, gesturing toward the water behind him. Tides ebbed and surged. Once cast adrift, a body would vanish into the deep, pulled beyond recovery. He felt no fear of discovery. Go check, the first mate ordered, dispatching Lu Ming and Zhang Lu toward the shoreline. Then he leveled the pistol at Jiang Kahao. You don't move. Stay exactly where you are. Jiang Kahao had barely taken a step towards Su Ro when the barrel halted him mid-stride. Let everything be as you claim, the first mate warned, voice low and venomous, or he didn't need to finish. The threat hung thick and lethal in the salt-laced air. The crowd watched in numb silence, standing at a distance, faces blank, eyes hollow. Su Ro slowly lowered Jiang Kahao's garment from her shoulders, exposing the torn remnants of her clothing, the raw, undeniable evidence of violation. Look, she said, voice steady despite its tremor. This is the evidence. You demanded proof, so here it is. You spoke of order, then enforce it. Wang Ming tried to rape me. These are the facts. When you find him, what will you do? Her sudden fierce defiance caught the first mate off guard. He stammered, thighs is deeply regrettable. But how do we know you didn't entice him, then frame him after the fact? He'd seized upon a flimsy, shameless pretext, one that served only to preserve his own crumbling authority. Yet in that moment it was enough. How dare you say that? Su Ro snatched the garment back, shielding herself from the weight of so many burning, unblinking stares. The crowd remained mute. No one stepped forward. Survival now meant silence. Lu Ming returned from the shore, breath ragged. No sign of him. He's gone. Gone. What do you mean, gone? The first mate jabbed the pistol hard against Jiang Kuhao's temple. Jiang Kuhao did not flinch. His eyes, deep, still, and terrifyingly lucid, held the first mate's gaze without wavering. I told you already. I drove him into the sea. Where he is now, I cannot say. He has limbs of his own. Does anyone here presume to control another man's will, or his final choice? He knew precisely what the first mate sought, not truth, but leverage. And in front of witnesses under scrutiny, no reckless move could be justified, unless given cause. Inside, the first mate seethed, torn between dread and dark hope. He feared Wang Ming's disappearance, but even more he wished him dead. With Wang Ming gone, Jiang Kuhao would be the sole remaining threat to his dominance. Remove them both, and the island's hierarchy would fall neatly into his hands. His ambition ran deeper than mere survival. He envisioned command, not temporary, but absolute. If rescue never came, someone would have to lead, and he intended to be that man, respected, obeyed, unchallenged. He would forge order, not for justice, but for control. Control meant access, to food, to shelter, to power. Control meant life. Life was simple in theory. In practice, after years clawing his way up from nothing, it was a fragile, merciless thing. At home, 2 children and a wife who loved him fiercely waited. He would return. But Jiang Kuhao's alibi was flawless, and the crowd, watching, judging, had become his cage. So he shifted tactics. You've assaulted another. This group requires harmony. Stability. This beach does not welcome you. Leave now? Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Some fell silent, stunned. Others glanced at Su Ro lying barefoot and broken in the sand. Yet no one spoke up, not even in quiet support. They're the victims. What will they eat before rescue arrives? What if wild beasts take them? Concern hovered in the air, unspoken, unacted upon. We'll leave, Jiang Kuhao said calmly, and moved toward Su Ro. The first mate's eyes narrowed, cold and serpentine. He exhaled 2 slow, measured words. Wait. The lady remains here. Her testimony is vital to Wang Ming's case. Until his safety is confirmed, you may not take her. His gaze lingered on Su Ro, calculating, possessive. He was certain Jiang Kuhao would yield. No matter how formidable a man might be, a gun rendered him powerless. Everyone understood the implication. Every man present knew with grim certainty what awaited Su Ro if she stayed. Jiang Kuhao offered Su Ro a gentle smile. I promise to protect you. No matter what happens, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. Su Ro shook her head. Please don't do anything reckless for my sake. If something were to happen to you, on this island, I would truly be left with no one. They behaved like a young couple. So much so that Jiang Kuhao himself almost believed the illusion. A captive lover, powerless, bound by circumstance. He let out a cold, mirthless laugh, turned his head, and stripped off his shirt, revealing a torso sculpted by discipline and endurance. He brandished the garment toward the first mate. Inside this shirt is something you want. Care to take a look? The first mate blinked, bewildered. What exactly did he want? He wasn't even sure. In that fleeting, suspended instant, Jiang Kuhao closed the distance and flung the shirt at his feet. Catch. Instinctively, the first mate reached out, just as a shadow darted forward. Jiang Kuhao had anticipated the reflex perfectly. In moments of sudden peril, the body obeys instinct before thought, and those few seconds were all he needed. The moment the first mate's hand rose, Jiang Kuhao's fist struck his face. Thud. He surged forward, seized the man's torso, twisted his arm, and felt the hard, cold shape of the signal pistol tucked into his sleeve. With a sharp, brutal wrench, he dislocated the joint. Agony shot up the first mate's arm. His fingers sprang open, releasing the weapon. Thump. Flesh met sand with a sickening hollow sound. Jiang Kuhao released his grip and stared down at the crumpled figure, revulsion churning deep in his gut. What the hell are you doing, kid? Zhang Lu and another officer lunged forward. The first mate was their anchor, their authority. His fall could not go unavenged. But they halted after only 2 strides, hands raised high, eyes blazing with impotent fury, rooted to the spot. Jiang Kuhao eased his finger from the signal pistol's trigger. Its orange-yellow muzzle now pointed squarely at them. I told you, I will leave. He fired once, far out over the sea. The flare ignited in a burst of incandescent light, bathing every face in its fierce golden glare. Terror, dread, bewilderment, indifference, numbness, and faintly flickering hope. Violence is humanity's darkest mirror. Jiang Kuhao had already killed Wang Ming, without flinching. He had witnessed far deeper shadows. Such things no longer stirred his soul. Su Ro was different. She was fragile, tender, a woman unhardened by darkness. What had unfolded tonight had stretched her spirit to its breaking point. Feeling better, Jiang Kuhao tightened his embrace slightly, not for comfort alone, but to share warmth. Even his own body, seasoned by years of hardship, ached under the relentless salt wind. Su Ro parted her lips. Her throat parched, her voice reduced to a dry whisper. She murmured an inaudible then fell silent. I need to step away for a moment, she said, her voice hoarse. Where? Why? Jiang Kuhao asked, not out of prying but necessity. Circumstances demanded vigilance. She hesitated, then confessed, I need to relieve myself. A natural human need. Jiang Kuhao felt no embarrassment. It's still dark. We can't see clearly. Do it beside the rock. Don't wander far. It's unsafe. Yet when she rose, her legs trembled weak as reeds. He saw it instantly. He extended his hand. Here, let me support you. And don't worry, I won't look. Night held danger. Years of survival had taught him the world was far less safe than it appeared. She tried to protest, but he shook his head. Only here, beneath the rock where I can see you. That is the safest place. He still held the signal pistol, its single remaining flare precious, reserved for true crisis. Not for modesty's sake would he waste it. All right, Su Ro sighed helplessly. Her feverish flush deepened. She shuffled slowly toward the rock's base. Jiang Kuhao first cleared a patch of sand, checking carefully for hidden hazards, then took her hand and turned away. When she finished, she tugged gently at his fingers. Without hesitation, he pulled her upright, only to pivot and realize too late that her clothes remained undone. You turn around, she cried out, mortified. Jiang Kuhao froze, stunned. He had quite literally seen everything. Dawn bled across the horizon. For those clinging to life, the unknown night had been a slow, suffocating torment. When Su Ro returned to the rock, she burrowed wordlessly into Jiang Kuhao's chest. The offshore wind bit with glacial cruelty, and she, slight and trembling, could not withstand it alone. Her stomach growled, low, insistent. They had eaten nothing for a full day. I'm hungry, she murmured. With daylight came relief and exhaustion. Her nerves, wound tight through the night, finally slackened, leaving only hunger, drowsiness, and a profound, aching weariness she had never known in all her life. Jiang Kuhao scanned the shoreline. Morning tide often yielded bounty, but not what he sought. You'll have to come with me. I can't leave you alone. From afar, voices swelled, chaotic, urgent. Others had already begun foraging along the beach. The crowd, drawn by hunger and restlessness, now drifted steadily toward them. Jiang Kuhao helped Su Ro descend from the rock. To eat, they could not wait passively. He intended to approach the group, not for charity, but for fire. As for food and water, he would take only a modest portion. Their cold indifference the night before had earned them no more than measured reciprocity. Why have you returned? At the sight of Jiang Kuhao guiding Su Ro back, the previously indifferent crowd erupted, some sprinting from the shore, others from the distant coconut grove, all frantic, agitated. One even clutched a slender branch like a makeshift club. The first mate, escorted by two men, approached with equal tension etched across his face. Jiang Kuhao surveyed them and felt a quiet, simmering anger rise. This was not last night's passive spectacle. Now they were encircled, not as observers, but as adversaries. Their hostility hung thick and palpable in the air. The first mate pushed through the throng and stepped forward, raising a hand to still the rising clamor. We made ourselves clear last night. You are to leave. This place does not welcome you. His gaze never left Jiang Kuhao's hand, the signal pistol. Regret burned hot in his chest. How foolish he had been to let it slip so easily from his grasp. His lips still throbbed, swollen and raw, denying him even a moment's rest since the blow. Others murmured in agreement. Yes, why come back? This beach can't sustain two useless mouths. And you've got a gun. What did you return to rob us? The voice came from within the crowd, deliberate, inciting. Instantly the fragile calm shattered again. Robbery. By what right? Those supplies belong to all of us. I forbid it. If anyone dares touch our food or water, I'll kill him myself. Get out now. The crowd roared, some shouting, some standing mute, jaws clenched. Jiang Kuhao was unsurprised. Su Ro, however, clutched the hem of his shirt, trembling behind him. He glanced back, softly, it's all right. Then he raised the signal pistol. Go on, let me hear who shouts the loudest. His voice was low, unhurried, but the cacophony died mid-breath. Absolute silence fell. The first mate's face darkened. He jabbed a finger at Jiang Kuhao. Don't you fear the rescue team? Don't you fear prison? It was all he could offer, a hollow threat. At that moment, Lu Ming stepped forward. What do you want? 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 pack of biscuits, a lighter, and a fire axe. My demands are reasonable. Refuse, and I'll simply pack them myself. The silence shattered anew. That is robbery. None of those things belonged to him. Filthy thief, let's beat him to death. Fury surged, yet no one advanced. Every eye locked onto the pistol in Jiang Kuhao's hand. A signal pistol was not meant to kill, but fired at close range, its magnesium charge could sear flesh from bone. In this desolate place, such a wound was indistinguishable from death. No one dared move. Instead, they waited, watching, hoping for some fool to rush forward so they might seize justification to strike. We discussed this last night. His request is entirely reasonable. Why the lingering dispute? Lu Ming glanced at the murmuring crowd behind him. The matter had been thoroughly debated during last night's meeting. The first mate had once declared Jiang Kuhao a bandit who would return to plunder their food and water. Lu Ming had dismissed the notion, until Jiang Kuhao appeared on that very stretch of beach, whereupon even he nearly succumbed to doubt. Fortunately, Jiang Kuhao's demands were wholly unobjectionable. Yesterday's rations, water and provisions, should have been allocated to him from the outset. Silence fell. Last night, the first mate himself had decreed, should Jiang Kuhao's terms prove reasonable, grant them without hesitation. With eloquent moralism, he had assured everyone that human life outweighed sustenance, by far. Most had believed him, yet his heart held no such conviction. It was he who had planted agitators among the crowd, Zhang Lu his obedient instrument. Alas, no one dared step forward. His disappointment ran deep. Then Lu Ming stepped in, making the decision for him. That irked him profoundly. Yet most here had once received Lu Ming's aid. Last night, several had openly called him a good man. Powerless to confront him directly, the first mate chose another path. Zhang Lu, come forward. He summoned him from the crowd, fetched the food, water, and everything else he requested. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Zhang Lu sprinted off. Jiang Kuhao stood facing them once more. Lu Ming addressed the group. He will ask for nothing further. Those tasked with foraging, go. Those assigned to locate water, go now. Too much time had already slipped away. The first mate fixed Lu Ming with a glacial stare. Jiang Kuhao too frowned, but his gaze remained locked upon the first mate. Moments later, Zhang Lu returned breathless, clutching 2 bottles of water, a packet of biscuits, a lighter, and a fire axe strapped to his waist. Water, 2 bottles. Biscuits, 1 pack. Lighter and fire axe, all accounted for. Inspect them yourself. He flung the items onto the sand as he spoke, his eyes burning with resentment. Twice defeated by Jiang Kuhao, his pride chafed raw. Pick them up. Jiang Kuhao did not move. To discard the goods so contemptuously was an outright dismissal of his authority. The first mate's eyes narrowed slightly as he weighed what might unfold next. He beckoned a second lieutenant to his side. The man nodded, shifted his stance almost imperceptibly, and edged closer toward Jiang Kuhao. The motion was subtle, but Jiang Kuhao noticed every detail. He let out a cold, mirthless laugh. With the onlookers dispersed, 3 men posed no threat whatsoever. Sliding the signal pistol into his belt, Jiang Kuhao instructed Su Ro to step aside. Then, after 2 swift strides, he lunged, driving a fist straight at Zhang Lu's face. Zhang Lu had expected negotiation, not violence. He'd assumed Jiang Kuhao, having holstered his weapon, meant only to retrieve the scattered supplies. He lost the initiative instantly. Still, he was no novice. He raised both arms just in time, blocking the blow inches from his nose. Jiang Kuhao seized the opening, his fists transformed into open palms, gripping Zhang Lu's forearms. In one fluid motion, he hoisted him clear off the ground, light as a leaping antelope, then drove his knee up. Thud! A metallic tang flooded Zhang Lu's mouth. His vision swam. Then darkness swallowed him whole. In under 3 seconds, he lay unconscious, unharmed but utterly incapacitated. Jiang Kuhao turned slowly toward the lieutenant hovering nearby. His voice was low, icy, absolute. Will you try your luck next? The man whirled and fled without a word. Even the first mate recoiled, stunned by Jiang Kuhao's lethal grace. Hastily, he interjected, Zhang Lu acted alone. His conduct bears no relation to us. Remember your own words. Honor your agreement. Shaoren, retrieve those items for him. Jiang Kuhao uttered not another syllable. Su Ro gathered the supplies. Then side by side they walked away, leaving the first mate and his stunned cohort standing speechless in the sun-drenched silence. Where are we going? This meager ration won't last long, Su Ro asked. Jiang Kuhao gazed toward the distant coconut grove. Food and water await there, though you must rest first. Only then can we proceed. They ate. They drank. They waited for strength to return. Jiang Kuhao studied the empty biscuit tin, smacking his lips thoughtfully. Su Ro mirrored the gesture. Her own mouth dry, her stomach hollow. Those who have never known hunger cannot fathom the moment it descends upon them, sudden, absolute, inescapable. Jiang Kuhao brushed sand from his clothes and rose. In his hand the fire axe spun lightly. Left, right, a flicker of polished steel dancing like a flower in the light. Graceful, effortless. Su Ro pressed a hand to her abdomen, still hungry. Nights chilled her, a days scorched her. Both bottles of water had vanished between them. Now they possessed nothing. For the first time, Su Ro felt true dread, not for the present, but for the days ahead. She sighed softly, thinking of yesterday, of all she had taken for granted. Jiang Kuhao claimed the grove concealed greater bounty, but none among the beach dwellers dared enter. Why? She did not know. He offered no explanation, only that rest must come first. When he placed 2 shellfish before her, her throat tightened instinctively. Oysters. Scant flesh, yet better than nothing. He had scoured the shore for hours before spotting them. By mornings, the sea had reclaimed its treasures. He had already shucked them. Though large in size, each yielded only a modest morsel. As Su Ro reached to pour out the briny liquid pooling within, Jiang Kuhao gently stayed her hand. That broth is rich in nutrients. And with that he demonstrated, tilting his head back and swallowing it whole. She followed suit. Salty. Oceanic. The tender flesh wriggled faintly on her tongue, but her body, starved and desperate, compelled her to chew. After several bites, she swallowed, and warmth spread through her limbs, quieting the hollow ache. The human body weakens without salt, Jiang Kuhao observed. How vast is knowledge? Su Ro gazed at him awestruck. Once she'd obsessed over aesthetics, never pausing to consider survival's stark fundamentals. They rested a while longer. As the sun climbed higher, Su Ro longed to seek shade beneath the grove's canopy, but Jiang Kuhao refused. My stamina has not yet fully returned. He selected a coconut, stripped its husk with the fire axe, then pierced its shell with the tool's sharp tip. He drank the sweet, cool nectar within, reserving 2 sips for her. It tasted exquisite, yet he forbade her from drinking more. A little coconut water enhances beauty and vitality. Too much induces diarrhea. Once again, admiration shimmered in her eyes, nearly luminous. Yet she was no starry-eyed girl. She knew restraint, even in reverence. But what he did next shattered all composure. Scrape the coconut flesh into a paste and apply it to your face. It serves as natural sun protection. He called it sunshade balm, akin to sunscreen, yet born of the island itself. He understood precisely what troubled her. You're truly remarkable. The words rose unbidden, sincere, unguarded. Had this morning's intimacy not lingered so vividly in memory, she might have kissed him then and there. His bearing was refined, his speech poetic, his physique formidable. He could subdue multiple adversaries barehanded, and his grasp of practical wisdom eclipsed that of ordinary men. She scraped the coconut herself. Its flesh yielded easily. Jiang Kuhao, sensing his strength had largely returned, swung the fire axe to clear a narrow passage through the grove's outer fringe. Everywhere slender weeds tangled thickly, their presence one reason he hesitated to enter blindly. More critically, were there snakes on this island? In subtropical climes, venomous serpents abounded, non-venomous species were rare exceptions. His botanical training, once cursory and neglected, offered little reassurance. He severed slender branches with the axe, fashioning them into probing staffs, simple tools to test the unseen ground ahead, diminishing risk however slightly. A few paces deeper into the leafy thicket, broadleaf shrubs closed in their low, dense growth, obscuring all but the nearest terrain, rendering the interior invisible, unknowable. Jiang Kuhao probed the path ahead with a wooden stick, clearing obstacles with his fire axe. He had not traveled far before sweat drenched his body. Progress was arduous, painfully slow. Yet this was the safest method. After a long while, the low, dense thicket finally gave way, revealing towering banyan trees and other massive ancient trunks rising like silent sentinels from the forest floor. Jiang Kuhao paused, intending to scout for game within the woods. Just as he stepped forward from the undergrowth, a faint rasping friction sounded to his left. He whirled, and there it was, a large, mottled green and brown serpent, its forked tongue flickering toward him. Its body bore vivid crimson and emerald blotches. Even a single glance told him it was venomous. The unmistakable triangular head confirmed it, though not all venomous snakes bore such a shape, as cobras proved. 100-pacer Jiang Kuhao murmured, eyes locked on the creature. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his body sideways, not fleeing, not provoking. The snake coiled tightly upon a branch, lifted its head high, and ceased its exploratory flickering. It was preparing to strike. It's about to attack. He stilled himself, breath held, every sense sharpened to a razor's edge. A sharp hiss. Then in one lightning lunge, the serpent launched itself through the air. Jiang Kuhao moved faster still. His hand shot out, seizing the serpent's head mid-flight. He could not block the venom, but he wrenched his torso aside just in time. A searing jet of toxin splattered across his chest. Fire erupted across his skin. Without hesitation, he seized the thrashing serpent and bolted, full speed, out of the thicket. As he ran, he tore off his shirt. The snake over a meter long wound itself fiercely around his forearm, its sinuous strength wrenching at his bones as though twisting them in their sockets. Gritting his teeth, he burst from the foliage, and without pause leapt straight into the sea. The salt water struck like molten glass against his chest, agonizing yet purifying. The venom washed away. The sting burned, yes, but pain meant life. He was still alive. Yet the danger persisted. Though his chest was cleansed, the serpent clung, writhing violently, as if sensing its own end. Jiang Kuhao waded ashore, one hand clenched unrelentingly around the serpent's head. He slammed it onto the ground, raised the fire axe high, and brought it down in a single brutal arc. Su Ro rushed forward, but Jiang Kuhao shouted, "Stay back." A wet thunk. The head fell, yet the severed head did not die instantly. It gaped wide, spitting 2 final jets of venom. Su Ro froze just in time. Had she taken one more step, the venom would have struck her bare skin. She stared at the grotesque fanged head lying on the sand, her breath catching, then looked at Jiang Kuhao, disheveled and drenched, and her concern overrode her fear. When the immediate peril passed, she hurried to his side. He extended his arm. "Untie it. That's our lunch today, and likely dinner too." He had not expected a single snake to leave him so battered. Luck and vigilance had saved him. One bite from that venom would have killed him within minutes. Now that food was secured, thirst remained. Coconut water stewed with snake meat would be ideal, the coconut shell itself a perfect vessel. True, the meat might harbor parasites, but starvation was a far more certain death. Soon Jiang Kuhao built a small hearth, set the coconut shell atop it to warm, and dropped in the cubed snake flesh. Within minutes, a rich, sweet aroma rose from the shell, earthy, savory, intoxicating. He instructed Su Ro to tend the pot, while he filled a plastic bottle with seawater and poured it onto a flat, solitary rock nearby, a natural depression holding the brine perfectly. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Making salt. Do we really need to go this far?" "Rescue may arrive tomorrow," she said. Rescue? They had been stranded for a full day, and not a single vessel had broken the horizon. Jiang Kuhao did not dismiss the possibility, but neither did he rely upon it. "Have you read Robinson Crusoe?" he asked. She nodded, then murmured, "Oh, you mean?" "Yes. Prepare for every contingency. And something about this island feels wrong." His gaze drifted to the severed serpent's head, which he had not discarded. Its fangs were unnaturally long, far larger than any normal snake's, resembling those of a python. And deep within its hollow jaws, viscous venom still gleamed. Once dried by the sun, it would become a weapon of terrible potency. Su Ro fell silent, thoughts turning inward, to home, to safety. If Jiang Kuhao was right, would she ever return? No. Rescue will come. She anchored herself in that certainty, until the scent of simmering snake meat cut through her reverie. Her stomach growled. She swallowed hard. Whether rescue came or not, hunger was the most urgent master of all. Sated and rehydrated, they now faced the next meal. And Jiang Kuhao's resolve had quietly reshaped Su Ro's thinking. Yet she refused to let him re-enter the jungle. That narrow trail, visible in its entirety, had nearly cost him his life. Deeper woods promised only greater peril. "Can you spearfish?" she asked. Spearfishing, driving a pointed tool into fish swimming near the surface, sounded simple. In practice, it demanded precision, timing, and uncanny depth perception. Jiang Kuhao had never tried it. But remembering the jungle's hidden terrors, he chose the shore. Instead, what lay before his eyes posed less risk than what lurked unseen in shadow. They fashioned 2 slender spears from driftwood. Using strips of snake skin, Jiang Kuhao stitched a crude pouch to carry the remaining meat. Then side by side they walked the coastline, searching for calm, shallow waters teeming with sizable fish. Ideal in theory, harsh in reality. An hour passed. Thirst parched their throats. Still no suitable spot emerged. To spearfish successfully, the prey must be large enough to strike, and the water mirror still. Along this coast, fish swarmed abundantly, but in these shallows only small darting silhouettes flickered beneath the waves. As for stillness, a cruel jest. The surf rolled ceaselessly, churning the surface into... Still they gathered shells, plentiful, easy to collect. Coconuts hung heavy on every palm. A few kicks to the trunk yielded sweet, clear water. For now thirst was quenched. Then, rounding a gentle curve in the bay, they saw a sheer mountain range rising in the distance, draped in impenetrable green. Near its base, sheltered fish. Jiang Kuhao called to Su Ro and broke into a run. Only from the treeline, 2 figures emerged. At the sight of Jiang Kuhao, they waved vigorously, calling out with startling warmth. "Hello, are you survivors too?" A young woman spoke, supporting an elderly man who shuffled forward with frail, uneven steps. After the captain's betrayal, Jiang Kuhao's trust in people had hardened into caution. He remained silent. Su-ro, however, answered yes. We were on the ship. Are you? She took a step forward. Jiang Kuhao caught her wrist and shook his head. Confusion flickered in her eyes, then softened as she met his steady, watchful gaze. She stayed. Do you have food? Water? The woman called again. Jiang Kuhao's vigilance tightened further, his pupils narrowed almost imperceptibly. Though only two stood before him, one young, one aged, they carried a backpack. Weapons could lie concealed within. Caution was not paranoia. It was survival. Then came their next words, and Jiang Kuhao felt a sudden piercing shame. We have water. We have food. If you're hungry, please join us. The invitation from the other party completely dispelled Jiang Kuhao's wariness. He walked towards them with Su-ro, and after a few steps the elderly man sat down on the beach as if injured in the foot. Hello, Mo, winner, it's a pleasure to meet you. She greeted with a radiant smile, the kind that exudes warmth and sunshine. Though she had an ordinary appearance, there was an undeniable beauty to her, likely stemming from her cheerful demeanor. This is my father, Mo Dashin, a renowned medical expert, she said, pointing to the elderly man on the ground. Mo Dashin, Mo Dashin. The name echoed in Jiang Kuhao's mind, but seemed familiar somehow. Are you a professor at the medical university? During his service, a close friend had received treatment there personally administered by Mo Dashin. He was a celebrated physician with international acclaim. Jiang never expected to encounter him here. Professor, I'm just an old man. If the rescue team doesn't arrive today, I might not be able to save my old leg, he chuckled, patting his leg. Jiang Kuhao noticed the bandages wrapped around Mo Dashin's leg and frowned. In this semi-tropical region, it made sense to bandage a wound, but doing so here was a grave mistake. Professor Mo, I think you could learn a bit of new medical knowledge today. Jiang Kuhao knelt down and began to unwrap the bandaging on Mo Dashin's leg. Mo Winter gasped, attempting to stop him, but Mo Dashin held her back. As Jiang Kuhao unraveled the bandage, Mo Dashin burst into laughter. What a clever young man. I completely overlooked such a simple truth. Thank you, my boy. Jiang Kuhao returned the elder's smile, equally bright. Meanwhile, Su-ro, who was unaware of the unfolding situation, inquired why Professor Mo was thanking him. It's sweltering hot, and the humidity here is high. If a wound is bandaged, it will quickly fester. It's manageable if you walk on the beach, but if you venture inland, those little insects can burrow into the flesh unseen, leading to all sorts of maggots, he continued, but Su-ro placed her small hand over his mouth. Enough, she said, looking slightly nauseated, which prompted laughter from the three others nearby. Following this incident, the barriers among the four had all but vanished. Mo Winter retrieved water and food from her backpack, while Jiang Kuhao produced some snake meat. However, the snake meat was unprocessed and inedible, prompting Mo Dashin to critique it. Snake meat is highly nourishing, beneficial for blood and vitality. This young man is impressive. This is clearly a venomous snake, he remarked. It was said that an elder in the house is like a treasure, and Mo Dashin's wisdom was no exception. Jiang Kuhao merely smiled and shared details about the situation on the coast, recounting what had happened to Su-ro. After hearing the story, both Mo Dashin and Mo Winter were hesitant to approach the area. We can wait here as well. For instance, we could arrange logs to spell out SOS or burn leaves to create smoke. The rescue team might spot us, Mo Winter suggested, her straightforwardness evident. Earlier, when Jiang Kuhao had described the events, her cynical demeanor almost made him think she was ready to charge in. That's a good idea. Let's choose a safer spot to rest for now. Staying close to the shore was essential, as there was an abundance of shellfish, and sometimes fish could be found, making it a natural food source and a beacon of hope for everyone. Mo Dashin turned to Mo Winter. When we arrived, there was an open area at the foot of the mountain where the grass wasn't too thick, resembling a lawn. With low grass and an expansive view, it was the perfect makeshift shelter. Without hesitation, Jiang Kuhao stood up and grasped Mo Dashin's hand. They'll carry you. After all, Mo Dashin had once saved a companion of Jiang's, so such respect was well-deserved. His gesture earned him points in the eyes of both girls. Mo Dashin exchanged pleasantries before realizing they shouldn't. Were you two also adrift here? Yes, my father and I floated here on a piece of a ship's board. The ship sank over there at the foot. They had come to consciousness while drifting. Can you see the ship? Jiang Kuhao understood the significance of resources. Yes, once we get there you'll see, she assured, filling Jiang Kuhao with anticipation. He was reluctant to remain here, though he had been preparing for the worst. However, with ample supplies, the situation would be different. The grass was lush and green, and a faint humid scent hung. It was a comfortable spot with signs of a fire on the ground. Set up some stones. Jiang Kuhao. The island was entirely wild, with branches scattered everywhere. After starting a fire and cooking, he realized there was more snake. The aroma of snake meat intertwined with the scent of coconut. Delicious. The meat was too hot, and she accidentally dropped it on the ground. Jiang Kahao picked it up and rinsed it in the sea, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Mo Dashin. With food scarce, he was aware of the situation on the coast and began to strategize. This place isn't safe. If we don't get rescued tomorrow, this food will only last us a day. Just now you mentioned there were around 20 people over there. Their consumption will surely be greater. If we run out of food and they discover we have provisions, it will spell trouble. Understanding the darker side of human nature, Mo Daxon's experience weighed heavily on him. After hearing Mo Daxon's words, Jiang Kahao fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, he felt a chill creeping up his back. In a foreign land where dangers lurked at every corner, caution was the key to survival. Feeling a chill behind him, Jiang Kahao turned to glance at the foot of the mountain where a dense forest lay concealing any signs of life. Just moments ago, he had sensed something lurking there. Years of cultivated instincts had instilled in Jiang Kahao a profound certainty about his feelings. What's wrong? Su Ro inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The Mo father and daughter exchanged puzzled glances with Jiang Kahao. Although he was confident in his instincts, sharing such uncertain feelings could easily diminish others' trust in him. Thus he simply replied, "It's a bit strange over there." In human perception, jungle islands were often symbols of peril. Even the Mo family, devoid of scheming minds, understood this truth. "It seems we need to be extra cautious. There might be something out there," old Mo stated, his words carrying a weight of authority. Jiang Kahao nodded, approaching the forest's edge to gather firewood. Su Ro followed suit, collecting sticks as well. Soon they both had bundled a significant amount, appearing somewhat disheveled with remnants of white coconut flesh dusting Su Ro's face. Noticing this, Jiang Kahao commented, "That's the coconut meat." The coconut flesh they had applied in the morning had now dried out, proving the oil-rich crop effective for skin protection. Upon returning to the shore, Su Ro and Mo Wunner prepared a coconut for skincare, as the girl had a unique affinity for such matters. When they returned, the bonfire had grown larger, and Jiang Kahao had erected several wooden stakes around it. While they could hardly guarantee protection from wild beasts, these rudimentary barriers might serve as a slight deterrent. Should the rescue team fail to arrive by tomorrow, they would need to find a more secure shelter for prolonged safety. The island was larger than anticipated, bringing forth more potential dangers. As the two girls returned, they bore a bounty of shellfish. Having heard Jiang Kahao's words about food scarcity, old Mo decided to consume these perishables first, as the vacuum-sealed supplies could last longer. As dusk fell, Jiang Kahao felt the gaze from the forest re-emerge, a fleeting pair of eyes that vanished almost instantly, yet the glimmering coldness remained etched in his mind. He instructed Su Ro and Mo Wunner to focus on food gathering, while he took a fire axe to chop down a few slender trees. Once he stripped the branches from the tops and sharpened the points, makeshift wooden stakes emerged before him. Then came the task of digging a pit. Though the fire axe was ill-suited for the job, the soft soil proved advantageous, and by the time the pit was ready, the snake meat was also cooked. After dinner, save the bones. I've set some traps. If anything comes by, we can lure them, Jiang Kahao proposed, intending to hunt, while Mo and the others assumed he was merely being cautious. Mo Wunner beamed with excitement, running to inspect the traps. Only half a meter deep. Oh, what if a leopard comes? If a leopard shows up, we're all done for, Jiang Kahao replied. Old Mo laughed heartily, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Kahao's words. If a leopard were indeed present, it wouldn't need to lurk in the shadows. It would pounce directly, and no one could withstand its explosive power. Never underestimate the reflexes of animals. The portrayals in films often fell short of reality. With the group's numbers increasing, Jiang Kahao decided to implement a night watch rotation. He would take the latter half of the night, allowing Su Ro and Mo Wunner to cover the earlier hours. This arrangement would enable them to detect any potential threats as early as possible. After dinner, old Mo began to share stories with the two girls in a hushed tone. Leaning against the bonfire, Jiang Kahao laid down its warmth, countering the chill of the ocean breeze. The rhythmic sound of the waves became a soothing lullaby. It wasn't long before sleep overtook him. Despite the intense heat of the day, the coldness within him gradually dissipated under the bonfire's glow, the damp chill vanishing, leading to a sense of comfort. In his dreams, he returned to a pivotal year of his youth, a time filled with fire and blood, relentless gunfire, and echoes of battle cries, alongside tender memories and final farewells that paraded before his mind's eye. Tears streamed down his face, soaking his clothes, until he was jolted awake by a series of nudges. Regaining consciousness in mere seconds, he felt the dampness on his face. Wiping it with his hand, he sat up to find Su Ro still half asleep. He knew it was time to switch shifts, having noticed that old Mo had long since retired. Without a word, Su Ro collapsed onto the ground, her breathing deepening into slumber. The three of them soon fell asleep. Jiang Kahao noticed a watch lying on a stone beside the fire. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Rubbing his temples, he gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a piercing light shone within. He glanced toward the forest, noting the stillness. Beneath each trap lay the remnants of snake bones, few in number, but they're cooked. Shared hardship or flight at the first sign of calamity. This wildcat had delivered Jiang Kuhao a stark, unforgettable lesson. When the creature's claws sank into Jiang Kuhao's shoulder, he nearly dismissed it as illusion. It lunged straight for his face, blindingly swift. He swung his fire axe in desperation, but struck only air. The beast's talons grazed perilously close to his eye. Years of ingrained reflex saved him, yet not entirely. A searing blow still landed sharp and brutal. The pain in his shoulder was bearable. Turning, he faced the mountain cat once more and struck again, another futile arc. Cats, lithe and instinctive, become near uncatchable once battle rouses them, unless one matches their speed and precision. Yet those two exchanges had taught the animal its own limits. In an instant it vanished into the forest's gloom. Jiang Kuhao pursued it to the treeline and halted. Night forests held too many unseen perils. He wiped blood from his wound, spat toward the darkness where the creature had disappeared, and uttered a single low paw. Then he turned back toward the other mountain cat, still shrieking though now feebly, from the pit trap. Suro stepped forward and asked what had happened. Meanwhile, Mo Lao and Mo Wunner stood fixed before the trap. Mo Wunner glanced down twice, then murmured softly how pitiful. Jiang Kuhao knew her kindness well. 2 mountain cats came tonight, he said. They walked right into our trap. We'll eat well. He approached the pit, raised his axe, and brought it down hard upon the trapped animal's skull, its body already impaled on sharpened wooden stakes, utterly helpless. A dull, sickening thud. Suro's face paled. You'll think differently when hunger gnaws at your ribs, Jiang Kuhao replied. Suro, recalling how after 2 or 3 days without food they'd nearly swallowed their own tongues biting into hard biscuits, found herself quietly agreeing. Mo Lao, ever the elder, instructed Jiang Kuhao to Jiang Kuhao carried the carcass to the shore. Cat flesh, lean and dense, yielded far more meat than one might expect. Light bones, thick musculature, though it carried a distinct musky tang. To counter it, he returned. Even after filling several, he could not cure it all. With no time to spare, the tropic heat would soon draw swarms of insects, rendering tainted meat inedible. He set the remainder directly over the fire. All this while the 2 girls lay on the sand, eyes half-flitted, silent. Not sleeping, not speaking, merely watching him. Mo Lao had long since drifted off. Why aren't you asleep? He smiled faintly, washed his hands at the shore, and returned just past 3 in the morning. Dawn would break by 4. Already the 3rd day on this island had slipped upon them, swift, unrelenting. They remained wide awake. The mountain cat's violent death had shaken them deeply, a consequence perhaps of lives sheltered by peace and plenty. Had they witnessed a human's demise, they might have retched on the spot. When they refused sleep, Jiang Kuhao closed his eyes, not to rest, but to enter a state of vigilant repose honed in harsh training environments. His instructors had cited scientific studies. Many animals conserved strength through precisely such light, watchful slumber. Suro gazed at Jiang Kuhao's calm profile, replaying his words in her mind. Her heart stirred with disquiet. That creature had died so abruptly, so brutally, that she struggled to reconcile it with her conscience. Yet he was right, survival demanded sustenance, and meat was meat. Was her revulsion weakening his resolve? Her thoughts tangled, uncertain, until she noticed the crimson bloom spreading across his shoulder. It widened steadily. She turned to Mo Wunner, already asleep. Rising, she moved beside Jiang Kuhao. The scent struck her instantly, metallic, coppery, unmistakable. She'd smelled it before, standing beside Wang Ming as he bled out. Blood. Gently she nudged him. He'd sensed her approach long before, yet waited, curious to see what she intended. What is it? He asked. She pointed wordlessly to his shoulder. He looked, then nodded. Yes, blood. A broad, rust-colored stain. And that iron-rich odor, familiar, unnerving. Just a scratch from the cat, he said, loosening his tunic. In his elation over the catch, he'd overlooked the wound entirely. Stranger still, now that he saw it, he felt no pain. Suro stared. 10 centimeters long, raw and glistening, pale muscle and torn skin laid bare a thin, dark cat bites can transmit rabies, she murmured, already pulling at it. But after scanning their meager garments, she realized hers, worn beneath his coat, offered no modesty if torn. So she seized his tunic, ripped it cleanly, and twisted the strips into bandages. Jiang Kuhao frowned, not at the injury, but at her attempt. Without a word, he rose, took up his axe, and strode to the fire. Beside the flames rested coarse salt he'd scraped from coastal rocks. He thrust the axe head deep into the embers. Then, retrieving the salt, he said, "Find me a stick, about as thick as a finger." He held the blade steady in the blaze until its steel glowed cherry red. Suro handed him the stick. He took it and clenched it between his teeth. "What are you doing?" she whispered, bewildered. He poured salt onto the wound. Agony lanced through him, white-hot, primal, brain-searing. He wanted to scream, but knew that if he released even a single breath he would shatter. Then he drew the axe from the fire. Its edge shimmered molten and terrible. He held it aloft for a heartbeat, too, before pressing it without hesitation against the raw flesh. A sharp sizzling hiss filled the air, acrid, meaty, nauseating. Su-ro froze stunned. She'd recoiled the moment the salt touched his skin, but this was beyond comprehension. When the red-hot metal met his shoulder, she screamed. Ah! His entire body convulsed. Pain, pure absolute, surged beyond endurance. Free. Sweat streamed down his temples. His clothes clung drenched. 2. His vision flickered, black then blinding white. His mind emptied. The wooden stick in his mouth splintered under the force of his bite. 1. At the final count, the axe clattered to the sand. The stick fell from his lips. He collapsed backward, staring blankly into the fire, silent breath, ragged eyes hollow. Not a cry escaped him. He had borne it, unbroken. Her scream had wrenched Mo Wunner and Mo Lao from slumber. Woken twice in one night. At this hour, neither could return to sleep. What happened? They cried, rushing to Jiang Kuhao's side. Su-ro lifted him gently, feeling the slick heat of his sweat, seeing the blackened, blistered ruin of his shoulder, and for a long moment found no words. Finally she spoke. Mo Lao examined the wound, his brow furrowed, his silence heavy. After hearing her account, he sighed deeply. Fortunate, he acted swiftly. Otherwise that arm would be lost. Even now I can offer no better counsel, no safer course. Respect gleamed in his eyes. The wound harbors parasites, deep within the muscle. Their venom has numbed the nerves, explaining the absence of pain. The bleeding. They feed on his flesh. Had he waited until dawn, amputation would be inevitable, or worse, his life forfeit. His words settled like stone upon the silence. Mo Lao probed the wound carefully. Jiang Kuhao flinched violently. Bear it, Mo Lao said. Let me check whether the cauterization cleared all necrotic tissue. Jiang Kuhao wanted to curse, but could not muster the breath. Mo Lao opened his pack, withdrew a slender needle-fine scalpel, and with practiced precision, slit open the scorched flesh. Stagnant blood must be excised. Professional, precise, unflinching. Though agony racked him, Jiang Kuhao trusted the old man's skill. When the procedure ended, he forced out, voice raw and trembling, "Thank you." Mo Lao waved a hand. "Thank me. Young man, remember, the mountain cat you brought back feeds all of us. You were wounded for our sake. If gratitude is owed, it flows the other way." He settled beside the fire, quiet. Su-ro reached again for bandages. Mo Lao stopped her. "Only keep the insects away. Neither of you sleeps tonight. And remember, this food here is not mere sustenance. It is sovereignty, dignity, life itself." One day you will understand the weight of his choice. For reasons he could not name, Jiang Kuhao felt something warm and unfamiliar rise in his chest, toward Mo Lao. At dawn, Jiang Kuhao finally awoke. He let out a long sigh, touched his shoulder, and was unexpectedly scratched by a cat, almost losing the use of his arm. In this dense forest, a person's defenses felt alarmingly fragile. Even the simplest insects required a harsh, self-destructive method to deal with. Seeing Jiang Kuhao awake, old Mo gently patted his back and handed him a coconut, saying, "Drink some water." Jiang Kuhao was indeed very thirsty after sweating so much his body was already dehydrated. This island had a peculiar climate. At night it felt like autumn, while during the day it resembled summer. Such relentless fluctuations could easily lead anyone with a weaker constitution to catch a cold. After drinking the coconut water, Jiang Kuhao felt much better. He sat up and saw Su-ro and Mo Wunner in the distance collecting seashells by the shore. Stretching his arm, he felt some discomfort, but it was a reminder that he was still alive. With a gentle press on his wound, pain shot through, and he smiled. Pain meant he was healing. "What are your plans next?" Old Mo suddenly asked, his eyes filled with expectation. "No matter how much food we gather, if we can't leave this place, we'll eventually face a mountain of problems. Young man, we are all waiting for you to lead us." Old Mo, being a seasoned individual, was willing to pass the leadership to Jiang Kuhao, which would minimize unnecessary complications. However, Jiang Kuhao was not the person old Mo imagined him to be. He merely smiled at old Mo's words and stood up, saying, "Let's focus on finding food first. The little we have won't last long, and we can't expect to find this much every day." Saying this, he walked toward the beach, and Su-ro and Mo Wunner rushed over joyfully upon seeing him. This man had become their pillar of support, and they were unaware of how this sentiment had slowly seeped into their hearts. The three of them began scouring the beach. Although old Mo had difficulty walking, he did not rest. Instead, he leaned on a wooden stick, searching through the surrounding grass. As a seasoned doctor, he had a deep understanding of plants. Everyone was preparing to survive better. Jiang Kuhao and the others collected various seafood and shells, as these resources were relatively abundant on the small island. They spent the morning wandering along the coast hoping for the arrival of a rescue team. Unfortunately, their wait was in vain. The vast sea revealed nothing. By noon, everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Kahao. After finishing their meal, their expressions silently asking what they should do next. Feeling their unspoken pressure, Jiang Kahao felt a sense of helplessness. Finally, he suggested, "How about I go up the mountain? Perhaps I might make a special discovery." Climbing the mountain would provide a better vantage point, but it also posed greater risks. Yet everyone was restless, and he could only stabilize their spirits this way. Initially opposed, Old Mo eventually agreed with Jiang Kahao's idea. Continuing on this desolate island without hope would lead to a breakdown of morale, or perhaps a swift revelation that there was no hope at all, which might ironically bring them more stability. After his decision, Su Ro expressed her desire to accompany him, but Jiang Kahao would not allow her to join him in such dangerous circumstances. After ensuring they would continue searching for food, he ascended the mountain alone, easily navigating the thicket where the wildcat had emerged the previous day. Where cats roam, snakes tend to be scarce as cats prey on snakes, and snakes can also prey on cats. If they ever encountered one another, a fierce battle would ensue. This was a law of nature. Following the path made by the cat, Jiang Kahao climbed upward on the steep terrain, which was not overly dense with vegetation. He could see clearly beneath his feet. The trees here were conifers, including pines and cypresses. Jiang Kahao's curiosity about this place grew. In an area with pines and cypresses, one would not expect a tropical climate, yet this vast area was filled with them. From Jiang Kahao's perspective, the mountains beyond were all covered in conifers. It took him little time to reach the top of a small cliff. Upon feeling the temperature here, he understood why there were wildcats and conifers. There was at least a 10-degree difference between the top and the bottom, maintaining an autumn-like climate up here. What kind of island was this? He found himself momentarily dazed. Looking out at the sea from this height, Jiang Kahao did not see any signs of rescue, but he did catch sight of something thrilling, a ship with a mast peeking out in the distance. It seemed to be the same vessel that had brought them here. How could that ship be stranded here? Wasn't it supposed to be in the deep sea? Jiang Kahao was increasingly confused, but the sight of the ship represented the possibility of obtaining more resources in the future. The vessel likely contained many sealed supplies such as medicines, alcohol, and of course tools and weapons, things of great utility. 3 days had passed without any sign of a rescue team, and Jiang Kahao had begun to lose hope. Now the wrecked ship had inexplicably appeared here, making it even less likely for rescuers to find the survivors. This thought sent a chill through him. He climbed higher on the cliff, hoping to gain a clearer view of the sea. After reaching the top, he paused to rest when suddenly he heard a rustling noise beneath him, like someone breathing heavily. Thinking someone was below him, he looked down only to be shocked by the sight a group of wild boars was scavenging for food. Jiang Kahao was at the summit of the cliff, while the wild boars were on the other side, merely a few meters apart, yet the height provided him with a semblance of safety. Wild boars are dangerous animals, and at that moment the ones beneath him were feasting on human remains. Indeed, 5 or 6 wild boars were gnawing at 2 corpses, one male. In the seemingly harmonious ecological environment between humans and animals, a realm of tranquility always exists, dominated by human supremacy. However, when one truly steps into the wilderness, only 2 types of relationships persist, that of hunter and prey, and that of the predator reveling in its feast. Jiang Kahao found himself amidst a large group of wild boars, and the only thought that crossed his mind was to escape. The vertical cliff towered 5 or 6 meters high, and Jiang initially believed the boars wouldn't be able to reach him. Alas, he was mistaken. Those wild boars displayed remarkable agility akin to climbing goats, effortlessly leaping to great heights. What kind of wild boars are these? He wondered, astounded by their robust bodies yet agile movements. He struggled to comprehend how they managed to scale the rocky terrain with their small pointed hooves. Turning tail to flee was his only option, and any lingering thoughts would prove fatal. The cliff presented a notably steep descent, which had already challenged him on his way up. Now descending posed an even greater dilemma. The adage, "easier to go up than down," rang true in the face of such treacherous paths. Jiang Kahao proceeded cautiously. At this height, a fall would result in serious injury. He had barely begun his descent when loose stones began to tumble from above. The sound of clattering rocks accompanied by soiled debris fell around him. Gripping a nearby sapling with one hand, he shielded his face with the other. Looking up, he saw the bloodied boars had managed to climb up. He was still 7 or 8 meters above the valley floor. Jumping down was not an option. In such a location, twisting an ankle could mean losing his chance at survival. He had no choice but to climb down. The boars circled around him on the cliff, and with every ounce of strength he scrambled to the bottom, panting heavily as he glanced back at the boars still lingering above. A smile broke across his face. Indeed, going up is easy, but coming down proves difficult for you as well. The boars, hefty and cumbersome, had managed the ascent, but now struggled with the descent as gravity weighed heavily against them. His laughter provoked the boars, who began to grunt and pace anxiously along the cliff's edge. Jiang Kahao picked up a fire axe he had discarded and waved it at them. Remembering the small stones that had fallen on him earlier, he seized a larger rock from the ground and hurled it at the group. The rock struck true, hitting the leader of the boars squarely on its tusks. The boar raised its head, letting out a furious roar directed at Jiang Kahao. "Hey, are you not satisfied? Come down if you dare." Jiang Kahao threw another stone. The boar herd became increasingly agitated. Just as he thought they would retreat, the leader charged down the slope with a thunderous rush, its massive form barreling towards him, sending a chill down Jiang's spine. He turned and ran, astonished by the boar's audacity. A goring from those powerful tusks could be fatal. Instead of fleeing toward Mo Lao and the others, he veered deeper into the jungle, not wanting to endanger anyone else. Not long after, a deafening crash erupted behind him. The sound was sharp and resonant, startling Jiang Kahao, who was still a few meters from the foot of the mountain. Then came a heart-wrenching wail. Oink, oink. It was the boar's cry. Turning back, he saw the once menacing leader struggling on the ground, desperately trying to rise. Its leg was injured, the left side of its body lay crumpled on the ground with both its front and hind legs broken from the force of the fall. Covered in blood and dirt, the boar leader looked utterly defeated. Though the boar was grievously wounded and unable to stand, Jiang Kahao felt no urge to approach it. Instead, he felt a surge of relief. This injury would surely incapacitate the beast soon. His attention shifted to the smaller adult boars who, witnessing their leader's fall, began to pace anxiously. Yet seeing the leader's miserable state, none dared to leap down from the cliff. They merely emitted distressed grunts while loose stones tumbled down the slope. After a moment of hesitation, the leader let out a long, mournful cry, prompting the other boars to turn and flee from the cliff. Jiang Kahao felt a pang of disappointment. He had picked up another stone, ready to continue his taunting, hoping to provoke one of the boars into jumping down, but it seemed all were retreating, likely driven away by their leader's call. The dynamics within animal groups could often be more resolute than those of humans. Only the pitiful leader remained struggling on the ground, its attempts to move appearing tragic. It raised its tusks, repeatedly attempting to intimidate Jiang Kahao. Realizing the beast was at its end, Jiang Kahao stood quietly aside, waiting for death to take its course. Blood flowed from the boar's mouth. The height and its weight had inflicted severe damage. In less than a minute, the creature's spirit seemed to wane. Its head drooped, only occasionally lifting to glance at Jiang Kahao. Patience is a fundamental principle of hunting. Jiang Kahao had kept watch over the boar leader for over an hour, occasionally tossing stones at it. Yet the creature clung to life, blood pooling around it. As insects began to swarm, Jiang Kahao's concern grew, not for the bugs, but for the blood's strong scent that might attract more predators. Such a scenario could lead to dire consequences, but he was wary of approaching the wounded boar. No one could predict. Jiang Kahao had never believed in the concept of human nature. In his world, humans were always the most dangerous animals. Thus, when he arrived near Su Ro and her companions, he immediately separated them from the people on the beach. Standing in the center, he asked Su Ro, "Why did you come here?" Old Mo interrupted him, pointing to his foot, where a wound that had seemed fine just yesterday had become infected. "This wound is festering. If I don't have medication, I might have to amputate. Su Ro mentioned there were supplies here, so I thought I could trade some of my food for it. I didn't want the two girls to come alone, as it would be too risky, so I accompanied them. Perhaps they want trouble, them considering my age," Old Mo explained. Jiang Kahao frowned upon hearing this. "You could have easily waited for my return." His tone was somewhat reproachful, prompting Mo Winter to interject. "Just waiting a bit longer would have put my father's leg at risk. I couldn't afford to wait, and besides, look how friendly they are. They don't seem to have any ill intentions toward us." The crowd in the distance began to gather, drawn over by the commotion they had previously overlooked. In reality, it had only been a few minutes since Su Ro and her companions arrived. A distance that should have taken 10 minutes to traverse had taken them an entire hour, burdened as they were by an old man who could hardly walk. "You do have a point, but soon you will understand the treachery of human nature. I hope this lesson will lead you to maturity," Jiang Kahao replied coldly, leaving Mo Winter feeling hurt and wanting to retort, but Old Mo restrained her. "Yes, perhaps we were mistaken." He observed the group before him. During their earlier conversation, he had gleaned their intentions. None of them were interested in gathering medicine, nor did they show any inclination to leave. Their eyes were fixed on the coconuts containing cat meat. Had it not been for Jiang, "We've only returned to exchange some medicine. If you agree, we'll trade. If not, we'll leave immediately." Jiang Kahao spoke calmly, gently tugging Mo Winter's sleeve as he did, fearing she might grow anxious. Her expression flickered half-paling under the simultaneous pull from both Mo Lao and Jiang Kahao, and she fell silent. The first mate's eyes darted for a moment before he broke into a smile. Very well, what do you offer in exchange? Meat, packed inside these coconut shells. With that, Jiang Kahao took one shell from Su Ro's hands and tossed it toward him. The first mate fumbled to catch it, then immediately passed it to Lu Ming beside him. Examine it carefully. Check for any irregularities. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. In just one day, the entire coconut grove had been stripped bare. On the second day, over 20 people, still ignorant of scarcity, had even used coconut water to bathe. By now, even unripe green coconuts had been harvested. All that remained were dwindling rations, barely enough to stave off hunger and thirst, and the first mate's faction had imposed strict rationing. Each person received only a meager portion of food and water per day. To obtain more, one had to forage independently. Even the first mate himself had abandoned his early illusions of command. Was issuing orders truly entertaining? Not in the slightest. When every gaze turned upon you with something bordering on hatred, and when no solution to the crisis presented itself, the torment became maddening. He hadn't slept in 2 nights. Given the chance, he would have gladly receded into obscurity. But now stepping back meant forfeiting the group's trust, and without absolute authority or martial strength, he risked being cast adrift into the sea. Yet now a turning point shimmered before him. You need medicine. Medicine saves lives. Which medicines do you require, and how much are you prepared to offer in return? His voice brimmed with quiet confidence. His eyes had lingered on Mo Lao's leg. The wound, festering and suppurating, could not endure much longer. 1 bottle of anti-inflammatory medication will suffice, Mo Lao said. 1 entire bottle? The first mate asked, raising his voice. Mo Lao hesitated. 10 tablets would be enough. That was the bare minimum required, enough for 1 topical application and 1 oral dose, to temporarily halt the wound's deterioration. The first mate's expression softened slightly. He lowered his head, pausing in quiet contemplation, then nodded. Agreed. You mean to tell me this abundance of food isn't worth even a single bottle of medicine? Are you jesting? Jiang Kahao brandished the axe in his hand. The first mate flinched and stepped backward. Mo Wenner, fearing the deal would collapse, whispered urgently to Jiang Kahao, let's just exchange for this much, for now. They say it is not the peerless adversary one fears, but the incompetent ally. Mo Wenner's earlier cheerfulness had blinded Jiang Kahao to such frailties. Now, watching her intervene, he nearly cursed aloud. The first mate had already been cowed, so why speak up now, sabotaging the momentum? Sure enough, the first mate instantly regained his composure. 10 tablets only, or no deal at all. He gestured sharply for Lu Ming to cradle the coconut shell and turned to leave. Mo Wenner seized Jiang Kahao's arm. Brother Jiang, think of something quickly. Mo Lao sighed deeply, then gently pulled her aside. Child, do not interrupt your brother Jiang while he speaks with others. She bristled. If I hadn't agreed just now, they'd already be gone, and perhaps not even 10 tablets would be left. Jiang Kahao's icy silence and Mo Lao's stern rebuke left her wounded. She glanced at Mo Lao, who offered no softening glance in return. If you're so resourceful, go retrieve the medicine yourself. As the first mate departed, the crowd dispersed with him. The coconut full of cat meat, now theirs alone. Retrieving it was impossible. Mo Wenner glared at Jiang Kahao, cheeks flushed. Fine, I will. Snatching the meat from Su Ro's hands, she strode after the retreating figures, only for Jiang Kahao to seize her arm firmly. This food was secured by my efforts. Since you possess such ingenuity, procure the medicine your own way. He did not intend to humiliate her. Only to make clear a truth, she must grasp on this desolate island. Innocence and naivety were separated by the thinnest of margins. Furious, Mo Wenner nearly hurled the meat aside, until Jiang Kahao's grip tightened, unyielding. You're bullying me. Her voice trembled, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Mo Lao merely turned away, indifferent. It seems my words failed to reach you. He limped back toward their camp, leaning on his wooden staff. Mo Wenner rushed after him, reaching out to support him, only to be brushed aside. Think carefully. He hobbled onward, solitary and resolute. Jiang Kahao moved forward and knelt, offering his back. Mo Lao climbed aboard without protest. Su Ro followed closely behind, leaving Mo Wenner standing alone, bewildered and adrift. What had she done wrong? Had she not acted solely to secure medicine more swiftly? A sigh escaped Mo Lao as he rested against Jiang Kahao's shoulders. This child has known too little hardship, sheltered beneath my care, raised in peace. She cannot fathom the ancient warning, the snake insatiable swallows the elephant. Should she ever comprehend its meaning here, on this island, it will be a tragedy. Su Ro murmured softly, do not distress yourself. We need never deal with them again. And as for medicine, perhaps you might try once more later. Jiang Kahao remained silent, merely nodding. He glanced back, saw Mo Wunner trailing behind, and turned his gaze forward again. In his mind rose the image of a mast, of the sunken vessel lying not far offshore. Perhaps I know where medicine may yet be found. And as for this wound, Mo Lao, if you can bear the pain, I may be able to suppress the inflammation, for now. Their eyes met, a long, wordless exchange between two men who understood more than words could convey. After returning to the campfire site, Jiang Kuhao relocated the camp to a cliff ledge to prevent the first mate and his crew from discovering it. Ascending and descending the cliff was perilous, yet far safer than risking immediate detection. The view from above offered little solace. The ground below held on one side the massive carcass of a wild boar and on the other two lifeless bodies. Mo Wunner followed silently in their wake. Upon seeing the enormous boar, she recoiled in stunned disbelief. Even Mo Lao and Su Ro had not anticipated that Jiang Kuhao, within little more than an hour, would secure such exceptional provisions. He merely smiled faintly, withholding the grim truth the boar had recently fed on human flesh. He preferred not to imagine how they might react if they knew. He assigned Su Ro and Mo Wunner to butcher the boar while he fortified the sole accessible path up the cliff, a narrow, relatively level trail, using thick branches. First, he erected a crude barrier, then layering it with tangled boughs and sharpened wooden stakes, he rendered the approach nearly impassable. With sheer rock faces flanking both sides, the camp now felt markedly more secure. Only a creature as colossal and relentless as a bear could possibly force its way through. Still, he wondered whether the night air would grow bitterly cold. The vantage point afforded sweeping views, sparing him the spectacle of feminine alarm. Neither girl had climbed up. Mo Lao, long accustomed to death's stark immediacy, gazed down at the two mangled corpses and exhaled a slow, sorrowful sigh. Jiang Kuhao kindled the fire. Timber abounded. Everywhere, dry, usable wood lay ready. To contain sparks and avert wildfire, he descended to the shore and gathered stones encircling the blaze. Thus the makeshift camp grew markedly more habitable, sheltered, well-ventilated, temperate, and all three felt invigorated by the crisp, clean air. This suppurating wound, you'll tend it yourself. Here, take the fire axe. I've got the grisly work below awaiting me. Mo Lao accepted the axe and replied, leave me be. I can manage. As a seasoned physician, he understood his own condition intimately. By the way, where exactly is this ship you mentioned? Far out at sea, a solitary mast pierced the horizon bearing a tattered flag. Mo Lao's eyesight was failing. He could make out only the vaguest outline, but Jiang Kuhao's description confirmed its reality. Once I've cleared the bodies below, I'll attempt the crossing. A few hundred meters, I believe I can manage. Without further preamble, Jiang Kuhao leapt and began descending the cliff face. Though only 7 or 8 meters high, the descent demanded extraordinary physical control. Clinging to fissures and following the boar's own claw-marked trail, he lowered himself, steadily gripping rough stone with trembling hands. His biceps and thighs burned fiercely, muscles reawakening from long dormancy. Brief exhilaration flickered in his chest, then dissolved into calm resolve. As he neared the base, a wave of nauseating stench struck him. Thick, cloying, a vile fusion of fresh blood and putrefaction. His senses reeled, his stomach convulsed violently. He retched uncontrollably, bracing himself against the cliff wall, then tore strips from his shirt to fashion a crude mask. Only then did the assault on his nostrils subside, diminished though never fully banished. He staggered to the water's edge, gulping salt air, then returned to confront the two corpses, hesitating, uncertain how best to proceed. Meanwhile, down the slope, Su Ro and Mo Wunner were methodically splitting open the boar with river stones. Jiang Kuhao had instructed them to extract the meat intact, and with minimal effort, they must begin at the anus. No alternative existed, not even with the fire axe. The boar's hide was too dense, too resilient. Any other entry point would yield nothing but exhaustion. Su Ro, Mo Wunner asked brightly. Her earlier timidity vanished now that Jiang Kuhao and Mo Lao were absent. Where did you learn that smashing stones yield such sharp-edged flakes? Su Ro rubbed a jagged shard repeatedly against the boar's hindquarters, the softest yet foulest part of the carcass. Earlier they'd hauled seawater uphill, anticipating the inevitable filth and preparing for swift cleansing. Have you read Robinson Crusoe? Su Ro asked. Mo Wunner shook her head. What about Castaway, the film? Again a shake. So, that's where you learned it. Su Ro nodded. I never imagined these skills would one day prove vital. Try it yourself. Mo Wunner had been circling her restlessly, full of restless energy. Su Ro recognized the child's spirit, yet in this world every hand bore responsibility. Growth could not be rushed, it required gentle, patient guidance. She sighed softly, tugged her cloth mask tighter over her nose, and suppressed the metallic tang of blood and decay. Mo Wunner darted off, seized several stones, and began hammering them against the cliff face with eager rhythmic blows. Above on the ledge, Mo Lao thrust the fire axe into the heart of the flames until its blade glowed cherry red. Unlike Jiang Kuhao, who cauterized wounds with searing heat, Mo Lao waited for the metal to cool. Then using a scrap of cloth, he wiped away the soot and began, steadily, deliberately, scraping away necrotic flesh from his thigh. Debridement, removing dead tissue, was among the most agonizing procedures known to medicine. Each pass sent white-hot jolts along his nerves. Yet his jaw clenched, his breath held tight. Pain racked him beyond endurance, yet he refused to pause. Yellowish-green ichor oozed from the raw, exposed tissue. Not enough, he murmured, inspecting the wound. His hand did not falter. He knew this leg demanded sacrifice, endurance beyond reason. When fresh crimson blood finally welled forth, his grip failed. The axe clattered onto the stone, his fingers trembled violently. He collapsed, drenched in sweat, his lips bluing at the edges. His gaze drifted unfocused toward the fire. A faint wry smile touched his lips, irony bitter as gall. That angry vow hurled at his wife, "I'll never return," seemed now poised to fulfill itself. A careless phrase spoken in heat had curdled into prophecy. Would she weep upon hearing of the wreck? His eyes lifted toward the distant mast, wishing absurdly that the vessel might suddenly rise from the waves. But hope was illusion, empty longing. Then he turned his head and froze. High above, near the mountain's summit, hung a dense leaden cloud, so heavy, so oppressive, its underbelly had darkened to the color of tarnished pewter. Beneath it, tiny flecks of white drifted downward like scattered ash or snow. He rubbed his eyes. No illusion. The specks were real. Snow. Astonishment gripped him. This was summer. Such a thing was impossible here. Fatigue surged then, sudden, overwhelming. His eyelids grew leaden. That ordeal drained me utterly, he thought. This must be hallucination. And with that thought, his consciousness slipped away. Yet high upon that distant peak, snowflakes continued falling, soft, silent, undeniable. At last, Jiang Kuhao finished disposing of the corpses. Brutally efficient, he stripped them bare, then cast their clothing into the sea. Respect the dead. Absurd. Every resource mattered now. From the man, one pair of shoes. From the woman, a torn blouse, undergarments left untouched, preserving at least the final dignity of the departed. 2 passports. 1 wallet. Names. Unnecessary. He offered a brief, silent prayer, then sent both bodies tumbling into the deep weighted with stones. Even the garments sank, anchored by stone. Cleaning clothes was women's work. Su Ro and Mo Wunner would handle it. He was no seamstress. Time was too precious for such tasks. Back atop the cliff, he found Mo Lao unconscious beside the fire axe and the grisly heap of excised tissue. He checked the elder's pulse, steady, then moved to fetch the girls. But as he rose, Mo Lao stirred awake. His face was ashen drawn. Jiang Kuhao's heart lurched. He hurried forward. Mo Lao, how are you? Mo Lao shoved him away, gagging. What is that smell on you? He turned, retching dryly onto the stone. Jiang Kuhao glanced at his own hands, scrubbed raw with seawater. He smelled nothing. Yet Mo Lao did, sharp, unrelenting. Of course, Jiang Kuhao had been numbed by the stench. Mo Lao, unexposed, retained full olfactory acuity. I'll go check on them, Jiang Kuhao muttered, and fled downward, leaving Mo Lao alone with his nausea. Below, he didn't pause to greet them. He simply dashed past. Yet still Su Ro and Mo Wunner stared at him, grave and united, and cried in unison. What is that stench? He bolted, plunged headlong into the sea, desperate to scour away the odor clinging to his skin. Would he be forced to sleep in the trees tonight? The waves lapped gently. And then, Jiang Kuhao saw them, figures emerging from the cove's mouth, walking steadily toward the shore. After returning to the campfire site, Jiang Kuhao relocated the camp to a cliff ledge to prevent the first mate and his crew from discovering it. Ascending and descending the cliff was perilous, yet far safer than risking immediate detection. The view from above offered little solace. The ground below held on one side the massive carcass of a wild boar, and on the other 2 lifeless bodies. Mo Wunner followed silently in their wake. Upon seeing the enormous boar, she recoiled in stunned disbelief. Even Mo Lao and Su Ro had not anticipated that Jiang Kuhao, within little more than an hour, would secure such exceptional provisions. He merely smiled faintly, withholding the grim truth: the boar had recently fed on human flesh. He preferred not to imagine how they might react if they knew. He assigned Su Ro and Mo Wunner to butcher the boar while he fortified the sole accessible path up the cliff, a narrow, relatively level trail, using thick branches. First, he erected a crude barrier, then layering it with tangled boughs and sharpened wooden stakes, he rendered the approach nearly impassable. With sheer rock faces flanking both sides, the camp now felt markedly more secure. Only a creature as colossal and relentless as a bear could possibly force its way through. Still, he wondered whether the night air would grow bitterly cold. The vantage point afforded sweeping views, sparing him the spectacle of feminine alarm. Neither girl had climbed up. Mo Lao, long accustomed to death's stark immediacy, gazed down at the two mangled corpses and exhaled a slow, sorrowful sigh. Jiang Kuhao kindled the fire. Timber abounded. Everywhere, dry, usable wood lay ready. To contain sparks and avert wildfire, he descended to the shore and gathered stones encircling the blaze. Thus the makeshift camp grew markedly more habitable, sheltered, well-ventilated, temperate, and all three felt invigorated by the crisp, clean air. This suppurating wound, you'll tend it yourself. Here, take the fire axe. I've got the grisly work below awaiting me. Mo Lao accepted the axe and replied, leave me be. I can manage. As a seasoned physician, he understood his own condition intimately. By the way, where exactly is this ship you mentioned? Far out at sea, a solitary mast pierced the horizon bearing a tattered flag. Mo Lao's eyesight was failing. He could make out only the vaguest outline, but Jiang Kuhao's description confirmed its reality. Once I've cleared the bodies below, I'll attempt the crossing. A few hundred meters, I believe I can manage. Without further preamble, Jiang Kuhao leapt and began descending the cliff face. Though only 7 or 8 meters high, the descent demanded extraordinary physical control. Clinging to fissures and following the boar's own claw-marked trail, he lowered himself, steadily gripping rough stone with trembling hands. His biceps and thighs burned fiercely, muscles reawakening from long dormancy. Brief exhilaration flickered in his chest, then dissolved into calm resolve. As he neared the base, a wave of nauseating stench struck him, thick, cloying, a vile fusion of fresh blood and putrefaction. His senses reeled, his stomach convulsed violently. He retched uncontrollably, bracing himself against the cliff wall, then tore strips from his shirt to fashion a crude mask. Only then did the assault on his nostrils subside, diminished though never fully banished. He staggered to the water's edge, gulping salt air, then returned to confront the two corpses, hesitating, uncertain how best to proceed. Meanwhile, down the slope, Su Ro and Mo Wunner were methodically splitting open the boar with river stones. Jiang Kuhao had instructed them to extract the meat intact, and with minimal effort, they must begin at the anus. No alternative existed, not even with the fire axe. The boar's hide was too dense, too resilient. Any other entry point would yield nothing but exhaustion. Su Ro Mo Wunner asked brightly. Her earlier timidity vanished now that Jiang Kuhao and Mo Lao were absent. Where did you learn that smashing stones yield such sharp-edged flakes? Su Ro rubbed a jagged shard repeatedly against the boar's hindquarters, the softest yet foulest part of the carcass. Earlier they'd hauled seawater uphill, anticipating the inevitable filth and preparing for swift cleansing. Have you read Robinson Crusoe? Su Ro asked. Mo Wunner shook her head. What about Castaway, the film? Again a shake. So, that's where you learned it. Su Ro nodded. I never imagined these skills would one day prove vital. Try it yourself. Mo Wunner had been circling her restlessly, full of restless energy. Su Ro recognized the child's spirit, yet in this world every hand bore responsibility. Growth could not be rushed, it required gentle, patient guidance. She sighed softly, tugged her cloth mask tighter over her nose, and suppressed the metallic tang of blood and decay. Mo Wunner darted off, seized several stones, and began hammering them against the cliff face with eager, rhythmic blows. Above on the ledge, Mo Lao thrust the fire axe into the heart of the flames until its blade glowed cherry red. Unlike Jiang Kuhao, who cauterized wounds with searing heat, Mo Lao waited for the metal to cool. Then, using a scrap of cloth, he wiped away the soot and began, steadily, deliberately, scraping away necrotic flesh from his thigh. Debridement, removing dead tissue, was among the most agonizing procedures known to medicine. Each pass sent white-hot jolts along his nerves. Yet his jaw clenched, his breath held tight. Pain racked him beyond endurance, yet he refused to pause. Yellowish-green ichor oozed from the raw, exposed tissue. Not enough, he murmured, inspecting the wound. His hand did not falter. He knew this leg demanded sacrifice, endurance beyond reason. When fresh crimson blood finally welled forth, his grip failed. The axe clattered onto the stone, his fingers trembled violently. He collapsed, drenched in sweat, his lips bluing at the edges. His gaze drifted unfocused toward the fire. A faint wry smile touched his lips, irony bitter as gall. That angry vow hurled at his wife, "I'll never return," seemed now poised to fulfill itself. A careless phrase spoken in heat had curdled into prophecy. Would she weep upon hearing of the wreck? His eyes lifted toward the distant mast, wishing absurdly that the vessel might suddenly rise from the waves. But hope was illusion, empty longing. Then he turned his head and froze. High above, near the mountain's summit, hung a dense leaden cloud, so heavy, so oppressive, its underbelly had darkened to the color of tarnished pewter. Beneath it, tiny flecks of white drifted downward like scattered ash or snow. He rubbed his eyes. No illusion. The specks were real. Snow. Astonishment gripped him. This was summer. Such a thing was impossible here. Fatigue surged then, sudden, overwhelming. His eyelids grew leaden. That ordeal drained me utterly, he thought. This must be hallucination. And with that thought his consciousness slipped away. Yet high upon that distant peak snowflakes continued falling, soft, silent, undeniable. At last Jiang Kuhao finished disposing of the corpses. Brutally efficient, he stripped them bare, then cast their clothing into the sea. Respect the dead. Absurd. Every resource mattered now. From the man, one pair of shoes. From the woman, a torn blouse, undergarments left untouched, preserving at least the final dignity of the departed. 2 passports. 1 wallet. Names. Unnecessary. He offered a brief, silent prayer, then sent both bodies tumbling into the deep weighted with stones. Even the garments sank anchored by stone. Cleaning clothes was women's work. Su Ro and Mo Wunner would handle it. He was no seamstress. Time was too precious for such tasks. Back atop the cliff, he found Mo Lao unconscious beside the fire axe and the grisly heap of excised tissue. He checked the elder's pulse, steady, then moved to fetch the girls. But as he rose, Mo Lao stirred awake. His face was ashen drawn. Jiang Kuhao's heart lurched. He hurried forward. Mo Lao, how are you? Mo Lao shoved him away, gagging. What is that smell on you? He turned, retching dryly onto the stone. Jiang Kuhao glanced at his own hands, scrubbed raw with seawater. He smelled nothing. Yet Mo Lao did, sharp, unrelenting. Of course Jiang Kuhao had been numbed by the stench. Mo Lao, unexposed, retained full olfactory acuity. I'll go check on them, Jiang Kuhao muttered, and fled downward, leaving Mo Lao alone with his nausea. Below he didn't pause to greet them. He simply dashed past. Yet still Su Ro and Mo Wunner stared at him, grave and united, and cried in unison. What is that stench? He bolted, plunged headlong into the sea, desperate to scour away the odor clinging to his skin. Would he be forced to sleep in the trees tonight? The waves lapped gently. And then, Jiang Kuhao saw them, figures emerging from the cove's mouth, walking steadily toward the shore. Several people were startled by Zhang Lu's sudden remark. Yet upon reflection, they realized it was indeed true. We should unite. You can enter the jungle to hunt game, while we possess manpower and can provide you with. Lu Ming paused mid-sentence. What precisely could they offer Jiang Kuhao? His proposal met with immediate wholehearted approval from Zhang Lu and the 2 other young men. Jiang Kuhao, however, gave it little thought. Should a storm of cataclysmic fury ever descend upon them, he would certainly extend aid, not out of sentiment, but principle. Though these people had once treated him with chilling indifference, such behavior stemmed not from inherent cruelty, but from the primal self-preservation instinct that surfaces when strangers confront one another in extremis. Among them, Lu Ming alone had shown genuine compassion. Yet salvation demanded qualification, and Jiang Kuhao knew well he possessed none save what he forged himself. Bury him, or cast him into the sea. Strip his clothes first. One day, even those may become scarce. With that, Jiang Kuhao turned and strode toward the jungle. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu exchanged glances, speechless adrift. Their deputy lay dead. Their presence here now felt hollow, awkward, unmoored. After taking only 2 steps, Jiang Kuhao halted, pivoted, and fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming. From now on, you and Zhang Lu may wait for me each day at the bay. I will share meat with you. Only you 2. Should I find anyone else trespassing here, I will kill them without hesitation. His eyes swept over the 2 youths as he spoke. They bowed their heads, instantly unable to meet his stare. And why do I grant you food? Because we are all human, and all citizens of the porcelain state. He had sworn an oath long ago to defend the people, the party, the nation, and the sacred inviolable sovereignty of the porcelain state. Zhang Lu and Lu Ming lowered their heads in shame, recalling how they had treated Jiang Kuhao and his companions just 2 days prior, the memory bitter upon their tongues. Lu Ming held up the anti-inflammatory pills in his palm. These are for you. He tossed them across. May the doctor recover swiftly. From this day forward, let us aid one another. Jiang Kuhao caught the vial, examined its contents, and nodded inwardly. With this medicine, Dr. Mo's leg would heal far more rapidly. He re-entered the jungle, relayed the news of the newcomers to Su Ro, and handed the pills to Mo Wunner. She nearly cried out in delight, until Jiang Kuhao raised a hand. She clamped her mouth shut, breath held. Elder Mo is stable. Do not rush to him yet. Finish processing the meat. I shall return shortly. Cat meat paled beside the succulent marbled wild boar. So Jiang Kuhao returned with 2 coconut shells brimming with shredded coconut flesh for Lu Ming's group. 2 per day. And if you possess daggers, surrender them. They serve no purpose in your hands, only waste. The moment Lu Ming accepted the coconuts, all 4 broke into radiant, unguarded smiles. Jiang Kuhao's stipulation, 2 per day, was spoken deliberately for the two youths' ears. Such precision ensured no suspicion would ever fall upon Lu Ming and Zhang Lu. He had already discerned Lu Ming's innate kindness, Zhang Lu's guileless sincerity, give them trust, and they would return loyalty, without calculation. Jiang Kuhao harbored intentions of his own. They departed cheerfully bearing their portions of cat meat. The deputy's body vanished into the sea, tossed into the surf, bobbing once-twice before sinking into the deep. Unless carried ashore by some extraordinary current, it would soon nourish the fish. Jiang Kuhao watched them disappear beyond the curve of the bay, then turned back toward the jungle. His mind quiet, his thoughts heavy. The wild boar was immense, 400 or 500 gene, yielding 200 to 300 gene of pure meat alone. Wrapped in banana leaves, the portions rose like miniature hills. Its entrails remained untouched. Once processed, the yield would swell further still. But dusk approached, and work must cease. Nightfall brought predators uncertainty, danger. Jiang Kuhao began hauling slabs of meat up the cliff face. Su Ro and Mo Wunner moved to tend the offal, but he stopped them. Why not give it to those across the bay? Mo Wunner suggested. They offered us anti-inflammatories today. Peaceful coexistence would be possible. No one answered. Jiang Kuhao merely grunted, a low dismissive sound. She blinked, perplexed. Brother Jiang, why won't you consider their needs? Left here, this meat may be devoured by beasts or rot outright. Either way, it's wasted. Silent Jiang Kuhao hoisted a slab onto his back and climbed. Su Ro drew Mo Wunner close, voice soft but unwavering. On my first day, I collapsed unconscious on the beach, nearly raped. Mo Wunner gasped. How could that happen? I knew my appearance invited attention. A single glance might mean nothing, but when every eye fixes upon you, when resistance is impossible, desire curdles into hunger. Had Brother Jiang not fought to the death that man, I would be dead now. Can you imagine the look in their eyes? No one intervened, yet several stood ready to join him in violating me. As she spoke, her gaze never left Jiang Kuhao, warm, steady, reverent. People are greedy. Today, if they learn we possess wild boar, yet offer them only offal, they'll brand us cruel, hoarding meat while forcing them to eat scraps. Even if they withhold such words, our stores will haunt their thoughts. And should Brother Jiang be absent, as he nearly was this morning, what then? Her words flowed from raw truth. Mo Wunner's mind recoiled to that morning, the ravenous stares, the leering postures, etched now with unbearable clarity. We'd lose the cat meat. Su Ro's laugh was cold, brittle. Is that truly all you fear? On my first night, I encountered a wealthy young woman. She did not appear today. That evening, no one knows where she was taken or what befell her. The conclusion required no stating. Su Ro laid bare her own sorrow before Mo Wunner, but refused to wield others' suffering as moral instruction. Mo Wunner fell silent. Something within her shifted, subtle, irreversible. Hurry now. Brother Jiang will descend soon. Night deepened. Jiang Kuhao secured every last portion of meat atop the cliff, but safety remained tenuous. He had neglected to plant wooden spikes along the two narrow paths leading upward. Now he worked urgently to rectify the oversight. Their security tonight hinged entirely on the size of the fire. Roasted pork seasoned lightly with sea salt carried a faint briny tang, but the rich golden fat sizzled with irresistible fragrance. Mo Wunner, chastened by Su Ro's words, labored tirelessly that afternoon, dismembering the boar, wrapping cuts in broad leaves. The task seemed light, yet for a girl who had never lifted a finger in labor, each motion exacted its toll. She ate voraciously, 3-4 thick slices, before patting her belly and declaring herself sated. They drank only coconut water. After so much rich meat and copious liquid, her stomach rebelled. At first she assumed it fleeting, yet hours passed, then midnight, and she remained crouched, racked by cramps. Elder Mo felt her pulse, then turned to Jiang Kuhao. Acute enteritis. A trivial ailment at home. Here on this island, it was potentially fatal. The anti-inflammatories proved useless. Eventually, she collapsed beside the fire, clutching her abdomen, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her cheeks. No remedy existed. They could only watch and hope she endured. If she did not, Jiang Kuhao confronted once more the terrible fragility of human life. Elder Mo watched over her until exhaustion pulled her into fitful sleep. Then alone he wept. Jiang Kuhao could not bear the sight of those tears, nor could he alter their reality. Then, snake bile. He remembered the serpent he'd slain days earlier. He'd preserved its gallbladder, dried it upon stone, sewn it into a fold of his tunic, and forgotten it entirely. Now he retrieved it. Elder Mo reached for it at once, then paused. Wait. You hesitate now? The elder asked, voice strained. Jiang Kuhao shook his head, gesturing downward. This morning I spent hours preparing it. Later I submerged myself in seawater. The bile has been against my skin since. Are you certain it's safe to administer? Elder Mo hesitated, but only for a breath. If it cannot be consumed safely, it must be consumed nonetheless. Its potency is extraordinary, and in this place hygiene is a luxury we cannot afford. He pried open Mo1's mouth and deposited the bile upon her tongue. She swallowed reflexively. Glug. Elder Mo turned to Jiang Kuhao. Tomorrow all remaining meat must be roasted and wind-dried before consumption. His gaze drifted toward the wreck offshore, thoughtful searching. Elder Mo Jiang Kuhao said quietly, perhaps I should board the ship. Su Ro's head snapped up. A ship? Where? Jiang Kuhao remained silent. Elder Mo nodded slowly. Go tomorrow. We require more medicine and more useful supplies. But remember, your safety is paramount. Jiang Kuhao inclined his head, then lay down. He needed rest. Tomorrow would demand everything. The following morning as dawn broke, Su Ro opened her eyes. She had spent the night cradling Mo1 in her arms. Since consuming the serpent's gallbladder, the girl had grown markedly calmer. Su Ro felt a chill against her palm as she held her. Mo1's back was icy to the touch. Gradually, however, warmth returned, her breathing steadied, deep and serene, her slumber tranquil and untroubled. Su Ro rose softly, then walked to the cliff's edge. There stood Jiang Kuhao performing simple, deliberate movements, stretching his legs, raising his arms. She mirrored him, each motion instinctively attuned to his rhythm. In her eyes, everything he did was right. So far, unfailingly so. She recalled last night's conversation between Jiang Kuhao and Elder Mo about the sunken vessel, and spoke up. Jiang Kuhao pointed toward the distant sea. Look there. Following his gaze, Su Ro saw it, a solitary mast rising high above the water's surface, stark and upright against the pale morning light. Her breath caught. She nearly cried out in delight. Is that our ship? He gave a quiet hum of affirmation. You see only the ship. Do you not also see the sunrise? He stepped behind her, his finger tracing the horizon where gold bled into rose. His head hovered barely an inch from hers. The delicate fragrance of jasmine clung to Su Ro's hair, flooding his senses in that suspended moment. He inhaled deeply, lingering over the silken cascade of her tresses. How beautiful! A flush warmed Su Ro's cheeks. She could not tell whether he spoke of her or of the radiant dawn glow spilling across the eastern sky. Do you see it? His arms encircled her waist. She tensed, ready to pull away, but he held her gently, firmly, without presumption. His chin settled lightly upon her shoulder. With you beside me, I find greater purpose, to strive, to endure, to return. Wait for me today, will you? His voice was low, tender as whispered silk, words that settled warm and certain deep within her heart. She nodded instinctively, turning to meet his gaze. Keep watching the dawn, he murmured. I wonder, how many more days like this shall we have? 300 or 500 meters of open sea seemed negligible, yet beneath its placid surface chaos reigned. Jiang Kuhao need not have gone. But fear coiled cold in his chest, fear of unforeseen calamity, fear that no second serpent's gall would be at hand, a fear of sudden squalls hurling them all into the abyss. To secure their fragile peace, to forge something lasting, he must risk the depths. That wreck held abundance, supplies beyond measure. They stood thus, wrapped in quiet embrace, until an incongruous cry shattered the stillness. My stomach, it hurts. So much. Mo1's voice pierced the air before her eyes had even fluttered open. Su Ro rushed to her side. The child's cry roused Elder Mo as well. Before descending, Jiang Kuhao moved swiftly to settle all affairs above. He retrieved the civet meat, then guided Su Ro down to inspect the wild boar's entrails, vanished entirely overnight. Around the site, footprints marred the earth, chaotic, overlapping, unmistakably left by large creatures. Yet Jiang Kuhao recognized few of them. Little blood remained, only faint traces as though licked clean by unseen tongues. He clasped Su Ro's hand, urging her upward. It's been cleared. No need for anyone else to descend. She insisted on waiting, but he insisted more firmly, guiding her back up the cliff. Armed with 2 coconuts and the civet meat, Jiang Kuhao sprinted toward the cove, a brisk run serving as both preparation and prayer. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu Tian were already waiting at the shore, silhouetted against the softening light. At the sight of Jiang Kuhao, a subtle, knowing smile flickered across his lips. The previous day's offering of meat had ignited jubilation. Every survivor received a portion, meat once mundane, now divine. Some wept at the sheer, staggering joy of it. All feasted, except the first mate. He chewed his portion mechanically, tasteless as ash. His gaze lingered on the civet meat preserved in coconut milk, calculating, wary, withdrawn. Lu Ming withheld nothing. Will this continue daily? Yes, that is what the young man promised. None could fathom such abundance. Daily meat implied wealth beyond reckoning. The first mate's expression darkened. His mind raced. Refusal was unthinkable, Not now, not when every eye watched, every hunger yearned. To refuse would brand him the architect of scarcity, the thief of hope. That path led only to ruin. Very well, he conceded, voice tight. The death of his deputy gnawed at him. Wang Ming was gone too. His plans lay in ruins. Worse, a chilling certainty settled upon him. If this continued, authority would erode, until no one obeyed. He needed a new strategy. His gaze hardened, shadowed, fixed upon the meat, as though measuring not sustenance, but leverage. After distributing the portions to Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, Jiang Kuhao turned and walked away. They watched his retreating figure, each lost in private contemplation. Zhang Lu sighed wistfully. If only we could eat meat like this every day. Places we once dismissed as ordinary now feel sacred. Just one bite leaves us aching for more. Lu Ming gazed out to sea. Yes, what once tasted plain might one day become treasure. It was the fourth day. Hope, once bright and buoyant, had begun to dim. Those who had clung to dreams of rescue now joined the shell-gatherers along the shore. Lu Ming wondered quietly, perhaps hunger, the oldest, most relentless engine, was humanity's truest catalyst for progress. They carried the meat back beneath the coconut palms, met by eager, expectant faces. The civet flesh was dense, resilient. Boiling it all day would not soften it. Portions would be distributed at noon. At dusk, the first mate would tally each person's harvest, assigning meat rations accordingly. Enthusiasm surged. Even the treacherous waist-high grass, thick with hidden perils, was being methodically cleared, all for the promise of another morsel. The first mate smiled inwardly, pleased, already scheming. Jiang Kuhao knew nothing of the beachside machinations. When he returned to the cliff, Su Ro had already roasted the meat. Yesterday's feast had been revelatory. Today its richness felt heavy, cloying. He forced down 2 slices, then popped 2 scallops into his mouth, sucking the briny nectar from their shells before sipping coconut water, crisp and cool. Only then did he descend the cliff face, not rushing into the sea, but pausing to teach Su Ro how to wield the signal pistol. If anyone harbors ill intent, do not hesitate. Fire without delay. Remember, the wooden spears are your final recourse. Should they breach the cliff, your lives will hang by a thread. These past days bound together in survival, he sensed this dive would test him beyond endurance. He could not bear the thought of failing those he had sworn to protect. Su Ro threw her arms around him. You will return. I'll be right here waiting. Mo Wonder scrambled down the cliff after her, beaming. Brother Jiang, when you come back, my stomach will be better. Last night I understood what you told me, and why you were sad. I promise, I'll never do that again. He shook his head, tenderly kissed Su Ro's forehead, and strode toward the shore. She and Mo Wonder followed. He swung his arms, stretched his legs, ensuring no cramp would betray him. After several minutes of careful preparation, he turned to them. Go back up. Then he leapt, clean, swift, into the sea. It was the loveliest hour, 10 o'clock, the water mild, the sky clear. He cut through the waves like a creature born to them. No wind stirred the surface. Only gentle swells brushed his face as he swam forward. Behind him, Su Ro and Mo Wonder called encouragement, voices warm as sunlight lifting his spirit. He conserved strength, mindful of the distance. Hundreds of meters across open sea bore no resemblance to laps in a pool. This was no shallow lagoon. Within moments, the azure beneath him dissolved into a deep, somber gray. He had entered the abyssal realm. He relaxed his body, fixed his gaze on the distant mast, and swam. At first, Su Ro and Mo Wonder watched his progress clearly. Then, strangely, he vanished. Panic seized them. They screamed his name from the shore, voices raw with terror, yet no reply came. Tears welled in Su Ro's eyes, until Mo Wonder whispered, perhaps it's the angle. Let's climb back up. We might see him from the cliff. Su Ro whirled, seized the rope of woven branches Jiang Kuhao had left behind, and scaled the cliff with desperate speed. When she reached the top and scanned the sea, her breath froze. A churning current, indistinct, powerful, surged from the horizon toward the wreck. And Jiang Kuhao swam just left of its path. Be careful, be careful, she cried, though she knew he could not hear. Still she shouted, again and again, her voice breaking on the salt-laced wind. Elder Mo and Mo Wonder joined her at the edge, their faces etched with shared dread. The sea surged with relentless waves, cold and indifferent. Before its vastness, a person felt utterly insignificant, diminished to the smallest degree. Jiang Kuhao had never experienced such a sensation, the feeling of being unable to control his own emotions. He disliked that such a thing was happening to him. To master oneself is to master one's fate. This had always been Jiang Kuhao's motto. Fate had brought him here to confront something profound. Waves relentlessly slapped against his face, and his body gradually grew numb in the water as the sea turned colder. He looked up at the mast, which stood not far away from him. He swam with all his might towards it. Usually a distance of several hundred meters took him merely 10 minutes, But now half an hour had passed, and the mast still loomed ahead unmoved. The waves altered his course, disorienting him to the point where if not for the sight of the mast, he would have lost all sense of direction. There was no retreat. He could only push forward with all his strength. Suddenly, a dark figure approached from afar, steadily closing the distance to Jiang Kahao's side. The sea churned around this massive shape, sending waves crashing. Jiang Kahao felt the turbulence of the water, his balance faltering as he was carried back by the tide. What is happening? He thought, unable to see beneath him, yet he noticed the mast had drifted further away. Have the waves grown stronger? In the water, larger waves made swimming nearly impossible. Should he turn back? He glanced at the shore, which was now obscured, but he could still see the cliffs standing far away. He did not want to give up easily. His strength was still ample. He made another attempt to swim forward. Come back. Hurry back. Su Rose shouted from the cliff, her voice strained as she watched Jiang Kaihao struggle like a fish in a bowl, hardly moving. His limbs flailed, yet his body seemed suspended in the water. Su Rose was deeply worried, and Mo Lao sighed. I hope Xiao Jiang can make it back safely. He is a good boy. Mo Winter echoed Su Rao's cries, her heart also yearning for Jiang Kaihao's safe return. She began to understand why some food was discarded rather than given to certain people. Those individuals had once been Jiang Kahao's foes, and the food had been earned at the cost of his life. Giving it to his enemies would be akin to handing over his life. Mo Winter gradually embraced the role of an island inhabitant, yet deep within her heart, she still longed to leave this small island one day. Su Rao's voice became hoarse from calling out, yet Jiang Kahao showed no sign of turning back. Mo Lao approached her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Child, your life is important too. Of course, Su Rao understood this logic, but she could not suppress her inner fear, using her shouting as an outlet. Suddenly, a fierce cry shattered the silence. Just as Su Rao was about to shout again, the unexpected roar startled her into silence. Mo Winter was equally frightened, quickly moving to stand beside Mo Lao, her wide eyes alert as she gazed towards the mountain. What is that? Su Rao took out a flare gun, knowing that if a terrifying creature was near, hesitation was not an option. Jiang Kahao had once told her how he killed the wild boar leader. If a large wild animal approached, perhaps his methods could save them. Now Su Rao understood why Jiang Kahao had been so talkative before entering the sea. Accidents always arrived unbidden. Stay quiet, everyone. Don't make a sound. Su Rao, go add some fuel to the fire. Little girl, just remain silent, and remember not to make any noise. In this critical moment, it was Mo Lao who took charge. Men often remained calmer than women in the face of danger. Su Rao obediently added fuel to the fire, while Mo Winter sat down, peering through the branches at the fence, pondering what could possibly breach such a formidable barrier. Dad, you and Sister Su Rao are being too tense. Brother Zhang built this fence sturdily, she whispered. Mo Lao shot her a stern look, while Su Rao gestured for her to be quiet. A figure stumbled down from the mountain. Upon seeing it, Mo Lao felt his heart sink. Su Rao noticed too, but only Mo Winter looked excited upon seeing the bear. A bear. It's much larger than the ones I saw at the wildlife park. Her face was alight with excitement, but Su Rao wasted no time and covered her mouth, whispering urgently, Have you lost your mind? If that bear comes over, we're all done for. Mo Winter often had a peculiar knack for finding joy, but at critical moments, she tended to attract trouble. The bear, originally descending the mountain, turned around upon hearing Mo Winter's voice, its large nose sniffing the air in curiosity. Oh no. Mo Lao sensed trouble and turned to Mo Winter, saying, I told you not to speak. When I say keep quiet, that means keep quiet. The world won't hold you in higher regard for saying one more thing. He sighed, tossing a stick into the fire to ignite it. Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Mo Winter thought it was simply her excitement at seeing the bear. How could it be dangerous? The bear sniffed around as if it had discovered something delightful, howling joyously to the sky. Mo Lao's hair stood on end upon hearing that cry. They might have companions. Su Rao, keep an eye on the bear. If they come closer, use these flaming sticks to scare them off. If we can frighten them, we might survive. If not. At this point, Mo Lao sighed, helplessly looking at the two girls. You can leave me behind and let them eat me. Oh, just make sure to escape to the beach and don't come back. Mo Lao had made a grave decision, frightening Mo Winter, who had been gleeful. Dad, they want to eat people. Besides, we have plenty of pork, we could just toss them some. When mentioning the pork, a thought struck Mo Lao. Could it be the scent of roasted meat that attracted the bear? It was indeed a possibility, but it was too late to realize now. The bear was already charging toward them. The wooden spikes Jiang Kahao had left behind might deter leopards or similar animals, but before a bear they were utterly useless. If not for the wide branches that separated the bear from them, it would have already charged in. As the bear drew closer, its stench filled the air, and the once cute image of the creature became repulsive to Mo Winter, especially as it swatted branches aside, with its massive paws drool spilling from its jaws as it bared its. The midday sun blazed with increasing ferocity. Even the once shaded cliff face grew perceptibly warmer. Yet the true source of heat was not the sun, but the flames licking hungrily at the cliff's surface. As Su Ro and Mo Wunner charged toward the bear brandishing a burning branch, Mo Wunner stumbled. The flaming torch swayed wildly before the bear's eyes, startling it into a hasty retreat. But its hind leg was trapped. It lurched backward, lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Without Mo Wunner's support, Su Ro's arms trembled, and the torch slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the forest floor. Dry twigs and fallen leaves carpeted the ground. The moment the blazing branch touched them, embers flared, smoke coiled upward, and fire raced through the undergrowth in hungry waves. Seeing this, old Mo seized glowing embers from the campfire and hurled them one after another into the brush. Within seconds, the crude firebreak he had laid, composed entirely of branches and foliage, erupted into an inferno. The bear shrieked, a raw, guttural sound of agony. Its massive frame, cumbersome and unwieldy, made rising nearly impossible. By the time it finally staggered upright and attempted to flee, the entire perimeter was ablaze. Flames drawn by the oiliness of its pelts surged across its fur and seared its hide. Ah! 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 It roared, thrashing violently, until with a final wrench of muscle and bone the trapped leg tore free. Then it bolted, limping panicked, toward the distant mountains. This place was no longer survivable. Fire would consume it whole. Its back was already wreathed in flame, still spreading. Burn it to death. We'll feast on roasted bear meat. I want the paws, Mo Wunner declared. She had earlier called the bear adorably clumsy. Now she clamored for its flesh. Su Ro could only stare speechless. Still, she shared the same grim hope that the fire would claim it. But their hope dissolved. Across the roaring wall of flame they watched, clearly, as the bear staggered only a few paces before collapsing onto its side and rolling vigorously across the scorched earth. The flames shrank, flickered, then died. It lay motionless for a long moment, then rose slowly onto its haunches, and astonishingly began crawling back toward the camp. Something here held it fast, something it refused to abandon. This time it was wiser. It settled quietly opposite the fire, tongue lapping methodically at its wounded paws, using them to clean and soothe its burns. Its gaze fixed upon the campfire was cold, calculating, unblinking. It has seen fire before, old Mo murmured. Most animals recoil instinctively from flame, but this bear flinched only slightly at the sight of a burning stick. Had it not been singed by accident, it might never have fled. It seemed to understand that such a feeble torch posed no real threat. And now it waited, calm, patient, knowing fire, like all things, must eventually exhaust itself. That knowledge was terrifying. Without fire, humans were utterly defenseless before such brute strength. What do we do, Elder Mo? Su Ro asked, voice tight. Even he did not know. He was, after all, only a physician, not a hunter, not a warrior. We do as agreed, he said, gently stroking Mo Wunner's hair. You too must leave. An old man with stiff limbs cannot outrun danger. But father, we could take to the sea. Mo Wunner pleaded. He shook his head. A bear swims faster than any human. His eyes drifted toward the water, then lingered there, thoughtful. Perhaps only Xiao Jiang could resolve this, if only he hadn't already dived beneath the waves. Huh. Jiang Kuhao broke the surface, spitting seawater. He had swum for long minutes across the open water, yet barely advanced. That told him something vital. Surface currents bore little resemblance to those beneath. Their force down here was far weaker, making progress agonizingly slow. So he dove. Submerged resistance lessened markedly, though his body burned with exertion. He opened his eyes. There, just ahead, loomed the black silhouette of a wreck. Beneath it, something vast and unseen held the vessel aloft. Only that unseen support explained how the mast pierced the surface so clearly in these depths. Hundreds of meters down, a mere 50-meter ship should have vanished entirely. He couldn't see what lay beneath the wreck, but something enormous glided past his feet. For a heartbeat, terror gripped him. A shark. One bite, and I'm gone. Then he glimpsed its head. An eel. A creature over 10 meters long. Ordinary, unremarkable, yet grotesquely colossal. How could something so mundane grow so immense? Stunned, Jiang Kuhao surged forward, faster now. To such a leviathan, he was little more than plankton, harmless, insignificant. Unless, of course, whimsy struck. One careless snap, plop, and he'd vanish, swallowed whole by a creature famed for its placidity. Dying thus would shame his name forever. Far worse than perishing in a shark's jaws. Diving proved effective. Distance shrank. Soon he reached the wreck, and saw with dawning disbelief what lay beneath it. Another wreck. Two ships, stacked one atop the other, crushed together as though by some titanic hand. His breath caught. If vessels have sunk here before, then people must have reached this island long ago. So where were they? Dead? Gone? He pressed onward. With every meter, revelation deepened. Beneath the second wreck, another shape emerged, a tall, upright spar. Another mast. Another wreck. Beneath that, it defied reason. His mind reeled, not merely astonished, but unmoored. What place is this? How many ships lie buried here? Is this the Bermuda Triangle? No, the bearing was wrong. Their vessel had sailed northwest, nowhere near those infamous waters. He did not know where he was, but he knew with absolute certainty that he had arrived at his destination. He grasped the mast and let himself float suspended in the restless blue. He sought rest, but the giant eel stirred again, gliding away indifferent. Yet even its passing sent shockwaves through the water, nearly tearing Jiang Kuhao from his perch. Only his iron grip saved him from being hurled into the abyss, into eternal lightless silence. Where am I? What manner of place breeds such impossibilities? Curiosity warred with dread. He no longer underestimated this island. And precisely because it terrified him, he would not squander this rare, hard-won chance. Next time, who knew what awaited? The water calmed, slightly, after a long while. Not truly still, but quieter than before the eel's passage. His strength returned, though immersion sapped warmth relentlessly. The chill now bit deeper, sharper, different from anything he'd felt earlier. Ready to descend again, he retrieved his fire axe, essential surely before long. He drew a deep breath and plunged. The surface shimmered with deceptive clarity. Below, light faded swiftly into gloom. In the dim, watery twilight, his ears filled with the muffled gurgle of water, ceaseless, hollow, echoing. The deck lay just beneath the mast, the nearest point. The infirmary was lower still, but he doubted he could hold his breath long enough to reach it. The captain's cabin was closer. That would be his first objective. He swam downward, then paused. There, bobbing gently beside the hull, was an inflatable lifeboat. Yellow. Plastic. Perfect. With it, he could rest properly and transport supplies back to shore. He swam closer, inspected it, only to find it punctured, useless. He discarded it and continued downward. 5 meters below, another lifeboat drifted. These were emergency craft, designed to inflate instantly when pulled, relying on some chemical reaction Jiang Kuhao neither understood nor cared to decipher. This one was intact. He tugged the activation cord and watched breathless as it bloomed into buoyant life. Already 1 minute submerged, his chest tightened. He seized the boat and shot upward. Rope trailed from its hull. He secured it firmly to the mast, hauled himself aboard, and collapsed gasping. His mind raced ahead, captain's cabin first, then the first mate's quarters. Beyond that, unknown. Storage. Infirmary. Unimportant rooms may conceal vital tools or answers. He rested briefly, then prepared to dive again. At that instant, a thin column of smoke spiraled into the sky. He stood scanning the cliffs. Fire. Who lit it? Su Ro and the others were in danger. Jiang Kuhao gazed longingly toward the shore, aching to reverse course and row back at once. He retrieved the 2 oars from the inflatable boat and began rowing with frantic, desperate strokes. The vessel was far too small. Even with all his strength, it advanced with agonizing slowness, shuddering across the water's surface as if writhing under his effort. Meanwhile, Su Ro and the others faced mortal peril. How long would those burning branches hold? No one could say. Once the fire died, would they truly abandon him, as old Mo had grimly suggested, and flee alone? Su Ro could not bring herself to do it. She considered retreating now, but old Mo refused outright. She recounted how Jiang Kuhao had once captured the wild boar chieftain, yet old Mo only replied, bears may appear lumbering, but on mountain trails they move with uncanny agility, more so than any human. If we run now, how far could we possibly go? Our scent will linger. Even if we reach a crowd, people there are unarmed, and more lives would be lost. As he spoke, he tossed another log into the fire. Better that I alone bear the cost, than let countless others suffer. His selfless resolve stirred profound reverence, yet neither girl could accept it. Father, no matter what, I will never abandon you. Mo Wonner gripped his hand, her gaze unyielding. Su Ro's heart tightened. She thought of her own father, stern, impassive, a man whose love had always been silent, immovable as a mountain. She had never truly known such quiet devotion, but she understood her mother's quiet endurance. Perhaps we still have one chance. Su Ro's hand drifted to her waist, then drew forth the signal pistol from its holster. Old Mo and Mo Wonner both stiffened, yet their fleeting hope dimmed almost instantly. A signal pistol was no true firearm, and none among them possessed even rudimentary marksmanship. It won't kill it, old Mo murmured, his voice hollow. Mo Wonner took the weapon, turning it over in her hands before miming a shot at the bear. Suro stepped forward and gently blocked her arm. Don't waste it. We have only this one chance. She had weighed every possibility. Striking anywhere else would be futile. But the eyes, that might shatter its focus, its fury. The eyes. Old Emo stared at her stunned. Suro gave a quiet nod. Around them the fire crackled louder, its heat warping the air into shimmering distortion. Rising thermals scattered ash and embers, veiling her sight like drifting smoke. The bear sensed their intent. It bared its massive jaws and roared twice, then fixed them with unblinking furious eyes, occasionally scratching idly at its own flank. Suro held her breath, steadying her trembling hands. She adjusted the pistol's aim again and again. No scope, no sight. Only instinct guiding her. Bang! The report tore through the air, sharp and sudden. A streak of incandescent light arced overhead, magnesium igniting mid-flight, blazing with blinding intensity, outshining even the fire itself. The bear flinched violently, then seeing the flare hurtling toward it, raised its forelimbs to shield its face. But the projectile moved faster than reflex. Had it not lifted its arms, perhaps it would have missed entirely. Instead, the magnesium charge struck, not its muzzle but the bridge of its nose, wedged there by the very motion meant to protect it. Instantly flame erupted, not just on its snout, but along its forearm where the searing metal fused against fur and flesh. With a shriek that shook the forest, the beast thrashed wildly, flinging the burning projectile aside. Its muzzle collapsed inward, half its face charred and smoldering. Bears carry thick layers of fat, and fire once kindled raced across its hide like wildfire. Blinded, maddened, it charged blindly, forward, backward, its enormous paws slashing at empty air, its cries echoing like thunder torn from the earth. Then it rolled, again and again, each time lowering its head, feeding the flames from crown to chest, until within moments it became a roaring, tumbling inferno. A colossal, living pyre, visible even from the campfire's glow. Suro turned. Emo Wunner and old Emo stood watching, breathless. She raised her hand high, and Emo Wunner leapt forward, throwing her arms around her in exultant embrace. I never imagined it could end like this, old Emo murmured, watching the bear writhe in its final fiery convulsions. Death by hunting rifle was rare, but by a mere signal pistol. Such irony. If he ever returned to tell the old hunters, what would they say? Yet even that wry satisfaction faded, replaced by cold clarity. Escape remained impossible. The two young women clung to each other, Emo Wunner burying her face in her father's chest, tears streaming freely. To stand so close to losing him, to confront death so raw and unmediated, was unbearable for a woman barely 20, sheltered all her life. One day you will leave me, old Emo said softly. I was late in fathering you, and spoiled you beyond reason. What has happened here is your trial, the crucible your life demanded. Emo Wunner knew his words were true. She had sensed it since yesterday. But the nature of the human heart, that she had yet to fathom. Suro knelt beside the bear's blackened corpse, watching thin pale smoke coil upward from the scorched earth, delicate, spectral, beautiful in its final stillness. The beast was dead. She picked up a stone from the fire's edge and hurled it toward the body. It struck the rock beside the carcass with a dull clack. The bear did not stir. Her shoulders eased, just slightly. She had felled it, not with brute force, but with calculation, with courage. In peacetime, such a kill might be called cruel. Yet here, amid the raw calculus of survival, talk of humanitarianism or animal rights rang hollow, absurd even. There was no protection here. Only predation, only the ancient law: the strong endure, the weak perish. A sigh escaped her lips. She sank onto the ground, then turned her gaze seaward, toward Jiang Kuhao. Where was he now? Had he vanished beneath the waves, swallowed forever by the deep? If so, what future awaited her? She dared not imagine it. Then, her breath caught. Wunner, look, is that a boat on the water? Her voice rang out sharp with sudden hope. Emo Wunner had just pulled away from her father's embrace. Still a girl playing at childhood, a luxury peace afforded her, yet also perhaps a quiet tragedy. She scrambled up, and all three strained their eyes toward the horizon. Emo Wunner's vision was sharpest. She saw him first. It's Brother Jiang. He's rowing. But where did he get that boat? Her voice bubbled with unrestrained joy as she sprinted down the slope to meet him, Suro right behind her. They were radiant, because Jiang Kuhao was their anchor, their compass, their unspoken certainty. In that moment they grasped with visceral clarity how irreplaceable he truly was. From afar, Jiang Kuhao had already spotted them. Relief flooded him, warm, profound. His expedition had yielded little, but seeing them alive, unharmed, settled something deep within him. He slowed his stroke, letting the boat glide serenely toward shore. Soon they stood facing one another across the water's edge, voices carrying easily over the gentle lap of waves. Suro and Emo Wunner recounted everything. The bears approached the fire, the desperate gamble with the signal pistol. Jiang Kuhao listened stunned. Bears in this coniferous forest. This island must be vast. Bears were apex predators demanding abundant prey. His first thought was disbelief, his second incredulity. Had they truly dispatched it so simply? Then he glanced upward, toward the cliffs where his firebreak still smoldered, its faint smoke curling against the sky. Yes, it was real. But just then, another roar split the air, raw and guttural, echoing from the cliff summit. Jiang Kuhao's pulse spiked. His oars dipped deeper, and the boat surged forward swift as thought. A sudden guttural bear roar jolted all three of them. Mo Wunner and Su Ro stared frozen at the cliff face above, dumbstruck, disoriented. Su Ro recovered first and shouted urgently at Jiang Kuhao, "Hurry! Hurry! Only Elder Mo remains up there. The branches are nearly consumed by fire." She knew that if the bear still lived, Elder Mo's life hung in the balance. With no signal pistol at hand, and no means of climbing the sheer rock face themselves, the two young women were powerless. Only Jiang Kuhao could reach him. The seawater churned violently on both sides of the inflatable boat, whipped into furious froth by Jiang Kuhao's frantic strokes. He did not pause to wipe the salt water from his face. Though the shore was barely 10 meters away, it felt as though he had labored an entire century before finally stumbling on a solid ground. Elder Mo's legs were frail and unsteady. Once the burning branches gave way, the bear across the chasm would strike without delay. Yet its condition remained uncertain. How grievous truly were its wounds? Jiang Kuhao exchanged no words with the women. He simply hurled the deflated boat onto the shore, ordered them to guard it well, then seized the wooden stakes he'd earlier driven into the cliffside and scaled the precipice with swift, practiced grace. When he saw Elder Mo unharmed, his breath steadied at last. His gaze then swept across the charred expanse, and there beyond the smoldering embers stood the bear. Its pelt was pitch black, crisscrossed with jagged scars. One side of its face had caved inward, lending it a spectral, hollow-eyed visage. Xiao Jiang, Elder Mo murmured gravely, "This beast has suffered no mortal wound. Should it escape now, it may yet recover, and return for vengeance." Bears possessed cunning, and tales of them circling back to retaliate were neither rare nor apocryphal. Jiang Kuhao, during his military service, had studied such cases meticulously. Each time the bear stirred, it let out a low, pained groan. Crouched low, it licked its own wounds, a primal instinct, nature's quiet salve. Though its bite carried lethal bacteria capable of felling other creatures, or even humans, its own body bore no ill effects. Rather, the act fortified it, cleansing and healing in equal measure. Every so often it lifted its head to stare toward the fire. Earlier, when Su Ro had hurled a stone, the beast had not flinched, not because it lacked awareness, but because the searing agony had left it stunned, dazed beyond reaction. "Killing it will not be easy," Jiang Kuhao said, drawing forth his fire axe. He turned toward the pile of firewood, selected a thick, sturdy branch, stripped off his shirt, and lashed the axe firmly to its tip. Elder Mo stared, incredulous, pointing at the makeshift weapon. "You intend to slay it with that?" Indeed, the axe head was scarcely larger than a palm, pitifully mismatched against a bear weighing nearly half a ton. "It moves sluggishly now," Jiang Kuhao replied, voice calm, resolute. "If I proceed with caution, I'll prevail. I'll wear it down, step by step, stroke by stroke, using distance as my ally." He meant to kite the beast, exhaust it, bleed it, break it. Its refusal to flee despite such grievous injury confirmed his suspicion. It could not. That was his reading of the situation. Of course, should the bear be feigning weakness, Jiang Kuhao would have little recourse but resignation. His aim was not instant death, but steady, deliberate hemorrhage. Let its blood drain away drop by drop until strength bled out with it. If a single blow could not end it, then he would fight, not with fury but with patience. And patience in the wild was not a virtue, it was survival. Elder Mo offered no protest. It had been he, after all, who first proposed killing the bear. Dangerous as it was, allowing it to limp away would invite far graver peril later. By contrast, the creature now stood at its weakest, emaciated, agonized, vulnerable. Below, Mo Wunner and Su Ro waited obediently, following Jiang Kuhao's earlier instructions, rinsing yesterday's soaked garments, securing the boat somewhere safe and stable, ensuring it would hold fast come storm or tide. Unaware of the drama unfolding overhead, they assumed all was well and carried out his orders without hesitation. Then Jiang Kuhao turned again to Elder Mo. "When I go out, Elder Mo, you must feed all this firewood into the blaze. And if I fail..." Xiao Jiang, Elder Mo interrupted with a hearty, warm laugh, clapping him on the shoulder. "You must not fail. My legs carry me nowhere. I'm anchored here like a stone in the riverbed." He sighed softly, eyes crinkling at the corners. "You've borne so much, drifting at sea, exhausted, only to face this danger upon your return. Age steals more than vigor. It steals usefulness. Every heart harbors a hero's dream, and Elder Mo too longed not to hide behind another's back. But 60 years had weathered his bones, injury had sapped his strength. Will remained, but flesh betrayed it. Jiang Ku Hao was spent, his body hollowed by hours adrift in the sea, his stamina frayed to its last thread. Then his gaze fell upon a slab of wild boar meat, and something sharp and bright ignited behind his eyes. Elder Mo, he asked, holding up the meat, why do you suppose the bear found us? Elder Mo understood instantly. You mean? Yes, I found a way, but I'll need your coat. Without hesitation, Elder Mo handed it over. With minimal preparation, their plan took shape, and Elder Mo watched Jiang Ku Hao depart with unwavering confidence. You're brilliant, Xiao Jiang, he called after him, voice rich with admiration. When you return, study medicine with me. We'll begin with herbalism. I'll teach you step by careful step. Jiang Ku Hao glanced back, just once, then sprinted across the divide, leapt onto the bear's side of the chasm, and tossed over his shoulder, teaching me herbs would be slower than killing me. Elder Mo blinked, then threw back his head and laughed, shaking his head fondly. He felt no anxiety for what came next. Instead, his eyes drifted to the mound of wild boar meat beside him, and an idea bloomed. He gathered 2 broad banana leaves, wrapped a generous portion of meat within them, skewered it on a hardwood stick, and erected a simple roasting frame over the fire. There, beneath the sun's watchful eye and the fire's gentle breath, he began to dry the meat slowly, transforming it into jerky, durable, flavorful, and, most crucially, far less pungent. Their earlier attempts had been cursory, ineffective. Now, under Elder Mo's practiced hand, the first batch emerged near perfect, leathery, dark, and fragrant with smoke and spice. Satisfied, he called down the slope, summoning Mo Wunner to join him in the work. Meanwhile, across the chasm, Jiang Ku Hao and the bear entered a silent, intimate confrontation. The moment Jiang Ku Hao stepped clear of the fire's ring, the bear registered his presence, yet it did not recognize this small, swift figure as the architect of its suffering. Wariness flickered in its eyes, not of him, but of magnesium flares of blinding light and searing pain. It studied him, sniffed the air, found no immediate threat, and dismissed him entirely. Jiang Ku Hao advanced 2 paces. The bear tensed anew, jaws parting in a guttural warning snarl, ugly, raw, resonant with pain. Jiang Ku Hao did not halt. From afar, the burns had seemed severe. Up close, they were catastrophic. Patches of charred, yellowish red flesh marred its hide, like scum floating on stagnant water, nauseating, grotesque. He edged forward again. Another snarl tore from the bear's throat, deeper, sharper, its muscles coiling tight. Jiang Ku Hao recognized the threshold. He had crossed into its final perimeter of vigilance. From Elder Mo's coat, he withdrew another slab of wild boar meat. Yes, the coat had been chosen precisely for this purpose: concealment, portability, deception. To feed a wounded animal was the surest path to its trust, especially when the one who had harmed it stood elsewhere. The moment the meat appeared, the bear fixed its gaze upon it. Its nose was ruined, but its eyes still worked, and it saw meat. It was starving. Every cell screamed for sustenance. And then, this small being tossed food its way. Delighted, it stretched a paw forward, only to recoil as agony lanced through its body. The short distance, barely a meter, split open fresh wounds, blood welled, blackening the fur, deepening its monstrous aspect. Each step drew a shriek, yet Jiang Ku Hao's brow furrowed. The injuries were grave, yes, but not crippling. The beast still crawled, still fed, still moved. His expression hardened, eyes turning glacial. To subdue it, he would need a wound far more decisive. His gaze settled, inevitably, on its head. Another piece of meat flew through the air. Drawn by hunger, the bear dragged itself forward several more meters. Emboldened by its first success, it grew shrewder. Each time Jiang Ku Hao tossed meat, it lunged, immediately ravenous, heedless. With every crawl, fresh blood stained the earth. With every movement, old wounds gaped wider, deeper. Yet hunger drowned awareness. And Jiang Ku Hao's lips curved, just faintly, as he glanced into his coat pocket where strips of meat remained plentiful. The bear devoured several more portions. Its limbs grew leaden. Eventually, before each morsel, it paused, sitting motionless for long, heavy minutes, breathing shallow, ragged. Jiang Ku Hao knew the moment had arrived. He emptied his pocket. Slabs of meat scattered across the ground, a dozen gleaming morsels laid bare. The bear surged with delight. But this time the distance was greater, and the journey longer. It rested repeatedly, exhaustion settling into its bones like frost. It thought perhaps that rest, sleep, would mend it. Jiang Ku Hao closed the gap, moving silently, steadily. The bear did not resist. Its attention remained low, not on him, but on the feast. This small thing fed it. It trusted him. It did not notice, did not feel, as Jiang Ku Hao circled behind it, axe raised, high blade catching the firelight like a shard of winter ice. Jiang Ku Hao raised the axe. The black bear, utterly absorbed in devouring the wild boar meat, paid him no heed. This flesh was unlike anything it had ever tasted, rich, succulent, and imbued with an intoxicating singular fragrance. One bite was enough to ensnare the senses. Morsel after morsel vanished into its maw, its hunger so ravenous that it had forgotten Jiang Kuhao entirely. Seizing the moment, just as the bear lifted its head to swallow, the youth swung the axe downward with all his strength. A sharp slicing wind cut the air. Before the beast could react, the cold, merciless blade struck its neck. A dull thud echoed, then a brittle crack like snapping timber, as the bear swatted the axe aside, shattering its haft into splinters. Yet the wound remained no longer a trickle but a torrent. Hot, pulsing blood gushed from the gash in great crimson arcs. Jiang Kuhao had anticipated no margin for error. The instant the blade bit deep, he braced himself to evade, but the axe lodged too firmly to withdraw. That very entanglement costed its integrity when the bear struck. Glancing once at the wound, Jiang Kuhao turned and fled, not toward the campfire's fragile ring of embers, but into the dense expanse of the coniferous forest. The bear was gravely wounded, and grievously wounded predators were the most perilous of all. He dared not test whether a narrow barrier of glowing coals, barely 1 or 2 meters wide, could hold back such fury. So he chose the pines, vast, uneven, alive with cover and concealment, the ideal terrain for evasion and endurance. The pain searing through the bear was unprecedented, raw, unbearable. It clawed frantically at the wound, desperate to dislodge the embedded metal, yet failed each time. Then it saw the fleeing figure, a small, swift thing vanishing into the green gloom, and smelled its own lifeblood ebbing away. Its eyes flooded crimson. Death's scent hung thick in the air, and it recognized it. Pain meant nothing now. Exhaustion dissolved into rage. It would tear that insolent creature apart. Its charge defied expectation, massive, lumbering, yet terrifyingly swift, a paradox of weight and velocity. Jiang Kuhao had stolen only seconds' lead, yet those seconds evaporated. The bear closed the distance in heartbeats. Towering, it reared up, claws raised high, and brought them down upon his back with a roar of wind and wrath. Had that blow landed, it would have shattered bone, crushed vertebrae, death or ruin inevitable. At the last breath, Jiang Kuhao whirled, facing the beast, and flung himself backward, collapsing just as the strike descended. The bear lunged forward, its momentum carrying it straight into him. He had turned not out of panic, but principle. Better to die facing your enemy than be slain from behind. That creed proved unassailable. Though the bear's foot slammed onto his leg, jarring, agonizing, he had evaded the killing stroke. And the beast, grievously wounded, could not halt its own rush. It hurtled forward several meters before staggering to a halt. By the time it rose again, Jiang Kuhao was already limping ahead, toward a slender pine no thicker than 20 centimeters at its base. He scrambled upward, 2-3 meters, just as the bear crashed into the trunk with a thunderous impact. He nearly lost his grip, fingers biting into bark. He clung tight and climbed higher. The bear reared upright, wrapped its enormous frame around the slender trunk, and began to shake, violently. Needles rained down like gray snow. Eyes shut, Jiang Kuhao ignored all below, until his hands finally found purchase on a sturdy bough. Only then did his pulse steady. Below him loomed the bear, less than a meter away, its muzzle snarling, its breath hot and rank. His heart hammered frantic. Fortune alone spared him. Had the beast been whole, a single leap would have torn him from the branches. Fearing another surge of fury, Jiang Kuhao ascended further into the crown. But the tree was frail, its upper limbs too slender, too brittle to bear his weight. To climb higher risked snapping them clean off. A guttural, furious roar erupted beneath him, closed, deafening. This foe stood at the apex of the food chain. Its raw power vibrated in the air, trembling the very boughs. It had always been a climber, yet repeated impacts and violent shaking yielded nothing. Finally, it seized the trunk and attempted to scale it. But its body was slick with burns and blood, the pine too narrow, too smooth. It gained barely a handspan before slipping, leaving streaks of crimson and greasy residue on the bark. The humiliation inflamed it further. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Its massive paws pounded the trunk, relentless, rhythmic, brutal. Jiang Kuhao flinched with every blow, gripping tighter, knuckles white. The slender pine swayed wildly, left, right, left again, like a vessel in a gale. Blood streamed more freely now, wounds vanished beneath rivers of red. Its entire form drenched, grotesque, a living blood vessel pulsing with agony. Jiang Kuhao's dread sharpened. If the bear refused to fall, if this fragile tree gave way, his descent would be fatal. What now? Then the unthinkable. The bear locked its arms around the trunk, pressed its massive frame against the wood, and began to push. Once, twice, again. The pine bent like a sapling in a typhoon, swaying violently, whipping Jiang Kuhao about, as though he rode a tempest-tossed roller coaster. He could not fathom its intent. Was it trying to shake him loose? A futile fantasy. He clung tighter, watching the beast below, awed by the sheer stubborn reservoir of strength still burning within it. Each shove, each impact strained the tree further. Soil cracked and loosened around its base. After decades anchored deep, the gnarled, sinewy roots, long buried, began to surface pale and defiant. As soon as the first root breached the earth, the bear redoubled its efforts, shaking harder, pushing with renewed savage vigor. Jiang Kuhao felt the oscillations intensify. Peering down, he saw the roots lifting, curling upward, exposed, trembling. It means to topple the tree. The thought stunned him. Even a mechanical excavator would require 15 or 20 minutes to uproot such a pine. Yet here, with mere moments of brute force, the beast had already unearthed its ancient foundation. One more push, and it would yield. His intuition proved flawless. With a deafening splintering crack, the main taproot snapped. The pine collapsed, not with a whisper but a cataclysmic groan, as if an ancient wall had crumbled. It struck the earth like thunder. Needles stung Jiang Kuhao's face and skin as he tumbled downward, but he held fast. To release his grip, now wrist being pinned beneath the falling trunk. The pine crashed down. His sole instinct escape. The bear, unbalanced by its own momentum, careened forward, straight toward Jiang Kuhao, still mid-collapse. Branches tangled around him, compressing him into a suffocating cage of wood and foliage. No room to twist. No space to flee. Trapped. Paralyzed. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over him for the first time. Against such a sovereign predator, unarmed, unshielded, one was merely prey. The bear surged forward, driven by pure, untempered fury, and at last beheld its tormentor. Jaw unhinged, it lunged, mouth agape, teeth bared, death rushing down from above. Jiang Kuhao closed his eyes. But no impact came, only a heavy rolling weight passing over his head, then a crushing pressure descending upon his chest. A shriek tore from the bear, high, ragged, final, followed by a flood of hot, coppery blood cascading over him. Acrid smoke and charred flesh filled his nostrils. He knew instantly the bear lay atop him. What in the world? He wrenched his arm free from beneath the trunk, then cleared the surrounding branches with frantic haste. There it lay, immense, inert, drenched in gore. The confined space reeked, blood-burnt fur, iron-rich decay. He shoved. Nothing. He twisted, then drove his legs upward, kicking hard against the bear's flank. Indeed, legs possessed far greater force than arms. The corpse shifted, just enough. Light spilled in. Without hesitation, Jiang Kuhao wriggled free. He drew a long, shuddering breath of cool, clean air. Wiping blood from his face, he turned and looked. Then he laughed. He had never imagined such a fearsome creature could meet so absurd, so undignified an end. Yes, undignified. The bear's head lay severed, cleanly detached. Beside it rested the axe, miraculously intact, impossibly aligned, its edge buried deep in the nape where the neck had parted. Had it rolled, tumbled, struck true in the chaos, he could only credit fortune. A fraction less, just a hair's breadth, and he would have died first. Now, staring at the colossal carcass sprawled before him, one question lingered. How precisely does one dispose of a bear? The bear was dead, just like that, with shocking ease. Jiang Kuhao could scarcely believe it. Sitting on the ground, he tilted his head back to gaze up at the sky. In a single day, he had brushed against death twice. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon his spirit. The bear's carcass reeked, a pungent, nauseating stench, and bled profusely. Such a spectacle would almost certainly draw other predators. What Jiang Kuhao did not know was that the bear's violent thrashing had already sent every nearby creature fleeing in terror. Yet while the animals scattered, humans converged. At the base of the cliff, a group approached with complex, shifting expressions. At their head stood the first mate. "You all heard that sound just now, didn't you?" he asked. His companions nodded instantly. His brow tightened. Could it have been a bear? No one answered. None knew what creature had unleashed that earth-shaking roar across the beach, nor could they reconcile the dread it inspired with the strange, gnawing hope it stirred within them. If it was a bear, Zhang Lu interjected, can he even handle it? And if they're already dead, what sense does it make for us to go rushing in? Wouldn't that be suicide? The first mate shot him a sharp, disapproving glance. Zhang Lu's growing insolence unsettled him. How swiftly a single day's ration of meat could erode deference. If this continued, who knew what ambitions might fester beneath that crude exterior? Indeed, the first mate secretly hoped Jiang Kuhao and his companions would be slaughtered by the beast. If it truly was a bear, so much the better. Their deaths would reaffirm his authority. Cowards may turn back, he declared coldly. But let me be clear, anyone who refuses to follow will forfeit all claim to the meat, forever. That threat struck deep. Hesitation dissolved instantly among the group. A faint grim smile flickered across the first mate's lips. A silent sneer curled inward before profit, even conscience surrenders. They hurried to the forest's edge and were immediately spotted by Old Mo. The frenzied battle Jiang Ku-hao had waged moments earlier had seized Old Mo's full attention. When he saw the bear hurl itself onto Jiang Ku-hao as he clung to the tree, Old Mo glanced downward, not to aid but to secure an escape route for Su Ro and Mo Wunner. That glance revealed the first mate's party hastening toward the cliff, and the first mate spotting him in return. "So, you've taken up residence on the cliff face." "Clever choice," the first mate murmured, eyes gleaming with avarice. Had he not ventured this far into the woods, he'd never have discovered such a prime location. "Dr. Mo," he called, upward voice smooth as oil. "We heard the beast's roar. Have you encountered danger? Shall we render assistance?" As he spoke, he flicked a subtle signal to Zhang Lu, who slipped silently into the trees, discovering the remnants of the campfire and the cliff face bristling with sharpened wooden stakes. Old Mo needed no explanation. The first mate's intent was transparent. "Humph. Young Jiang handled it alone," he retorted, voice brittle with defiance. "He killed the bear, single-handedly. 1,000 gene brute, felled by one swing of his axe. What use are you? To carve up the meat. Go ahead, climb up and take it." His tone was deliberately harsh. This moment demanded absolute demonstration of Jiang Ku-hao's invincibility. One man slew a bear. The first mate's mind reeled. That youth, so young, so unassuming, could do that. Climb up. Preposterous. He'd be butchered before he reached the top. "We merely wished to assess whether aid was needed. Nothing more." "You forget," Old Mo cut in, voice sharpening like flint. "Young Jiang, yet here you stand, with this many men. What precisely is your intention? Shall tomorrow's meat be revoked?" After days of coconut flesh and shellfish, the promise of meat was intoxicating. Reluctance wavered. Someone urged, "Perhaps we should withdraw. Or maybe he's dead, and the bear is feasting on his flesh right now." Another scoffed. "That old man's bluffing. Or perhaps they killed each other." Voices rose loud and unguarded. Old Mo heard every word clear as bell chimes. "What are you waiting for?" he bellowed down. "If you truly believe young Jiang is dead, why don't you come up and see for yourselves?" His gaze darted repeatedly toward Jiang Ku-hao's position. Should the bear still live, and Jiang Ku-hao lie slain, Old Mo had already resolved what must be done. "Wunner, run to the shore. Wait there with Su Ro. Wait for me." He paused, then added softly, "For us. Jiang Ku-hao's fate would soon decide theirs." Su Ro had once spoken of wealthy girls sold into ruin. Old Mo would sooner die than watch his daughter suffer the same. Mo Wunner hesitated, but only briefly. Even her slowest instincts told her this was no time for hesitation. Facing men was infinitely more perilous than facing bears. The first mate, irritated by the clamor around him, seized the loudest complainer. "You go. Since you doubt the old man's words, prove it." The man was dragged forward. Instantly the crowd fell utterly silent, watching breathless. Old Mo's eyes narrowed. He prayed the man would falter, would retreat. But this man had never witnessed Jiang Ku-hao's power. Rumors of the youth's ferocity swirled across the island. Yet he had missed both encounters, once relieving himself when Jiang Ku-hao first appeared, once answering nature's call when the youth asserted his dominance. Ignorance bred contempt. "Fine, I'll go. What's the harm? Even if he's up there, I won't bow. Once I kill him, you'll all kneel to me." With a final contemptuous snort toward the first mate, he turned and began his ascent. Zhang Lu stepped forward, only to be restrained. "You're brave," the first mate said, gesturing upward with mock courtesy. "By all means, lead the way. Let fools test fate." Everyone preferred that. At the cliff's base, the man shouted up, "Old man, stay put. I won't trouble you, unless you force my hand." Then he climbed, fast, showy, straining every muscle. The cliff rose over 10 meters, or round trip usually took 2 minutes. He meant to dazzle. Old Mo frowned, gripping a sharpened stake, torn. He had spent his life saving lives. Could he now take one? Both acts were sacred lines he'd sworn never to cross. His knuckles whitened around the wood. The climber neared the midpoint. The first mate watched Old Mo intently, searching for weakness, for fear. "I warn you," Old Mo thundered, raising the stake high. "Climb one step further, and I will act." "Old man, don't court death. Throw it down now, or I'll gut you the moment I reach the top. I hear you've got a daughter. Harm me now, and she dies too." His face flushed crimson. Such a soul could not be allowed to live. Before he could move, a weary voice murmured beside him, "Leave it to me." Old Mo turned, yet none of that mattered. To Old Mo, his presence alone was a lifeline. "Young Jiang, you are alive." Words failed him. Moments ago, the bear had pinned Jiang Ku-hao beneath its bulk. How had he escaped? How had he won? Was this feat even humanly possible? Awe trembled in his chest. Below, the climber, mistaking Old Mo's silence for fear, crowed triumphantly to the group below. See, all bluster. Once I'm up, I'll claim half the women first. The rest is yours. He lunged for the final stake, his fingers closing around it. When a flash of cold steel split the air, his hands lost purchase. His body plummeted. He flailed, grasping desperately, then stared stunned at his own severed arms cleanly sheared at the wrists. He struck the earth chest first, arms outstretched, eyes locked on the grotesque stumps. A gout of blood erupted from his mouth. He did not stir. He died without understanding how or why. His arms had simply vanished. A collective gasp tore through the crowd below. The first mate's face went ashen. He hadn't expected Jiang Kuohao's ruthlessness, so swift, so absolute. One stroke of the axe, 2 arms gone, a life erased. In that silence, a single word echoed, unspoken in every mind: ghost. To some in the West, it would be demon. No one dared meet Jiang Kuohao's gaze. No one dared breathe too loudly. Speak, Jiang Kuohao commanded, voice low, hollow, terrible. Why have you come? Silence reigned. No one dared speak. Fear gleamed in every pair of eyes. The corpse lying at the foot of the cliff spoke louder than words. It was Jiang Kuohao's ultimatum. The first mate knew he had no choice but to step forward. Even if he remained silent, Jiang Kuohao would find him soon enough. We heard roaring, he said, voice strained yet steady. We thought something might be amiss here. Perhaps you needed assistance. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, assent without conviction. Not a single soul stepped forward to stand beside him. Everyone knew precisely what had transpired. Jiang Kuohao had just slain a man with nothing but an axe, and he still held a signal pistol, the unmistakable harbinger of another life extinguished. Is that so? Jiang Kuohao replied coolly. Thank you for your concern, but it appears unnecessary. With that, he strode toward the precipice. Below, the onlookers froze. No one dared move, no one dared ask. Moments later, he returned, dragging something heavy behind him. It was drenched in blood, identical in hue to his own, scarlet splattered form, as though soaked in crimson dye. A sharp-eyed observer cried out, "That's a black bear's head." The crowd erupted. He actually killed a bear. Truly, a bear. Good heavens. Every voice trembled with disbelief, astonishment raw and unfiltered. Even the first mate had not anticipated this. Jiang Kuohao and his companions had not only encountered a bear, they had slaughtered it. And now Jiang Kuohao stood before them, drenched in gore, yet moving with effortless grace along the cliff's edge, utterly unmarred by injury. To slay a bear, and emerge unscathed, was terrifying beyond measure. The fire axe gleamed coldly in his grip, his body glistened with bear's blood, and high above the crowd, he raised the massive, dripping skull like a trophy. That image seared itself into their minds, an indelible imprint of primal power. Formidable, invincible. Without ceremony, Jiang Kuohao hurled the skull downward. It tumbled across the stony ground and came to rest at the first mate's feet. Take it, he commanded. That is your meat tomorrow. Remember my words, should anyone cross this boundary again, the corpse down there will serve as your example. Zhang Lu stooped, lifted the skull, cradled it briefly, then laughed aloud. Dinner tonight. This head alone weighs over 15 kilograms. Ha! He was straightforward. Meat meant joy. Others were not so composed. Some turned and fled the moment the skull struck the earth, as though fleeing a specter. The first mate's face darkened. He had not foreseen this outcome. Not even his most persuasive rhetoric could lure people back here now. Matters had grown infinitely more complicated. Zhang Lu, give the skull to those two. You and the others carry the dead man's body to the sea and search him thoroughly for anything of value. No one cared to bury a stranger. All attention was riveted upon the skull. Everyone knew it was treasure. They dispersed, slowly glancing back, only to freeze when they saw Jiang Kuohao still standing there motionless, imposing a silhouette carved from iron and blood. His presence alone had cowed them all. When they reached the bay, Jiang Kuohao remained rooted atop the cliff. Mo Lao called his name. Still he stood. Only when Mo Lao drew near did he hear the faint rhythmic snore, and realized Jiang Kuohao had fallen asleep, standing upright. After all that had unfolded that day, sleeping upright on the very edge of a towering cliff spoke volumes about the sheer magnitude of his exhaustion. Mo Lao gently guided him down, laid him flat. This blood-soaked figure, this human vessel of endurance, had saved several lives. Mo Wunner and Su Ro were summoned. At the sight of Jiang Kuohao, pale, rigid, crusted in dried blood, Su Ro's heart clenched with anguish. But Mo Lao forbade her from tending to him. Instead, he directed her and Mo Wunner to begin processing the bear's carcass. The two girls struggled helplessly. In the end, Mo Lao made a firm decision: set aside the bear for now. Instead, gather branches, as many as possible, and reinforce the outer perimeter fence. As dusk settled, the girls scoured the island relentlessly, collecting twigs, saplings, fallen limbs. until the supply ran dry, then cutting fresh ones. Though hastily assembled, this new barrier rose higher and denser than the last. Mo Lao knew such loosely woven boughs would offer little resistance against another bear, but something was better than nothing. He ordered the girls to rest early, then stationed himself beside the barrier vigilant through the night. Yet neither girl could sleep. For the first time, they felt the unbearable weight of Jiang Kuhao's absence. Mere 3 nights into their exile, and already the void was agonizing. Tomorrow would mark day 5. Beyond 7 days, hope of rescue would dwindle to fantasy. Still, their existence had begun to stabilize. Tomorrow they would butcher the bear, its flesh and hide promising abundance. And the bear bore far more paws, rich, nourishing delicacies of gallbladder, potent rare medicine. They were growing prosperous, even as peril deepened. At dawn, Jiang Kuhao stirred awake. Thirst parched his throat, his muscles screamed with fatigue, and his face felt stiff and tacky. A swipe of his hand sent flakes of dried blood skittering away. He sniffed his fingers, metallic, rancid, unmistakably bear's blood. Marinated in bear's chest blood all night. Will I turn red? He shifted and winced. His shirt crackled like parchment, his trousers clung stiffly, even his undergarments had fused together, tugging unpleasantly with every movement. He grimaced, began peeling them apart, just as Su Ro opened her eyes and looked over. Her gaze locked onto his hand buried beneath his waistband, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she did not look away. Jiang Kuhao withdrew his hand and met her stare heat-in. Her wide, curious eyes lingered, unwavering, on the outline beneath his rigid trousers. Morning brought the body's natural surge of vitality. Arousal required no apology. But with fabric hardened like armor, even the slightest stirring became unmistakable. Su Ro blushed deeper still, yet held her gaze. How did his trousers rise so high? A quiet, instinctive curiosity kindled within her, a yearning to understand. She failed to notice Jiang Kuhao's own gaze, fixed upon her rosy cheeks. He swallowed hard. Had the stench of blood not reminded him urgently of cleansing, he might have crossed the distance then, to seize her, to hold her fiercely, to love her with desperate, tender intensity. Since he'd already been seen, Jiang Kuhao abandoned pretense. Calmly he adjusted himself, rose, and only then did Su Ro realize he had watched her the entire time. He saw me. Humiliation flooded her. She turned away instantly, daring not glance at him again. Jiang Kuhao offered no teasing remark. He simply descended the cliff and walked toward the shore where morning light gilded the waves. Facing the open sea, he relieved himself, long, deep, and deeply satisfying. Around him wildflowers swayed, leaves shimmered. Nature itself seemed to sigh in gratitude. Once done, he discarded his garments at the water's edge and plunged into the surf. Though the seawater chilled his skin, its briny embrace soothed his weariness. He swam steadily, scrubbing away grime, reclaiming clarity. Soon Su Ro approached the shore, carrying his clothes, mimicking his actions from the day before, submerging them in the tide. Yesterday's laundry hung clean and dry on distant shrubs. As a woman, she would never relieve herself so openly. She turned instead toward the grove where his clothes rested, and veered toward a solitary tree. Jiang Kuhao swam, lazily feeling his body grow lighter, his mind sharpening. Then he noticed Su Ro walking toward the cove's hidden bend, where dense thickets concealed danger. He had warned her never enter the undergrowth unguarded. Why had she ignored him? He surged forward, cutting swiftly through the water. Su Ro scanned the clearing, confirmed safety, then lowered herself. At that instant, a figure broke the surface nearby. Jiang Kuhao lifted his head and saw her, unguarded, vulnerable, radiant in the morning light. His breath caught. His pulse thundered. This is trespassing. Shameful. Unforgivable. Foolish. This vision, this perfection, is worth witnessing. To look away would be to deny one's very nature. Shameless, vulgar, breathtaking. Jiang Kuhao claimed no virtue, only authenticity. He believed in the unvarnished truth of men, neither hypocrite nor saint, but a creature governed wholly by sincerity. He dove deep, refusing to watch further. Su Ro turned and caught the ripple of disturbed water. She'd sensed eyes upon her, glanced back, found nothing. What fish leaps so merrily at dawn? She murmured, smiling softly at the sea. Then, just beyond the shallows, a head emerged from the water. Could it be him? The sea breeze blew and the waves danced. The gentle wind carried a warm scent as Su Ro returned to the shore with the clothes meticulously washed and mixed with delicate blades of grass, now free of any unpleasant odors. Though not as effective as detergent, they served as a fine means of care in this place. The garments left behind by Jiang Kuhao had finally found their purpose. Watching him swim in the sea yet refusing to show his face, Su Ro couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Was he feeling guilty? What had he seen just now? Her cheeks flushed reminiscent of the morning glow as thoughts of shyness flitted through her mind, making her want to escape. Yet the sight of Jiang Kahao's well-defined muscles playing in the water quickly dispelled that notion. That bronze skin, those strong muscles, and those seemingly reliable arms. How could such a man not captivate a woman? She had been so absorbed in watching Jiang Kahao that she completely forgot about the earlier incident of being caught peeking. Meanwhile, Jiang Kahao was equally troubled while swimming. He felt exhausted and wanted to return to shore, but the memory of what had just transpired left him feeling awkward, especially with Su Ro still standing there. Was she going to confront him? His mind was a jumble, unsure of what to say. After swimming a bit longer, he glanced over at Su Ro only to find that she hadn't moved. Eventually feeling fatigued, he swam back to the shore. It was then that Su Ro snapped back to reality, placing the clothes down before turning to leave. As Jiang Kahao emerged from the water, he couldn't help but admire the graceful sway of Su Ro's figure as she walked away, stirring a fire within him. With his clothes strewn in the sea and his bare torso exposed, the wild sensation surged through him. Su Ro seemed about to remind Jiang Kahao of something, but upon turning around and catching sight of his nakedness, she fled. Surprised by her sudden movement, Jiang Kahao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He looked down and shook his head helplessly, his excitement only intensifying. Dressing hurriedly, Jiang Kahao climbed back up where he nearly collided with Mo Winner, who exclaimed, "Sister Su, are you feeling all right? Your face is so red." She reached out to touch Su Ro's cheek, prompting the latter to shyly pull away. Moving toward the wild boar meat, she began preparing for a barbecue. Jiang Kahao ascended the cliff, his own face flushed upon seeing Su Ro, and was not spared from Mo Winner's observant gaze. "Brother Jiang, why is your face so red? Are you ill too? The contagion spreads so quickly, I need to ask Dad how to prevent it." With that, she dashed off, leaving Jiang Kahao and Su Ro standing silently by the fire. As the flames crackled and the meat sizzled, the aroma wafted through the air. Once the meat was ready, Su Ro offered Jiang Kahao a piece. Nearby, some newly placed small shells and roasted coconut meat sizzled alongside, for old Mo had claimed that this would dispel any damp chill from the coconuts. As for their water source, they still relied on coconut juice, even if it had become difficult to swallow. The cliff provided the best vantage point, with no sign of rescue teams in sight over the expanse of water. 5 days had passed, and hope for rescue had begun to fade. Jiang Kahao refrained from revealing the secret of the sunken ship to avoid inciting panic. With so many shipwrecks around, how could the outside world remain unaware of such strange occurrences? What secrets lay beneath the surface waiting to be uncovered? Jiang Kahao's mind was clear. He turned to the side and descended the cliff with the bare meat, handing it to Zhang Lu and Lu Ming, who both offered him sincere apologies. Lu Ming hadn't been present yesterday, thus the matter felt distant to him, but he feared that any misstep might disrupt the silent understanding between him and Jiang Kahao, the brave warrior capable of slaying bears. Unperturbed by their demeanor, Jiang Kahao failed to notice that someone in the cove was observing him with an odd intensity, fixated on the signal gun. After collecting the meat, Lu Ming and Zhang Lu departed, and Jiang Kahao returned to the cliff to handle the bear carcass in the coniferous forest. The abundance of meat felt like a bountiful gift. Jiang Kahao meticulously extracted the bear meat with a fire axe, while Su Ro and Mo Winner prepped the meat for cooking. As per custom, the innards had to be disposed of in the forest, serving to deter nearby wildlife from venturing too close. They knew this was the resting place of a bear, and after discarding the entrails, it would. Earth's beauty lies half in its landscapes, half in humanity's yearning for the sublime. Su Ro had worn Jiang Kahao's coat for days after her own clothes were stripped away, only 2 days ago, yet it was merely a single shirt, ill-fitting, though larger in frame, that beneath the pure white fabric, slightly yellowed where it was no wonder Jiang Kahao had reacted as he had the day before. Today, determined to keep his mind clear for their sea voyage, he had striven, and then restraint dissolved. His gaze burned with unguarded intensity. She met his eyes without speaking, watching him watch her, yet felt no embarrassment, only a quiet thrill at the knowledge that she held his attention so completely. Deliberately, she lifted her chest just slightly higher. A low involuntary gulp rose in Jiang Kahao's throat, and to her surprise, Su Ro felt a sudden radiant delight. No one observed them. This invisibility emboldened her. She leaned forward infinitesimally closer. Beauty is not measured by distance, nor does it abide by its limits. The moment Su Ro shifted her body forward, Jiang Kahao caught her glance. He laid down the oar, fixed her with unwavering eyes, and watched color flood her face, spreading from cheeks to throat down to the delicate hollow of her collarbones. A faint knowing smile curved his lips as he drew nearer. His hand reached out firm and sure and grasped her arm. She did not resist. Instead, she nestled gently against him, Perhaps on this island adrift from the world, finding such an anchor would be no small grace. He lowered his head. Her features filled his vision, near flawless, achingly close, his lips poised to claim hers. Then the sea surged. The ocean knows no sentiment. It neither observes nor respects human longing, not even the most tender suspended instant of desire. Just as their lips hovered breathless, and almost touching a wave crashed over the bow. Their bodies lurched backward. The boat rocked violently. Jiang Kuhao was flung clean into the water. Su Ro remained aboard. The vessel steadied instantly once he vanished beneath the surface, though the oar vanished with him, swept away by the swell. Jiang Kuhao! Jiang Kuhao! Her voice rang sharp and urgent across the water. That dazed, the wave had been no monstrous thing, merely larger than usual, yet it had hurled the boat far back toward shore. Jiang Kuhao surfaced disoriented. Just as I was about to taste honey, he thought bitterly, the tide snatched me like a child's toy. It wasn't mere disappointment, it was humiliation. Hearing Su Ro's frantic cries, he called back at once. One oar floated nearby, he seized it. Another drifted beside the hull. He retrieved it as he swam alongside the boat. Relief softened Su Ro's expression the moment she saw him whole and unharmed. Wiping salt water from his face, he grinned. Endless waves roll in vast and wild. Yet this is youth's most golden while. You're reciting poetry now, she retorted, reaching down to haul him aboard. But as she bent forward, her blouse gaped open, and everything lay bare before his eyes. She clapped a hand over her chest, then struck the water hard with her palm. You pervert! Her blush deepened, but her tone held no real reproach, only fluster. With a powerful kick and twist, Jiang Kuhao vaulted onto the deck. She was right, the wave had cast them far off course. Such a swell had not appeared in 5 days, a fact that only strengthened his suspicion. All right, I take full blame, he said, his voice steady now, all levity gone. Sit tight. I'll row with focus. Flirtation had no place here. Nature demanded preparation, not indulgence. To squander opportunity was to flirt with death. Tomorrow's certainty was an illusion. Su Ro murmured assent, yet something hollow echoed inside her, unbidden, unexplained. Under Jiang Kuhao's steady hand, the boat resumed its course toward the mast. This time no mishap occurred, until they neared it. Then from the distance another strange swell rose, larger still, striking the hull with greater force. Secure the boat. Hold this rope without fail, he instructed, winding it firmly around his waist before placing it in her hands. The vessel was already lashed to the mast. Should another wave strike, it would hold fast. So long as she remained seated, calm and steady, all would be well. She accepted the rope, then handed him food and water. He ate sparingly, recalling his last dive, orienting himself. With a final quiet warning, stay safe. He plunged beneath the surface. Water roared into his ears, a deafening, suffocating hum. Unpleasant at first, then gradually yielding to calm as he descended. Darkness enveloped him once more. This time he bypassed the deck entirely, diving straight for the captain's cabin. It held little of material value, but offered the safest entry. Its glass was shattered, a wide breach yawning open. That fracture meant the interior had long since lost its air, making it stable, predictable, safe. He struck the remaining panes sharply, then kicked the reinforced shards inward. They clattered into the cabin. The door stood ajar. Beyond it stretched a narrow, lightless passage, impenetrable to sight. He would search the cabin first. Inside lay only papers, documents, and a massive ship's wheel, likely the helm, whose function he could not decipher. Elsewhere nothing of note, except one exquisite bottle of red wine. He seized it and began his ascent. 1 minute was his limit. Beyond that his lungs would rebel. With a sharp schlup, he broke the surface. Su Ro waved, instantly hauling the vine rope taut. Back aboard, he sighed, offering her the bottle with wry resignation. The only useful thing I found. Everything else was paperwork. What use could wine possibly serve now? She examined the label. Brandy, vintage, limited release from the distillery. Back home, it'd fetch 5 to 10,000 RMB. Jiang Kuhao, initially indifferent, perked up. Worth that much. Then he remembered currency meant nothing here. Even if they returned to civilization, money was merely an abstraction to him, no more real than smoke. Perhaps even more, Su Ro replied, smiling. He nodded, eyes alight. Then it must be delicious. He turned to her, and she, startled by the question, laughed softly. She'd felt a pang of disappointment earlier, seeing him flustered and vulnerable. Now this simple curiosity rekindled her warmth. Yes, she said, it is. But before he could respond, she snatched the bottle from his hand. Don't smash the neck. That's wasteful. You still have to dive again. Go. I'll guard it with my life. Her urgency sent him back over the side. Just before submerging, he called up. What will come shall surely come. What is joy shall surely bloom. The path to happiness lies ahead. Dear one, will you wait for me here instead? A rather mediocre modern poem, she teased. His cheeks flushed. Mediocre it may be, I rank third in the world. And with that he vanished beneath the waves, ripples spreading silence, settling his form swallowed by the vessel's dark embrace. Su-ro watched the water smooth over his absence, and wondered quietly who truly is this man. On the shore a lone figure suddenly appeared, waving wildly, shouting toward them. At noon the storm gradually subsided, and the turbulent waves on the sea vanished. Su-ro initially felt exhausted, struggling to adapt to the relentless battering of the waves. However, she began to feel better. Gazing at the supplies stacked on the boat, a sense of security filled her heart. She knew very well that the rescue team would not arrive, yet her eyes remained fixed on the horizon, only shifting her gaze to Jiang Kahao when he appeared. Her thoughts drifted to home and the man who had betrayed her. It all stemmed from a simple phrase. She was a conservative girl. Had Jiang Kahao not saved her, she might never have opened her heart. The sound of splashing water drew her back to reality. Jiang Kahao emerged holding a bundle of items, something she longed for dearly. Clothes. So commonplace and simple, yet when Su-ro saw them her heart swelled with joy. This time Jiang Kahao had spent longer underwater than on previous occasions. To her surprise, he had only retrieved some women's clothing. Feeling both touched and pained, Su-ro looked at Jiang Kahao's expressionless face and his gaping mouth, gasping for air, imagining the immense torment he must have endured. Come up. Our boat can't hold this much, Su-ro urged, grasping Jiang Kahao's hand, her eyes inexplicably moistening. Jiang Kahao was genuinely oxygen-deprived. He had felt that if he held his breath any longer, he might lose control. After tossing the clothes onto the boat, he climbed up with Su-ro's assistance, collapsing onto the deck, gasping deeply. He had lost count of how many times he had gone down that morning. The sun was now scorching, almost burning against his skin. Su-ro unfolded the clothes and draped them over his face. After a while, Jiang Kahao regained his senses. He looked at Su-ro and smiled, and she returned the gesture. Sometimes words were unnecessary. A simple glance conveyed a profound understanding between them, a truly beautiful sentiment. Jiang Kahao had never experienced such feelings before. Was this what they called love? Communication through words seemed superfluous when they could grasp each other's hearts without them. What stage was this? He was uncertain, but he found this moment immensely delightful. Looking at the supplies on the boat and the presence of Su-ro, a thought blossomed in Jiang Kahao's mind. Even if they could not return to peaceful lands, what did it matter? The boat had become heavier, making it difficult to row. Jiang Kahao was exerting himself with all the strength he had regained, removing his shirt to display his muscles. With each shout of 1-2, he and Su-ro began to hurry back. Just as they made it halfway, they spotted someone standing by the shore. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Kahao recognized Mo1er, who was watching something intently. When she spotted them, the little girl immediately waved and shouted. However, the distance was too great, and the wind carried her voice away, leaving them uncertain about what was wrong. Is something wrong again? Jiang Kahao thought, anxiously quickening his pace. As they approached the shore, Mo1er sprinted through the shallow water towards them, her voice hoarse from calling out. Once she was close, Jiang Kahao understood the reason for her frantic shouts. Brother Jiang, my dad has fainted. You must come and see. I really don't know what happened. Mo1er was frantic. Old Mo had indeed collapsed. When they left, old Mo had seemed perfectly fine. Secure the boat here. I'll go check it out, Jiang Kahao instructed Su-ro, and then leaped into the sea, swimming towards the shore. He hurried up the cliff, but as he reached the top, he sensed something was off. The temperature was much lower than in the morning. Sweat dripped from his brow, and he noticed old Mo's complexion was alarmingly pale, resembling wax. Old Mo had been awake when Jiang Kahao arrived, but perhaps Mo1er had been gone too long for him to notice her absence. Water, Xiao Jiang, give me water. Old Mo's lips were cracked, and he weakly begged for water. The few bottles of water they had encountered earlier had not been touched. Jiang Kahao rushed to fetch water, avoiding coconut juice, as it was too cold for old Mo in his current state. After retrieving the water, old Mo gulped down more than half a bottle, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Once he finished, he lay back on the grass, exhaling deeply. Don't worry about me. I have acute fever. As long as I wake up, I won't die. Old Mo joked, you better find some fever-reducing medicine on the boat, or I'll just be a burden to you. It would have been better if I had died earlier. Jiang Kahao frowned throughout. Once old Mo quieted down, he replied, I found some medicine, but I can't tell if it will help you. There are no labels, you'll have to discern that yourself. Wasn't everything fine this morning? How could you suddenly fall ill? As he spoke, Jiang Kahao removed his shirt, twisted it several times, and placed it on old Mo's head. With no fresh water available, they had to use seawater for a damp cloth. He then stood up and called down to Su-ro, wash a few pieces of clothing and bring them up. I have a use for them, not for wearing. Mo Wonner climbed up, and upon seeing old Mo awake, collapsed beside him in tears. Facing a maritime disaster and now her father's precarious condition, the situation was particularly harsh for the innocent girl. Jiang Kahao chose not to disturb them further. Instead, he poured the remaining clean water into a coconut shell and heated it over the fire. Old Mo would fare better with warm water. After drinking the hot water, Old Mo's spirits visibly brightened. He then explained to Jiang Kahao why he had fainted. It turned out that after Jiang Kahao left in the morning, a strange wind had begun to blow across the island. Periodically it would gust, and at first Old Mo hadn't paid it any mind. However, he was still recovering from a serious illness and his body was weak. Thus, when the wind blew, it overwhelmed him. After the wind had passed, Old Mo's condition worsened, eventually leading to his fainting, something he had never experienced despite years in the medical field. Old Mo sat up and gazed at the sea. It felt as if that wind was a carrier of some virus. The moment it blew over me, I had a fever. Jiang Kahao scrutinized the sea with a thoughtful expression. Old Mo's mention of the sea breeze struck him as oddly reminiscent of those strange waves he had encountered. The connection between the two was peculiar. Jiang Kahao fell into deep contemplation. Su Ro brought the clothes up, and upon seeing Old Mo, she quickly inquired about his condition. Jiang Kahao descended to continue moving supplies. With so many bottles and jars, he was the only one capable of transporting them. Though tiring, Jiang Kahao felt an increasing sense of solidity within him. They had gathered a substantial haul. In the boat's corridor, he discovered a fire axe providing them with a second weapon. As for food, there were several vacuum-sealed packages, all quite dry and presumably edible. The seawater temperature was not high, so there should be no issues. There was an abundance of water, which explained why the little boat had quickly reached its limit. Then there were the clothes and medicines. Jiang Kahao found the medical room and took every bottled medication available regardless of whether it had gotten wet. Medications always held some value. As for the clothes, they would be immensely useful in the near future. After all, they could not run around naked like savages. While this may not seem like much, organizing everything was an entirely different matter. One by one, he meticulously stacked the items on the cliff as dusk approached. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him, reminiscent of a cold shower, causing him to sneeze. The others reacted similarly, all feeling the discomfort of the sudden cold wind. Just like that, Xiao Jiang, you must be careful, Old Mo warned. The reappearance of such winds made Jiang Kahao increasingly uneasy about the island. The wind seemed to return frequently, as if on a schedule, followed by another wave of similar cold gusts. It felt as if someone were controlling the timing of these winds. This notion left Jiang Kahao apprehensive. Could the winds truly be controlled? Or was there some peculiar pattern to it? Old Mo had also noticed the pattern, unlike the two girls who were preoccupied with washing their clothes, now eagerly hanging them out to dry. It was evident they were excited at the prospect of donning fresh garments. Neither Jiang Kahao nor Old Mo said much. Jiang Kahao merely handed the medicines to Old Mo for him to determine which were useful and which were not. Meanwhile, Jiang Kahao's gaze wandered toward the distant coniferous forest. He needed to venture in as something was about to happen, and he had to prepare accordingly. Within the immutable laws of nature, the strong prey upon the weak, a timeless truth. Jiang Kahao refused to halt his stride. He would confront the future with courage, treading each step firmly, deliberately upon the earth beneath his feet. To explore the coniferous forest, he required allies, others such as those gathered on the beach. That night, the strange wind rose precisely 5 times, each gust arriving at identical intervals. Master Mo's condition gradually stabilized with the aid of medicine, and Jiang Kahao proved himself indispensable to assist in Master Mo's recovery. He had even offered his own body, spending the entire night cradling the ailing elder in his arms as they slept. When Su Ro observed him the next morning, her gaze grew quietly complex, strange, unnameable. Su Ro and Jiang Kahao awoke at dawn and descended silently down the cliff face. It was Su Ro's habit to relieve herself below. Jiang Kahao, though unsure why he followed, simply did, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Fortunately, he neither entered the sea nor wandered aimlessly, but sat quietly aboard the small inflatable boat, lost in thought. Only then did Su Ro turn away to attend to her private needs. As she stepped aside, Jiang Kahao recited softly, "The view is boundless, exquisite, yet utterly untimely." Indeed, this was no moment for courtship. Yet subtle shifts, unseen, unspoken, had already begun reshaping the contours of their lives. When Su Ro returned, Jiang Kahao ascended with her once more. That silent companionship confirmed her suspicion. He had descended solely to keep her company, and knew full well why she had gone. "That day, you were over there. I mean that," she teased, faltering, unable to articulate it plainly. But Jiang Kahao understood perfectly. and blushed deeply, swiftly pointing toward the horizon. The dawn's aurora is truly magnificent today. She glanced up, though after so many days the spectacle no longer stirred the awe it once had. Magnificent. Turning back, she found Jiang Kuhao already scaling the cliff. Her conviction deepened, and with it a wave of shyness so intense it burned. Yet beneath that blush lingered something else, elusive, unnamed, stirring even within her own uncertainty. Roast meat, freshly grilled. Jiang Kuhao presented a generous portion to Master Mo before anyone else. Though yesterday's foraged provisions were plentiful, most remained strictly off-limits, too precious to waste. Until spoilage loomed, they would survive solely on this meat. It was already the 7th day. Rescue was no longer plausible. After breakfast, Jiang Kuhao carried the roasted meat and a substantial quantity of bear jerky down the cliff. His purpose was clear: to negotiate with the first mate. He wore the signal pistol conspicuously at his waist. Though its cartridges were spent, its symbolic weight remained undiminished. His delayed arrival agitated Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, who had been waiting anxiously below. At the sight of him, they broke into a trot. Jiang Kuhao waved the jerky aloft. This time I've brought far more. You needn't come daily. At the sight of the dried meat, so much of it, both men swallowed hard. Their rations were perilously low. After all these days, they still hadn't adapted, still lacked even the most basic necessities. Jiang Kuhao's impression of them dimmed accordingly. Thank you. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu each accepted a massive slab, over 20 jin, nearly equal in weight to the bear's head from before. Its rich, savory aroma wafted persistently through the air. Had Lu Ming not stood nearby, Zhang Lu might have devoured his share on the spot. Lu Ming, however, embodied quiet integrity. Though hunger flickered in his eyes, he allowed himself only a fleeting glance before turning his attention fully to Jiang Kuhao. Do you wish to eat meat? Jiang Kuhao asked. Zhang Lu answered without hesitation, of course we do. Our mouths have gone utterly bland, like ash. And that absurd plan the first mate devised lately. Exhausting. We labor endlessly just to earn our rations. If someone else works harder, they feast while we starve. Lu Ming coughed twice, sharply. Zhang Lu halted mid-sentence, then glared defiantly. What? It's the truth. An awkward silence fell. Jiang Kuhao gestured dismissively. There's no need to fear me. I am merely one man. So long as you do not provoke me, I shall not trouble you. But now I require assistance, and wish to speak with your first mate. Upon seeing the first mate, Jiang Kuhao paused, surprised. Every weed and undergrowth in the surrounding woods had been meticulously cleared. Dried grasses lay sun-bleached across the shore. That alone did not astonish him. What gave him pause was the colossal wooden raft. You're building a ship? Jiang Kuhao asked. Lu Ming nodded. Zhang Lu's face darkened. He stared at the vessel and sighed heavily. A ship? Hardly. That contraption won't sail, it'll sink. Taking it to sea is little more than suicide. A grim truth. Since witnessing the monstrous eel and those uncanny roiling waves, Jiang Kuhao found the notion of conquering the ocean in such a craft faintly absurd. Then simply stay behind. If you're willing, I can offer you another path to survival. Though whether you choose to follow me remains entirely yours to decide. Lu Ming, though the vessel is gone, my duty endures, in service to my superior. Rigid perhaps, but principled. Jiang Kuhao respected that. Zhang Lu held a different view. You truly follow the first mate on this hopeful voyage. Even he doesn't believe in it. What chance do you imagine you have of returning? They argued fiercely beside Jiang Kuhao, yet he remained silent. Clearly Zhang Lu preferred to remain. Let's go. I'll speak with the first mate. The first mate had noticed Jiang Kuhao's approach long before he arrived. Ever since their first encounter, Jiang Kuhao alone had been permitted to cross the divide, while they dared not approach him. This imbalance had festered, gnawing at the first mate's pride until he could endure it no longer. So he organized the construction of a great vessel, a vessel he believed capable of carrying them beyond this island into the open sea toward salvation. With decades of maritime experience and an intimate mastery of ships, he understood the reality all too well. Yet some truths are easier left unspoken. He had watched Castaway. He knew the desolation of drifting empty-handed upon endless water. He had contemplated horrors far worse. He knew the sea better than most, and knew precisely what awaited him beyond the reef. Still he chose flight, because flight retained the faintest ember of return. The first mate never denied his own selfishness. But he was human, 33 years old with a wife, children, and aging parents awaiting his homecoming. In the island's early days he had entertained staying, first indulging in the company of that exquisite wealthy young woman, then relishing absolute authority, the illusion of kingship blooming within him. Yet in the hush of midnight, when silence pressed close and memory sharpened, he heard his family's laughter echo in his mind, their smiling faces vivid and insistent. That ache was unbearable. This island was no home. He would abandon it. I wish to discuss a matter, Jiang Kuhao said. They accompany me. Do you have conditions? The first mate showed no surprise, only a faint knowing smile. I sensed your intention the moment you left them behind to fetch meat. But bringing so much proves your sincerity. He instructed Lu Ming to set the jerky aside. Lu Ming moved to affirm his loyalty, yet the first mate interrupted gently. I know your character, Lu Ming. Have known it for years. But this voyage is merely reconnaissance. Should we succeed, we shall return with rescue. Should we fail, do you wish us all to perish? Think of the others, the ones unwilling to risk departure. They need you here. Zhang Lu stayed silent. The first mate addressed him with equal candor. You understand self-preservation better than anyone. No further words are needed. Then slipping an arm around Jiang Kuhao's shoulders, he led him toward the vessel he regarded as his crowning achievement. There it is, crafted entirely from raw timber lashed with bark rope, fitted with iron-plated sails. Coconuts supply fresh water, shellfish, and the meat you provided sustain us. 10 have volunteered to depart. All the rest, those who remain, are now yours. Jiang Kuhao's brow furrowed. The rest. His gaze swept across the group. Faces unfamiliar, yet among them stood several who had openly scorned him in his hour of need. Those he would never accept. For now I take only them, he said. By all means, the first mate replied, and leaned in voice dropping to a murmur near Jiang Kuhao's ear. Perhaps you ought to recall. Your signal pistol is empty. Jiang Kuhao's pulse tightened. He met the first mate's gaze, where a subtle shadowed smile played upon lips that knew too much. And what then do you intend? If I inform the others that your weapon is hollow, that you hoard abundance while we prepare to sail, what chaos might that ignite? Jiang Kuhao understood instantly. How much do you want? No further words were necessary between men who understood one another perfectly. Jiang Kuhao swiftly transported an entire bear's carcass without hesitation. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu had already resolved to remain on the island, with Lu Ming staying at the orders of the first mate. Perhaps he hoped that this old subordinate would avoid unnecessary risks, while Zhang Lu calmly accepted Jiang Kuhao's invitation. Sitting on the cliff, he gazed at the tree laden with dried meat, his mouth watering. At Jiang Kuhao's casual suggestion to eat, he immediately began to feast. However, Su Ro and Mo Winner were still quite resistant to their presence. In such an unfamiliar environment, the arrival of strange men did little to inspire confidence. They would not be sleeping there. Jiang Kuhao had already made arrangements. The two would stay at the base of the mountain, just below the cliff, able to come up whenever necessary. As for the dangers they might face, Jiang Kuhao provided them with an axe and ample firewood. There was no need to search for food if they could not manage to live peacefully for a while. Jiang Kuhao had no reason to keep them around. Weakness held no necessity for existence. Across the mountain, Jiang Kuhao and his companions continued their tasks, while the two below quickly erected their small camp. This area had once been home to wild beasts, and Jiang Kuhao had explicitly warned them. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu were no fools. They constructed a large fire pit and gathered plenty of firewood. That night, Jiang Kuhao kept watch over them, only feeling at ease after noticing they took turns keeping the night watch. He also deliberately observed for any unusual behavior after their night shifts, wary of any collusion with the first mate. The entire night passed without incident, which greatly relieved him. As dawn approached, he finally settled down for a proper sleep, waiting for the right opportunity. Now was not the time to lead them into the jungle. The dangers within the coniferous woods were evident, demanding a respectful acknowledgement of nature's might. Jiang Kuhao spent the entire day guiding them along the outskirts of the pine forest, teaching them essential survival knowledge. Once he felt they were ready, he provided them with suitable weapons: an axe for Zhang Lu and an enormous stick for Lu Ming, which had branches protruding from the front and a sturdy shaft. Though it appeared comical, Jiang Kuhao had his reasons. The branches could fend off ferocious beasts, while the shaft served as a club. Moreover, the numerous branches could be used to probe ahead, alleviating concerns about snakes and insects. Lu Ming, being considerably smaller than Jiang Kuhao, was entrusted with the more dangerous tasks. These were merely basic preparations. Jiang Kuhao also instructed them on how to evade dangers and conceal themselves, skills vital for survival in the jungle. However, time was limited, and it remained uncertain how much they could grasp. By afternoon, they ventured deeper, traversing the visible front half of the mountainous area. Here, aside from pines and cypresses, no other plants could be found. If not for the view of the sea, Jiang Kuhao would have found it hard to accept this reality. The pines had one advantage: they produced copious resin, which was highly flammable. Jiang Kuhao collected a considerable amount, intending to use it for torches of exceptional quality. He did not keep the resin for himself, but sent Lu Ming to deliver it to the first mate. Zhang Lu was puzzled by Jiang Kuhao's actions, prompting Jiang to explain, "If they truly escape, they will undoubtedly seek help for us. This is advantageous for us. Even if they do not escape, we have assisted them fulfilling our duty of kindness. Lu Ming was deeply moved by Jiang Kehao's resolve, having always assumed he would disregard the fate of the first mate and his crew. He now realized how mistaken he had been. Upon returning to the beach with the resin, Lu Ming was equally incredulous when he presented it to the first mate. Yet being seasoned, the first mate quickly understood Jiang Kehao's intentions and promptly collected the resin, sending his thanks back through Lu Ming. This marked a temporary conclusion to their dealings. The first mate's ship was being built rapidly, but several days had already passed since its launch into the sea. During this time, Jiang Kehao and his group had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the mountain paths. It had been over 10 days. How many exactly would depend on the markings left by Mo Lao on the stone. With Mo Lao's recovery, many of the previously overlooked small plants began to reveal their value. Remarkably, he had even discovered several ginseng roots, an unexpected find that was almost unbelievable. Some moss and ferns were treated with great care by Mo Lao as well, though their specific uses remained uncertain. Zhang Lu, unwilling to be idle, found his true love during these days, a petite girl named Su Momo. She understood that in such an environment, to survive well and avoid humiliation, she needed to find a man she could rely on, and Zhang Lu was her perfect choice. As their trio spent time together, Lu Ming began to feel awkward, though Zhang Lu was mindful of their interactions. Nonetheless, Lu Ming's inner turmoil was palpable. Finally, the day arrived for the ship to set sail. Everyone at the beach gathered to bid farewell. Mo Lao and the two girls remained on the cliff as Jiang Kehao had instructed. Recently, the waves and winds had become erratic. The shifting winds acted as the best indicator for the first mate, who confidently declared them to be the wind signs. His long experience at sea earned him the trust of the crowd, yet Jiang Kehao perceived a madness in his eyes, a kind of frenzy that could only be understood through experience. Jiang Kehao silently watched them depart, observing the group waving goodbye, as the makeshift raft constructed of 3 layers of wooden sticks floated steadily on the water. Deep within, he too hoped for their safe return to a world filled with warmth and stability. With the first mate and his crew gone, those left behind began to lose their sense of purpose, wandering aimlessly. Jiang Kehao paid them no mind as he turned to leave with Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, but they were soon blocked by the crowd. "Let us follow you. You will be our leader from now on," they clamored, prompting Jiang Kehao to frown. "The bay is the boundary. Anyone who crosses it shall face my wrath." "Go ahead, try it if you dare," he warned, brandishing his axe. The crowd recoiled in fear, and one voice rose above the rest. "Why won't you let us follow? Together we could accomplish greater things." Jiang Kehao remained unyielding, refusing to look back. He had no need for those who could not even define their purpose for survival. Turning away, he left them behind, and as they saw their indifference, none dared follow. They stood by the bay wearing expressions of resentment. Others who had not approached either continued searching for food or ventured into the jungle seeking something unknown. The fruits of labor yield corresponding value, yet these individuals only saw the privileges Jiang Kehao afforded Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, never considering what they could offer him in return for his assistance. Jiang Kehao etched the faces of those who had followed him into his memory, just as he did those who had not. Upon reaching the cliff, Su Ro called out, "Jiang Kehao, there are footprints here." She and Mo Winter had been in an area they had designated as their restroom for some time, and Jiang Kehao had never set foot there. Her sudden exclamation made him uneasy. With so many aboard the ship, he couldn't fathom that only those few he had seen could have survived. But whether they were friend or foe remained uncertain. Jiang Kehao, accompanied by Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, descended the cliff. During the day, Su Momo would also be up there, with Mo Winter engaging in tasks within their capacity. The temperature fluctuations in this area had been unusual, and Jiang Kehao had briefed Lu Ming and Zhang Lu on such phenomena, so they were not overly surprised. As they entered the jungle, a clear trail of footprints appeared before Jiang Kehao's eyes. Much to his surprise, the owner of the footprints was barefoot. They had walked from here into the depths of the jungle. Given the jungle's treacherous nature, Jiang Kehao was all too aware the coniferous forest above felt infinitely safer in comparison. To eliminate potential dangers, Lu Ming took the lead, with Jiang Kehao and Zhang Lu closely following. However, as they continued, the trail vanished amidst the lowlying mountainous jungle filled with stones obscuring any trace of the footprints. More importantly, the climate shifted here, feeling distinctly different from the beach and cliff. It was surprisingly warm, yet not oppressive, almost like spring. Jiang Kehao gazed upward, catching a glimpse of white through the leaves. He stared intently at the distant whiteness, pondering if it could be snow. They had pursued him this far, but Jiang Kehao and his companions dared not advance any further. This uncanny seasonal shift was an enigma, and humanity, regardless of scale, has always harbored instinctive trepidation toward the unknown. It was strange, yes, yet perhaps such wariness was merely the inherited wisdom of millennia. For the unknown invariably signifies peril. Fall back, Jiang Kuhao commanded, and the three turned at once to retreat. But the moment they pivoted, a shrill cry tore through the air aft. A man's voice. Jiang Kuhao identified its timbre instantly and gestured sharply left front. Lu Ming seized his club and strode forward without hesitation. Years of shared survival had forged unspoken synchrony among them. The foundational principles Jiang Kuhao had imparted were now second nature. There, left front, the vanished footprints reappeared. Human passage implied diminished danger, so they quickened their pace. The grass shimmered emerald, banana trees and plantains stood tall and lush, their verdant abundance soothing to the eye. After that single piercing cry, silence descended, absolute and unnerving. Jiang Kuhao and his companions pressed onward, searching methodically. Perhaps the climate accounted for it. No mosquitoes buzzed here, no insects hummed. Not even the dreaded leeches clung to damp earth. This place, it seemed, was hospitable, almost idyllic. Jiang Kuhao committed its contours to memory as Lu Ming pushed aside a curtain of foliage and recoiled violently, hurling his branch forward with a shout. Python. Jiang Kuhao stood directly behind him. He saw it too. The serpent coiled mere meters away. Its visible length alone exceeded 3 meters. Beyond that exposed coil, the forest swallowed the rest of its immense body into shadow. The man who had screamed lay entangled in its grasp, not constricted by tail, but throttled by the upper half of its torso. His neck was already snapped. Such brute strength rendered human resistance futile. The sickening crack of shattering bone echoed in their ears like dry twigs snapping underfoot. Jiang Kuhao watched impassive. Intervention was pointless. Wait, he said, voice glacial. Let it swallow him whole. Then we kill it. Our meat stores are nearly exhausted. We'll replenish them with its flesh. The python bore jet black banding across obsidian scales, a creature of primordial authority. Its forked tongue flickered fixed upon them. Jiang Kuhao motioned Lu Ming backward, then cleared the surrounding undergrowth with his axe. At a safe distance they observed. Then came the anomaly. The python made no move to consume its prey. Instead, its massive body contracted inward, strangely unnaturally, as though dragged backward by an unseen hand. Jiang Kuhao stared, uncomprehending. Yet one truth burned clear: the answer lay within that thicket behind it. Within moments the python discarded the corpse. Its head jerked wildly, probing the air, thrashing side to side like a frantic pendulum, as if straining against invisible bonds. Jiang Kuhao searched his memory. In all jungle lore, what predator could subdue a python so utterly? Even crocodiles met them on equal footing. Yet this serpent writhed helplessly, paralyzed not by fear, but by something far more absolute. When the python vanished behind the trees, Lu Ming and Zhang Lu turned to Jiang Kuhao in unison. He smiled faintly. Why stare at me? It dropped that man like spoiled clay. Only a true nemesis could compel such surrender. We'll proceed cautiously. If we can capture that thing, our rations for the month are secured. Without risk, starvation looms. Neither objected. For weeks they had sustained the beach encampment with daily meat, yet reserves dwindled fast. This time Jiang Kuhao positioned them behind him. Confronting a python demanded skill. A misstep would reduce them to pulp, just as it had reduced the man lying broken upon the earth. Jiang Kuhao parted the foliage and beheld what the leaves had concealed. A small pond gleamed in the distance. Beside it crouched a creature. Not 10 paces from Jiang Kuhao, squatting motionless beside the water, was a being of sickly jade green hue. 2 bulbous, lidless eyes dominated its flattened skull, but skin was knotted, glistening, repellent. In its maw dangled the black-banded python, now half swallowed. The creature's diameter exceeded 2 meters, its mouth gaping like a colossal iron cauldron. Its tongue thick and muscular coiled around the serpent's body, drawing it inch by agonizing inch into its gullet. Its enormous eyes blinked slowly, vigilant, calculating. Its belly rose and fell like a bellows, grotesquely rhythmic. The python convulsed in final desperate spasms, head whipping left and right like a child's toy top, yet achieved nothing. With each languid curl of that monstrous tongue, it sank deeper. Only its head remained lodged, jaws, slack tongue lolling helplessly as it sought escape, futilely. What is this thing? Jiang Kuhao recoiled, heart hammering. He strained to recall. Flat skull, those twin orbs perched atop its head, that luminous green hide stippled with iridescent black flecks, and that slick, viscous membrane sheathing its form. It was horrifyingly familiar. A frog, magnified 1,000-fold. He parted the leaves again, for broad-webbed feet pale, as moonlit porcelain anchored the beast to the earth. Confirmation. Not a demon, not a god. A frog. A colossus of amphibian flesh. Stunned, he retreated to Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, recounting what he'd seen. A frog. You're certain? They refused to believe it, that the same serpent capable of crushing a man in seconds had been devoured whole by a frog, until they too peered through the foliage and froze. It was a frog. Merely colossal. Jiang Kuhao fell silent, thoughtful. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu remained speechless, their minds reeling, their entire understanding of natural law upended. But Jiang Kuhao's memory held other anomalies, the gargantuan eel surfacing in the sea, its 15-meter length defying all biological precedent, more befitting a leviathan than an anguilliform. Was this island itself the source? He couldn't say. What mattered now was sustenance. The frog sat sated. The python protruded grotesquely, only its severed head jutting from that bloated maw absurd and macabre. We'll play the sparrow to its hawk, Jiang Kuhao declared, raising his axe. It cannot finish the swallow, it's overstuffed. And an overstuffed foe is no foe at all. No speeches. Just strike. He surged forward from the treeling. The frog registered their approach, but did not flinch. Did not leap. Merely watched those vast glassy eyes unblinking. Jiang Kuhao lunged, burying his axe deep into the python's skull. The head cleaved clean off, teeth snapping shut on empty air. As the blade struck, the frog's body shuddered violently. Jiang Kuhao paused, then signaled Lu Ming and Zhang Lu to flank left and right. They formed a triangle, weapons poised, holding position for 30 breaths. At Jiang Kuhao's sharp command, they attacked. Thwack, thwack, crunch, crunch, crunch. Axe and club rained down upon amphibian flesh. The frog, glutted and immobile, could neither flee nor fight, only endure. They struck with savage precision, relentless and unceasing, until exhaustion stilled their arms. Blood saturated the earth. They exchanged glances and burst into raucous, breathless laughter. The frog lay ruined. Within its ruptured belly, the python's decapitated body still twitched, churning the gore into a nauseating vortex. A serpentine coil churned sluggishly in the crimson slurry, a sight so vile Jiang Kuhao's stomach recoiled. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, no longer numbed by adrenaline, turned and vomited in unison. Jiang Kuhao surveyed the carnage, the meat now unfit for consumption. But the python's flesh remained intact. If this makes you retch, what will you do when you face something worse? Die. He assigned the grisly task, extracting the python from the frog's gut, to Lu Ming and Zhang Lu. Their faces fell pale and drawn. There was a phrase Jiang Kuhao particularly favored: vomiting long enough, one grows accustomed to it. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu were just like that, initially repulsed by the scene, nauseated to the point of retching. Yet under Jiang Kuhao's unrelenting pressure, they persisted until there was nothing left inside them to expel. When the giant python's corpse was finally dragged clear, it still writhed faintly. They ceased cleaning immediately and carried it away without delay. The man whom the serpent had reduced to pulp lay abandoned where he fell. Burying him seemed unnecessary. The group knew him scarcely at all. On this island, expending precious time on a stranger was less sensible than resting a while. As Jiang Kuhao turned to leave, he glanced once at the man's bare feet. A flicker of unspoken bewilderment crossed his mind, though he did not pause to examine its origin. Back beneath the cliff face, the sea wind returned, sharp, stinging, glacial against the skin. The island's climate had grown increasingly erratic. Mere meters beyond the sheer rock wall, the beach remained unnervingly warm. With fresh meat secured, Jiang Kuhao had no intention of halting exploration. He dispatched Lu Ming and Zhang Lu back to the water pool they'd previously visited. Fresh water remained indispensable, and any corpse lingering there could prove hazardous later. Meanwhile, Mo Wunner and Su Momu had mastered the art of butchering game. Life on the island appeared for the moment settled, yet Jiang Kuhao felt an unease he could not dismiss. He believed it prudent to take Su Ro on a reconnaissance walk. Something about this place refused to feel truly safe. They ascended the mountain together. Through the coniferous forest, visibility remained clear and thus security assured. What Jiang Kuhao had failed to anticipate was the weather. This time their path stretched farther than before. Crossing the ridge, they sought to survey the terrain below, the same slope they'd skirted earlier with Lu Ming and Zhang Lu. Then they'd explored only the fringes, dense conifers above, thick undergrowth below, too obscure to warrant deeper probing. But today Su Ro volunteered to descend. In Jiang Kuhao, still they circled to the mountains. The underbrush here consisted of sharp, spiny shrubs. By the time they reached the lower slope, fine lacerations. He moved deliberately, not merely to pursue. Once below, he surveyed the grove, and his expression hardened into vigilance. The trees grew haphazardly, chaotically, utterly unlike those above, low, gnarled, forcing one to duck beneath tangled boughs. The ground was carpeted with brittle, yellowed grass obscuring footing. Vision narrowed, utility vanished. Jiang Kuhao resolved to turn back. Then Su Ro pointed. Look over there. To his right, a vivid expanse of emerald green emerged, so luminous it startled him. Instantly his mind flashed to the python's domain. He pivoted, orienting himself. Yes, it matched. I'll show you, he said, gesturing toward the valley he'd described earlier. It's breathtaking, like perpetual spring. Warm, serene. He took her hand. Her pulse quickened, warmth blooming in her chest as she followed him forward. Tall weeds swallowed their knees. Each step sank unevenly, deep then shallow. Jiang Kahao's nerves hummed with quiet dread. What if something lunges? Yet the distance seemed brief, surely harmless. He merely heightened his awareness, nothing more. Within 20 paces they reached the mountainside's edge, and there, veiled in mist, lay the valley, ethereal, softly luminous, bathed in jade-green haze. Su-ro pointed again. Are those red flowers? Jiang Kahao followed her gaze, and saw it, a vast, undulating field of crimson. But it moved, not petals swaying in breeze, crawling. Closer inspection revealed not blossoms, but insects, swarms of black and crimson vermin, densely packed, pulsing with unnatural life. Just gazing upon them sent chills skittering up his spine. Flowers, he murmured, deflecting her attention elsewhere. She squinted, her vision poor, unable to discern the truth. He would not shatter the moment with grim revelation. They stood in silence, until thunder cracked overhead. A clap so violent it split the sky. They'd never witnessed such abrupt atmospheric fury. Jiang Kahao tilted his head upward. Leaden clouds boiled across the heavens. Rain was imminent. Go now. He seized Su-ro's hand and whirled. But before the echo faded, fat raindrops began slapping down. Cold, penetrating, bone deep. Seconds later the deluge became torrential, roaring, unrelenting, a wall of water crashing down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The world dissolved. He could barely open his eyes. Shielding his head with one hand, he glimpsed only the path they'd come, vague, wavering. Su-ro clutched his fingers, shouting something lost beneath the storm's roar. He couldn't hear her. He simply pulled her backward, toward the slope they descended. They'd barely reached its base when the earth gave way. The hillside collapsed in a single, thunderous avalanche. Had Jiang Kahao not yanked Su-ro aside with lightning reflexes, the landslide's narrow breadth would still have buried them both. Where the slope had been rose a jagged vertical scar, impassable now. Rain intensified. Jiang Kahao felt Su-ro trembling violently. Prolonged exposure would claim them both. He turned away from the ruin and plunged into the woods. But beneath this tempest, even towering conifers offered no shelter. Only diminished impact, less punishing, yet still unbearable. He pressed onward, weaving through trunks, scanning desperately for hollows, caves, anything. Films make finding tree cavities look effortless. Why is it so impossible here? The rain numbed their skin. Worse, it was cold, unnaturally so, seeping into marrow, stealing warmth, sapping strength. They exited the coniferous belt entirely, still no refuge found. Miraculously, this new stretch resembled the morning's valley, still drenched, yet markedly warmer. Then, banana trees. Their colossal waxy leaves became salvation. Jiang Kahao tore several free, held one aloft like a shield. Su-ro mirrored him. They stood motionless in the downpour, rain drumming against their legs, pooling at their feet. For a fleeting moment, peace. Su-ro shivered uncontrollably. Jiang Kahao stepped behind her, enfolding her in his arms, pressing his chest to her back. She did not resist. Instead, she leaned back, resting her forehead against his shoulder, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her lips were bluish, her skin icy. His heart tightened. Rain hammered the broad leaves. In that vast, drenched solitude, they were each other's sole anchor. Then, soft against his ear, do you think Elder Mo's group is caught in this storm too? Jiang Kahao's breath caught. Had they been? If such rain lashed the coast, it would be catastrophic. His concern flared, then tempered. We're in greater peril now. At least Elder Mo has food. Trapped, freezing, starving. Yes, their plight eclipsed the others. And no one knew how long this deluge would rage. Su-ro stopped fretting over Elder Mo. Watching rivulets cascade from the mountainside, sluicing over. If this rain doesn't cease, we'll freeze to death. Their feet stood in icy floodwaters. No one could endure such immersion long without falling ill. Even Jiang Kahao's robust frame faltered beneath the banana leaf. Frost shimmered faintly on the air. I'll find a way. Clinging to each other for warmth, he strained to survey. Rain blurred everything. He stepped out from beneath the leaf, swung his axe, securing one firmly over Su-ro. He guided her onward. They did not know nature's true cruelty. The storm deepened, grew fiercer, wilder. Vision dissolved further. To advance was near suicidal. Give me your trust, and I will carry you through hell itself. The rain raged, biting, relentless. Yet within him burned a fierce, unwavering fire. He lifted her onto his back, so he bore it. In a world of winding paths and shimmering rain, Jiang Kahao trudged forward, carrying Su-ro on his back. Each step was a precarious dance between deep puddles and precarious footing, and he narrowly avoided tumbling several times, his agility a saving grace. Yet even he began to feel the weight of fatigue. Wiping the rain from his eyes, he noted that over an hour had passed, and the torrential downpour showed no signs of abating. "Let me down and I can walk myself," Su-ro murmured softly against his back, her voice trembling. The notion of setting her down was daunting. He could tell she was not well. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Jiang Kahao reassured her with a smile, though he turned his head to gasp for breath, his body protesting against the relentless rain. As they descended, the water deepened, flowing fiercely against the mountainside. Jiang Kahao dared not approach the cliff's edge, haunted by the memory of a previous landslide that had nearly buried them both. A shadow lingered in his mind, a reminder of the danger that lurked. He adjusted Su-ro's position on his shoulder, gripping her more securely to conserve his strength. The torrential rain obscured his sense of direction, and he no longer knew how far they had traveled or where they might be. All familiar landmarks had vanished. The banana trees were gone, replaced by broadleaf plants indigenous to rainforests or tropical regions, hinting at potential hazards. Jiang Kahao had begun to understand the island's geographical nuances, realizing that he and Su-ro were in a perilous situation. Yet oddly enough, a distant tree ahead captivated his attention even more than the dangers surrounding them. It was a banyan tree, its trunk several meters thick with robust, hanging branches that provided ample shelter from the deluge. Despite the presence of two monkeys, Jiang Kahao was not overly concerned. Though monkeys could be troublesome, he reasoned that as long as they did not provoke them, they would remain passive. To his surprise, when the monkeys spotted them, they screeched in alarm and scampered away into the rain. Were they afraid of humans? The thought crossed Jiang Kahao's mind as he navigated the now waist-deep water carefully, helping Su-ro into a small hollow at the base of the tree before clambering in after her. The hollow was cramped, barely a meter wide and 2 or 3 meters high. Su-ro quickly curled up, hugging her legs and retreating to one side. Jiang Kahao sat silently beside her, their bodies close together, the roaring water below and the endless rain above enveloping them. He wrapped his arms around her, and she leaned into him, without hesitation, as gentle as a lamb. In that moment, the world outside seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the weight of their uncertainty about the future. Would the rain grow even heavier? Jiang Kahao felt an irrational fear of the rain wash over him. After 2 hours, this torrential downpour showed no signs of stopping. What if the cliffs were experiencing the same? What about Mo Lao and the others? Would they be safe? A wave of guilt washed over him. If only he had been braver in exploring deeper into the island, perhaps they could have found a secure campsite, a reliable cave, a safe haven. He had clung to the hope of rescue, dreaming of the day a team would come and bring them back to the warmth and comfort of home, where he could savor his mother's cooking and embrace her tightly. Such a scene filled him with longing, and he did not want to miss a moment of it. But reality was harsh, reminding him that sometimes decisive action was necessary. The departure of the others was a testament to that. They had chosen to risk everything to return home, while he had opted for the comfort of the cliffs. Comfort was not the way of nature. It would obliterate all that was easy and shatter those impractical dreams. Jiang Kahao's expression grew serious as he understood that once this ordeal passed, everything would need to align with his aspirations. Holding Su-ro closer, he noticed she was gazing at him. "What is it?" he asked. "Thank you," she replied softly. Jiang Kahao smiled. Gratitude felt unnecessary between them. "I want to give myself to you right now," Su-ro said, pressing her body firmly against his. The unique scent emanating from her was surprisingly pleasant, lingering despite the rain. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though his very essence was melting into her presence. Her lips were tantalizingly close, her hands gripping his shoulders as if she intended to undress him. The closeness of two drenched bodies sparked a fire within him. His heart raced, and he leaned down to kiss her, though it was but a fleeting brush of lips. "I seek your heart, not your body. You don't have to see my kindness as a debt to repay. True love requires complete devotion. Gratitude is a distraction from love," he said, licking his lips afterward. "It tastes good." His playful smile ignited a flutter in Su-ro's heart. She hadn't expected such words from him. Did she truly love him? Indeed, did she? She had encountered many men before. Business tycoons, elite executives, powerful industry leaders, political magnates, who despite their grandeur had never captured her heart. What was it about Jiang Kahao that stirred such feelings within her? Was it love? She had never understood love. Her upbringing dictated that she would marry a man advantageous to her family, but that path seemed impossible now. Life was unpredictable. Who could have foreseen her experiences on this island? Had Jiang Kahao not been by her side, she might not have survived these trials. She felt gratitude, but love. What did it mean? Was it the sense of security, comfort, and a shoulder to lean on? She was unsure. As the relentless rain continued to pour, she nestled her playful face against Jiang Kahao's shoulder, drifting into sleep. The hollow was small, and once she was asleep, Jiang Kahao dared not move, regretting the intimacy he had hesitated to embrace earlier. He had cultivated the image of a good man, he could not shatter it so easily. He chastised himself, nearly waking Su Ro, who stirred slightly, but remained asleep. She gradually warmed up against him, holding him tighter. The temperature within the hollow rose, and Jiang Kahao's heart raced, his torment magnifying, as Su Ro leaned further onto him, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. In desperation, he shifted to create space, but the rain began to lessen. Glancing at the water that had reached the edge of their hollow, he felt a surge of dread. If the rain continued, they would surely be submerged. Fortunately, the rain ceased, but darkness enveloped the sky. If the rain stopped at night, it would be riskier, animals would be more active. Jiang Kahao's anxiety grew as he scanned their surroundings for an escape route, but the water surrounded them. He was hesitant to venture into it, for the depths could hide unknown dangers. There could be something lurking beneath the surface. He stared at the water just a few centimeters from them and realized he needed a plan to either leave or ensure they remained undisturbed. But how? He no longer had an axe. He gently shook Su Ro awake, but she was feverish and confused, disoriented by her surroundings. There may be danger tonight. We need to leave, he urged. Just then the tree trunk trembled ominously. Something was above them, and Jiang Kahao's senses sharpened. It was still only mid-afternoon, but the dense canopy of the rainforest darkened the surroundings prematurely. Peering above, he caught sight of a tuft of fur darting past. Drawing back, he glanced down, only to be met with a shocking revelation: a leopard. Indeed, he clearly saw a leopard just above them, sniffing the air, its keen senses alerting it to their presence. Had they been discovered? Amidst the looming crisis, there was no moment of safety in the jungle. Just moments ago, the child had worried whether they might be engulfed by the torrential rain, and now, as the downpour ceased for a brief moment, a leopard appeared overhead. After the rain, do you not even take a moment to rest? Su Ro thought to herself, but before she could voice her concern, Jiang Kahao covered her mouth and whispered, "There's a leopard above us." He spoke in hushed tones, aware that the leopard had caught their scent, yet secretly hoping that this soft-spoken manner would provide him some solace. They were left with nothing but banana leaves in hand, and should the leopard truly approach, Jiang Kahao would inevitably be injured when fighting it barehanded. Fortunately, leopards were not fond of water, it could not swim over to them. The leopard perched above Jiang Kahao was filled with frustration. It had gone several days without food, which was why it sought sustenance at this perilous time. It was not a creature that enjoyed water, but its belly was far less forgiving of hunger. Luckily, it sensed the presence of prey not long after venturing out. The exhilarating scent of monkeys wafted through the air, tantalizingly close, yet hidden from its view just below. Chirp, chirp. The leopard let out a faint sound, anxiously searching for a foothold amid the damp branches surrounding it. Beneath, torrents of water flowed, making descent impossible. After what felt like an eternity without the leopard coming down, Jiang Kahao's heart steadied somewhat. He surveyed the surrounding waters, pondering how to escape, but the water showed no sign of abating. Thus he remained vigilant, for in the rainforest the visible dangers were often not the true threats. The perils lurking beneath the water's surface could indeed be fatal, such as leeches. Earlier in the valley there had been no leeches, a fact Jiang Kahao attributed to insufficient temperature. However, this place was far from lacking warmth, having barely paused since the rain ceased. Both he and Su Ro could already feel the oppressive heat. This was uncomfortable, trapped, unable to fight back, and constantly at risk of losing their lives. The tension weighed heavily on both of them. The agitation above never ceased, leaving Jiang Kahao's mind restless. Suddenly, a violent commotion overhead caused something to crash into the water with a splash. Peering ahead, Jiang Kahao saw the leopard. It had leapt down from above. The leopard plunged into the water, resurfacing after several moments. Its landing had been unfortunate, at least 10 meters away from Jiang Kahao and Su Ro. Perhaps it had disoriented itself during the leap, for it floated for quite a while before gradually swimming towards them. Jiang Kahao found it amusing, thinking that the creature had miscalculated its own actions. Yet he quickly realized that it was no mere folly. The leopard was now targeting him, and Su Ro intent on making them its prey. In the water, however, the leopard's combat prowess was limited. As long as it remained submerged, it posed little threat. The leopard swam with mediocre speed, struggling to cover even 5 meters after much effort. This only reinforced Jiang Kahao's understanding that the animal was not a strong swimmer, it was a desperate leopard driven by hunger. If only Jiang Kahao had a stick, he would worry less. He glanced at his fists, then at the leopard, hoping it bore no viruses in its mouth, so that he might escape with minimal injury after the impending confrontation. Preparing for battle, Jiang Kahao motioned for Su Ro to stay back. He focused intently on the approaching leopard. The sounds of birds and the sharp cries of monkeys filled the air, amplifying the tension. Once the leopard spotted Jiang Kahao, it quickened its pace, yet even then its speed was pitifully slow. A faint ripple disturbed the water's surface in the distance before vanishing beneath the surface. Two small eyes akin to yellow beans emerged briefly before disappearing again. Beneath the surface, currents swirled ominously, concealing unknown dangers. The leopard gasped desperately, trying to conserve its strength for the impending battle. It drew closer with each passing moment, its spots becoming clearer to Su Ro, who could not help but whisper a caution. Jiang Kahao glanced back at her. I've slain bears, how could I not handle this leopard? Trust me, I'm here for you. Su Ro, meeting his resolute gaze, felt her anxiety weighing. Yet she was not naive. Could one truly kill a creature of such size so easily? Nonetheless, she found some comfort in Jiang Kahao's reassurance. She nodded. If you die, I will too. You must survive, or my sacrifice would be in vain. Besides, this leopard is not strong enough to kill me. Perhaps it's here to offer us a meal. Jiang Kahao joked, and the thought of food indeed made him feel hungry. Su Ro was equally famished, and their stomachs growled in unison. They exchanged a smile, but the distant leopard, disturbed by their laughter, paused to observe. After a moment, it shook its ears and resumed its advance toward them, sensing something behind it. The water was intolerable. The leopard disliked this place, prompting it to swim faster. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The leopard was rapidly closing in on them, and their playful banter faded. The leopard hesitated for a brief moment before leaping toward Jiang Kahao. However, in the water, it could not jump high, though it barely cleared the surface by mere inches, posing no real threat to Jiang Kahao. He kicked the leopard squarely on its head, sending it splashing back into the water. The leopard floundered for a moment before resurfacing, its sharp eyes evaluating Jiang Kahao. These monkeys appeared different from the ones it had encountered before, making it cautious. It tentatively swam closer, but Jiang Kahao's foot blocked its advance. The tree hollow was too small for the leopard to easily navigate, especially in the water. The leopard could only linger on the surface, yet hunger compelled it not to relent. After several attempts, Jiang Kahao kicked it back into the water. As darkness began to envelop the surroundings, Jiang Kahao found it increasingly difficult to discern the leopard's movements, whereas the leopard, a nocturnal creature, could see clearly. At last, under the veil of night, the leopard seized its opportunity. Jiang Kahao felt a sudden weight. The leopard had clamped onto his shoe. He fell back into the tree hollow, an immense tug pulling at him, followed by something gripping his leg. A sharp pain shot through as the leopard's claws dug in. Su Ro quickly grasped him, preventing him from being dragged into the water. Jiang Kahao lifted his left leg and kicked forcefully at the leopard. Once it had sunk its teeth into Jiang Kahao's shoe, the leopard refused to let go, employing its usual tactics against smaller prey, believing that a firm grip would lead to victory. But Jiang Kahao's strength was overwhelming. Each kick struck the leopard's head, and eventually it could no longer endure the assault and fell into the water. Blood marked its face and claws, heightening its frenzy. Jiang Kahao's leg was injured, limiting his ability to resist as before. He gritted his teeth against the pain, standing firm as Su Ro looked on with concern. If I don't stand my ground and fight, am I to be devoured by such a creature? His voice was cold, and at that moment he stood resolute, as if unaffected by the blood seeping from his leg. The leopard floated on the water's surface, preparing for another attack. It was fatigued, never having imagined that dealing with a monkey would be so arduous. Yet it understood that blood signaled the onset of its hunting instinct. Once again, the leopard assumed its attack posture, lunging at Jiang Kahao with all its might. With a splash, water erupted around them, as the leopard now experienced attack with great speed. Jiang Kahao prepared to kick, but a sharp pain delayed his movement. A moment's hesitation proved fatal as the leopard lunged for his ankle with its gaping maw. Jiang Kahao cursed silently, but it was too late. With another splash, a massive wave startled both Jiang Kahao and the leopard as a fearsome, gaping jaw appeared between them. A resounding thud echoed as the predator's jaws clashed, followed by a tremendous splash, leaving. Fate is predetermined by heaven. Surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. Jiang Kahao found these two sayings echoing in his mind. Perhaps ancient wisdom holds profound truths. Despite enduring a night of torment, without daring to sleep, nothing significant had occurred. He gazed calmly at the surface of the water, fatigue creeping in, and only when the dense jungle began to glimmer with light did he realize dawn had arrived. The water had completely dissipated overnight, but this was not good news. The path had turned treacherous and muddy. A thick humidity enveloped the surroundings, making one feel sticky and uncomfortable. Su Ro had been feverish, lost in a daze, but her condition had improved somewhat. She was no longer as hot, likely due to the extreme dryness within the tree hollow. Jiang Kahao stretched, surveying the ground in hopes of finding traces of a leopard, only to be disappointed. There was nothing to be found. It was as if nothing had ever happened. If not for the claw marks still lingering on his leg, Jiang Kahao might have believed the leopard had never existed. Su Rou stirred awake at his movement, peeking out from Jiang Kahao's embrace. After the heavy rain yesterday, they had been practically blinding. Now, as they finally got a glimpse of their surroundings, the outlook seemed even grimmer. "We need to leave here now. Are you all right?" Jiang Kahao asked about Su Rou's leg, but she anxiously reached out to feel his instead. "I'm fine. What about you?" Sometimes a man does not require grand gestures from a woman. A simple expression of concern or a small act can suffice to bring him contentment. "I'm fine. Oh, I can still carry you," Jiang Kahao replied as he stood up. He jumped down from the tree hollow and extended his hand to help Su Rou. As she prepared to jump down herself, Jiang Kahao caught her arm. "First, let me carry you. Don't look back." Su Rou did not refuse and climbed onto Jiang Kahao's back. He held her securely and turned to leave. Yet curiosity is a powerful force. The more one tries to suppress it, the stronger the urge to look becomes. Unable to resist, Su Rou turned her head, slightly wondering what could invoke such curiosity in Jiang Kahao. "Don't look, it will make you uncomfortable," Jiang Kahao said, holding her legs tightly, unable to prevent her from looking. At that moment, she caught sight of something behind them. Just 2 meters from the tree hollow where they had been, a mass of leeches lay clinging to the body of some animal, their yellowish hue making her skin crawl. Each leech was as thick as a thumb, resembling tiny sausages with open mouths. Ugh, Su Rou nearly retched. Had her stomach not been empty, she would have surely vomited. "How can there be so many leeches? What animal is that? How pitiful," she lamented, feeling increasingly nauseated. Jiang Kahao glanced back. "That's a monkey, but may soon become a breeding ground for leeches." The leeches would lay their eggs on the monkey, and once they hatched, the scene would be unimaginable. Jiang Kahao felt a deep respect for nature. Had they not found this tree hollow yesterday, that monkey's fate might have mirrored their own. After a while, Su Rou climbed down from Jiang Kahao's back, and together they walked through the jungle, now directionless. They had arrived here through torrential rain, and finding a way out now proved to be an arduous task. Water dripped from the trees, crystal clear and pure, so they did not have to worry about hydration for the moment. Having quenched their thirst, Jiang Kahao began to analyze the trees around them, determined to find a direction and a way back. The cliff lay to the east, discernible by the growth of the coniferous trees atop it. However, in the rainforest, the trees grew in crooked shapes, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. The jungle was filled with dappled shadows, complicating the task of discerning direction. Jiang Kahao scanned the treetops. Perhaps reaching the top would allow him to see the sun and determine their location. With that thought, he sought out a tree, quickly spotting a banyan perfect for climbing. Once atop, he would pivot to another tree to survey the surroundings. Without hesitation, he instructed Su Rou to wait below while he began his ascent. The air, damp and warm from the recent rain, had allowed ferns to flourish, and Jiang Kahao found his footing slipping as he climbed. Each step crushed the delicate plants underfoot. Nevertheless, he managed to reach the upper branches, hugging the trunk as he moved cautiously among the green tendrils of vegetation. Jiang Kahao was careful. These plants were slick and treacherous, and a fall from this height, 5 or 6 meters, could be disastrous. He tread lightly, while Su Rou watched anxiously, fearing any misstep. Fortunately, he reached the treetop, safely exhaling in relief alongside Su Rou. From this vantage point, Jiang Kahao could clearly see the distant landscape. After a moment of observation, he identified the sun's position and assessed the surrounding canopy. He felt he had a rough idea of their location, but to his surprise, he realized they had walked much farther than he had thought. They were now ensconced in a valley surrounded by lush trees that extended far beyond sight. Looking toward the east where the cliff should be, he saw only dense greenery. Now aware of the direction, Jiang Kahao jumped down from the tree and began to retrace their steps with Su Rou. The jungle was fraught with danger. Jiang Kahao cautiously used a stick to probe the path ahead. They moved slowly, hunger gnawing at their bodies in the oppressive heat, and soon their strength began to wane. Su Rou's pace slowed, and although Jiang Kahao could still push on the treacherous terrain, made even him struggle with leeches clinging to his legs. After every few steps, he would stop to vigorously shake the leeches off those ancient creatures, becoming increasingly active in this rainforest. If they burrowed into one's flesh, the consequences could be severe, possibly resulting in amputation. So at intervals, Jiang Kahao would halt to clear both their bodies of the bloodsuckers, which only slowed their progress further. Before long, it was already midday, and they had lost all sense of how far they had come. In such a fog-laden environment, anxiety began to build. Jiang Kahao and Su Rou had not spoken in ages, their bodies smeared with mud, resembling nothing more than 2 figures made of clay. Had it not been for their occasional stops to rid themselves of leeches, they would have appeared even dirtier. At this rate, they would starve. Observing the exhausted Su Ro, Jiang Kahao devised a plan. He used a stick to dig into the muddy ground, quickly creating a small pit. After 10 minutes of labor, he finally uncovered what he sought, a long, slender worm, an earthworm. He held the worm in his hand, rolling it over on some nearby leaves to clean it off, then pinched its head and tail, gently squeezing until it split in two. The mud within it flowed out like water. Once clean, the worm resembled a strip of meat. Jiang Kahao quickly wiped it again on the leaves and handed it to Su Ro. Eat this, that's rich in essential nutrients. The sight of the worm made Su Ro retch, recalling the swollen leeches, and she immediately protested. I can't eat that. Girls often struggle to accept such things. Jiang Kahao, pinching his nose, popped the worm into his mouth and swallowed it whole. He couldn't bring himself to chew on it. After digging up several more worms, Su Ro could no longer bear to watch and turned away. As luck would have it, she spotted a cluster of mushrooms, pale gray, unassuming ones that resembled the edible kind. Look at these mushrooms. Do you think they're safe to eat? She asked, reaching out. Jiang Kahao, hearing her, turned sharply and yelled, Don't touch that. As he approached with a serious expression, he used his stick to poke at the mushrooms. Small black dots began to emerge from within. These mushrooms are poisonous. Those little black dots are even worse. A single bite could numb half your body, he warned, pulling Su Ro away from the spot. Why are there insects everywhere? It's either this bug or that one. Su Ro complained, her fear of the rainforest growing stronger. Jiang Kahao felt a gradual recovery in his strength after eating, while Su Ro, who had not eaten, grew increasingly listless. She had already had a fever the night before and now felt utterly drained. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a fruit tree, allowing them to feast heartily even on the unripe fruits, which brought them joy. Their journey had been filled with bizarre occurrences, but thankfully they had thus far avoided any major troubles, enabling them to continue on their way in peace. When they finally reached a small river, Jiang Kahao immediately decided they must walk along its banks. The river was only 3 to 4 meters wide, with shallow waters flowing steadily toward the sea, a certainty he was sure of. There were fish in the river, freshwater fish, and Jiang Kahao, though surprised, realized that Su Ro, despite having eaten some fruit earlier, would not be returning. He gazed at the fish in the water and quietly waded in. Su Ro asked what he was doing, and he pointed to the fish below, saying, I'm going to get you something to eat. You wouldn't dare eat worms. Su Ro responded with a sound of acknowledgement and followed him into the water, mimicking his actions. After struggling through the muddy paths, the clean water offered a chance not only to catch fish, but also to wash away the grime on their bodies. Jiang Kahao stood still in the water, waiting for the fish to approach, while Su Ro began to clean the mud off herself. This movement startled the fish away, and Jiang Kahao chuckled at the sight of her, giving up on catching fish for the moment. Once she was clean, he stepped onto the shore to look for a suitable spot. There were 2 methods of fishing: grabbing them directly or using tools, and nature provided many natural tools for easy fishing, such as the intoxication grass. As Jiang Kahao walked east along the bank, he discovered this peculiar plant. When Su Ro arrived, she saw Jiang Kahao smashing the grass with stones. The intoxication grass was unique. Once crushed, it oozed a milky white liquid that looked soothing. Thinking he had found something delicious, Su Ro reached out to grab it. What are you doing? Jiang Kahao asked her. Su Ro dipped her fingers in the white liquid and timidly licked it. Almost instantly, her mouth began to tingle, and when she tried to speak, only incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Jiang Kahao found her reaction amusing. Let's see if you'll still dare to indulge in the future, he said as he mixed the liquid with the soil before tossing it into the narrow river channel. He then grabbed Su Ro's hand and ran downstream. Su Ro opened her mouth to speak to him, but her tongue was still numb, rendering her unable to form words. Seeing her distressed expression, Jiang Kahao playfully flicked her forehead and said, From now on, be cautious about what you try in the jungle. If that had been poison, you would have been in serious trouble. Realizing he had intentionally embarrassed her, Su Ro pinched him playfully on the back, which made him wince. At that moment, fish began to float to the surface, belly up, drifting lazily on the water. Su Ro cheered, though her voice sounded rather unpleasant, leaving her dissatisfied. Jiang Kahao laughed heartily, and they enjoyed their play. The fish were swept downstream, and Jiang Kahao dove into the river, tossing them onto the shore. Just then, an enormous fish surfaced, a relative of the others, but frighteningly larger, measuring a full meter in length. Recognizing a connection between this fish and the large creatures he had encountered before, the giant eel and frogs, Jiang Kahao was eager to catch it for further study. However, as he plunged into the water, the swift current made it impossible to grasp. The fish slipped away effortlessly in the flowing water. What are you doing? Su Ro shouted from the riverbank, wanting to know his intentions, but her tongue was still numb and Jiang Kahao couldn't hear her. Frustrated, she began to stomp her feet, and chased after the river's flow. Jiang Kahao focused on catching the large fish to discover its secrets, failed to notice Su Rao's calls as they drifted downstream. He swam faster, but in her eagerness, Su Rao accidentally fell into the river. Her splash alerted Jiang Kahao, who turned just in time to see her fall into the water. He swam over to grab her, but the current had grown fierce. With great effort, he swam toward her, and she soon found herself in his embrace. However, it seemed her consciousness had faded, and Jiang Kahao had to rely on his strength to swim them both to shore. The current became more forceful, and he realized they were on a gradual slope, one that had been indiscernible at first. Shortly, Su Rao regained consciousness, sputtering water as she began to swim. Her tongue still tingled, and realizing she was in his arms, she questioned the situation, frantically splashing at the water. Once Jiang Kahao released her, he felt considerably lighter, but they had drifted too far downstream. The water they faced was beyond human control, transforming from gentle to tumultuous without warning. Amidst the splashing water and roaring sounds, Jiang Kahao clung tightly to Su Rao's hand, determined not to let go. They floated along, rising and falling with the current, narrowly avoiding the jagged rocks on either side. A collision would surely result in injury. They encouraged each other through the turbulent waters, having drifted for what felt like an eternity, yet the flow seemed endless, only growing stronger. Jiang Kahao saw several smaller streams converge into the larger river ahead. From his experience, he anticipated a wide river would soon appear, otherwise they could never reach the sea. He reassured Su Rao to stay calm and hold on tightly. As they floated, Jiang Kahao adjusted his position, feeling the water become increasingly uncontrollable. He needed to find something to hold on to, otherwise this chaotic ride could end in disaster. Su Rao was nearing her limit, as a fragile girl floating in such a current threatened her life. If not for Jiang Kahao's constant encouragement, she would have surrendered to the river, letting it take her wherever it desired. Her lungs felt like they were about to burst. Each desperate breath drew in more water, leaving her in agony, yet forcing her to persist. Despite not finding anything to cling to, Jiang Kahao began to hear a rumbling sound. Initially faint, it grew louder, and even submerged, he could feel the vibrations ahead. He realized this merging of rivers could lead to a vast body of water, or perhaps a natural wonder, a waterfall. Listening closely, he concluded they were undoubtedly approaching a waterfall. The sound echoed like a wild stampede, and even from a distance it sent ripples through the river. "It's a waterfall ahead," Jiang Kahao called to Su Rao. "What? It's a waterfall. When we fall, make sure to protect your head." He barely managed to convey this before the water surged wildly forward, resembling a vehicle speeding at 100 miles per hour. With a swift rush, they became two small floating objects cascading down the waterfall without a splash or ripple. Nature remained indifferent, following its own rules without mercy. The mountain's waters continued to surge, and that enormous fish had already plunged into the pool beneath the waterfall. The roaring waters awakened it, and it flicked its tail, nudging a nearby creature before diving back into the depths. Jiang Kahao was enveloped in a cacophony of sounds, submerged in the water, and as if struck by something, he opened his eyes. Yet the moment he did, he gasped for air, only to have a rush of water invade his lungs. Realizing he needed to surface, he pushed through the water with all his might and surged upward. The merciless and terrifying forces of nature constantly remind humanity of its inviolability. Jiang Kahao floated on the water's surface, coughing violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. Tears streamed from his eyes, water gushed from his mouth, and his nose was still filled with the liquid, while water sloshed in his ears. Shaking his head in an attempt to regain some semblance of normalcy, thoughts of Su Rao flooded his mind. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of Su Rao. The pool was vast. He couldn't determine its exact size, but it surely spanned at least 2 or 3 basketball courts. Glancing downstream, he wondered if Su Rao had been swept away below. Uneasy, Jiang Kahao plunged into the water, searching meticulously for any trace of her. His hands had been clasped with Su Rao's during their fall, yet she was now nowhere to be found. Where could she have gone? He dove repeatedly, each time coming up empty-handed. Breaking the surface, he shouted, "Su Rao, can you hear me?" No reply came. Without hesitation, he set off downstream, where the water took a shallow bend, splitting into several narrow tributaries. Still there was no sign of Su Rao, no evidence of anything having been disturbed. Jiang Kahao knew she must still be by the pool. He turned back towards the waterfall, circling it once more, but still found no trace of her. Panic surged within him as he dove back into the water, yet again unable to locate her. "Su Rao, Su Rao, Su Rao," he called, splashing the surface, but his voice was too feeble against the thunderous roar of the waterfall, barely carrying beyond a few feet. Determined, he circled the waterfall once more. Su-ro could not have simply vanished without a trace. Finally, beneath the curtain of water, he spotted her. She was hiding inside. She was glancing around, seemingly vigilant. Su-ro, he called out, unsure how she had managed to conceal herself there. But the roar of the waterfall drowned his voice, and the splashing water obscured her view of him. Glancing around, he picked up a stone and tossed it toward her. The stone caught her attention, and upon seeing Jiang, she pointed to the other side, indicating he should come over. Jiang Kaihao swam around to the opposite side of the pool, discovering a thin stone wall. He was puzzled by Su-ro's choice to go there. As he dove into the water, he soon understood her reasoning. It was a cave, a large one hidden behind the waterfall, at least 5 or 6 meters high. He swam over and climbed up. Once inside, Su-ro shushed him, pointing above. "Bats," she whispered. Above them, a dark mass of bats hung, and Jiang Kaihao's eyes widened as he counted. There were hundreds of them. The entire cave ceiling was covered in these creatures, and they were remarkably large. Each bat measured over 30 centimeters, and if they spread their wings, they would likely span nearly a meter. How could there be such enormous bats? Were they vampire bats? How did you end up here? Jiang Kaihao inquired. Su-ro explained that when she fell, she had looked up and found herself beneath the waterfall. Realizing it was a cave, she sought refuge to catch her breath. Jiang Kaihao nodded, understanding that asking her to swim back to him was unrealistic. Given her small stature, even a couple of laps would exhaust her. It was worth noting that the lifestyle promoted for women in their culture often rendered them too fragile, treating them like pets. Many lacked muscle and were pressured to conform to an ideal of slenderness, with the notion that a good woman shouldn't weigh more than 100 pounds. This perception had ultimately damaged the modern female identity. Jiang Kaihao, inwardly lamenting these societal norms, pondered whether this cave could be their way out. Judging by the current and direction, they were heading in the right way, yet the cliffs were clearly to the east where the terrain was high. This waterfall, however, proved they had made a mistake. But surely direction never misleads. He hesitated, unsure if they should continue downstream. Yet following the river seemed right. Eventually they would reach the sea and find a way out. But as dusk approached, venturing out was not wise. Although the bats were large, this cave was a safe haven. As long as they weren't vampire bats, they could rest peacefully here. The night fell completely, and the bats stirred awake, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Their wings flapped violently, drowning out even the thunderous sound of the waterfall. They flew deeper into the cave, leaving behind a tranquil atmosphere. Su-ro instinctively nestled into Jiang Kaihao's embrace. Both were soaked, but the cave's dryness ensured they wouldn't succumb to cold. The temperature was pleasantly warm, a stark contrast to the chill of the water they had escaped. This warmth allowed their damp bodies to dry quickly. As the night wore on, Jiang Kaihao found himself awakening from the heat. Su-ro was sweating profusely, and her condition seemed to worsen. She had developed a fever. The transition from the humid heat of the water to the dry warmth of the cave was too much for her already fragile frame. Jiang Kaihao removed his jacket and draped it over her, then washed his shirt in the water, wringing it out before placing it on her forehead. Finally, he settled down to sleep. However, Su-ro's rest was anything but peaceful. She tossed and turned, the fever exacerbating her discomfort. Occasionally, she needed water, and without a bottle, Jiang Kaihao resorted to mouth feeding, wondering if Su-ro would reprimand him, reminiscent of when he had saved her. After several sips, Su-ro finally quieted down, curling into Jiang Kaihao's arms like a child. Her delicate face, adorned with a charming nose and long dark hair, retained an exquisite beauty even in such dire circumstances. Jiang Kaihao gazed at her, captivated, and succumbed to his own fatigue, drifting into slumber. People often say that building a house beside a waterfall would be a wonderful idea, but Jiang Kaihao could only tell them that once awakened by the thunderous roar of the water, such thoughts would fade. The booming sound of the waterfall pounded against his mind, and when he awoke, a throbbing headache greeted him. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at his watch. He had only managed 2 hours of sleep, and now the noise outside was deafening, far more intense than before. Su-ro remained asleep, her fever not severe, but her complexion pale. This experience haunted Jiang Kaihao. They needed to find a stable, safe place to settle. It had to provide shelter from the elements, be secure enough for all of them, and offer a reliable source of food. Lost in thought about where to find such a haven, he was interrupted by the cacophony of the waterfall. Frustrated, he muttered, "Damn waterfall, how annoying." Then it struck him. Wasn't this cave exactly what he was searching for? It was safe, spacious, hidden behind the waterfall, with an abundance of water. The pool held countless freshwater fish, and he had previously seen several fruit trees in the distance. This was a perfect place to settle down. Excitement surged within him, and he looked up at the ceiling. If only the bats were gone, it would be ideal. But first he needed to find Lao Mo and the others and bring them here. As night slowly faded, Jiang Kahao brushed his face, realizing a scruffy beard had formed, making him uncomfortable. He shook his head, steadied his gaze inside the cave, contemplating whether he should explore further. No, without a torch, venturing into such darkness is foolish. What if there's a pit? I could fall in, he thought, fear of the unknown gripping him. Daylight broke, and Su Rao's breathing steadied. After 2 nights of fever, this was untenable. Out today, they had to find a way back to the shore and retrieve medicine from Lao and the others. Resolute, Jiang Kahao roused Su Rao. It's time to set out. As people embark on their endeavors, they require a foundation, and the cliff serves as the route for Jiang Kahao and his companions. When Su Rao and Jiang Kahao departed from the waterfall, Jiang Kahao found some small fish in the tributaries of a meandering stream. The fish were tiny yet delectable, lacking any overwhelming flavor. Even the muddy taste was absent. This testified to the exceptional quality of the water in this area. The two continued their journey, with Jiang Kahao marking the way. He considered himself adept at navigating, but after a previous misjudgment, he hesitated to claim he could find his way back. Therefore, leaving markers was the wisest choice. As they walked, Jiang Kahao collected small stones, or when stones were scarce, fashioned sticks to indicate their direction. Throughout the trek, Jiang Kahao shared his thoughts with Su Rao regarding the cave beneath the waterfall. Su Rao was quite pleased with the idea, yet the thought of needing to swim to enter and exit the cave made her uncomfortable. After all, each time she emerged soaked, Jiang Kahao would glimpse her figure, which embarrassed her. Despite their close relationship, she felt a girl should maintain a degree of modesty, determined not to let a repeat of past occurrences happen again. Remembering what transpired in the tree hollow made her heart race. How could she have said such things and acted in such ways? Was that truly her? Lost in her thoughts, she nearly stumbled. She gasped, but Jiang Kahao had already caught her. Walk slowly, don't rush, he urged. His attentive protection made her feel secure. Without Jiang Kahao by her side, Su Rao feared she would feel lost and unsure of what to do. She sensed his affection, but a voice within reminded her that she was a burden. She did not want to be a liability or a disappointing person. Thus, she knew she must strive to improve herself. Jiang Kahao, unaware of her inner struggles, led her along the river, and soon they reached the area he had predicted, the broad river. However, at the river's end lay the ocean, and the path appeared long where the wide river narrowed to a fine seam. Doubt began to creep into Jiang Kahao's mind. This seemingly tranquil place harbored great dangers. In this arid environment, if everything appeared as calm as it seemed, it would mean he had returned to a peaceful region. Yet on this island, whatever climate was expected would certainly be present. Gazing at the lush tall grasses and reeds, Jiang Kahao hesitated to proceed. The image of that crocodile was still vivid in his mind, and such wetlands were not to be approached lightly. In this world there existed terrifying terrains known as swamps. Paths that seemed intact could easily lead one to a grave fate with a single misstep. Should they circumvent the wetland? The dense foliage around them could also conceal unknown perils. How should we proceed? Su Rao inquired. Caught in his dilemma, Jiang Kahao quickly pointed to the side. That way. The dangers of the jungle were somewhat visible, but the risks of the wetland lay hidden beneath their feet, leaving them defenseless. Jiang Kahao could barely fathom the consequences of falling into the swamp. Even if it was risky, he preferred the clarity of the jungle to the uncertain dangers of the wetlands. That requires a long detour. Shouldn't we follow the riverbank? Su Rao asked. Jiang Kahao explained the river's current settles all the silt here. Over the years, it has accumulated mud, branches, leaves, and other debris, forming this wetland. The path may look solid, but beneath it there could be nothing but air, or worse, a large puddle. It's unpredictable, and the most terrifying possibility is that it could lead to a swamp. When Jiang Kahao mentioned the swamp, his expression darkened. A comrade of his had once become trapped in a swamp and never returned, which was why he harbored such a strong aversion to wetlands. He would avoid them at all costs. Let's drink some water first. After they quenched their thirst, they continued on their journey. The wetland seemed to stretch endlessly, and as they circled around it appeared enormous. By the time the sun climbed high, they had only traversed half of it. The endless patches of grass seemed to have no end. It appeared to extend before them, leading to a vast expanse of verdant grassland, some grass reaching above waist height, while others lay low to the ground. This place is even more dangerous, Jiang Kahao mused, furrowing his brow. Indeed, this grassy land was filled with uncertainties. Even though it did not seem like a wetland, its proximity to one raised suspicions about the number of hidden inhabitants. He dared not venture recklessly, and instead guided Su Rao to skirt the edges of the grassland and jungle. The trees cast shadows, making the grass at the forest's edge notably shorter and thus relatively safer. Not long after, a deer suddenly leaped from the woods with graceful elegance. Soon a second deer followed, and more sounds of running echoed behind. As the deer passed by, they glanced back at Jiang Kahao, and Su rose seemingly perplexed by the sight of them. Jiang Kahao was not surprised by the deer's appearance. In a vast forest, such encounters were expected. Su Ro, however, was thrilled. "We're lucky to see these deer," she exclaimed, her face glowing with joy. But just as her words faded, a roar erupted from the direction the deer had fled. Roar. At that moment, Jiang Kahao trembled, for the sound was all too familiar. He had seen it countless times on television, never expecting to hear it in person. "A tiger!" Jiang Kahao exclaimed, grabbing Su Ro's hand and sprinting ahead. He recalled how the deer had run so swiftly, connecting it to what he had seen in nature documentaries. The deer only leaped when fleeing for their lives. After they had run for a while, the nearby woods rustled, and Jiang Kahao quickly pulled Su Ro to the ground. The tiger sniffed around the forest's edge, glancing toward them, and then back at the direction the deer had vanished. Jiang Kahao pressed his hand on Su Ro's head, and they lay still on the ground. The tiger lingered for a moment before retreating back into the jungle. Once Jiang Kahao saw the tiger leave, he exhaled deeply. Though he had only seen it from a distance, he felt the tiger's imposing aura profoundly. The wild tiger was wholly different from one kept in captivity. Its terrifying presence instilled a sense of dread in Jiang Kahao. He was certain that had the tiger spotted them, escaping would have been impossible. Just standing there, his legs would have quaked in fear. "Let's go," Jiang Kahao sighed. Nature as a teacher constantly reminded him of the island's dangers. After a long journey, they finally emerged from the jungle unscathed, fortunate not to encounter any of the prior dangers. Jiang Kahao gazed at the beach ahead and couldn't help but shout, "Ah!" Su Ro echoed his sentiments, marveling at how warm and welcoming the beach seemed in that moment. They both dashed toward the sea. Yet reality cruelly met them. There were no cliffs nor tall masts. There was only a stretch of sandy beach that seemed to go on forever. Jiang Kahao never imagined the coastline would be so lengthy. From where they stood, it appeared to stretch endlessly. Where were they? This was the east, Jiang Kahao thought, observing the small grass and the sun setting in the west. But where were the cliffs? All they could see were beaches without any rocky outcrops. Jiang Kahao stood frozen, uncertain of where to go. This island had no discernible direction. No, he was convinced that this island truly lacked orientation, otherwise such a predicament would not exist. After enduring such hardship to reach the end, it was not the destination he sought. The stark contrast was overwhelming even for someone as composed as Jiang Kahao. Su Ro grasped his hand and smiled at him. "It's not bad, at least we found the shore, and we can take our time to walk back." Her smile encouraged Jiang Kahao, and he nodded. "Yes, no matter what, I will get you back safely, don't worry." Strolling along the beach, once a romantic notion for Jiang Kahao, and Su Ro now felt entirely different. The long coastline relentlessly reminded them of how far they would need to walk and the unknowns that lay ahead. As they walked, Jiang Kahao picked up shells, small crabs, and even some sea snails. These would accompany them on their journey. As for dangers, Jiang Kahao shuddered to think of what threats could arise against him with only a stick in hand. Yet sometimes the more one fears something, the more swiftly it approaches. The sun shone brightly overhead, and the waves seemed to smile at me. "Oh, the sun, how splendid you are, nearly scorching my skin." Jiang Kahao hummed this tune, exuding a carefree demeanor that amused Su Ro, who playfully nudged him. "You're about to be roasted. Just look at my arms. They're already a patchwork of red." From early morning until noon, the two of them walked on, glancing back occasionally to see the distant estuary where lush wetlands seemed to mock their leisurely pace. Su Ro and Jiang Kahao were not dawdling by any means. They simply found the island far larger than anticipated. Jiang Kahao even wondered if he had stumbled upon a treasure island, given the vast distance they had to cover along the seemingly endless coastline ahead. For safety's sake, they had stuck to the beachfront. At first, it posed no issues, just thirst easily quenched by the coconuts nearby. However, as noon approached and the sun climbed higher, the heat became unbearable. Jiang Kahao felt his skin nearing the brink of blistering, and Su Ro's delicate complexion was certainly suffering as well. Fortunately, there was coconut meat to tide them over, but it did little to stave off the oppressive heat. Jiang Kahao felt as if he could fry an egg on his head. He glanced up at the sky, reflecting on the morning's experiences. The island was becoming increasingly mysterious in his eyes. Here, any animal could be encountered, and bizarre weather phenomena were a possibility. Except for snow, he had witnessed it all. Jiang Kahao led Su Ro into a nearby grove of coconut trees for a brief respite. She was already fatigued, her body had been running a fever, but under the blazing sun it had almost been cured by the heat. Sitting beneath a tree, she gazed longingly at the shaded forest, wishing she could wander through its cool embrace. People are often like this. Just the night before in the rainforest they had dreamt of a warm place to rest, and now that they had warmth, albeit sweltering, they found it hard to endure. The dampness and darkness of the rainforest made them nostalgic for this sun-drenched place, yet here they longed for the coolness of the jungle. Jiang Kahao remained alert, suddenly struck by an idea. Of course, he wouldn't continue wandering through the jungle. That would be folly. After all they had been through, he was far too cautious to venture into its depths. Instead, he suggested using mud to cover their bodies. Although it would appear messy, it would serve as a protective barrier against the sun. Su Ro initially disagreed, but Jiang Kahao insisted. If we don't use mud, think about the sunburn. Blistering can lead to inflammation, and we have no idea how long we'll be walking. If you get infected without any medicine to treat it, what then? Jiang Kahao spoke with a seriousness that left Su Ro momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had reprimanded her so firmly, and she recognized he was right. All right, let's do it your way, she pouted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. In moments of peril, people often overlook each other's words or actions. Yet during peaceful times, they become increasingly sensitive to each other's remarks and behaviors. Jiang Kahao realized his tone had been harsh. He softened it as he said, "Okay, you rest here while I fetch some water." His voice was gentler now, though he didn't apologize because he believed in the correctness of his actions. A man must have his convictions and courage, or else he risks losing the respect of those around him. Su Ro watched Jiang Kahao's retreating figure, snorting in amusement. She picked up a coconut from the tree and began tinkering with it. By the time Jiang Kahao returned, he was clad only in swim trunks. Su Ro gasped and quickly turned away, realizing she had merely kicked the grass aside to dig the pit he had asked her to make. Jiang Kahao wrung out the water from his clothes, splattering it everywhere. Su Ro's face soured, but he said nothing and headed back to the sea to fetch more water, while Su Ro hurried to enlarge the pit. That helped to ease her frustration. After several trips, the ground became damp. He stomped his feet in the mud, satisfied with the progress, and began applying the mud to his body. Finding it too slow, he rolled right into the pit. Watching him transform into a muddy figure, Su Ro found it amusing and playfully tossed mud at him. Jiang Kahao reached out to pull her into the pit, but she cried out no. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but he tugged with force, pulling her into the mud alongside him. They rolled together in the muck, and Su Ro, clad in her clothes, felt uncomfortable. After a few rolls, she grew irritated and tried to twist Jiang Kahao's arm, but his mud-covered body made it impossible. Frustrated, she sat up, surveying her mud-caked form. "I'm only doing this for your sake. If you think I look terrible, you can find a way to fix it," Jiang Kahao said, having taken advantage during their playful rolling. His swim trunks were no longer adequate to conceal his modesty. Su Ro, blushing, turned her head away. "You go to the..." Love arrived with the suddenness of a tornado. The relationship between Su Ro and Jiang Kahao was poised for a profound transformation, so abrupt that her heart still struggled to accept it. She could feel the fierce, blazing ardor radiating from him, yet she refused to surrender herself so easily. Not because she lacked desire, but because such haste would render the moment hollow, devoid of meaning. Before arriving here, Su Ro had always held fast to one conviction: the sanctity of ritual. She would not let her first time be reduced to a fleeting spark of provocation. No, she wanted it to be deliberate, sacred, worthy of remembrance. Flustered, she scrambled for a way to halt his advance. But soon she realized Jiang Kahao had never intended to cross that threshold at all. Instead, he lifted her gently into his arms and carried her to the water's edge. "Let's go," he said quietly. "It's growing late." With those words, he set her down and strode forward without looking back. Su Ro stared at his retreating silhouette, astonished. She had not expected him to stop. In that instant, her admiration for him deepened, shimmering in her dark, luminous eyes like starlight on still water. "This man, I will give myself to him sooner or later." With that quiet certainty, she fell into step beside him. She hadn't even noticed that he'd retrieved their clothes long ago, damp, folded neatly beneath his arm. Now understanding dawned, he had never meant to take her. And strangely, that realization left her faintly disappointed. Why? She could not explain it, even to herself. Yet in that moment, she found herself wishing almost desperately that he had taken her. Women are intricate, contradictory creatures, tangled knots of longing and restraint, forever incomprehensible to men. Your walk." Su Ro's gaze flickered downward. His posture betrayed lingering tension. A laugh escaped her, soft, involuntary, bright as sunlight on sea foam. Jiang Kahao turned, fixing her with a mock glare. "Do you really think I won't toss you into the ocean right now and scrub you clean?" His face was smudged with dried mud, his scowl absurdly comical. Su Ro burst into unrestrained laughter, her chest rising and falling with mirth, stirring something deep within him. His breath hitched, his pulse leapt twice sharply beneath his skin. His throat went dry. "Don't provoke me," he murmured, voice low and steady. "I have no intention of completing that here." His tone was calm, but the words were raw truth. Su Ro understood. He cherished her. She ceased teasing, falling silent beside him, her heart swelling with quiet, radiant joy. The mud clinging to their skin shielded them from the sun's sting, but its stiff, cracked texture chafed uncomfortably. Several times Su-ro reached to scrape it away, only to pause, fearing the burn of unshielded exposure. At last the sun dipped below the horizon, its fierce glare softened to gold. The moment twilight deepened, Jiang Kuhao and Su-ro waded into the sea, rinsing away salt, sand, and mud alike. Su-ro asked for his help cleaning herself. Standing waist-deep in the turquoise water, Jiang Kuhao felt desire stir anew, the sight of her before him unguarded, breathtaking. Beneath the gentle sway of seawater, her form shimmered just beyond clarity, and when she rinsed her undergarments, he glimpsed only soft, blurred contours through the liquid veil. As for her breasts, she offered them without hesitation, unashamed, unself-conscious. "Do you like what you see?" she asked, her voice light, her eyes holding his. He nodded, wordless. "They'll all be yours, soon enough. For now, patience." Her words were tender, sincere, not seduction, but solemn promise. And strangely, that sincerity disarmed him. This woman was his. To possess her was to honor her, to hold her with reverence, not recklessness. She smiled, warm, knowing, and in turn rinsed his undergarments with deft, unhurried hands. Since that morning, something had shifted within her, a growing ease, an unspoken intimacy, a fearless softening toward him. As she spoke, he stood behind her. Her praise sent a fresh surge of heat through him, his body responding instantly. "Does this make it larger?" he teased, voice rough with amusement. She shoved him playfully. "No more wicked thoughts." Bathed in the molten glow of sunset, Jiang Kuhao walked ashore. He gathered several coconuts and scavenged small shellfish along the tidal. Meager fare, but all they had. Tomorrow he hoped they would reach the cliffs. Otherwise, circumnavigating this island might take days, perhaps weeks. How could such a vast land mass exist unnoticed upon Earth? A place of rich climate, teeming biodiversity, yet absent from every map, unmentioned in any record. It defied reason. Without fire, they returned to the same smooth, sea-worn stone where they'd slept their first night, side by side, wrapped in each other's warmth. "I love you." "So do I." Su-ro spoke first, her confession unguarded, urgent, drawn from the very core of her being. Their kiss followed, deep and fervent, yet halted precisely at the boundary of restraint. No further, no crossing, just breath mingling with breath, hearts beating in sync, suspended on the edge of surrender. That night, Jiang Kuhao slept with profound peace, a stillness he had not known in years. He felt rooted, anchored, not adrift, but home. And that home was Su-ro. She felt the same. Women like her did not choose lightly. Once her heart had spoken, it would never recant. Above them the heavens blazed, countless stars spilling across the velvet black, the Milky Way, a luminous river arching overhead. They were like Nulong and Jinu, star-crossed lovers reunited beneath the celestial loom, their love woven not by fate, but by choice, by courage, by quiet, unwavering devotion. No need for words. Only presence. Only us. The sea breeze sighed, gentle, tender. Waves lapped the shore with hushed, rhythmic grace. Time itself seemed to pause, cradling them in its stillness. Yet as night deepened, neither heart surrendered to sleep. Su-ro gazed at Jiang Kuhao's profile, moonlight tracing the strong line of his jaw. "Do you think we'll ever leave this place?" "I don't know." A tremor ran through him, unbidden, unsettling. Days of observation had birthed a quiet certainty escape might be impossible, and he sensed, deep in his bones, that the first mate and the others had failed. Not proof, just instinct. An instinct here felt like prophecy, a warning whispered by the sea itself. He pulled her closer, his arms a fortress. "Whether we return, or never do, I will hold you. Always." Words like these were balm, soothing the ache of uncertainty. Su-ro rested her head upon his shoulder, her eyes lifting to the star-strewn vault. "Right now, I don't want to go back. Neither do I." Then, the first pale gleam of Venus pierced the eastern sky. Unnoticed, they drifted into slumber. When dawn broke, bathing the world in rose-gold light, Jiang Kuhao stirred awake, bathed in the soft, incandescent glow. He watched the sunrise, eastward, radiant, the sky awash in delicate crimson ribbons like silken threads spun from dawn's own loom. Irresistibly beautiful. A new day had come. Would it bring the cliffs? He did not know, but the sun remained a symbol of hope, of continuity, of the quiet, inevitable unfolding of their bond. As he opened his eyes, Su-ro did too. "Let's go." The shore stretched endlessly, mile after mile of unbroken sand, monotonous, humbling. Jiang Kuhao only hoped the sun would be kinder today, so he wouldn't need to reapply yesterday's mutant seaweed salve. At the thought of Su-ro yesterday, barefoot, sun-dappled, laughing, he felt his pulse quicken. "Such beauty. What are you staring at?" she asked, arching a brow, then flashing him a playful, exasperated glance. He didn't hesitate. He kissed her, firm, sudden, intoxicating. She melted into it, breath catching, just as he stepped back and continued walking, leaving her breathless, laughing. He was teasing her deliberately, delightfully. They walked at an easy pace, neither rushing nor lingering. Yet the coastline offered no variation, only the hypnotic rhythm of wave and wind. When the sun climbed high once more, the landscape remained unchanged. No progress, no landmark. The marshland and estuary from yesterday had vanished entirely, swallowed by the endless dunes. Jiang Kuhao sat heavily, fatigue etching fine lines around his eyes. He cracked open a coconut, drinking its cool, sweet water. For 2 days their diet had been little more than coconuts and sparse seafood. No salt, no protein, no variety. Physical exhaustion was inevitable. And always inevitably his mind wandered to cured pork, rich, savory strips of jerky, perfectly seasoned, impossibly delicious. How he longed for even a single bite. His stomach growled, loud, insistent. Emotion is contagious. So too is hunger. Su Ro's belly answered with a soft, rueful rumble. Jiang Kuhao rose, resolve hardening. Wait here. I'll see if I can find something else. Please, anything but another coconut. Even bananas would do. He prayed silently as he stepped toward the jungle's edge. Su Ro knew better than to argue. She simply urged him to be careful. He nodded once, gripped his wooden staff, and disappeared beneath the dense, shadowed canopy. Entering the jungle was reckless, born purely of hunger's fog. The moment he crossed the threshold, regret flared. But retreat now would shame him. Su Ro waited outside, trusting him. He had no choice but to proceed, cautiously. So he moved with unnatural stillness, senses sharpened to a razor's edge. His staff probed ahead, sweeping aside ferns and low branches, detouring around thickets too dense to penetrate. He scanned the distance constantly. Not a bird call broke the silence. Not a rustle, not a flutter. Nothing. He glanced back, already too far in. With a sigh, he turned and began retracing his steps. He could not afford to lose himself here. SHHH. Crash. Something moved behind him, distinct, unmistakable. He whirled, scanning the undergrowth. Nothing. Heart hammering, he swung his staff forward in a wide arc. Leaves rattled, then fell silent. Snake, he thought, and bolted for the shore. But no sooner had he taken 3 strides than the sound returned, louder, heavier, deliberate. He ran, fast-focused, not out of panic, but instinct. Whatever pursued him was no startled creature. It was a hunter. He burst onto the beach, breath ragged, staff raised, eyes locked on the jungle's dark mouth. Behind him the disturbance advanced, steady, relentless. Trees swayed. Branches bent. Something large moved within the green gloom. Leopard. Python. Then, clear, piercing, heartbreakingly plaintive. Mew. A wild cat emerged from the thicket. Jiang Kuhao started violently. He peered closely. It was a mountain cat. Strangely, an uncanny sense of familiarity stirred within him, as though he had seen it before. Isn't this the very mountain cat that escaped that night? His heart quickened. Its presence here meant something significant. It meant the cliff face could not be far away. Still, he dared not cling to hope too tightly. Over 20 days had passed since their last encounter. Who knew how far the creature had roamed in that time? Clearly it had caught his scent, and yet instead of fleeing it had drawn near unafraid. Moments earlier the rustling in the woods had genuinely startled him. Now seeing this mountain cat, he felt an unexpected steadiness settle over him. So you little thing, you caused such commotion, even frightened me. Today I shall teach you what death truly means. He raised his wooden staff and swung it down with a sharp whistling arc. The mountain cat darted sideways with astonishing agility, evading the blow effortlessly. Yet it did not lunge. It only shrieked again, a piercing guttural cry that echoed through the trees. More movement rippled through the undergrowth. Jiang Kuhao had not expected reinforcements. Last time those cats had clawed him twice, nearly costing him his arm to infection and amputation. Now he allowed himself no lapse in vigilance. He retreated swiftly toward the shore, eyes locked warily on the shifting foliage. Soon another mountain cat leapt forth. Jiang Kuhao smiled faintly. Do you two truly believe you can bring me down? If you seek vengeance, at least find worthy allies. He scoffed inwardly. This beast is oddly loyal. At that moment, Su Ro rushed over, breathless. What's wrong? He pointed at the 2 felines. Remember that first night? The mountain cat we ate, the one whose kin stood beside us. We've stumbled upon its comrade. Su Ro stared at the creature, its fur bristling, jaws bared, and her expression hardened. She understood this was no chance encounter. This was retribution. Vengeance in cats. Truly rare. Indeed, it was unheard of, not just for her, but for Jiang Kuhao as well. And yet here it unfolded before them, undeniable and visceral. Step aside, I'll handle them. Fearing for her safety, he urged her back. He raised his staff once more, only for the mountain cat to shriek anew. Its cry was grotesque, a grating, dissonant wail that scraped raw against the nerves, making flesh crawl. The moment the sound died, the thicket convulsed violently. Saplings bent and snapped sideways as if swept aside by an unseen force. Then a massive paw thrust forth, claws like scimitars thick as tree limbs. From the chaos emerged a feline colossal beyond belief, larger than an Alaskan Malamute, yet unmistakably feline, sleek, sinuous, crowned with savage grace. Jiang Kuhao gaped, momentarily mistaking it for a leopard, until closer inspection confirmed the truth. This was no predator of the old world. It was a transformed beast, enormous, alien, and now irrevocably their enemy. He hesitated not a heartbeat. Seizing Su Ro's hand, he sprinted for the sea. The mountain cats gave chase instantly. The giant feline lagged behind, its sheer size hampering its speed, but the smaller ones closed in with terrifying swiftness. One launched itself from behind, claws aimed straight for Jiang Kuhao's spine. He'd been watching his rear all along. Hearing the malevolent rush of air, he spun and struck hard. The cat twisted midair, evading the blow with feline precision. They ran, desperate, breathless, until the shoreline loomed. At the water's edge, Jiang Kuhao shoved Su Ro in with urgent force, then hurled himself after her. Salt water surged around them, sudden, stinging, life-saving. The mountain cats halted at the tide line. Even the colossal alpha refused to enter. Cats feared water. That single ancient instinct became their salvation. Without it, Su Ro would have had no defense at all. Yet the beasts did not depart. Instead, they formed a silent, patient cordon along the shore, watching, waiting, while Jiang Kuhao and Su Ro drifted helplessly in the shallows. "We'll swim," Jiang Kuhao said, voice low and resolute. "Far enough that they lose sight of us. Then they'll disperse." It wasn't ideal, but it was the only viable course. They struck out, strokes fierce and steady, gradually receding from land. When the shoreline blurred into haze, Jiang Kuhao turned to Su Ro. "Keep moving forward. Maintain distance from the shore. Out of sight, out of mind. That's our safety." She nodded, and they pressed on. But to Jiang Kuhao's astonishment, the mountain cats remained, still pacing the coast, tireless, unwavering, as if certain down to their marrow that their prey would inevitably return to land. "How do they track us?" he wondered, brow furrowed. "We're so far now. Can their eyes truly pierce this distance? This won't work." To keep swimming indefinitely was to court exhaustion and worse, collapse. Dawn still lingered, but noon would bring scorching heat, accelerating metabolic burn. They were already starving. Only adrenaline masked the gnawing void in their bellies. Once hunger overtook fear, it would be too late. No deeper, no endless flight. If evasion failed, then confrontation was inevitable. His gaze sharpened. "Go ashore." He told Su Ro to wait in the water, and turned, cutting back toward land. He had a plan. The moment his feet touched sand, the mountain cats surged forward, yet stopped short where the waves lapped. Even the alpha held back, reluctant to cross that liquid threshold. Jiang Kuhao brandished his staff, slashing the surface again and again, spraying salt water, forcing them to retreat. Then he scooped fistfuls of wet sand and flung them, precise and relentless. It was almost playful, like tossing beanbags, yet each volley stoked their fury. The great alpha let out two sharp, guttural cries. Its fur erupted like a lion's mane. With a roar that shook the air, it lunged. Jiang Kuhao dodged just in time. The alpha crashed into the surf, paws sinking into seawater, and recoiled instantly, instinct overriding rage. As it leapt backward, Jiang Kuhao struck. Even an Alaskan Malamute howls in agony when struck hard. This creature screamed, a raw, shuddering wail, as the staff connected. It scrambled onto dry land, licking the wound, eyes locked on Jiang Kuhao, not with hatred now, but with wary, trembling respect. The water barely reached his calves. The smaller cats dared not follow. Jiang Kuhao kept hurling sand, relentless, methodical, until Su Ro joined him, pelting the beasts with equal ferocity. Emboldened, he began wading ashore. The instant he broke the surface, the two remaining cats attacked, swift, coordinated, lethal. That night's injury had come in darkness when vision failed him. Not today. Sunlight blazed overhead. Every motion, every feint, every lunge laid bare before him. He met the first heat and swung with full body weight. This was no fleeing phantom from memory. This cat was slower, less cunning. It ducked its head, but its torso slammed squarely into the staff. Thud. It flew backward, shrieking. It writhed on the sand, dazed and wounded. Jiang Kuhao moved to finish it, when the second cat struck, aiming low, claws raking deep into his calf. Mule, then teeth, through soaked fabric, biting down with brutal force. Pain exploded, white-hot, searing, made worse by the salt water-sodden cloth clinging to his skin. He staggered, nearly collapsing. The cat clung, jaw locked, refusing to yield. "Die, you wretched thing." He brought the staff down. Crack, crack, crack. 3 thunderous blows before it slumped stunned, and still. Something fell from his body. Something else slid warm and slicked down his leg. His whole frame trembled, not from weakness but from sheer excruciating pain. He knew he couldn't stop, not yet. Bending, he seized the fallen cat and hurled it onto the shore. And all the while the great Alpha watched, silent, unmoving, until now. Now it rose. Life is forged through struggle. Jiang Kahao tossed the wildcat in front of the Wildcat King, intending to demonstrate his prowess. However, he did not anticipate that this action would provoke the creature instead. Initially, the wildcat observed cautiously, but in that moment it sprang forward, lunging at Jiang Kahao with a fierce bite. On the beach, one wildcat was already lying breathless, while another lay dead. The Wildcat King had never faced such a challenge save for encounters with other kings of beasts. Its movements were agile, despite its seemingly plump form it changed direction multiple times as it ran. Without hesitation it lunged at Jiang Kahao. Its jaws were several times larger than those of an ordinary cat, a gaping maw that was both terrifying and intimidating. The sight of its sharp teeth alone could instill fear. Yet Jiang Kahao felt no dread. The wildcat appeared troublesome, but was in fact manageable provided he did not succumb to the fear of injury. He assessed his own leg, scoffing to himself, a wound was merely a wound, whether one or two. With that in mind, he refused to be intimidated. He swung his stick down with force. The wildcat executed its old tactic of mid-air maneuvers, seemingly instinctual. However, the same move against the same opponent yielded diminished results. Jiang Kahao's strike, although weaker due to the wildcat's evasiveness, succeeded in pushing it away. The wildcat's claws grazed Jiang Kahao's pant leg, producing a sharp sound as they made contact. A chill spread across his leg, followed by the sound of the wildcat rolling on the ground. It quickly regained its feet, without hesitation launching itself at him once more. A strange sound emanated from its throat, unsettling Jiang Kahao. As he observed its aggressive approach, he contemplated how to deal with it. This wildcat was not like him. It was full of energy, evidently well rested, and engaging in a prolonged battle would only lead to his own detriment. Then he remembered the seawater. It was in the water that he had managed to strike the wildcat earlier. Jiang Kahao pushed the wildcat away again, subtly retreating until the seawater reached his ankles. The wildcat lunged again, but this time it extended its large paws, scratching at him fiercely. Jiang Kahao's reflexes were slightly delayed. Although he managed to push the wildcat's hindquarters away with his stick, the force of its attack remained undiminished, and it left a long gash across his chest. His shirt tore open in the process. He winced in pain, gritting his teeth as sweat broke out on his brow. The wildcat, sensing the scent of blood in the air, realized Jiang Kahao was injured and let out a triumphant cry, as if flaunting its strength. Wiping the blood from his wound, Jiang Kahao spread it across his body. The pain from his injury paled in comparison to the contemptuous gaze of the wildcat, igniting a deeper fury within him. Yet he knew that a direct confrontation would only lead to his defeat. This wildcat was unrelenting, and attempting to kill it with a single blow was an impossible feat. If he continued to drag the fight out, he risked being worn down instead. Despite his anger, Jiang Kahao understood the necessity of restraint. He coldly regarded the wildcat from a distance and slowly retreated once more. Meow, meow, meow. The Wildcat King circled Jiang Kahao, prowling back and forth, and then suddenly lunged at him again. This time it was unexpected. Although Jiang Kahao reacted, he was still a moment too late. He had thought the wildcat was merely taunting the one that had been struck, but it launched its attack without warning. Caught off guard, Jiang Kahao stumbled backward. Behind him lay the sea, and when he suddenly exerted force within the water, he faced considerable resistance. Losing his balance, he fell. Although the wildcat's claws missed him, its tail struck his face with a crack. It felt like a sharp slap, causing Jiang Kahao to clutch at his mouth as he flipped over in the water. He had always heard that cats were the masters of tigers. He had never fully appreciated it until now. The wildcat's tail was formidable. It was said that a tiger's tail could break bones. While the wildcat lacked such power, it was still painfully effective. A painful mark appeared on Jiang Kahao's face, a defensive reaction from his body amidst the trauma, as he brandished his stick at the wildcat, which had just leaped from the water. He felt a pang of regret. Had he dodged that attack, perhaps he could have seized the opportunity to inflict some serious damage on the wildcat. But it was too late. The wildcat had leaped away. Jiang Kahao advanced a couple of steps. The wildcat had been watching him closely. This time it did not feign an attack. Seemingly emboldened by its previous successes, it charged straight at him. As before, Jiang Kahao pushed it away, but he realized he could not rely on it falling into the water. The possibility was slim given its earlier reactions. With that realization, Jiang Kahao surged forward to confront the wildcat directly. First, he hurled his stick at it, and the wildcat twisted in the air, altering its trajectory. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kahao rushed in and grabbed its head with both hands, squeezing tightly. The wildcat was heavy. One hand could not grasp it fully, only catching a handful of fur, while he gripped tightly with the other. However, the wildcat twisted its body, and its sharp claws raked at him. Jiang Kahao quickly released his grip and kicked forcefully at its hindquarters. "Get back in there." He put all his strength into that kick. Despite the wildcat's considerable weight, he managed to send it flying a good distance away. Meow, meow, meow. Splish, splash. The scent of the wildcat dissipated into the air, replaced by the splashing water as it fell into the shallows. Though the water was not deep, it still caused the wildcat to thrash about, desperately unable to escape. Jiang Kahao ran to the shore, picked up his stick, and turned back. The wildcat was still half submerged, struggling to free itself from the waves, completely unaware of Jiang Kahao's return. Without hesitation, he raised his stick and brought it down upon the creature. The wildcat heard the sound of the stick descending and jumped in the water, narrowly avoiding the blow, which instead sent a spray of water flying. Not one to give up easily, Jiang Kahao swiftly launched another attack. He would not flaunt his strength like the wildcat. The wildcat was heavily restricted in the water, attempting to reach the shore, but the waves thwarted its efforts. Jiang Kahao's strikes came down faster each time, and the wildcat could not climb up, instead being pulled further into the depths. Eventually, it began to float helplessly in the water. This cat could not swim. Jiang Kahao was taken aback by how easily he had managed to subdue it. Anger bubbled within him. Had he known it would be this simple, he would not have engaged in such a prolonged struggle. Now he bore the scars of battle and reflected that in future encounters with wild beasts, he should simply fight with all his might. Such thoughts crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. There were many animals in the world, but there was only one Jiang Kahao amidst the vastness of the earth. The wildcat king did not sink, but was carried by the waves, gradually being drawn beneath the surface. At that moment, it finally calmed, lifting its head and staring motionless at the sky. Suddenly, a stick fell from above, and panic filled its eyes as it realized it could not evade its fate. With a resounding thud, its body began to sink. Jiang Kahao seized the wildcat king and dragged it slowly from the water onto the shore. The two smaller wildcats on the ground also received a few more blows from Jiang Kahao, ensuring they were all dead. He called Su Ro over, asking her to carry the two small cats with him as they made their way back to the shore. They found a relatively clean spot to rest as noon approached. Jiang Kahao felt dizzy from hunger. During the intense battle, he had not noticed his exhaustion, but now as he stopped, he felt weak and lightheaded. Su Ro noticed his condition and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you?" She had been standing far away, knowing only that Jiang Kahao was fighting the wildcats without seeing the extent of his injuries. "Are you hurt? Where? Let me see." Su Ro was frantic. She vividly recalled the last time Jiang Kahao had burned himself with a flaming stick, recognizing the seriousness of injuries. Jiang Kahao merely shook his head, assuring her, "I'm fine," before succumbing to unconsciousness. His mouth fell slightly open and fatigue washed over his features. Su Ro panicked. Jiang Kahao was her pillar of support. With him down, she was at a loss for what to do. "What happened to you?" She pushed against Jiang Kahao, her hand sliding against something slick. Looking down, she gasped in shock. Her hands were covered in blood. She stared in disbelief at the gaping wound on Jiang Kahao's chest, rendered speechless. Was there anywhere else? Life, nostalgia, emotions. I long to return to the past. These are matters that humanity contemplates throughout its existence, yet they remain unfathomable. At times, these thoughts echo like a haunting melody in one's mind. "Mom, I'm back." "It's good that you're back. I'll make your favorite noodles. We will survive. I'll live on for us. Remember, live on for us. I love you. I love you too." The sky was adorned with stars resembling a beautiful tapestry. Jiang Kahao could clearly see each star, recognizing many constellations such as Orion, Libra, Virgo, and Leo. Leo, why did this constellation appear so peculiar? Jiang Kahao couldn't help but gaze longer. Why was the head of Leo so round? Under his scrutiny, the stars shifted, oscillating back and forth, transforming into another shape. It's a tiger. It seemed that from now on it should be called the Tiger constellation. Jiang Kahao stared at those stars, attempting to avert his gaze, yet he found himself unable to see anything else. Only the Tiger constellation remained. Meow? A faint cat's meow reached Jiang Kahao's ears, followed by another. A cat. It's a cat. That wasn't Leo, it was Cat Star. Suddenly, Cat Star transformed into a real cat under the swirling stars. Jiang Kahao's mother and his comrade Su Ro were all shouting at him, "You need to wake up. Wake up. The cat is coming." Jiang Kahao felt immobilized, his body felt heavy and weak. Yet the cat drew nearer and dashed towards Su Ro, his comrades, and his mother. Was it about to pounce? No. Jiang Kahao shouted, bolting upright. He yelled no, but felt something fall from his head. Picking it up, he discovered it was a shirt. Looking around, he saw no sign of a large cat. He was nestled in a pile of sand on the beach. Beside him, Su Ro gazed at him in astonishment. You're awake. Excited, Su Ro embraced Jiang Kahao, tears of joy streaming down her face. Jiang Kahao gasped for breath, cold sweat covering his forehead, reflecting on the earlier scene in disbelief. How could he have developed such a fear of a cat? As he held Su Ro, he could still feel his weakness. His body ached, something binding his chest, and his legs felt constricted. The item that had fallen from him was Su Ro's jacket. He touched her back, feeling emptiness beneath his fingertips. I'm fine, Jiang Kahao reassured, his hands exploring Su Ro's back. Her skin flushed from his touch, and with a shove, she pushed him away. You've just recovered a bit. Why are you thinking of such things? You're impossible. Although she spoke thus, her body showed no inclination to distance itself from him. The alluring lace lingerie left Jiang Kahao quite. Jiang Kahao awakened, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, gazing at the delicate Su Ro nestled in his embrace. A wave of reminiscence washed over him, for he had not anticipated the power held in Su Ro's tender lips. Today he resolved not to linger any longer. They had squandered an entire day yesterday. If they continued to dawdle in the morning, not only would his injured body struggle to endure another surge of adrenaline, but also the continuous consumption of coconut juice was wreaking havoc on his stomach. Su Ro gazed at Jiang Kahao with tender affection. Though she had not fully surrendered herself to him, she felt there was little difference in their connection. The memory of their shared intimacy from the previous night quickened her heartbeat. Your words are enchanting, Jiang Kahao murmured as he held Su Ro close. You are truly beautiful. Su Ro, lost in thoughts of the previous night, bit her lower lip in shyness, unable to meet his eyes. I appreciated your actions last night, Jiang Kahao asserted confidently. He could sense Su Ro's current feelings and understood that she had acted for his sake. His affirmation was of utmost importance at that moment. Su Ro, her cheeks flushed playfully, pushed Jiang Kahao away, inadvertently brushing against his injury. He winced, and sensing his discomfort, she quickly inquired, Are you in pain? I was careless. Jiang Kahao grasped her hand, saying, I am made of tougher stuff. There's no need for you to apologize so readily. Come, we must set out early today. I'm practically incapacitated now, so you'll need to take good care of me, Su Ro laughed. You mustn't speak of yourself in such a way. I'll remember you did this for me. She stood and waded into the sea to bathe, and an unexpected tranquility settled over her heart. After washing, she returned to the sandy area, where Jiang Kahao was already moving forward with a wooden stick. She mused, Men are fortunate, they have nothing to clean up. This was an imbalance, she noted. Her diligence in learning had led her to take on tasks he avoided. The weather was overcast, yet the sun's rays were still fierce. Despite consuming several coconuts, her fair complexion had darkened under the sun's assault. Jiang Kahao removed his tattered jacket and draped it over his head. When he pointed out her sunburn, the panicked expression on her face was amusing to him. Regardless of how you change, my love for you will remain unwavering, he declared to Su Ro. Smooth talker, she retorted, though she felt a deep satisfaction in his words. Jiang Kahao insisted on walking unaided. He did not wish to burden Su Ro, who was already weary from carrying supplies. He sensed that the pain in his legs was diminishing, yet his overall discomfort was increasing. The deterioration in his condition was something he had not dared share with her, fearing it would only cause her worry. If possible, he needed to find a way to start a fire. He wondered if the warmth could heal his wounds. If not, he was reluctant to consider the alternatives. The long stretch of coastline was an ordeal. After the recent encounter with the wild cat, both Jiang Kahao and Su Ro vowed to avoid the jungle. Even in familiar areas, they tread cautiously, for the island harbored monstrous creatures like the giant ants they had previously encountered. Any further mishap would be unbearable. This was evidenced in the following days as they deliberately paused to gather salt and dry the cat meat on stones. By the next day, it would be edible, albeit unpalatable. After walking cautiously for quite some time, they still failed to find the cliffs. The weight of disappointment settled heavily upon them, and their conversations dwindled. In the evenings, they found solace in each other's company, seeking comfort in their closeness. A foul odor occasionally wafted from Jiang Kahao's leg. When Su Ro inquired, he explained it was due to not washing his feet often enough, and she genuinely believed him. Perhaps I should help you clean up tomorrow. This can't go on, she suggested, oblivious to the fact that her caution was the reason he had not washed. She forbade him from coming into contact with water, fearing infection. Little did she know Jiang Kahao was already infected, and the severity of his condition was alarming, yet he hesitated to burden her with the truth. He resolved to attempt making fire by friction the next day, a skill he had learned during his time in the military. After another exhausting half-day, he could no longer hold back and asked Su-ro to pause while he gathered small twigs. Once she provided them, Jiang Kahao snapped his stick and shaped it into a cone against a stone. He found tree bark and decayed wood nearby, common elements in the forest. With everything prepared, he sought out 2 stones to serve as supports. Finally ready, Jiang Kahao began the arduous process of drilling wood to create fire. It sounded simple, but proved exceedingly challenging in practice. The rotten wood needed to produce embers and the twigs had to be exceptionally dry. These were necessary conditions, but the critical factor lay in Jiang Kahao's strength and persistence as he rubbed the stick vigorously to generate enough heat to ignite the wood. The sound of wood scraping filled the air as he worked his hands, turning the stick into a blur. Despite the heat radiating from the wood, it still wasn't enough to produce a flame. With renewed determination, he pressed on, feeling the strain on his chest wound, yet refusing to relent. If he did not intensify his effort, the endeavor would be futile. The challenge of creating fire lay in the endurance required. He bent down, gently blowing on the smoking wood, which began to emit more smoke. Jiang Kahao's heart raced with excitement as Su-ro marveled at the spectacle before her. "You're remarkable," she exclaimed, witnessing the glowing embers ignite. Jiang Kahao felt a surge of pride at his unexpected prowess. His motions quickened as he added dried twigs atop the stick, and soon flames flickered to life, thick smoke rising. He remained patient, waiting for the smoke to deepen from white to rich yellow before blowing gently once more. With that single breath, the twigs ignited and flames erupted. Jiang Kahao, exhilarated, tossed the stick into the fire and added more twigs and branches. The fire swiftly grew, transforming their meager fuel into a robust blaze. Su-ro cheered, overjoyed by the sight of fire after days of foraging without it. Her happiness was infectious, but Jiang Kahao interrupted her jubilation. "Help me remove my clothes and the bandages from my wounds. I need to see how severe my injuries truly are." Surprised by his request, she assisted him in shedding his garments, leaving only his underwear. As Jiang Kahao sat on the ground, pulling his leg closer, a putrid odor assaulted their senses. Su-ro noticed it too, realizing the gravity of his condition. The wound, once a pale pink, had transformed into a grotesque yellow-green, seeping a faint yellow fluid. The stench was far worse than mere foot odor. Jiang Kahao's wound had festered. "Did you know all along? Why didn't you tell me?" Su-ro asked, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Kahao managed a reassuring smile and handed her a stone. "Please clean this off for me, I'll need it shortly." Understanding his intentions, her shock was palpable. "Are you really going to use that to remove the rotten flesh?" she gasped. "Yes," he affirmed, lightly touching his chest. "At least it hasn't festered here." He lay back, relishing the moment of calm before preparing to face the daunting challenge ahead. Ancient lore tells of Guan Yu enduring bone-scraping surgery to purge poison. Today, Jiang Kuhao must excise necrotic flesh to heal. Jiang Kuhao reassured Su-ro, urging her not to worry. "Do you doubt me?" he asked earnestly. "I didn't mean that. I'm only afraid for you. So you think I'm incapable?" "How could I ever? Even under your gentle coaxing, I held on far longer than most would dare." "How then could I possibly fail? Go, hurry and rinse the stone. I need it now." "You've seen for yourself, this wound cannot wait." With a wry smile, he teased her gently. Su-ro sighed helplessly. She knew well there was no alternative. Had any existed, Jiang Kuhao would have seized it long ago. He would never resort to such extremity unless cornered by absolute necessity. She returned swiftly from the shore, having scrubbed the stone clean of sand and grit. But true sterilization, a mere stone, however rinsed, could harbor unseen pathogens. Seawater itself teemed with filth. Even water, appearing crystal clear, swarmed with invisible life. Sterilization demanded fire, boiling and roasting. He poured coconut water into a hollowed shell, brought it to a vigorous boil, then dropped the stone inside. A crude but effective immersion. Afterward, he gripped it with wooden tongs and held it over the flames until its surface glowed faintly. Finally, he wiped it meticulously with strips of dried coconut husk, the cleanest method his resourcefulness could devise. Su-ro watched him, her gaze flickering away. Jiang Kuhao sensed her aversion to blood and gore and quietly sent her to gather seashells along the Titterline. "Bring back as much food as you can," he told her. "I'll need strength, great reserves, to recover." Only after she disappeared did he press the heated stone against his wound. To scrape flesh, 2 words light as breath, deceptively simple. Yet to tear living tissue from one's own leg, raw and deliberate, transformed them into something monstrous, visceral, unbearable. He steeled himself and drove the stone down. A slab of putrid yellow-green flesh sloughed from his thigh. A guttural cry tore from his throat. His vision grayed, his eyes locked rigidly ahead, unblinking. His whole body convulsed, teeth chattered violently, sweat erupted across his skin like a sudden monsoon. Gods, this hurts, he ground out between clenched teeth. He glanced at his leg. That first pass had only stripped away the most superficial rot. To reach deeper to cleanse thoroughly, he needed more. Again he bore down. The stone's uneven surface carved unpredictably in some places deep enough to draw bright pulsing blood, elsewhere shallow, leaving behind clinging shreds of decay. Satisfied, at least for now, he retrieved the wooden staff he used to walk, thrust it into the fire, and tossed his ragged cloth bandages beside it to roast. He tore a strip free, ready to wipe away the worst. Fire consumed the wood swiftly. Within minutes the staff blazed fiercely. Jiang Kuhao studied the roaring flame, then looked down at his wounded heel. Without hesitation he pressed the burning tip against raw exposed flesh. A sharp searing hiss split the air. Darkness swallowed his sight. The staff clattered from nerveless fingers. His body collapsed limp and unconscious onto the sand. Su Ro had lingered near the water's edge, but the moment Jiang Kuhao lifted that firebrand she ran. No pause, no thought. Back to him. Could any human endure such agony? Yet she had watched helpless as he brought the ember down. She heard the dreadful wet sizzle, the sound of flesh cooking upon itself. The flame cauterized infection, but also burned anew. The moment he fell, the staff lay inches from his side, still blazing. Its fire-soaked clothes began licking hungrily at the hem of his tunic. Had Su Ro delayed even a breath longer, he might have been consumed entirely. She snatched the staff away, stamped out the embers on his clothes with her bare feet, then exhaled trembling as relief flooded her veins. She knelt beside him. His face glistened with cold sweat, his breath came shallow and thin. She could scarcely fathom how he'd borne it, how he'd summoned such iron will from a body already broken. Gently she repositioned him, easing his weight on a folded cloth. With tender care, she wiped his brow, then redressed the wound, layering fresh heat-sanitized cloth over scorched weeping flesh. She worked for hours. Still he did not stir. His prolonged unconsciousness spoke volumes, the depth of his suffering, the severity of his wound, the sheer toll exacted upon spirit and sinew alike. Su Ro did not know how else to aid him, so she gathered more firewood, piling it high to drive moisture from the air. She understood instinctively dampness bred corruption, dry heat preservation. He awoke only in the late afternoon. Su Ro sat beside the fire roasting cat meat over the coals. Its pungent musky aroma rose thick and acrid, enough to pierce even the fog of delirium. Jiang Kuhao stirred weak, but lucid, his gaze finding her. She was still breathtaking, radiant even in this desolation. She checked on him often, dabbing his brow with cool cloth. When she turned and caught him watching her, her face lit with pure unguarded joy. "You're awake. Thank heavens. Eat something." The roasted meat still carried its feral tang, but it was vastly improved over their earlier fare, salt-cured and devoured raw. He accepted the portion she offered, chewing slowly. She handed him a small pile of seashells, carefully scraped clean with stone. Seeing so many, he realized she'd prepared them in advance. A quiet warmth stirred within him. He reached out, wordlessly. She understood. She leaned in, nestling against his chest. "You're extraordinary," she whispered. "How did you bear such pain?" He smiled faintly. "I suppose. I hadn't yet made love to you, so death couldn't claim me. Not yet." Her laughter broke the heaviness, light, bright, real. "You think of nothing else, don't you?" He murmured, shifting slightly, just enough to tease. She flushed, then pulled back, gently but firmly. "Not now. Rest first. Heal completely. And then, you may have your way with me." She winked, playful and knowing, and guided his hand away. He lifted it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Yes, that scent." Her cheeks burned crimson. Yet seeing him so frail, she dared not move. Only huffed softly, turning her head away, though her pulse raced, her thoughts a restless fluttering storm. "Today do nothing but rest beside me," he said. "Once night passes, we leave at first light. By then I'll be stronger." He was weary, bone deep, of this limbo, this endless waiting without horizon or hope. That morning, far down the beach, he'd glimpsed a slender black line on the distant shore. He'd walked for hours toward it, yet never drew nearer. It haunted him. Was it another river mouth? A fissure in the cliffs? Something stranger still? By dawn of the second day, the sky had darkened further, low bruised clouds pressing down. Jiang Kuhao felt a chill, not of temperature, but of dread. Rain here was no mere inconvenience. He remembered its sting, the acidic burn, the way it lashed skin like vinegar and nettles. A memory branded into flesh and memory alike. "Let's go quickly," he urged. "I fear rain is coming." He instructed Su Ro to gather several coconuts, packing each with glowing charcoal, ready-made kindling for future fires. Arm in arm, they set out toward the Jiang Kuhao. Assumed proximity would come swiftly. Yet hours bled into afternoon, and still the line remained. They were nearing it. They paused only to eat to replenish their fire kit with. As dusk bled into violet twilight, they finally stood at the edge of the line. It was no longer a line. It was a bay, vast, over 10 kilometers wide. Its waters stretched beyond sight. Across its expanse land was indistinct, yet mountains rose hazy and solemn on the far shore. They are mountains, Su-ro cried, pointing eagerly. Could that be the cliff face? Could it truly be there? Jiang Kuhao stared. His pulse quickened. An intuition deep and certain resonated in his bones. Yes, that is it. He surveyed the bay, its immense breadth, its silent ancient scale. To cross it would demand dozens of kilometers of grueling travel. Was this truly an island? It possessed the grandeur, the sheer mass of a miniature continent. Yet no chart recorded it. No atlas named it. No sailor's log hinted at its existence. Even after days of walking its shores, even accounting for every league traversed, it defied belief. Why had it remained hidden? Why had it never been found? His curiosity flared, sharp, insistent, magnetic. A voice low and resonant echoed within him. This place guards a secret vast beyond measure. What secret? Hope once kindled proved potent. Their steps grew lighter, their breath steadier. Hope lent vigor to weary limbs, clarity to fogged minds. Even Jiang Kuhao's injured leg, though still raw, still throbbing, felt less like an anchor and more like a companion on the journey. Yet the bay was immense, truly a great bay. A dozen sunken ships could vanish within its waters and leave no trace. Do you think Elder Mo and the others miss us? Su-ro asked, smiling. Jiang Kuhao's expression hardened, suddenly utterly cold. Yes, they had been gone many days. His condition was dire. What of Lu Ming and Zhang Lu? Of Mo Wunner and Elder Mo? Without his presence, what order held the beach camp? Had his rules endured, or had chaos taken root? New hierarchies, new dangers. A sudden sobering hesitation gripped him. If he returned now, broken, scarred, barely clinging to life, what consequences might follow? That was no idle fear. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It wasn't until a week later that Jiang Kuhao and Su-ro began their journey back. The sky grew increasingly overcast, yet it never rained. Jiang Kuhao felt a little more at ease in his heart. His leg wound had fully healed, but it left behind a prominent scar that could never truly vanish. As he walked, he felt a slight limp. These were not the pressing issues. The real concern was that Jiang Kuhao had mostly recovered. If the unfortunate events he anticipated truly occurred, it would spell disaster for those involved. Dealing with humans was always simpler than dealing with animals. Humans understood fear, and Jiang Kuhao could communicate with them. After 3 full days of travel, they finally reached the grove where Su-ro often visited the restroom. Upon arriving, Jiang Kuhao felt an inexplicable sense of returning home. They had been away for a whole month, and as they gazed upon the familiar surroundings, their hearts were inexplicably stirred. We're here, Su-ro whispered, glancing up at the cliff, eager to call out for someone, but Jiang Kuhao stopped her. The situation above remained unclear. It was best to stay hidden for now. Jiang Kuhao first circled around below. The small boat was gone, but the clothes drying rack Su-ro had set up remained, albeit empty. Looking up, he noticed that the jerky that had once hung there was also missing. If only the 4 of them had been eating it, it would have been gone in just a few days. Everything seemed quiet, yet Jiang Kuhao remained cautious. He slowly climbed up the wooden post, pausing halfway as no sounds came from above. Only then did he resume his ascent. Peeking over, he found it surprisingly empty. The fence was intact, but there was an additional rack for drying food. A barrier had been placed at the spot where he climbed up, but everything else was gone. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Kuhao wondered where the people had gone. He leaped over. The barrier was only enough to deter animals, and surely humans could navigate around it. Once up, he took a piece of dried meat and gestured for Su-ro to join him. He then moved to the edge of the cliff, wanting to see what lay below. Peering down, he was astonished to discover 3 houses nestled at the base of the cliff. These structures had been constructed from logs and banana leaves, appearing somewhat unstable, yet they were undoubtedly homes. Voices drifted up from below, but they were too distant to comprehend clearly. Had they moved down to live there? What about the people from the coast? Jiang Kuhao remained uncertain about who was below and decided to wait for Su-ro to join him so they could observe together. Everything here was a remnant of Jiang Kuhao's own creation. He was the rightful owner, yet he dared not descend lightly. He approached the tree at the cliff's edge and looked toward the coast. To his surprise, he saw many people bustling about. If he didn't know this was an island, he might have thought he had stumbled upon a vacation spot in Hawaii. Had such significant changes occurred in these past days? Jiang Kuhao understood he must not rush. He needed to wait until he clarified everything before making an appearance. If he encountered conflicting interests with any group lacking a signal flare, he would be in a dire predicament. We'll wait here for a while. Since the meat can dry here, people must come to check on it daily. He'll catch one of them and inquire further, Jiang Kahao declared, pushing his disheveled hair aside. Over the days, he had begun to resemble a vagabond. His unkempt appearance and constant worry about survival had drastically changed him. Su Rao's complexion, too, had shifted from a rosy hue to a sun. Now Su Rao could deeply understand Jiang Kahao's thoughts. They had experienced so much over these days, altering her perspective significantly. Her previously fragile worldview had turned cold and hardened. The principle of survival of the fittest had become the only truth of nature. Under Jiang Kahao's guidance, she had diligently maintained her physical training each day. While the benefits were not overly significant, there was a clear distinction from her previous delicate self. However, the insufficient nutrition left her skin looking waxy and pale. This was unavoidable. Their diet of shells, coconut water, and cat meat was too monotonous, failing to provide adequate nourishment. This also explained their urgent need to return, compounded by the increasingly ominous weather. Another terrifying downpour was surely imminent, and these small wooden they rested at the cliff for a long time without anyone coming up. Through their observations, Jiang Kahao gleaned some intelligence. For instance, the two sides of the beach had begun to establish contact. The presence of these three families eased Jiang. The absence of others was certainly for a reason. There seemed to be an influx of people on the beach, which raised Jiang Kahao's suspicions. In the afternoon, he heard noises from the wooden ladder signaling someone's approach. He quickly perked up and instructed Su Rao to check atop the cliff. She spotted the newcomer and reassured Jiang Kahao not to panic. Relief washed over Jiang. Just a few minutes later, the barrier mechanism opened, and a figure, Mo Lao. When he looked up, he was taken aback to see, "You? Who are you?" Mo Lao hesitated. Jiang Kahao forced a wry smile, aware of how much he had changed. He swept his hair from his forehead, revealing his face. Mo Lao's eyes widened in excitement as he grasped Jiang Kahao's hands, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiangyu, you finally returned." Yes, they had finally returned, and Jiang Kahao felt a swell of emotion. "Come up," he urged Mo Lao. Mo Lao complied, but carried a hint of bitterness in his tone. Su Rao soon joined them. While her skin had slightly changed, she otherwise appeared much the same. After exchanging greetings, Mo Lao eagerly took her hands, studying them with the eyes of a long-lost elder finally reuniting with his children. "Mo Lao, are you all well?" Jiang Kahao asked. Mo Lao nodded, saying, "Yes, we're all fine. But how did you two disappear that day? We thought you had encountered bears again. Oh, no one dared to look for you, or even approach that forest. In fact, aside from here, no one wanted to go back there." As Mo Lao recounted, Jiang Kahao briefly shared the events that transpired during their absence. Mo Lao's expression fluctuated like a roller coaster, shifting from sunny to stormy. "You've been gone for so long and visited so many places. If what you say is true, this island must be at least 2 or 3 times the size of a typical treasure island. Child, this can't be possible." Mo Lao struggled to believe Jiang Kahao's words. If such a large island existed, how had it remained undiscovered? "I've been pondering that question too. It's all true, Mo Lao. I suspect we have stumbled upon a place unknown to humanity, a location likely cut off from the world." Jiang Kahao articulated his thoughts, which Su Rao wholeheartedly supported. "That makes sense. Your words have revealed something to me, so that's how it is." As Mo Lao spoke, he gazed toward the beach. Jiang Kahao inquired about what he saw, and Mo Lao sighed. "The first mate and the others have returned." The first mate and his crew had returned. Is there any news? Did they fail to escape? When the first mate had departed, they embodied the last hope for all survivors on the beach, yet now they were back. No, in fact, it's safe to say there will be no news. Xiao Jiang, prepare yourself for life on this island. I suspect it is not as simple as we imagined. As for how the first mate and his team came back, he hasn't clarified it himself. You might as well ask him directly. Asking was necessary, but how to approach it and what to inquire about were crucial details. Before that, you need to clean up your personal hygiene. By the way, Zhang Lu and Lu Ming found a razor in the boat when they went into the sea. Let's head down and get you cleaned up. If you suddenly disappear and then reappear in someone else's life, congratulations, you must have caused quite a disturbance in their world. There is no need for concern, anxiety, or panic. First, you must understand whose life you are entering and how they feel about it. For instance, the attitudes of Zhang Lu and Lu Ming are crucial for Jiang Kahao and Su Rao at this moment. The weather has become increasingly volatile. Ominous clouds have thickened within just half a day. As Mo Lao mentioned earlier, the rain was only affecting Jiang. In mere hundreds of meters, one area experienced hours. Jiang Kahao has grown weary of commenting on the island's weather. When he met Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, both were taken aback. No one could have imagined that Jiang Kahao was still alive. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Kahao took his seat at the head of the table, and Lu Ming and Zhang Lu didn't protest. Instead, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Where have you been?" Zhang Lu, ever the impatient one, asked first. Jiang Kahao chuckled. That must be a question on everyone's mind. Laughter rippled among them. With no intention of concealing anything, Jiang Kahao recounted his and Su Rao's harrowing experiences over the past few days, reliving the dangers as if they were unfolding before their eyes once more. As they looked back at Jiang Kahao, their expressions had shifted. The respect they felt towards him had grown significantly compared to before his departure. After Jiang Kahao left, all the burdens of daily survival fell squarely on Lu Ming and Zhang Liu's shoulders. They had to venture into the jungle daily in search of food, a daunting task that they dared not attempt even though Jiang Kahao had once entrusted it to them. The mere thought that Jiang Kahao had vanished under similar circumstances extinguished any desire they had to take such risks. Eventually, they settled on the beach and re-established contact with the other side. They shared dried meat and food, and after becoming accustomed to life here, they found themselves reluctant to return. Perhaps it was because Jiang Kahao had taken lives here. Even if they vanished, no one from the coast was willing to come and settle. When did the first mate return? What is his current situation? After finishing his story, Jiang Kahao engaged in a brief conversation with a few of them. Lu Ming, being the third mate, returned to serve under the first mate, adhering to his oath and the promise he once made, gaining the first mate's complete trust. They were blown back by the sea breeze. It's almost laughable. They floated at sea for over 10 days, running out of food and water, losing strength, yet they couldn't find their bearings. They thought they had drifted far away, but when the wind blew one night, they all returned. Were there storms? No. Were there any casualties? No. Jiang Kahao was utterly baffled by the temperament of the sea. It felt akin to tossing a group of pets into an enclosure. Once they ran out of food and water, they would naturally be returned to their habitat. What are they doing now? They want to build a bigger ship. More people are eager to try it. However, they can't find sufficient food and water. Their minds are not focused on searching for sustenance. Everyone believes that if they follow the first mate and manage to return this time, will be just as safe. No one wishes to stay behind. They are all wholeheartedly dedicated to shipbuilding. Zhang Lu and Lu Ming's words revealed their skepticism about the first mate's decisions. Leaving the island with ships made of wood seemed utterly fanciful. They wanted to set fire to the island, but it seems they feared that doing so would alarm the wild beasts inside and cause harm, so they abandoned that idea. Lu Ming suddenly said, "From that day on, the weather has become increasingly gloomy." His implications seemed to link the two events. Yet how could the island's weather change due to human actions? It sounded absurd. If that's the case, let them halt for a few days. Our return is to ensure everyone reaches a safe place. It's about to rain soon. You haven't experienced such terrifying weather. Once the storm strikes, you won't even see the people beside you. The storms I encountered at sea were not nearly as frightening. Jiang Kahao vividly described the torrential rain from that day. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu, who made their living at sea, understood the gravity of Jiang Kahao's words. If that's the case, we should prepare sooner rather than later. I'll go persuade them and see if the first mate can be swayed. But you must know that the first mate and his men seemed frantic lately, all desperate to return to their former lives. Such individuals are impossible to dissuade. Jiang Kahao knew Lu Ming would be rejected, but didn't stop him from going, and no one could predict how events would unfold. Nevertheless, they had to present a stance of rescue. They'll go with you. There are many strange places on this island. Perhaps the first mate should know a thing or two. Jiang Kahao intended to inform them about the sunken ships, as the numerous wrecks beneath the waves could attest to the island's peculiar nature. The first mate planned to leave on a mere wooden vessel. Jiang Kahao had little faith in that. Furthermore, with the weather enveloping such a vast area, failure to evade the storm could result in them being swept into the sea, becoming fish bait. Previous grievances had been brushed aside with a smile. Jiang Kahao was not a petty person. Upholding the principle that everyone was fragile, he hoped to persuade the first mate. All right, you go ahead. The three of us women will have a good chat. Jiang Kahao stood up alongside Lu Ming and walked toward the others. Mo Winter noticed Jiang Kahao's gait. Dad, doesn't Jiang guess walking seem a bit off? I feel like his leg is a bit lame. At her remark, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Kahao. The earlier encounter with the wildcat had not been fully explained to them, and now that it was mentioned, Su Rao's expression darkened. He was injured. As Su Rao recounted the events in detail, Mo Lao pondered over something. Upon hearing about the mountain cat's revenge and the gigantic mountain cat king, confirmed his suspicions. It seemed he needed to have a thorough discussion with Jiang Kahao upon their return. Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming soon reached the first mate's side. Jiang Kahao stroked his beard. What do you think of my appearance? Lu Ming unconcerned replied, the first mate and his crew looked just like this when they returned a few days ago. Jiang Kahao realized they had simply exhausted their supplies before drifting back. It seemed he need not worry excessively about his appearance. The day had already darkened, yet here torches were still alight as people toiled to build the ship. Some handled ropes, some chopped wood, and others cooked. They were so engrossed in their work that none noticed Jiang Kahao's arrival. In such desperate circumstances, once people find a purpose for living, they can unleash tremendous energy. Even those who had been previously languid began to move. The first mate stood at the front of the ship directing the others. His current prestige was unparalleled in their eyes. Having drifted at sea for so many days in that rudimentary wooden vessel, he had become a spiritual leader in their hearts. Everyone, let's put in more effort. Today's goals can soon be achieved. If we finish reinforcing the ship by the day after tomorrow, we can set sail within a week. That will be our day to go home. The first mate's words galvanized the crew, who responded enthusiastically. First mate Lu Ming called out. The first mate looked over, and upon seeing Jiang Kahao paused for a moment. Is this the person who fell from the ship when we returned? Jiang Kahao's appearance could easily lead to misunderstanding. He awkwardly stepped forward and extended his hand. I didn't expect you were back. I've had quite an adventure these past few days. Let's have a good exchange. Adventure was a term that resonated deeply with the first mate. His return from the sea was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. He was eager to learn more, having grown desperate to return to a normal life after more than a month away. Perhaps his family had already assumed he was dead. Since returning, the first mate had shifted his mindset, setting a new goal for survival, to explore the entire island. Yet before that, he had one last attempt at life to make. They reached the coconut trees, where the sight revealed that the island's trees were nearly felled. Once humans acquire resources, they swiftly convert them into productivity. Initially without axes, the first mate had spotted Mo Lao's axe and immediately sought to craft many stone axes. The grasslands were nearly burned and cut bare, revealing a vast. The shouts echoed through the air, a vital aspect of human cultural heritage. Each call symbolized the cohesion and execution of the crew. The clamorous voices from outside made Jiang Kahao realize that the first mate was not merely daydreaming. The grand ship stood out even in the darkness of night. The clanging and shouting, infused with fervor, could not dampen the spirits of the people, even as twilight slowly enveloped the world. It was entirely normal for the skies to darken earlier on a cloudy day. After the three of them settled down, the first mate began recounting their maritime experiences. Upon setting sail, the first mate did not encounter the calmness they had anticipated. They faced several minor waves, yet none posed any real danger. With an air of mystery, he leaned towards me and asked, "Guess what I saw out at sea?" Jiang Kahao refrained from guessing, but Lu Ming chimed in, "What can you see in the sea? Water or fish? Or perhaps other marine products? Are there monsters lurking around?" Jiang Kahao thought to himself that Lu Ming had never truly seen the ocean. If he had, he would not have made such remarks. "There are indeed monsters in the sea," Jiang Kahao asserted. The first mate looked at him in shock, pointing a finger as he asked, "How do you know?" Jiang Kahao urged him to continue. The first mate hesitated, and Jiang Kahao sensed he needed to satisfy his curiosity first. "Is it an exceptionally large fish?" he inquired. The first mate's expression brightened, taken aback that Jiang Kahao was not just speaking whimsically, but genuinely understood the matter at hand. "I saw it long ago, but I didn't mention it to avoid causing panic. Let's do this. You hold off on sharing your findings at sea for now. By the time I finish my story, you'll find mine far more exhilarating, and your peculiar tales will seem rather mundane by comparison." Jiang Kahao swept his hair back, revealing his bright eyes. The first mate nodded. "Go on." Jiang Kahao described the valley reminiscent of spring where he and Lu Ming had ventured, detailing the sighting of the enormous frog and the giant python, with Lu Ming interjecting with additional information. The first mate was astonished that just beyond a mountain lay such a multitude of stories. "Continue, keep going. They said you got lost. Where did you end up?" He was eager, and without hesitation Jiang Kahao recounted how he and Su Ro had descended into the woods searching for food, how they encountered a torrential downpour, how they navigated their way out, and how they got lost in the rainforest and fell into a waterfall. When he reached the part about the cave, Jiang Kahao paused. "I came here to suggest that you all temporarily take refuge from the storm. As a first mate, you should know well what consequences such torrential rains can bring. Even if you plan to leave here eventually, can you not hide for a few days until the weather stabilizes before making further plans?" Jiang Kahao got straight to the point. The first mate had long been shaken by Jiang Kahao's experiences. On this island, there were multiple weather patterns, varied seasonal climates, and a multitude of creatures. A vast canyon that allowed one to float for over half an hour. What kind of island was this? Seeing the first mate's expression waver, Jiang Kahao pressed on, "Even if you construct a ship, do you have enough food? With the amount of labor you're putting in daily, can you sustain yourselves? I can't just go and hunt you a bear." Previously, the food they had was thanks to Jiang Kahao's gift of bear meat barely sufficient to sustain them at sea. What would they do if they lacked such resources? This time, they had far more people than before, necessitating even greater provisions. Jiang Kahao noticed that the ship's design seemed not to accommodate storage for supplies. It was a vessel doomed to fail. The first mate fell into deep contemplation, Jiang Kahao's words pricking his conscience like needles. He slowly placed his hand to his ear. Lu Ming recognized this as the first mate's way of deliberating. Jiang Kahao continued, many more strange events occurred, like when we encountered a herd of deer and nearly got caught by a tiger. We also saw an unexpectedly vast wetland filled with terrifying Avengers. Avengers? You saw people on the island? The first mate asked. Not people, but the companion of the cat meat I gave you. It brought along a cat the size of an Alaskan Malamute to seek revenge on me. Look at my leg and chest. Jiang Kahao revealed the deep wounds on his chest and leg. Didn't notice earlier, am I limping? Jiang Kahao chuckled, as if the events had not happened to him. Both the first mate and Lu Ming stared at him in silence. Is that scar from a cat bite? The first mate asked, stunned. I think it's more like a burn, Lu Ming interjected. Yes, exactly, a burn. They had surprisingly deduced it correctly. Jiang Kahao then explained how he had created fire and used a stick to disinfect his wounds, detailing even how he had scraped away the human nature when suppressed harbors immense dangers. After Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming returned to the campsite, he and Su Ro chose to stay atop the cliff, their long-cherished sanctuary. Returning here felt like coming home. The vibrant campfire, the warm bedding, and the secure enclosure of their high territory instilled a profound sense of peace within Jiang Kahao. Su Ro gazed earnestly at Jiang Kahao as they lay entwined in each other's arms. The stars still twinkled in the sky, their brilliance undimmed by the surrounding clouds. Jiang Kahao had grown accustomed to such oddities. Where do you think we really are? He mused, looking up at the stars, a question that lingered in his mind. Where have I seen you? Your smile is so familiar, a memory I can never forget. He suddenly recalled a song softly singing its melody. His gentle voice gradually eased Su Ro's initially tense nerves. Nestling against him, she curled her shoulders and slowly drifted into slumber. That night, they slept soundly, an unparalleled tranquility enveloping them. Life in the wilderness had been fraught with tension, but returning to their domain transformed their mood significantly. They were awakened by the bright morning sun. Su Ro was already up, busily packing their belongings. She was changing clothes with ample garments and plenty of cleaning supplies retrieved by Lu Ming and the others during their voyages at sea, although their inflatable boat had since broken, preventing further excursions. Their swimming skills surpassed Jiang Kahao's, allowing them to salvage more items from the water. They were more adept at locating useful objects. In hindsight, Jiang Kahao regretted not sending them to the shipwreck sooner. The deck axe he now wielded was far superior to a fire axe. He glanced at the axe beside him, feeling a renewed sense of security. Had he possessed it during the encounter with the Mountain Cat King, would he have had reason to worry? But it was futile to dwell on the past. His gaze had no time to linger on such trifles. As Su Ro had shed her clothes, she held a black lace underwear piece while changing. Jiang Kahao embraced her from behind, his lips naturally pressing against her back. Today, the awkwardness of previous days was absent, or after shaving, he had transformed back into the handsome young man he once was. Let's not waste this beautiful day, we should attend to our matters, he suggested. Both understood that it was time to break down the barriers between them. A hint of excitement coursed through Su Ro, while Jiang Kahao regarded the moment as profoundly sacred. A bright voice called from below the cliff, Brother Jiang, Sister Su, are you two having breakfast? The first mate found rice yesterday. It's truly miraculous that rice can grow here. Emma Winter. Her voice floated up, startling both Jiang Kahao and Su Ro, who were aflame with passion, taken aback by the girl's sudden appearance. Jiang Kahao nearly faltered at her shout. Su Ro, feeling the tension, pushed him away urgently. Hurry, get dressed. Such a splendid moment had been utterly ruined by her exclamation. Jiang Kahao stared blankly as Su Ro darted away, watching her don her clothes one by one, his gaze drifting to the fence below. Are you still asleep? Wake up. The sun is already high. Emma Winter's voice was perpetually vibrant. Jiang Kahao frowned in annoyance. Could she not have chosen a better moment? The last thing he desired was to be interrupted during such an intimate moment. With a resigned sigh, he began to tidy up. By the time Jiang Kahao was dressed, Su Ro had opened the door for Emma Winter. He pretended to still be asleep, unwilling to reveal his embarrassment. He lay on his side, hoping to avoid awkwardness. Emma Winter, hoping to greet Jiang Kahao, realized he hadn't shared many stories with her. Before coming here, she had been an adventure enthusiast, and she longed to hear about their incredible journey through the rainforest to the waterfall, a narrative seemingly from a film. Brother Jiang, you're still asleep. Mo Winner said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Su Ro, aware of Jiang Kehao's discomfort, quickly replied, he's injured, oh let's not disturb him. Do you need something? Only then did Mo Winner recall Jiang Kehao's limping gait and the tale of the Cat King's revenge. I forgot. I shouldn't have interrupted you this morning. I just wanted to invite you to breakfast. The first mate discovered a large patch of rice. This was splendid news. Though Jiang Kehao faced away from her, he felt a surge of joy within. The presence of crops meant survival on the island, a sign that life could flourish here. Though escape was necessary for now, seeds could take root anywhere suitable. As his thoughts sank into this realization, the flames of desire within him began to fade. He turned to greet Mo Winner, quickly gathering his things to join Su Ro as they prepared to descend. They felt a tinge of regret as such a beautiful moment had been squandered. Good things take time. I'm already yours, so why the rush? Su Ro playfully nudged Jiang Kehao, her hips swaying like traffic lights as she descended the cliff. Jiang Kehao chuckled inwardly, bemused by how anxious he had been moments ago. From below came a chorus of shouts and taunts. Peering down the cliff, Jiang Kehao saw a group of people rushing toward them. He frowned, sensing trouble ahead. Strength lies in numbers, yet numbers often breed discord. Such was the case now. The first mate, flanked by a throng of people, approached Jiang Kehao and his group. His bearings suggested confrontation. Jiang Kehao, gripping a heavy deck axe, descended the wooden ladder without hesitation. The crowd had been roaring. Yesterday few had recognized him, for his appearance had been wild and unkempt, but today his hair was cropped short and his beard shaved clean, revealing once more the man who had stood before them like a crimson titan. At the sight, the clamor died instantly. The first mate's expression twisted with conflicted emotion. He shook his head almost imperceptibly. The purpose that had brought this crowd here was so shameful he could not utter it. Even he, a man whose self-interest knew no bounds, dared not voice it aloud. What do you want? Jiang Kehao asked coldly. The massive deck axe in his hand silenced even the boldest among them. Some remembered how without warning he had slain a man mere days ago. As he stepped forward, no one spoke. Though each held a crude wooden club, none dared raise their voice, not even a whisper. They were like a herd of antelope, vast enough to blanket the entire savannah, yet too terrified to challenge a lone wolf. No one answered. The first mate remained mute, not out of principle, but because he had been coerced into coming. If no one speaks, Jiang Kehao said, then leave. Remember my rule: while I was away, you were free to come and go as you pleased. But now, he raised the axe and brought it down upon a slender sapling. Crack! The tree snapped cleanly in two. Leave. His command echoed like thunder. A few turned to retreat, only to be halted by a voice. Do you no longer wish to return home? Have you forgotten your loved ones? Or would you rather live out your days here as feral castaways? A gaunt man emerged from the crowd. You dare not speak, so I shall. Our purpose is just and open. What is there to hide? Slowly he swept his long tangled hair behind his ears. He was thin to the point of emaciation, his face deeply lined, though his age appeared unremarkable. His clothes hung in tatters, and he wore spectacles, astonishingly intact despite having fallen into the sea. He smiled often, but the grin was unsettling, awkward, even repulsive, his yellowed teeth betraying days, perhaps weeks, without proper cleaning. A pinch of sea salt dried in the sun would have sufficed for rudimentary oral hygiene, yet he carried the stench of decay in his mouth, and Jiang Kehao found him profoundly distasteful. My name is Lu Tianming. I am a teacher. You heard what I said. Our intent is simple. Yesterday you told the first mate rain would soon fall, and that we must halt work to seek shelter at a waterfall. He tilted his head, lowering his gaze so that his small spectacles fixed only on the ground. Jiang Kehao frowned, silent. Lu Tianming continued, I have a squint. It is not disrespect. It is simply how I see. So this squinted man teaches. Jiang Kehao thought, inwardly exasperated. Yes, I said that. Lu Tianming nodded. Then where is your proof? There is none. If there is none, why declare rain is certain? In 7 days we complete the vessel. We sail into the open sea, find rescue, and reunite with our families. Why disrupt everything now? As he spoke, the creases on his face twitched twice, his expression contorting into something grotesque. Jiang Kehao's face darkened. First mate Jiang Kehao turned. Did I not say yesterday those who wish to follow us may do so? Those who refuse are free to remain. The first mate was the most humiliated of all. He had never imagined matters would escalate thus. I apologize. I merely relayed your words. People found them unbearable, especially your prediction of rain. If such a storm truly comes, I know I cannot survive at sea. So I told them honestly, but to douse a person's fervor with cold water is to strike at life itself. Yet Jiang Kehao's aim was precisely that, to save lives. That icy deluge had to fall. Otherwise, even if their ship were finished, it would sink beneath the waves before it ever left shore. You heard him, Lu Tianming declared. If your claim were true, he would not hesitate to depart. And if he does not go, none of us will survive the voyage. Yet we must leave. Once we sail beyond this island, we escape the storm you foretold. You bear responsibility for your words. You must apologize. His words drew back those already retreating. They gathered once more around Jiang Kuhao, watching him with cold, accusing eyes. Jiang Kuhao offered a faint, mirthless smile. Apologize. Apologize. Lu Tianming shouted, and behind him others joined the cry. Apologize. Apologize to us. Yes, you must do so now. Voices rose in clamorous chorus. Su Ruo tugged gently at Jiang Kuhao's sleeve, her concern palpable. Mo Lao stood impassive, his gaze steady. Sometimes he said quietly, only decisive action can restore calm. Mo Lao understood human nature. He knew what lurked in the hearts of these people, and what horrors might unfold if their unrest went unchecked. Should Jiang Kuhao yield and apologize, control would slip irrevocably. People, after all, are rarely satisfied by concession alone. Come here, Jiang Kuhao said, pointing the axe toward Lu Tianming. So many voices shouting. You won't hear me unless you step forward. Lu Tianming recoiled. In Jiang Kuhao's eyes, he saw only cold, glinting steel. He remembered the corpse they'd buried, the man who'd lost an arm and plummeted to his death, his body broken and bleeding. That image still haunted him. I won't fall for it. Apologize, now, or none of us will ever let you go. Jiang Kuhao almost laughed. He had never imagined encountering such a man. At first the crowd had feared him, but seeing no immediate act, Lu Tianming now stood at the forefront shouting demands for. Jiang Kuhao watched them, silent, unmoving, utterly. I count to 3. He offered no apology. Instead, he reaffirmed his stance. Do not provoke me. How dare you defy us? By what right do you refuse to apologize? Lu Tianming shrieked, just as Jiang Kuhao raised the axe. Do not court death. His voice was low, but every syllable cut through the air with chilling clarity. Silence fell. Some staggered backward. Others fled outright. I do this for your sake, and yet you turn against me. Tell me what filth fills your skulls. Jiang Kuhao advanced. Only a handful remained facing him now, faces contorted with hatred, loyalists ready to abandon the island at any cost. 3. He reached Lu Ming, bent slightly to meet his gaze. Lu Ming flinched, shrinking from that piercing stare. 1. A flash of silver, no hesitation. The axe descended. Lu Ming barely registered the blow before agony exploded across his shoulder. He collapsed. Before he could scream, Jiang Kuhao struck again, clean, brutal, final. Lu Ming's other arm fell severed to the sand. Don't run, you there, stop. Those who had moments earlier glared at Jiang Kuhao now scrambled to flee. Too late. Relax, I won't kill you. Carry him. Show everyone what happens when you test my patience. I warned you, mind your own affairs. If you doubt me, build your ship and sail. I care nothing for your fate. With that he spat a single word, leave, and turned away. He climbed back up the cliff, face his thoughts turbulent. He hated killing, yet if death spared more lives, he would not hesitate to deliver it. Take Lu Tianming for instance. His wound would bleed until it ran dry. There were no antibiotics on the island, only the dwindling stock kept by Jiang Kuhao's group. Would he give medicine to the man he'd just condemned? Then why kill him at all? Back atop the cliff, Su Ro handed him a bowl of millet porridge. He ate in silence. Above, the clouds thickened, dense, roiling, endless, gathering for a deluge that would scour the entire beach. We have little time. No need to waste it on trifles. Tell Mo Lao if they finish packing by afternoon we depart. If not, bring everything here. Once the rain begins, we're finished. His certainty of the coming storm deepened with every passing hour. He stared at the sky, lost in thought. Su Ro did not speak. She knew no words could ease the taste of blood. All right, she murmured. There was only one thing left to do: prepare, swiftly, thoroughly. Across the island, lightning split the heavens, crack after crack heralding the storm's approach. In the afternoon, Mo Lao, Lu Ming, and Zhang Lu had nearly finished packing. They had always felt that something was lacking here, but now that they were truly leaving, they realized just how much they needed to take with them. There were piles of clothes, toiletries, and various bottles and jars. Mo Lao seemed to have collected a number of medicine bottles, the contents of which were unknown. Of course, there were also several axes, and it was said that Lu Ming and the others had worked hard to acquire them. Jiang Kuhao helped carry items, making multiple trips up the cliff. He and Lu Ming were the diligent types, while Zhang Lu was more of a coordinator who preferred not to do much work. Nonetheless, with just the 3 of them, even he could not afford to slack off. By the afternoon, no one had yet arrived from across the way. Jiang Kuhao sent Lu Ming to notify them that they would wait for 1 more hour at most, after that they would inevitably leave. Everything was settled, They had taken care of what they could carry, and the rest was secured under stones forming a small mound. An hour later, 3 people appeared from the direction of the bay, 2 girls and a boy. The first boy was unfamiliar to Jiang Kahao. He had little presence, and despite multiple encounters, Jiang Kahao could not recall him. The 2 girls, however, were somewhat familiar. They always came with the group and left first. "We're back," Lu Ming greeted them. Jiang Kahao replied, tersely checking the bindings on their gear before directing them up the cliff, following suit shortly after. Time had come for them to make their choices. Everyone must be responsible for their actions. Lu Ming approached Jiang Kahao and said, the first mate wanted to leave, but he couldn't abandon those people. Without him, he feared they might do something reckless. Since returning from the sea, the first mate seemed transformed, now considering others and willingly taking on responsibility. Even knowing that staying could be perilous, he chose to remain for the sake of others' safety. The first mate isn't bad. That wealthy girl was also harmed by the other 2 mates. I couldn't do something like that. Zhang Lu looks down on him. The first mate is concerned about his wife. As for Wang Ming, you know the circumstances, Lu Ming explained. He recounted the events from earlier, which improved Jiang Kahao's impression of the first mate. So he had such a side to him. Had Jiang Kahao misjudged him? The past was behind them, and Lu Ming's words eased the knot in his heart. Jiang Kahao patted Lu Ming's shoulder, saying, "Let's go. Whether we can reach the waterfall on time still depends on fate." The sky had grown so overcast that no one could predict when the rain would fall. After traversing the cliff, they did not pause, maintaining a steady pace. Long-distance travel drained one's stamina, yet Jiang Kahao and his companions kept their energy up with good food and drink. However, the 3 newcomers lagged behind. The 2 girls, already frail, appeared even more emaciated and almost like refugees. Feeling sympathy for them, Jiang Kahao slowed their pace. The 3 girls expressed their gratitude and apologies, to which Jiang Kahao merely smiled in response. The afternoon passed, and when darkness fell, they reached the midpoint of the bay. They still needed another day's travel to exit the bay, followed by 2 or 3 more days to reach the wetlands, and then half a day to get to the estuary. They would need a whole week to reach the waterfall. Time was of the essence, and after a brief rest, the 3 newcomers voluntarily picked up the pace. Walking on the beach was much safer even at night, and with so many people on the move, there were fewer risks. Jiang Kahao did not stop them. Instead, he followed closely behind, ensuring everyone's safety. Once the moon was high in the sky, they finally rested. Along the way, they saw the sand pits dug by Jiang Kahao and Su Ro, along with traces of previous fires, prompting further admiration. Jiang Kahao merely smiled in response. While he appreciated their enthusiasm, his thoughts dwelled on the recent events, each filled with thrill, but equally fraught with danger. "Let's rest. We'll take turns keeping watch. Just because nothing happened when we returned doesn't mean we can let our guard down. Nature won't always favor you," Jiang Kahao instructed as he settled down. The women slept together while the men formed their own group, mindful of the dynamics that come with a larger crowd. Having missed his chance last time, Jiang Kahao regretted not taking action, but now he could sleep soundly, likely due to the tension of the previous days finally easing. The sea breeze roared, carrying salt and sand. Even as they slept in the sand pits, they felt the changes in the wind. Jiang Kahao awoke to the damp sea air, sensing that heavy rain was imminent. The watchman Lu Ming was beside him. "What time is it?" Jiang Kahao asked. Lu Ming checked his watch. 5 o'clock, dawn is nearly here. It was 5, a dawn would not come. Jiang Kahao knew it would rain within 3 days at most. "Get everyone moving quickly. I'll draw a map for you. Judging by the force of the wind, if the first mate stays here, he won't be able to struggle. People cannot walk without their heads, and birds cannot fly without theirs." Jiang Kahao's words awakened many. Regardless of the circumstances, life is of utmost importance. Even if the ship is lost, destroyed, or abandoned, as long as one is alive, they can rebuild a great vessel and return home. More importantly, they can continue to save her life. When the notion of returning home became enticing, many overlooked this fundamental truth. Now Jiang Kahao warned everyone that a torrential storm was imminent, yet the ship had not been tested in the water, and some began to panic. However, there were still 3 individuals who stood firm in their resolve. They remained unwavering, determined to guard the ship, proclaiming that when the storm arrived, it would be their moment to sail back into the ocean. Seeing only a few who wished to stay, Jiang Kahao chose not to harm them. There was no need, for they had already chosen death. "Pack your things. We'll leave immediately in half an hour." The first mate, however, showed no intention of departing. Jiang Kahao was perplexed by his decision to stay. He smiled. "As long as there is a passenger on my ship, I will choose to take them with me. As for life and death, that is merely a consequence of my choice. You may go." Having not returned home for a long time, the first mate's heart had grown desolate. Now only the ship could provide him solace. "You cannot go back. There are several sunken ships built by humans here. I guarantee you will see them. If after seeing them you still wish to remain, I will not stop you." With some time left before gathering, Jiang Kahao chose a cliff as their meeting point. He then left with the first mate, abandoning the three who would not heed his words, and instructed others to leave them some food and water. They departed quickly. Jiang Kahao and the first mate gazed upon the sunken ships with their stark masts, remnants of a life spent at sea. His eyes brimmed with nostalgia, for these vessels held the glory of his existence, struggling in the ocean, being laid to rest in its depths. "Do not try to persuade me. If possible, we may meet again by fate. I do not intend to leave. Even in death, I wish to die aboard this ship." The first mate held steadfast to his conviction. Jiang Kahao was taken aback. The sunken ships illustrated a profound truth, that this place was not easily abandoned. Yet the first mate still chose to remain. He could only respect his decision, for everyone is an independent individual with their own thoughts. He had no right to excessively interfere, especially not with such noble ideals. Farewells had become habitual. The moment people grew indifferent to life and death, choosing to die at sea was a departure from their own comfort. Thus, Jiang Kahao's determination to lead everyone away was also a farewell to that resolve of certain death. The first mate continually watched them leave, standing on the cliff lost in thought, while gazing at the ship's flag, a faint smile gracing his lips. Facing the ocean breeze, he descended the cliff and leaped into the water. Even as the waves surged around him and the relentless wind howled, nothing could deter his forward momentum. He sought to reclaim his spirit, a belief he had never possessed before. After the first mate plunged into the sea, the three remaining individuals were left dumbfounded. None among them knew how to operate a ship, nor could they discern direction. They lingered by the shore, hoping to see the first mate's figure, but the darkness enveloped them, rendering everything invisible. The trio then turned their gaze toward the direction Jiang Kahao and the others had taken, silently opting to return. Perhaps the ship could withstand the storm, perhaps the first mate would soon return. These were mere possibilities, however, and they could not control their fate. Jiang Kahao conferred with Su Ro, deciding there would be no rest that night. The fierce sea breeze signified an approaching change in weather. On the first night, though complaints arose, the value of life spurred people on. Yet despite the relentless journey, they still had not encountered Mo Lao and his group, suggesting they truly heeded Jiang Kahao's advice and pressed on without pause. However, with many people, and after a full day of travel, spirits dwindled by the dawn of the second day. Some, driven by misplaced hope, sat down to rest. Those who began the trend inspired others to do the same. Jiang Kahao merely scolded them lightly. If they insisted on resting, he would no longer intervene. Life is their own, and he had done his part to ensure peace of mind. He would not offer a second piece of unsolicited advice. The strength of the sea breeze grew increasingly fierce, and voices of relief echoed among the crowd. "This sea breeze is growing stronger every day. If we wait a week, heavens, it could blow us away. Indeed, what of those who stayed behind? Do you think they can catch up with us now? Catch up, my foot. We just need to hold on and not stop. When the gales and rains come, we'll be feeding the turtles." They rejoiced in their choices, yet none expressed gratitude towards Jiang Kahao. Instead, fear lingered in their hearts. "If we hadn't gone back to rescue you, you'd still be in the same predicament," Mo Winter suddenly exclaimed. An immediate silence fell. Expressions changed as they regarded Jiang Kahao, unable to maintain their composure. "What do you know, little brat?" Mo Winter spoke truthfully, but her audience seemed ungrateful, their impatience palpable. "How can you speak so? Do you know what it means to be grateful? We don't ask for repayment, but you should at least recognize who saved you." "Huh. At my age, I need you to instruct me. Young girl, run along now." A middle-aged woman displayed strong disdain for Mo Winter. In her mind, Jiang Kahao's rescue was a given. Oh, why should she speak kindly of him? After all, he was a murderer. "You people, what are you?" Mo Winter, enraged, approached Jiang Kahao, grasping his hand as if to say something. Jiang Kahao shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon reflection, he realized he had not put them in a difficult position. He had saved them instead, yet received such results. Why was that? It stemmed from his approach being too forceful. People had grown accustomed to achieving compromises through the guise of falsehood. Isn't it laughable? Not at all. Consider real life. Every time you encounter outsiders, aren't you all smiles? Yet when you return home, how much of that smile remains? It's all for the sake of compromise, to make others accept you, to ease your integration into circles, to safeguard your own interests, to speak what you'd rather not, listen to what you'd prefer to ignore, and do what you'd wish to avoid. All of this is compromise. People will subtly suggest what you need to do to gain something, or what you might acquire by your actions. Jiang Kahao followed this rule, using force to compel them, frightening them with the looming specter of death to alter their initial intentions. He was forcing them against their will. Jiang Kahao chuckled softly, dismissing the matter lightly. A man must possess a broader mind. If he were truly calculative, he would not have saved them in the first place. Enough of the noise. As these people gradually adapt to living here, they will come to understand the law of the jungle. In the wilderness, there are inherent rules. The open areas they had carved out along the coast resembled a paradise divorced from those laws. They had never experienced nature's brutality aside from the death of the first mate from ant bites. They were indeed exceedingly fortunate. Let them see. Brother Jiang. Mo Winter held Jiang Kahao's hand, eager to continue speaking. The dawn is often the darkest hour. As the light of day approaches, night lingers. In the final moments, human will is tautest, yet it is also the moment of greatest vulnerability. There is a saying, those who travel 100 miles are only halfway at 90. Many believe that being close is sufficient, but Jiang Kahao understands that in the face of nature nothing is merely close enough. To survive, one must act. A failure to do so leads only to death, nothing else. Animals tread carefully because death is always at their heels, while humans adopt a complacent attitude when life becomes too comfortable. Inadequate actions are merely human vices. Jiang Kahao's response left them somewhat disheartened. Su Ro and Mo Wonder stepped forward to urge them. Everyone were close to the wetlands. Just think, if you can hold on for a day and a night, you can sleep as long as you like once we arrive. It's dry there with food and clear water, and it's spacious and safe. Do you really want to end up like those behind us? Once they lie down, they cannot seek us again. Even if we leave markers, there's no one to urge them on, no experienced guide. The dangers they will face far exceed yours. If you choose to survive, you must endure. The two women led by example, and even a middle-aged man felt a flush of shame. Only 2 men remained steadfast, while 3 women continued without complaint. Among them was an older woman who grew tired of the arguing. What a waste of breath. Let's hurry, the road is long, and I don't want to be delayed. Her words were directed at the middle-aged man, whose face reddened further. If we're going, we're going. What a bunch of nonsense. Can't I walk faster than a pig? Who are you calling a pig, you idiot? The two continued bickering, yet their pace quickened. Their quarrel invigorated them, while the other 2, a well-groomed man and a girl with an artistic air, remained silent, merely taking sips of water when thirsty and tearing off bits of jerky when hungry. They never paused when others did. Another man, however, was different. He was panting heavily, his face drawn with exhaustion. I can't go on, you all move ahead. I just can't keep up. He had walked so far only to slump onto the ground, his gaze fixed on Jiang Kahao, who simply nodded at him, offered some water and food, and continued on without hesitation. The man wanted to say something, but held his tongue. After a brief respite, he cursed, damn it, not a shred of camaraderie. Not even a hand to help an old man. Ugh. After cursing, he pushed himself up. Just then the sky began to lighten, but as the ominous rays of sunlight pierced through the leaden clouds, rain began to fall. It was not heavy, but it made everyone's hearts tighten. It's really happening. The rain has truly come. The man who had been whining in the back suddenly dashed to Jiang Kahao's side, no longer out of breath or discomfort. It's really raining. Little brother, you mentioned a heavy downpour. It won't just pour down tomorrow, right? Jiang Kahao chuckled coldly at the man's earlier antics, finding them laughable. I'm not a weather forecaster. If you're scared, hurry ahead. Mo and the others are just up ahead. If you run fast, you'll catch up. What he intended as a jest prompted the man to glance at the endless coastline ahead, then back at Jiang Kahao, saying thank you. He turned and sprinted ahead with genuine speed, his running form revealing well-defined muscles, making Jiang Kahao suspect. He was a long-distance runner, a physique uncommon among ordinary people. Wow, he's hiding it while playing dumb the whole time. People truly come in all kinds. Watching the 2 older men, Jiang Kahao felt a twinge of sadness as he glanced back at the many young people who had failed to endure, leaving it to these 2 middle-aged men. Just how decayed and extravagant has society become? How poor is the physical condition of the youth? He shook his head. The state of society was beyond his control. Since these people had such a strong desire to survive, he would not let them down. Until they reached the wetlands, the seaside would remain safe. As Jiang Kahao and his group walked through the rain, Mo Wonder struggled with her frail constitution, but persevered. Whenever she could not continue, Su Ro would lend her support. Jiang Kahao never assisted anyone, not out of coldness, but because he needed to maintain this principle to ensure everyone's safety. He was the guardian of the entire team. In case of emergencies, he must be ready to step up. The sea breeze mingled with the fine rain, creating a chill. Earlier, the wind's presence had gone unnoticed, but now it became apparent. The middle-aged man who ran long distances had long disappeared from sight, while the squabbling pair fell silent. The older woman, feeling discomfort from the wind, drew closer to the middle-aged man. Hey, let me lean on your arm. After arguing for so long, they exchanged no harsh words, yet their bond felt considerably closer. He accepted her request, grasping her arm, and they continued together. The 2 girls remained silent, following Jiang Kahao with without a word, while Su Ro and Mo Wonner supported one another. Jiang Kahao positioned himself in the center of the group, closely monitoring the weather changes. Everyone was physically and mentally drained, yet they still had to endure for a day and a night to reach the waterfall. He was uncertain how the rain would affect them, but it would surely have an impact. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from behind, voices calling for Jiang Kahao and the others to wait. Jiang Kahao merely glanced back, but did not halt his pace. Do not look back or wait for anyone. This rain is just the prelude, the climax is yet to come. Everyone felt a tightening in their chests. They understood Jiang Kahao's words, praying the rain would hold off a little longer. The footsteps drew closer, accompanied by curses. Are you even human? I told you to wait. How can you be so heartless? The newcomers were two young men, not much younger than Jiang Kahao. Fueled by youthful vigor, they had chased a considerable distance. The rain emboldened them, and upon seeing Jiang Kahao and the others, they had enough energy to argue, indicating they had more strength to burn. No one paid them any heed. The group continued to hurry forward. One of the young men suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Have you been standing around for days? I've had enough. You and all of you stop right now. Did you hear me?" With a wooden stick in hand, he dashed ahead to block Jiang Kahao and the others. The other young man joined in shouting, "Yes, I'd rather drown than tire myself out. Stand still." As he approached the two girls, he hesitated near the one beside Jiang Kahao, but charged at the other two without a second thought. "Didn't you say heavy rain would drown people? If I'm going to die, I want to enjoy it first. Come here." He seized the artistic girl's arm and forcefully brought her down to the ground. Exhausted, the girl offered no resistance, merely looking at him silently as he ripped her shirt off. The other young man did the same to the elite girl as she struggled. Heaven is indifferent, though mortals cherish affection. To remain alive is already an arduous trial, yet heaven seems determined to deepen the hardship. The rain from above gradually washed the blood from the literary young woman's body. Her steps advanced with mechanical rigidity. As a reclusive writer, she found the very occurrence of such events profoundly terrifying. Since arriving on the island, she had not known a single night of undisturbed sleep. The horrors endured by the wealthy young woman that fateful evening remained seared into her memory. She realized law here had lost its binding force, as she knew not how to protect herself. Only the crudest instinct remained to appear unkempt. Among so many accomplished women, no one would notice a slovenly one. She smudged her face, not excessively but enough to dull its appeal, crumpled and dusted her clothes until they hung in weary disarray, neglected her teeth, left her face unwashed. By such means she clung to safety. The toll this exacted was incalculable. When the first boat set sail, she had clung to hope that it might carry news from the outside world. But it returned empty-handed, squandering precious supplies instead. When preparations began for a second vessel, she longed to seize the chance, desperate to escape these endless days of dread that gnawed at her sanity. Yet, even as construction commenced, someone arrived with a command: "Stop building. Flee immediately." Her hope collapsed once more, only to be replaced by imminent peril, torrential rain, perhaps even a tempest. She chose flight. A novelist by trade, she had never imagined stepping into the raw reality of her own fiction, stranded on a desolate island, living out a Robinson Crusoe nightmare. Only now did she grasp its true horror. The grueling trek drained the last vestige of strength from her body. 40 hours of unbroken endurance had eroded even the will to resist when danger struck. If survival demands such exhaustion, she thought, then let heaven take me now. Meng Ying's heart turned to ice, yet the assailant failed. Jiang Kuhao struck him down with a single axe blow, a death enacted before her eyes. And yet, no tremor stirred within her. No shock, no revulsion. Was this normal? No. Yet she accepted it. Blood stained her skin, the coppery stench of gore clung to her. Yet she felt nothing. Numbness had become her armor. Instinct whispered, "This is nothing. You must endure. Reach the waterfall." At that moment the rain softened, gentle, almost tender. She did not slacken her pace, even to drink. Rainwater traced her cheeks and slipped into her mouth, salty. Was it rain, or her own tears? After the incident, Jiang Kuhao kept glancing back, but saw nothing. The rain thickened, veiling all within 100 meters. Worry was futile. No one would surge forward now. In this crucible, human fortitude revealed its rarest worth. Those who faltered were destined for oblivion. All weariness dissolved beneath resolve, as unyielding as tempered steel. Jiang Kuhao gripped his axe and stared into the inky distance. He knew the marshlands lay ahead. Yet near the estuary the river mouth remained invisible, though afternoon had long since passed. A sudden unease seized him. Would the downpour swell the currents? Widen the channel? That was certain to happen, and the waterfall's flow too would surely intensify. Move. Faster. All of you, stay sharp. Jiang Kuhao bellowed. One day. Not enough. The storm had escalated to this fury in half that time, and 3 more half-days still stretched before them. Who could predict how the deluge would rage by then, or how the waterfall would roar? "We must reach the marshlands before dawn," he shouted again. "Entering the riverbank after dark is suicide. Rain obscures everything. Only daylight offers any margin of safety, otherwise swollen currents may claim us without mercy." He urged them relentlessly. Though baffled, the others fell instinctively into step as he quickened his pace. Then, he saw it a faint wavering black line. The estuary. Its vast expanse meant time. Rain did not merely alter the river, it expanded the marshlands themselves. Paths once passable now vanished beneath rising waters. Jiang Kuhao's anxiety flared white-hot. His strides lengthened, until Su Ro and Mo Wonder could no longer keep up. He halted, turned, and called out, voice taut with urgency, "We must reach the riverbank before dawn, or we all die. Myself included." Death. This word had hovered over them like a shroud these past days. They had given everything, yet still raced against time. They retained a sliver of chance. Those behind, none at all, unless they could withstand the downpour without— Fine, we'll go," muttered the middle-aged woman. She braced the man beside her. "You holding up, old man? A grown man shouldn't dawdle like this. You ask if I'm holding up. Wait till we reach the cave. I'll show you what Overlord Spear really means. Anyone watching gets a demonstration. Oh, you, more like a gilded tin lance." Their banter— "We'll walk together," said the elite young woman. The literary girl nodded silently. Minging. The elite woman's stamina far exceeded hers. Walking to— Jiang Kuhao did not wait. What had been a narrow channel, mere meters wide. Still no sign of Mo Lao and the others. They must have crossed already. A flicker of relief warmed Jiang Kuhao's chest. He located the path he and Su Ro had taken before, their footprints still visible in the sodden earth, fresh despite the rain. Yet beyond the jungle's edge, the way ahead vanished into obscurity. One by one the others arrived. Jiang Kuhao led at the front. Where marshland met forest lay hidden perils. Though heavy rain drove animals to shelter, this fine persistent drizzle disturbed them little. Predators might still strike. The moment Jiang Kuhao stepped onto the marsh's rim, a colossal splash erupted behind him. Something unimaginable rose from the surf. An octopus, the largest Jiang Kuhao had ever beheld. Its tentacles carpeted the entire beach, dozens of them each 5 or 6 meters long. Its central mass spanned over 10 meters across. Tentacles lashed toward him. What had drawn it? Jiang Kuhao understood instantly when his gaze fell upon the 2 girls. Specifically, the literary girl. Her blood. Damn it, he cursed. He'd acted swiftly then, no choice. But she'd stood there dazed, failing even to wash the stain away, and now this had come. "Go now. Su Ro, don't stop. Lead them away. I'll get her." Giant creatures were always terrifying. This octopus moved clumsily on land, but its arms were swift, precise. Jiang Kuhao hurled his axe. It bit deep into the creature's flesh, but lodged harmlessly, causing no injury. Shit, he swore inwardly. Yet the blow diverted the beast's attention. Its limbs coiled toward him. One swept across his path, though another snaked around his ankle. Without hesitation, he dropped low and sank his teeth into the rubbery flesh. Coarse as the tentacle appeared, its meat yielded easily. Su Ro watched stricken, until Jiang Kuhao roared again, "Move, God damn it. What good are you standing there?" His fury broke through her paralysis. With a final glance, she led the others away. Meng Ying and Lu Xiaoxiao stood frozen, dumbstruck by the Leviathan, until Jiang Kuhao's axe whistled past, jolting them back to terror. They fled without pause. Jiang Kuhao met them, turned, and ran. But the octopus did not retreat to sea. Instead, it dragged itself forward, pulling with immense, sinuous strength, each lunge narrowing the gap. Its speed dwarfed theirs. "So, one of us must stay behind," Jiang Kuhao murmured, eyes alight with grim resolve. "If you hunger so fiercely, then let me feed you." The battle between man and beast was a rare occurrence, one that had not been seen for a millennium. Jiang Kuhao had never imagined that monstrous creatures reminiscent of those depicted in films and legends could truly exist. According to legend, the Titanic had sunk due to one of these beings. When Jiang Kuhao offered to help the creature find something to eat, he did not mean to offer himself as a meal. Instead, he turned to the nearby stones. With the wisdom that the stones from other hills can be used to carve jade, he raised a stone and hurled it at the giant octopus before him. The creature's tentacles were immensely thick, yet the force of the stone was tremendous. When it struck, a deep dent appeared in the octopus body, causing its movements to slow significantly. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kuhao turned and fled, but a glance over his shoulder revealed that the tentacles were once again stretching toward him, moving even faster than before. Desperate, he cast a quick look at the jungle and, disregarding any hidden dangers, leapt into the underbrush. The trees provided a temporary barrier, allowing him to gain a few precious meters as the octopus struggled to navigate its way in. However, the creature's speed was astonishing. The jungle was not only damp, but also muddy, and the octopus maneuvered through the foliage with ease, as if there were no obstacles at all. Jiang Kahea's hopes waned as he realized he had lost his way, having darted back and forth through the trees without finding an exit. He glanced around the marshland, realizing he had strayed far from his intended path. Desperate to find his way back, he was pursued relentlessly by the octopus. Wasn't it said that creatures leaving the water could not breathe? Yet here it was undeterred in its chase. With no other choice, Jiang Kahao plunged back into the jungle, but the moment he did, he was startled by a sudden sight that made him turn and run back. There on the ground were two green eyes staring up at him. Crocodiles. He had always known there were crocodiles in the wetlands, but he hadn't expected to encounter them so easily, and not just one but several. The crocodiles were equally startled by his sudden appearance, and upon regaining their composure lunged at him with a snap of their jaws. Fortunately, Jiang Kahea's reflexes were quicker. As he sprinted from the thicket, the octopus tentacles were closing in behind him. Jiang Kahao realized that being captured by the octopus was a better fate than being torn apart by the crocodiles. Just then, 3 crocodiles emerged from the water, their sizes formidable, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. Seeing the crocodiles, Jiang Kahao could only hope that the octopus would ensnare him and whisk him away. But unexpectedly, it tossed him into the marsh instead, then directed its powerful tentacles toward the crocodiles. Without hesitation, the crocodiles charged at the octopus, and a grand battle erupted before Jiang Kahao's eyes. He attempted to evade the chaos, but soon discovered his legs had sunk into the mud. Struggling to free himself, he realized with horror that he was sinking deeper. A swamp, he thought, feeling the dread he had always harbored towards such a fate closing in on him. With no alternatives, he steadied himself and watched the duel unfold on the bank. On one side was the colossal octopus, its sheer mass exerting a natural dominance that would typically send any opponent fleeing. Yet the crocodiles did not retreat, instead they attacked ferociously. The sight of the octopus swinging its tentacles was chilling, and for a moment Jiang Kahao feared the crocodiles would be flung away. Yet he had forgotten that the crocodiles weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, each, their jaws possessing terrifying strength. With a thunderous crack, one crocodile snapped its jaws onto a tentacle, severing it and releasing an unusual fluid. The octopus retaliated, sending one of the crocodiles flying, its upper jaw dislodged in the process. Jiang Kahao had initially thought the crocodiles might put up more of a fight, but they were swiftly dispatched, as if their mouths had been wrenched apart. The octopus, despite its numerous tentacles, struggled to maintain its hold as it began to lose limbs. With each severed tentacle, it expelled 2 bursts of thick, dark liquid, an escape tactic when threatened. Jiang Kahao gasped, realizing that if the octopus fled, he would surely become a meal for the crocodiles. Fortunately, the octopus employed the dark fluid as a smokescreen, obscuring the vision of the crocodiles. Its tentacles wrapped around them, lifting them high as if they were mere toys. Yet the crocodiles were not to be easily subdued. They unleashed their scaly bodies, scraped against the octopus, inflicting injuries to its tentacles. In pain, the octopus released its grip, causing the crocodiles to plummet to the ground, mouths agape, as they lunged at the octopus indiscriminately. The octopus, irate from the assault, swung its remaining tentacles with renewed fury, lifting one crocodile and attempting to swallow it whole. Jiang Kahao felt a pang of sympathy. Did it truly think it could consume them alive? The octopus, having captured the 2 crocodiles, turned its gaze toward Jiang Kahao, its peculiar eyes locking onto him for a moment before one tentacle floated toward him. Suddenly, he felt weightless, then constricted as he was hoisted into the air. As the octopus opened its maw, a chill ran down Jiang Kahao's spine. If it swallows me, I'll become nothing but mush, he thought, picturing the 2 crocodiles already inside. In that instant, he cursed his misfortune, feeling utterly powerless against the creature's whims. But just as he was about to be thrown into the abyss of the octopus's mouth, its body twisted violently, and its tentacles began to thrash in a frenzied dance, the mad octopus waltz. Jiang Kahao was flung about like a rag doll, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Then with a mighty heave, he was launched away, splashing into the water. He landed atop a pile of branches that jabbed painfully into him, but he hardly noticed the discomfort. He was grateful to have escaped the octopus's grasp. Glancing back, he observed the octopus's tentacles still writhing, though their movements had slowed. Had it been defeated? Just moments ago it had been so imposing, and now it seemed diminished. At that moment, something nudged its mouth from within, and out emerged 2 tiny green eyes. Crocodiles, Jiang Kahao realized, witnessing one of them bite down on the octopus's mouth, gulping down fresh seafood. The octopus, as Jiang Kaihao had predicted, had inadvertently invited its own doom by consuming the two crocodiles akin to tossing a dog into a cesspit. The crocodiles feasted without restraint. Suddenly one crocodile paused, eyeing Jiang Kaihao, who stood frozen in place. Realizing he had been standing idly, he waved at the crocodile, murmuring, "Thank you," before swiftly retreating into the jungle. Crocodiles were social creatures, and with three present, it was clear that this was their territory. Jiang Kaihao dashed forward, fueled by adrenaline, feeling no fatigue from the earlier excitement. Yet fate had other plans. The rain began to pour down heavily, and as the storm intensified, Jiang Kaihao looked around, realizing he had reached the area where the tiger had last been spotted. He slowed his pace, slightly scanning for threats, but seeing none, he continued onward. However, visibility was rapidly diminishing as the rain obscured the path ahead. The downpour made it difficult to locate anyone amidst the chaos. In the midst of the persistent rain, Jiang Kaihao ran on, fatigue creeping into his limbs as he felt the chilling water soaking through. His pace slowed, but anxiety surged, and nightfall was approaching, and he had yet to reach the river. What would he do if darkness fell? Seek shelter in a tree hollow. Yet the trees were no banyans. Finding a suitable hollow would be nearly impossible. Distraught, Jiang Kaihao reflected on the day's calamities. Just then he spotted two figures ahead. A surge of excitement welled within him, and his steps lightened. This was the essence of humanity, to find connection and camaraderie among one another. The storm loomed ominously, and the sea was devoid of any shelter. Yet even if there were a refuge, it would likely be swept away by the tempest. Jiang Kaihao, amidst the tumult, caught sight of two figures and quickened his pace to catch up with them. The individuals ahead were moving slowly, and as Jiang Kaihao approached, he recognized them. Meng Ying, the artistic girl, and Lu Xiaoxiao, the elite woman. "Why are you two lagging behind? Where are the others?" Jiang Kaihao inquired. The girls, drenched by the rain, turned to face him, their bodies trembling. Their lips had turned pale, and their energy was nearly depleted. Jiang Kaihao quickly discerned the gravity of their situation. At this rate, they would not survive to reach the waterfall. Even if they did make it, they would surely fall ill. He needed to find a way for them to rest. However, with the riverbank ahead, he hesitated to delay them further. He felt a pang of compassion. Stepping forward, he examined the riverbank. As he suspected, the markers they had previously set were gone. The river had swollen considerably, erasing many paths. To continue upstream, they would need to find a new route. Realizing the likelihood of reaching the waterfall that night had diminished, Jiang Kaihao understood they could no longer follow the river. A sudden flood could spell disaster. "Let's head inland," he suggested. In such rain, unless they encountered animals, they were unlikely to face attacks. This rationale was why Jiang Kaihao felt emboldened to venture deeper into the forest. He was acutely aware of his purpose, while the two girls had lost their sense of direction. After falling behind, they seemed uncertain of their next steps. Fortunately, Jiang Kaihao's presence restored their sense of security. Their pace quickened slightly, and Lu Xiaoxiao called out to him, "Can you help us? She can't go on." Jiang Kaihao approached and lifted Meng Ying onto his shoulder, asking Lu Xiaoxiao, "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine, but she's too weak. Look at her, as she might not make it." Lu Xiaoxiao replied, her voice dull and her eyes glazed over. "She won't die, she's just exhausted. If we find a place for her to rest, she'll recover." "You can't rest either, we need to keep moving." Jiang Kaihao intended to say he would carry her too, but reconsidered. He was already burdened with Meng Ying. Lu Xiaoxiao understood his implication. Despite his ruthless demeanor, he was surprisingly kind. Reflecting on the past few days, she realized Jiang Kaihao had consistently urged others to heed his advice, yet many had been lost in their own worlds, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts. "You're quite interesting," she remarked, her beautiful, delicate face breaking into a soft smile. "Yes, just as you are beautiful. It's all about our inherent qualities. Let's go, beauty, no more idle chatter," Jiang Kaihao replied, forging ahead and snapping a small tree branch to clear their path. Navigating through the jungle, he remained vigilant even in this inclement weather. The path through the forest was arduous, especially with Meng Ying on his back. She felt like ice, her body devoid of warmth except for the faint heat escaping her lips. "We need to find a place to rest immediately," Jiang Kaihao thought, glancing back to see Meng Ying had fallen asleep. In such an environment, succumbing to sleep was a grave error. It would render one's senses vulnerable. Jiang Kaihao shook her gently, but she remained unresponsive, trapped in a deep slumber. He realized that carrying her would slow him down significantly, yet abandoning her was not an option. For those who could easily forsake responsibility, it mattered little, but for someone like Meng Ying, who fought tirelessly for survival, he could not bring himself to leave her. "Let's find a place to rest. Stay alert, and we need to find shelter quickly," he urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. The forest was filled with low trees, making it exceedingly difficult to find a place to shield against the wind and rain. Suddenly, he recalled a large rocky area upstream. Those boulders, while not entirely protective against the rain, would at least provide shelter from the wind. He urged Lu Xiaoxiao to keep pace, darting through the jungle with surprising speed as she managed to keep up. Branches whipped past, creating a rustling sound that Jiang Kahao paid little heed to. Emerging from the jungle, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, they were still beneath towering trees, lush and green. He had always yearned to explore such landscapes, but in this weather the beauty felt more like a cruel joke. After catching his breath, Jiang Kahao prepared to move on, only to notice Lu Xiaoxiao had vanished. Had she been lost? Hey, he called out, hoping for a response, but only silence greeted him. Great, what if she's in trouble, he thought, taking a few steps back into the woods, only to halt mid-motion. Returning could mean he too might not find his way out. How could he have lost a good girl just as they were nearing safety? She had her own abilities, which complicated matters. He feared that if he went back they might not reunite, wasting precious time. Hey, I'm here. If you can hear me, come this way, he shouted, clinging to the hope that his voice would reach her. The torrential rain and the rushing water drowned out his hopes for a reply. After several more calls yielded no answer, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a voice behind him. Wait, I'm coming. It was Lu Xiaoxiao, her body adorned with leaves, remnants of her detour through the underbrush. Jiang Kahao approached and grabbed her hand. Let's go. He held her hand tightly, unwilling to let her get lost again in the jungle where only death awaited. As they moved forward, a massive splash erupted from the river beside them, revealing a giant fish breaching the surface. Its leap was majestic, a sight that captivated Jiang Kahao. Despite the rain, he felt as though he were in a dreamlike realm, surreal and ethereal. Was it a koi jumping the Dragon Gate? The thought crossed his mind, pondering whether ancient scholars had witnessed such wonders inspiring their beliefs. But he had no time for musings. Meng Ying was completely drained of strength, relying solely on Jiang Kahao's support. He adjusted her weight, but she kept slipping down, prompting him to set her down briefly and lift her again. He could only carry her, knowing it would deplete his own strength further, yet he resolved to press on. They needed just a few more hours to reach the waterfall. Abandoning her now would feel akin to murder. Though he had no qualms about taking a life, he cared deeply about whom he chose to sacrifice. The rocky area loomed ahead, with smooth river stones lining the banks like guardians. Let's head there for cover, he suggested. The sea breeze, now unshielded by trees, felt like an invisible force pushing against them, chilling them to the core in the damp weather. They took refuge behind a massive boulder, the wind ceasing to whip at their backs, yet the sound of rushing water remained a constant reminder of their peril. This stone with its unique crevice was their only respite. The others were too round to offer any real protection. Jiang Kahao had wished to steer clear of the riverbank, yet here they were back at the water's edge. Without the wind's chill, a sense of lethargy began to creep in, and he found himself relaxing his vigilance. Shaking his head, he admonished himself, now was not the time to be complacent. They needed to maintain their resolve, for if they let their guard down they would succumb, just as Meng Ying had. Let's rest for 5 minutes, then we'll continue, he announced, glancing at his watch. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. In the torrential downpour they leaned against each other, seeking warmth and reassurance. Lu Xiaoxiao craved a reliable shoulder to find solace in, realizing that in such dire circumstances only a man's shoulder could provide her the security she needed. Reflecting on her past pride, she acknowledged that even the proudest of women sometimes needed a man to lean on. In that year when flowers bloomed with deep affection, last year's memories have now turned into mere bewilderment. Lu Xiaoxiao navigated the high-end CBD, frequently changing jobs among Fortune 500 companies. In her heart, the concepts of morality and loyalty represented the greatest dilemmas. How to maximize benefits while also safeguarding her own interests was a constant struggle for her. As for romance and relationships, coming from an unfortunate family, she had grown weary of men from the outset. Her father's violence towards her mother instilled in her a deep yearning for freedom. What purpose did a man serve? To share her wealth, or to shatter the freedom she had worked so hard to attain? To her, men were merely temporary distractions during lonely moments, easily summoned and just as easily dismissed. She relished the sense of control she wielded. At work, she was a formidable figure, respected and feared, while on vacation, she transformed into a captivating enchantress. This time she found herself in dire straits while preparing for a business trip abroad with her superior. Little did she expect to end up here. She discreetly observed everyone around her, and Jiang Kahao clearly fit the profile of a dangerous quarry. She had once considered leveraging Jiang Kahao to elevate her status in this place, but his cold indifference and lethal demeanor quickly dissuaded her. A person so perilous was best avoided. However, from the beginning until now, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart was filled. Though fatigue dulled her mind, her confidence remained unwavering. What should we do next? The wind. As a girl from the south, she was acutely aware of the dangers of down. Can you continue on? Jiang Kahao glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. Shaking his arm, he lifted Meng Ying into his arms. I can, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, her inner strength undeniable. After all, she had risen from a mere employee to her current position, but now despite her past bravado, she found herself dependent on Jiang Kahao's guidance. Then let's move, there's no need to delay. He decided to follow the riverbank, noting the water had yet to swell. Objects on either side were visible, but after walking a short distance a problem arose. The riverbank had washed away, rendering their path impassable. They had to turn back and venture into the jungle, a type of monsoon forest rather than a tropical one. Otherwise, both Jiang Kahao and Lu Xiaoxiao would have been swarmed with leeches by now. Rain awakened various creatures, and even in this relatively clean area they encountered numerous troubles, such as snakes. Snakes were elusive creatures, unpredictable in their movements, especially when confronted with a swarm of them. Jiang Kahao probed the path with a stick, suddenly feeling a weight on it. He knew something had slithered onto his stick. With a determined effort, he raised it to reveal a snake coiled atop. Without hesitation, he flung the stick away, but their commotion attracted the snakes. The jungle floor rippled with water, and numerous snakes emerged from the undergrowth, some intertwining with one another, their heads tapping incessantly against each other. They're mating, Jiang Kahao remarked. We should leave quickly. They retreated slowly, and the snakes, undisturbed, ceased to pursue them. The image of those writhing serpents haunted Jiang Kahao's mind. Had they taken a single step forward, they would have been overwhelmed. Lu Xiaoxiao remained remarkably calm, her composure a quality even Jiang Kahao envied. They took a detour which only lengthened their journey. As darkness approached, Jiang Kahao checked his watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the oppressive weather made it feel much later, obscuring the path ahead. We must find a place to rest, he called out, having carried Meng Ying for so long that his arm began to ache. Where to? None of these trees look safe to approach. Every one of them seems infested, Lu Xiaoxiao replied. It was indeed strange. Every tree in this jungle appeared overtaken by some creature or another. Larger trees had become coveted resources. Continuing forward, the path became increasingly indistinct. Stopping, Jiang Kahao realized that they were still 2 to 4 hours from the waterfall. Under normal circumstances, if trouble arose, it could take a full day to reach safety. They needed a large tree that could shield them from the rain and wind. After much searching, Lu Xiaoxiao pointed to a small earthen slope ahead. There were a few stones, and most importantly a shallow crevice that could shelter 2 or 3 people. Though it was too small for anyone to lie down, it would suffice. Jiang Kahao quickly led Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying to the spot, placing Meng Ying inside the nook. With Lu Xiaoxiao cradling her, they could rest comfortably. Inside, he draped his clothing over the opening, tightening the stone until the entrance was sealed with rainwater flowing from the crevice. This made the interior considerably tidier. With his bare torso showcasing his muscular physique and scars, Lu Xiaoxiao fell asleep quickly, and even someone as resilient as Jiang Kahao could not resist the pull of exhaustion after maintaining vigilance for a while. As the ocean winds grew more ferocious, Jiang Kahao's clothing was blown away in the night. He remained at the crevice's entrance, shielding the 2 girls from the gusts. Though the opening had diminished, the cold wind persisted. Jiang Kahao awoke from the chill. Glancing at the 2 sleeping girls, he shifted slightly, not out of desire, but from genuine cold. However, he knew that if he crawled into the nook, it could easily be misconstrued. So he merely adjusted the stones at the entrance, but one rolled away, causing the wind to rush in even more. With no other option, he stepped outside to retrieve the stone. When he returned, both girls were awake. In the darkness, they couldn't see one another, but the glow of Jiang Kahao's watch illuminated his hand. What happened? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. The torrential rain outside made Jiang Kahao uneasy. The downpour had escalated from moderate to severe, and it appeared only to be the beginning. A truly frightening prospect. He positioned the stone at the entrance, using half of his body to shield the opening. It's nothing, you 2 go back to sleep. Following this, he sneezed twice. Are you catching a cold? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. In such places, a cold could be fatal, and she and Meng Ying relied solely on Jiang Kahao now. Considering Jiang Kahao's sacrifice to protect them from the wind, Lu Xiaoxiao pondered before removing her outer jacket. Trusting Jiang Kahao's character, she believed in his integrity, otherwise he could easily turn his back on them if danger arose. Here, put this on, it will warm you up a bit. She offered the small jacket. Without hesitation, Jiang Kahao donned it, and soon Meng Ying was also heard rustling as she removed her jacket and passed it to him. With these 2 pieces of clothing, Jiang Kahao felt significantly better. Although still cold, it was at least more bearable. The 2 girls, bare from the waist up, felt the chill acutely, and when Lu Xiaoxiao attempted to embrace, Meng Ying, she found her icy to the touch. Recalling Meng Ying's earlier demeanor, she touched her forehead and found it cool except for her head, which burned with fever. Quite severe. She's very cold, and I'm freezing too. Why don't you come over? Let's huddle together. Even if there's a bit of wind, we can keep warm from you, and you won't have to struggle so much, Lu Xiaoxiao suggested. This mutually beneficial arrangement was simply perfect. How could Jiang Kahao refuse? As he turned to step inside, Lu Xiaoxiao nudged Meng Ying to move a little to the side, and she squeezed over as well. This way their bodies pressed closely against the earthen wall, leaving a spot in between for Jiang Kahao to settle. The three of them huddled together, initially feeling a slight chill from the gentle sea breeze. However, upon sensing Jiang Kahao's warm body heat, the two girls instinctively wrapped their arms around him tightly. Each held onto one of his arms, embracing him firmly. Meng Ying in particular clung to him, as if he were a treasured possession, holding him close. Her body was chillingly cold, and as Jiang Kahao felt her proximity, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Yet considering her condition, he recognized that this closeness was in fact saving her life. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxiao's body was quite normal. She seemed unfazed, and had even drifted back to sleep after waking up moments ago. Jiang Kahao felt like a teddy bear embraced by both girls. It was a blend of happiness and distress. He could feel their warmth and the softness of their hair and skin. Both girls had endured hardships, but the relentless rain had stripped away their suffering, revealing their essential selves. The air within the earthen cave was imbued with a peculiar fragrance, a strange scent that both excited and soothed Jiang Kahao. Lying in the middle, he reveled in this beauty, though the darkness rendered everything invisible, allowing his mind to quiet as he fell into a deep slumber. After 3 sleepless days, once he succumbed to sleep, all his defenses fell away. Initially, they were merely huddled together, but eventually, they became entwined in each other's embrace. Unbeknownst to them, the temperature in the cave had also gradually risen. The first to awaken was Lu Xiaoxiao, who had nestled half her body into Jiang Kahao's arms. She looked up at his face and smiled gently. A faint light filtered in from the entrance, indicating dawn, yet the sound of heavy rain persisted outside, with countless splashes visible from the small opening. It's raining even harder, she thought to herself, wishing to rise and check the situation outside. Carefully, she lifted Jiang Kahao's hand away and attempted to get up. Just then, Jiang Kahao shifted his leg, causing her head to tilt to the side as her body turned in response. Lu Xiaoxiao hastily shielded herself with her hands, pausing on Jiang Kahao's leg. She sighed in relief. Good thing he didn't wake up. After playing enough, she intended to rise, but she hadn't anticipated that Jiang Kahao's leg would move again, followed by his hand. Fine, I'll let you off this time, she thought, trying to get up once more. But Jiang Kahao had already begun to smile. He was awake, having been roused by Lu Xiaoxiao's playful antics. The instinctual call of awakening jolted him to consciousness, and upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's playful demeanor, he too felt a spark of mischief, deliberately moving to catch her attention. To his surprise, she seemed quite receptive. Lu Xiaoxiao was barefaced. The view was breathtaking, so long as a beautiful face stood beside it. Lu Xiaoxiao urged Jiang Kahao to turn away. When he asked why, she stammered, unable to speak. We've already laid ourselves bare before each other. Why this sudden shyness? Say what's on your mind. Moments earlier, she had seemed perfectly at ease. Now she fidgeted like a startled fawn. Jiang Kahao ignored her entirely, folding his arms and leaning quietly against the cave wall, closer deliberately to Meng Ying. You're not the least bit chivalrous. And you're no demure scholar's daughter. Must we debate propriety? Don't forget, I'm a murderer. He'd seen the way people looked at him when he killed that madman. Not with words, but with silent, flinching judgment. He knew precisely what they thought. At the words murderer, Lu Xiaoxiao flinched, but only briefly. A self-deprecating jest spoken by its own subject revealed its falsehood. He was no monster. Humph. I have an urgent matter. Just turn your head. Her voice carried a quiet plea. Jiang Kahao crossed his arms tighter. Speak first, or I won't move. She could hold back no longer. I need to relieve myself. He responded instantly. Which kind? If it's the greater need, go outside. The space is cramped. She hadn't expected such bluntness, and flushed crimson. Yet the torrential rain lashed the world beyond the cave mouth. She swallowed her impulse to dash out. I need only to urinate. She pressed her palms together in a gesture of supplication, bowing slightly toward him. Only then did he turn his head, but kept his body angled away. At the rustle of fabric falling, his imagination stirred unbidden. He turned fully, though he could not name the emotion rising within him. Lu Xiaoxiao could wait no longer. She dropped her clothes and let the flood flow free. The moment she caught sight of Jiang Kahao turning back, she tried to stop, but it was too late. A wave of profound relief washed over her, so intense she nearly cried out. The gentle rush of water mingled with a soft whistled tune, strangely tender amid the storm's fury. Jiang Kuhao stared transfixed. He recalled the first time he'd glimpsed Su row in the sea. Now this proximity deepened the fascination, sharpened the thrill. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to vanish. His gaze burned with raw, unguarded heat. Yet beneath her mortification flickered something else, a strange, stirring warmth. "Is it pleasing to behold?" she asked. "It is," he replied, without hesitation. Then he reached out, grasping her wrist. "You've held it in so long. Surely it isn't finished yet." A full minute had passed, yet she still hadn't completed her relief. When he leaned close, whispering into her ear, sensation surged. Pleasure layered upon pleasure, until it became pure, unadulterated euphoria. She threw her arms around him. "Finish it on me." That was too much, even for him. He recoiled sharply. "Hurry. I need to go too. If this spills inside the cave, we'll never endure staying here again." He remained reserved, untouched by such boldness. She scoffed. "Then beg me, or I'll stay squatting right here." It was retaliation, payback for his earlier teasing. But men and women were different. And their circumstances were vastly more precarious. She remained unclothed, knees bent exposed. Jiang Kuhao reached out, seized her waist, and pulled her firmly against his chest. A soft, wet sound escaped her, then a gasp. Yet his hand did not move. With a wry, knowing glint in his eyes, he murmured, "Do you want it?" She met his gaze without flinching. "Keep going now? Or do you truly not want me?" He pushed her away. "I need to piss." He withdrew his hand, set her aside with gentle firmness. "Later. I haven't decided yet whether I wish to take things further between us." He strode to the cave mouth, relieved himself, then returned. Lu Xiaoxiao accused him of being less than a man. "After all that, I can't believe you stopped." "It's not my fault," he retorted. "You didn't clean yourself properly. Smell for yourself." He thrust his hand toward her nose. She slapped it away, glaring. Her lower body warm, damp, throbbing with unsatisfied need. If only. She glanced at Meng Ying, still unconscious. Had there been another witness, she would have pounced like a starving tigress. Jiang Kuhao settled back between them, drawing both women close. Not for desire, but because a man's inner fire burned fiercer than a woman's in such cold, desperate hours. They needed this warmth. The rain intensified, relentless, oppressive. Unease coiled in Jiang Kuhao's chest. This earthen hollow nestled beneath a gentle slope was perilously fragile. Should the hillside shift, they would be buried alive. He refused to accept such an end. Preparation was essential. But Meng Ying remained unconscious. Outside, the downpour roared like a living thing. Even reaching a hand beyond the entrance felt like enduring a barrage of blows. Escape was impossible. They were trapped. Jiang Kuhao clung to hope the slope will hold. Lu Xiaoxiao nestled deeper into his embrace. Slowly Meng Ying stirred. Her skin no longer deathly cold, but faintly warmed by returning life. A small mercy amid catastrophe. Another night passed. When Jiang Kuhao opened his eyes again, exhaustion weighed heavy upon him. Rain still drummed without pause. And now from a distance came the thunderous roar of surging floodwaters. Though the slope appeared gentle, the deluge had carved its own channels across the land. The scale of the storm was unimaginable. They remained imprisoned, yet moisture now seeped from the ceiling, dampening the cave walls. Jiang Kuhao saw it at once. The place was failing. Collapse loomed. How to escape? Venturing out meant certain disorientation, or worse, drowning beneath the tempest's wrath. Then came a new sound, dreadful, absolute. As if the heavens themselves had drawn breath, silencing every other noise in the world. For one suspended moment, silence reigned. Then, a colossal, irresistible pull emanated from beyond the cave mouth. His body trembled, straining outward. The roar of rain, the rush of water, all vanished. "Wake up!" Jiang Kuhao wasted no time. The rain had ceased. That was the best possible sign. They had rested long enough. To delay now would be folly. Did it stop? Lu Xiaoxiao cried, elated. Meng Ying stirred, awake, dazed. "Where are we?" "No time for explanations." Jiang Kuhao urged Lu Xiaoxiao out first, then lifted Meng Ying and guided her carefully through the narrow opening. He swept her into his arms and turned toward the mountain's crest. But the instant he stepped beyond the threshold, an unseen force seized him, dragging him toward the distant sea. He turned and beheld the apocalypse. A titanic vortex spanned earth and sky, its girth immeasurable. Even the torrential rain surrendered to its hunger, spiraling inward in roaring torrents. Debris, trees, boulders, fragments of earth, vanished into its maw. Within its churning gray maelstrom, colossal fish writhed alongside serpentine leviathans and creatures beyond naming. Yet all were reduced to toys, lifted higher and higher, vanishing into the unknown. A tornado of unprecedented scale. Lu Xiaoxiao breathed, glancing at Jiang Kuhao, then upward. Even rain from this distance is being drawn in. If it reaches us, Jiang Kuhao staggered, then snapped alert at her words. Yes, if the wind died the deluge would return. If it advanced they were doomed. Go now. He shifted Meng Ying onto his back, conserving strength, and sprinted upward with Lu Xiaoxiao at his side. They had barely ascended when a monstrous fish crashed down upon the very spot where they'd sheltered moments before. Dust and rubble exploded. The earthen cave collapsed utterly. And Jiang Kuhao, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Meng Ying fled, faster than fear itself. After the storm, fierce winds still howled. The unpredictable changes in nature left one puzzled. Just like Jiang Kuhao and his companions, a powerful gust had swept through, absorbing all the rainwater. However, their pace had slowed to a crawl, the same strong pull applying to them as well. The water on the mountain continued to flow, indicating that it was still raining above them. Looking up, visibility was nil as the tornado stirred the surroundings, the incessant downpour obstructing their line of sight. Meng Ying clung to Jiang Kuhao's back, her heart heavy. Big brother, you should leave me behind. This rare chance. Just escape without me. Ooh, I would only be a burden. Jiang Kuhao chuckled. Girl, if I've carried you this far, do you really think I would abandon you now? Lu Xiaoxiao chimed in. He has been running with you on his back all day long. Tears streamed down Meng Ying's face as she lay against Jiang Kuhao. Big brother, you are truly kind. He's no saint, one could only say he's a rogue with character, Lu Xiaoxiao remarked. Previously quiet, she had become more outspoken after regaining her strength, emboldened by Jiang Kuhao's presence. As a professional manager, she was usually quite refined, but Jiang Kuhao's actions had irked her, prompting her to speak her mind. Jiang Kuhao paid her no mind, his gaze fixed ahead. With no response from Lu Xiaoxiao, she settled into silence. The rain cascaded down the mountain in increasing volumes, a sign that they were nearing the summit. As they reached the top, the gravitational pull behind them grew stronger, making each step laborious. He glanced back. The massive tornado remained still, likely due to the differing atmospheric pressures at this altitude. Let's hurry down, he urged. The mountaintop acted as a boundary, on one side torrential rain, on the other fierce winds. The heavy downpour resembled a curtain of water. Merely gazing at it induced dread, let alone stepping into it. Jiang Kuhao assessed their direction and grasped Lu Xiaoxiao's arm. What are you doing? She protested, attempting to shake him off, but he held on tightly, turning to her with a fierce intensity. Shut up. In that moment, a commanding presence radiated from Jiang Kuhao, startling Lu Xiaoxiao. The bold aura was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Move, he commanded, and plunged into the curtain of rain. He patted Meng Ying on the back. Hold on tight. The torrential rain made descending perilous. Although Jiang Kuhao moved slowly, the rain on his back felt like an urging force propelling him forward, leaving him no choice but to continue. Fortunately, he was still carrying Meng Ying, otherwise the descent could have been much more dangerous. Visibility was limited to about a meter, a mere jest in light of the perilous descent ahead. Distorted shapes blurred in the distance, muddled by the mist. Jiang Kuhao glanced at his watch. It was 2 in the afternoon. If they did not find a place to rest before 3:30, they would have to endure another night in the downpour. They were only a few hours from the waterfall, yet with no visible path, uncertainty loomed large. He dreaded the thought of what the waterfall might look like under such torrential conditions. Jiang Kuhao hoped that Su Ro and the others had reached safety, resting securely in a cave. Suddenly a stone slipped beneath his feet, and he nearly lost his balance. He twisted to steady himself, realizing the rain around him had lessened. It seems the rain is about to stop, Lu Xiaoxiao noted. Jiang Kuhao could finally see the ground clearly, but Lu Xiaoxiao was still focused on the sky ahead. He yanked her back with force. You, oh my God, she exclaimed, looking down to find the mountain wall barely a meter in front of her. Though not particularly high, falling from here could result in serious injury. Thank you, she said, but Jiang Kuhao ignored her and moved to the side, noting that while the rain hadn't diminished overall, it had indeed lessened in their immediate vicinity. This was unusual, and the rain was diminishing further. A knot tightened in Jiang Kuhao's stomach as he looked back. Above, dark clouds converged ominously. It's the tornado, he realized, alarmed as he saw it moving closer. This was the only explanation for the rain's retreat. Run, he shouted. The mountain was perilously slick, but he had no time to consider caution. He sprinted down, stumbling as he went with Meng Ying and Lu Xiaoxiao, keenly aware of his urgency, carefully watching their steps as they ran for their lives. As they neared the bottom, the path became more treacherous, flooded with standing water and mud. However, it was quieter here, devoid of rain and wind. Jiang Kuhao desperately wished for a cave to shelter them, but the heavens offered no reprieve. Gritting his teeth, he charged up the gentle slope ahead despite exhaustion weighing him down. Lu Xiaoxiao felt utterly spent. The frantic descent had left her breathless, her sides aching. Jiang Kuhao tugged at her, ensuring she kept pace. Halfway up the slope, the oppressive pull from behind returned. The tornado had grown larger, its diameter wider than before, yet, to Jiang Kehao's confusion, it appeared to remain stationary. Had he merely imagined its approach? It seemed as if it was expanding rather than moving. What kind of tornado was this? One that stood still? Was it lazily idle? After a momentary glance, Jiang Kehao urged them up the slope. Here they could finally see the waterfall, but upon sighting it, a chill. What had once been a majestic cascade flowing serenely into the original riverbed was unrecognizable. The deafening roar echoed like a stampede. What now? We can't go near the waterfall, Jiang Kehao said. The rain had reduced to mere droplets, a sign that the tornado was still expanding behind them. Jiang Kehao led the way forward, knowing staying put was. The two women, having lost their bearings, followed Jiang Kehao's. Lu Xiaoxiao gripped his hand, her fingers turning blue. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The storm had Jiang Kehao had felt something was amiss, the intensity, light, boom, crack. The cacophony of thunder and lightning resounded like explosions in their ears. Jiang Kehao stared at the sky, gripped by primal fear. If faced with a wild beast, he could fight, but how could one contend with this? Fighting was futile. Being struck by lightning would reduce one to ashes. We need to find shelter. Oh, we can't go on. The sky crackled with lightning reminiscent of a serpentine council, electric tendrils weaving a treacherous net. Even a person as strong-willed as Jiang Kehao felt only dread in the face of such power. Yet after searching for so long, finding a place to hide proved elusive. He may not have discovered refuge from the lightning, but he did find a promising spot to evade the rain. After running for several minutes, they had distanced themselves from the tornado's reach, and the rain began to pour once more. The shelter Jiang Kehao discovered appeared somewhat unreliable, yet beneath, it was surprisingly dry, likely safe enough. Between two sturdy trees, one having fallen, 3 trees piled together created a substantial cover. With a favorable angle and a slope behind them, the area remained quite dry. In such dire circumstances, finding this haven felt like a stroke of luck. The ample space ensured that even if lightning struck, they wouldn't be directly hit, though the fierce current could still pose a threat. It was certainly preferable to stumbling forward through the downpour. Without hesitation, Jiang Kehao and the others dove beneath the shelter, gasping for breath. Lu Xiaoxiao's hair plastered to her face made her look utterly disheveled, while Meng Ying had fallen silent. Exhausted, Jiang Kehao collapsed to the ground. Their energy spent, and having gone 2 days without food, Jiang Kehao looked up at the relentless rain and shouted to the heavens, "Damn you, heavens!" He extended his middle finger toward the storm above. Heaven's wrath can be forgiven, but man's transgressions cannot be tolerated. This saying applies perfectly to Jiang Kehao. As his hand pointed toward the sky, a thunderclap erupted nearby. Though it was not particularly close, Jiang Kehao's hair stood on end in an instant. The sound was deafening, and he felt as if his head had been struck hard, causing him to cradle it with both hands and shout out loud. If he was in such a state, Lu Xiaoxiao was in even worse shape. She had been knocked unconscious, while Meng Ying had already fainted, so she was not in much danger. It took Jiang Kehao a long while to recover, but even then his ears were filled with a relentless buzzing. This situation was untenable. He quickly flipped over and saw that Lu Xiaoxiao had succumbed to the shock. He shook her vigorously, but there was no response. The thunder continued to rumble in the sky, but Jiang Kehao obediently gazed upward, not daring to provoke fate any further. He clasped his hands together and prayed, "O heaven, I am but a mere mortal. I retract my earlier words. How about granting me a reprieve?" He was merely talking to himself, as if heaven would heed his words. Yet inexplicably there was no further thunder striking their location. Jiang Kehao pressed down on his hair and glanced at the blazing tree not far away. With a flash of lightning, it was reduced to half its size. That tree, over 2 meters in circumference and at least a century old, had no defense against nature's wrath. The heavens were merciless. Jiang Kehao twisted his neck, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. The lightning grew increasingly bright. The rain had lessened slightly, whether it was a trick of his mind he could not tell, but the feeling made him uneasy, as if he were about to be struck himself. However, the flashes of lightning did not cease. They gradually shifted toward the ocean. The sprawling light and the frenzied tornado, along with the torrential rain, created a breathtaking spectacle visible from the hillside. The grandeur of it all was beyond verbal description, like a web woven from lightning that had entangled itself on a spindle. Slowly, all the elements converged into the tornado, and the world fell silent as the lightning was drawn into its vortex. This entire process lasted over an hour, and night had already fallen. The relentless downpour outside had not affected Jiang Kehao and his companions. They were safe here. The rain continued to pour, but they could see the distant scene. Within the terrifying tornado, myriad flashes of colorful light flickered. The shimmering hues in the night were stunning. Had he not known what it was, Jiang Kehao might have thought it a colossal lantern. A lantern that spanned the heavens, its flickering lights were lightning, its fabric composed of seawater and rain crystal clear, creating a scene of primordial creation. It was truly beautiful. Jiang Kehao's ears gradually began to recover, and Lu Xiaoxiao awoke, attempting to speak to him, though all he heard was a buzzing sound. "Did you hear anything?" Lu Xiaoxiao yelled, and Jiang Kehao turned to glance at her. "I can't hear," he shouted back. Even at such volume, he was uncertain whether she understood him. Were the elderly not like that, shouting so loudly fearing no one could hear them, yet it was they who were hard of hearing? Lu Xiaoxiao was in no better condition than Jiang Kehao. They shouted at each other for a while before realizing they were both hard of hearing and soon fell silent. They pointed to their ears and exchanged a smile. When they could finally hear the sound of the rain, it felt as if a curtain of water had been drawn back from beside their ears. The noise of the rain was overwhelming, disturbing Jiang Kehao like a long-term basement dweller suddenly thrust into bright sunlight. He found it unbearable. Lu Xiaoxiao had him lie between her and Meng Ying just like the previous night. Jiang Kehao did not refuse, as it was the only way the three could share warmth. He had no special intentions or desires. This rain had persisted for 3 or 4 days already, and he wondered what tomorrow would bring. If it continued to pour like this, they would surely starve sooner or later. However, there was water to drink, so enduring for a few more days was certainly feasible. He was concerned about how much longer Meng Ying could hold out. With that thought, Jiang Kehao instinctively hugged her a bit tighter. Lu Xiaoxiao's head rested on his abdomen as she fell into a deep sleep. Such weather induces a state akin to hibernation. One could easily drift into sleep if they remained still and quiet. In this heavy rain, there was no need to worry about any animals. Even the hungriest would not venture out to hunt in such weather. The days had passed with little more than sleep, yet hunger constantly reminded them that slumber could not resolve their fundamental problem. When Jiang Kehao awoke in the middle of the night, the grumbling of his stomach brought him discomfort, prompting him to tighten his belt. He then cupped his hands to catch rainwater to drink. Surprisingly, it tasted exceptionally sweet. After quenching his thirst, he dabbed some on Meng Ying's lips. She opened her mouth and instinctively licked a few times. Clearly thirsty, Jiang Kehao did not want to take advantage of the girl, so he nudged Lu Xiaoxiao. Drowsy, she asked what he was doing. "Feed her some water, do it mouth to mouth, or she won't be able to drink," Jiang Kehao instructed. Lu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. "Stop acting so serious." Though she said this, she got up first, rinsing her mouth with some rainwater, then carefully feeding Meng Ying with her lips. Meng Ying. After the storm, a rainbow appears. After hardship, blessings follow. Jiang Kehao did not know whether this saying held any truth, but upon waking, both girls felt lighter in body and spirit, with Meng Ying even managing to stand and walk on her own. While she appeared somewhat weak, it was a remarkable change from her inability to move just the previous day. In Jiang Kehao's eyes, such a medical miracle seemed almost akin to a fantasy. "Brother Jiang, you've been awake for a while." Meng Ying greeted him, and he acknowledged her with a brief nod. She quickly fell silent, revealing her reserved nature. Lu Xiaoxiao approached, waving her arms before asking, "How long have you been awake?" "Not much earlier than you. The rain has stopped. We should set off immediately. Are you both all right?" With both girls confirming their ahead lay the waterfall, the water flow having gradually normalized. In a single night, everything had changed, and Jiang Kehao could. Meanwhile, Su Ro and the road signs had spared them considerable trouble. Yet this ease only heightened Su Ro's anxiety. Each time she glanced back, Jiang Kehao's absence weighed heavily on her heart, the haunting memory of the giant octopus lingering in her mind. She repeatedly prayed to the heavens for Jiang Kehao's safety. Upon reaching the waterfall, her last hopeful glance yielded no sight of him. An anxious dread began to settle within her, as the thought of losing the person she had just begun to rely on was unbearable. She could not accept this reality, yet everything she experienced seemed to affirm it. All she could do was pray, feeling powerless otherwise. As the rain intensified, the resounding roar of water echoed through the cave, tightening everyone's nerves. For safety, they shifted deeper into the cave, but as the rain grew heavier, ominous sounds of water echoed from inside, as if it were coming from beneath. Jiang Kehao had warned Zhang Lu and Lu Ming against venturing into the depths, and despite their curiosity, no one dared to explore further. They simply sought refuge in a safer area to avoid the splashes. The waterfall's might grew more formidable, akin to a hammer striking the ground, causing tremors within the cave. Everyone's attention was fixed on the ceiling, anxiously watching for any sign of instability. If disaster struck, they would be buried alive. Yet as the day progressed, they remained safe, which gradually eased their troubled minds. At that moment, gratitude towards Jiang Kehao filled everyone's hearts. Had it not been for his urging, they would still be on the beach, facing only the wrath of the storm. The thought of their grim fate was too dreadful to contemplate. Reflecting on the first made a sense of melancholy arose among the group. In such severe weather, a wooden boat crafted solely by human hands stood no chance. The topic was unspoken, yet it lingered in their minds. The rain transformed into a tempest, unleashing torrents upon them. None could sleep soundly that night, uncertain of how long it would last, or what might occur next. Everyone was engulfed in the terror of nature, lost in their thoughts. When daylight broke again, Su-ro had lost hope. It was nearly impossible to survive such relentless rain. Even the cold water would overwhelm the body. Anxiety consumed her, but the massive flow of water above confined her to the cave, leaving her only to watch and wait. By afternoon, the sky erupted in a violent thunderstorm, lightning flashing and thunder crashing like an ominous drum roll in the cave. The sound of thunder echoed relentlessly through the nearby mountains, and through the curtain of water, all she could see was chaos. The scene resembled an apocalyptic disaster, but soon the fury of the storm moved away, shielded from their view by the waterfall. Only when the thunderclouds receded did their hearts find some semblance of peace. This tranquility, however, was short-lived. As evening approached, the rain suddenly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped them. In an instant, a powerful force surged, pushing the waterfall's flow inward several meters. The sudden rush of water knocked those off balance far back, some even thrown deep into the cave. Thankfully, there were no casualties, and this revelation led them to understand what lay within the cave's depths. The rushing water came swiftly and receded, just as quickly vanishing from sight in mere seconds. The campfire was extinguished, creating a thick smoke, and the bats overhead became agitated. They screeched and flitted about, some attempting to escape, while others hovered anxiously. The bats' exit was located within the cave, and amidst the chaos they finally burst forth. Su-ro thought, could it be that the rain has stopped? Among those caught in the turmoil was Mo Winner, who was petrified by the sight of so many bats flying toward her. She screamed and shrank back to the cave's edge. Mo Lao, concerned, moved to help her, but Su-ro reassured him, those bats won't bite. With that, he relaxed. Fear of such creatures was simply a natural instinct for the girls. After the shockwave passed, the group noticed that the rain really had begun to ease, first dwindling, then eventually vanishing entirely by late night. After such a long downpour, the cessation of rain was like lifting a sword that had loomed over them. However, the campfire was beyond rekindling, and the cave's temperature dropped. In this moment, finding dry would seem an impossible task, as everyone remained damp yet relieved that the rain had stopped, signaling their safety from calamity. This merciless storm might return, but Su-ro couldn't fathom others' concerns. Her only thought was of Jiang Kahao. Was he alive? If so, where was he? The waterfall's flow remained formidable, making escape impossible, and she could only peer through the gaps, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Her deep concern worried Mo Lao. A good man like Xiao Jiang will surely be fine. You, however, should rest. You didn't sleep well last night. Su-ro nodded, offering a faint smile, yet she remained steadfast, her gaze fixed outside. From dawn until dusk, the flow above lessened slightly, but the gap wide enough for passage had yet to appear. As she longed for a further reduction in the water flow, she caught a fleeting shadow through the curtain of water. Come look. Is someone approaching? She called into the cave. While everyone was preoccupied with drying themselves, her shout drew them over in a rush, eager to glimpse the outside. After a brief watch, however, they found nothing. Child, your worry is causing you to falter. Rest assured that young man is too kind to come to harm, remarked an older woman, offering rare words of comfort. The others urged her to take a break and wait for the waterfall to subside before searching. Yet Su-ro ignored their advice, resolutely watching the outside. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the water's edge, and she looked over to see something scrambling into the cave. Turning back, she pointed, "What is that?" "They say that when Jiang Kahao thinks of you, you are also thinking of Jiang Kahao. This is the most beautiful thing." Just like at this moment, Jiang Kahao and Su-ro are separated by a bamboo pole, yet they can sense the emotions in each other's hearts. "How did you think of creating something like this?" Su-ro asked the bamboo pole. Though her voice was occasionally drowned out by the sound of the rushing water, their words reached each other clearly. On Jiang Kahao's side, the three of them were straining to hold up the bamboo pole, which served as a makeshift communication device, a peculiar invention born from the chaotic scene beneath the waterfall. It was indeed strange, but remarkably practical. Its several meters of length bridged the gap between them, serving as a fine tool for communication. After enduring a long journey, Jiang Kahao and his companions finally reached the waterfall. The pool remained unchanged in size. The torrential rains and fierce currents had not altered the landscape at all, save for a few flowers and plants that had transformed. Everything else was just as it had been. Had the water flow been any gentler, Jiang Kahao would have long since dived in, but this was a desperate measure he had devised. After all, longing is something intangible and precarious. Once he fashioned this device, he hurriedly brought it into the cave, and when he heard Su Rao's voice from within, his heart surged with excitement. Hey, hey, hey! Jiang Kahao called out joyfully like a child, shouting into the device 3 times. The others, initially drawn by curiosity, were startled by the sudden voice. Mo Wenner even screamed at the strange sound. Su Rao was taken aback. She recognized that familiar voice instantly. Is it you? You're alive. Her heart soared with happiness as she approached, unafraid of what this contraption was. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely a bamboo pole. Understanding dawned on her. A makeshift telephone. Jiang Kahao was indeed a clever fellow, she thought. The 3 of us are safe and sound. How is everyone? The relief of surviving the ordeal filled Jiang Kahao, allowing him to shed his usual seriousness. He spoke with great cheer, easing the worries of those around him. His words calmed the anxious crowd. Su Rao replied, everyone was worried about you. Now that you're safe, just wait until the water flow lessens before you come back in. Yes, but you need to bring some food out first. We've gone 3 days without eating. 3 days without food? Jiang Kahao's stomach growled as he spoke. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed. You're not very gentlemanly, are you? Jiang Kahao cast a glance back at her. All right then, when the food is out, don't eat any. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly tried to sweet-talk him, while Meng Ying stood quietly aside, lost in thought. There was something about her that hinted at a story yet untold. When Su Rao sent food through the bamboo pole, Jiang Kahao and the others devoured it eagerly. They had been starving for too long and had to eat slowly to avoid getting sick. Don't mind me, I'm starving here. If you tell me not to eat, I won't listen, Lu Xiaoxiao said, gulping down her meat after only a couple of chews. Looking at her satisfied expression, Jiang Kahao remarked, when you feel unwell later, remember this piece of meat is mine. I'm letting you have it now, but you'll have to come begging for it later. Jiang Kahao took his time, chewing slowly. It took him 10 minutes to finish a piece of jerky, while Lu Xiaoxiao had already finished and was eyeing his food. In that moment, she forgot all about her diet and body image. Who cared about that when one was on the brink of starvation? She licked her fingers and leaned closer to Jiang Kahao. If you're not going to eat, just give it to me. Don't waste it. Seeing her desperate demeanor, Jiang Kahao pointed out, after you eat, drink some water, it will fill your stomach and help you feel satisfied. Realizing she couldn't have the jerky in his hand, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment. Nonetheless, she was indeed thirsty and scooped some water from the pool to drink. After a couple of sips, she felt much better. She lazily settled next to Jiang Kahao, preparing to speak, when suddenly her stomach gurgled painfully. Stay back, remember to go downstream. Let the river carry away your troubles, Jiang Kahao instructed, pointing downstream, as if anticipating her reaction. Lu Xiaoxiao glared at him before darting away. Once in a sheltered spot, she promptly began to vomit. The experience was undoubtedly unpleasant. Meng Ying, who had been quiet until now, chuckled. Jiang Gu, you're quite kind, yet you tease Lu Jia. Eating meat and drinking cold water, of course, that leads to an upset stomach. Don't say too much. Jiang Kahao hasn't done anything, Jiang Kahao replied, somewhat surprised by her chatter. The conversation dwindled as he resumed chewing his food slowly, only swallowing after it had turned to mush in his mouth. When Lu Xiaoxiao returned, she felt tricked. After snatching the jerky from Jiang Kahao, she imitated how the others ate, savoring each bite slowly. Good girl, Jiang Kahao said. Lu Xiaoxiao nearly dropped her jerky in frustration. She wondered why she couldn't maintain her composure in front of Jiang Kahao, as she was not typically the type to act this way. After eating, they all felt hungry again, but Jiang Kahao forbade any further eating, and they complied obediently, quietly watching him. Feel free. Oh, I can't go back in yet. The water flow is too strong, blocking the entrance, Jiang Kahao said, turning to head toward the fruit trees he remembered. The 2 girls watched his retreating figure. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao followed him, while Meng Ying remained, her expression serious, as she grasped the bamboo pole, calling out, is anyone there? Jiang Kahao is looking for Dong Shirihua. Once Su Rao learned that Jiang Kahao was safe, she decided not to linger any longer. Upon hearing Meng Ying's voice, Lu Ming casually asked, who called for Dong Shirihua? Is there anyone named Dong Shirihua? Lu Ming repeated, but received no answer. He remarked to the bamboo pole, no one named Dong Shirihua here. The bamboo pole slipped from Meng Ying's hands, but she quickly caught it, pulling it back with both hands. Jiang Kahao is Dong Shirihua. Please don't tell her Jiang Kahao is here, said a boy who had been with Mo Lao and the others. His expression was somewhat forlorn as he gazed outside. Jiang Kahao didn't want to see her again, thinking he might never meet her in this life, but here they are. Indeed, since they would meet eventually, what's the point in keeping it a secret for a while longer? Zhang Lu asked, why not just say, am I your boyfriend? Big brother Jiang Kahao's situation with her is complicated. It's not that Jiang Kahao isn't manly, it's just that he's been exhausted from giving too much and wants to live his own life, Without continuing the entanglement, Dong Shuriwe said a hint of helplessness in his expression. The issues between them were ones he had never intended to bring up, yet he couldn't bear to be mistaken for a scoundrel. A love is quite the conundrum. You my friend couples argue and they fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot, Zhang Lu began, but was promptly interrupted by Su Momo pushing him. Zhang Lu chuckled and fell silent. Outside the waterfall, Meng Ying continued to murmur, "He won't die, he promised to take care of Jiang Kahao for life. You said you would, how could you?" At first her sobs were soft, but gradually they grew louder, transforming into full-blown wails. Jiang Kahao and Lu Xiaoxiao had just gathered some fruits when they heard her cries. "You stay here and gather fruits, I'll go check on Meng Ying," Lu Xiaoxiao instructed before running back. Meng Ying's gentle nature had been evident during the past few days, giving rise to a protective instinct in them. This was also why, despite having many opportunities, Jiang Kahao had never acted inappropriately toward Meng Ying. When Lu Xiaoxiao reached the waterfall's edge, she saw Meng Ying there crying. She approached wanting to comfort her, but unsure of how to begin. Whenever she asked, Meng Ying remained silent. This only made the atmosphere more awkward. Meanwhile, Jiang Kahao was gathering fruits beneath the trees. These were organic and delicious, refreshing in flavor and large in size. He filled his belly with a few, still taking his time, as he sat quietly under the tree, relishing the calm amidst the storms of recent days. He took a bite of the fruit, and his clothes were soon stuffed. Just as he was about to head back, he heard rustling sounds behind him. Jiang Kahao hurriedly stepped back a few paces. A squirrel jumped down from the tree, followed by another. Still a pair, Jiang Kahao remarked, but then the situation began to shift. It wasn't just one squirrel. The rustling from further trees intensified, leaves rustling and branches snapping, a continuous cacophony following the two squirrels. Jiang Kahao didn't dare to linger and quickly left the area. The leaves rustled loudly, and the sharp sounds of breaking branches echoed. After the two squirrels, the noises kept coming. Footsteps, roars. These animals had gone mad. As Jiang Kahao turned to flee, he realized that the surrounding animals showed no concern for his presence. Initially, he encountered only small creatures, but soon larger beasts dashed past, including an enormous tiger of remarkable size. This tiger was as large as a bear, yet it ran in a panic indistinguishable from the other animals. Observing the path carved through the forest by their frantic escape, Jiang Kahao understood that behind these animals lurked something that instilled profound fear in them. What that something was, Jiang Kahao dared not linger to find out. He turned and raced towards the waterfall. "We need to hurry, but it's dangerous here," he urged, grabbing Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying and leaping into the water. At the edge of the pool, they were shielded from the current for the moment. After crossing the edge of the pool, the animals halted, a clear indication that something terrifying lay behind them. Mimicking their instinct for safety, Jiang Kahao submerged himself in the water. The two girls looked at Jiang Kahao, puzzled. He pointed towards the distant animals and explained, "Do you see? Those creatures are hiding behind the water. We must do the same. Keep an eye on that side. If something particularly dangerous appears, we need to dive into the water quickly." Upon hearing this, they understood. When Lu Xiaoxiao spotted the massive tiger, her mouth fell open in shock. "Don't shout." Jiang Kahao quickly covered her mouth. Just then, something that sent a chill down his spine emerged from the forest, a crocodile. Without hesitation, the crocodile approached the water's edge and slipped into the pool. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to move closer, but they were still far from the crocodile, which was evidently also fleeing and likely oblivious to their presence. Its attention focused on what lay behind it, much like the multitude of animals near the tiger fixated on the opposite bank. What could possibly frighten such formidable creatures into a panic? Jiang Kahao found himself both anxious and curious. The opposite bank remained eerily calm as many animals gradually made their way into the thicket across the river, with only a few remaining at the water's edge, not for lack of desire to leave, but because they had become prey for hunters over time. This behavior drew Jiang Kahao's attention back to the crocodile, which lay motionless on the water's surface like a piece of decayed wood, its short forelimbs resting on the bank, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as the massive tiger lunged, causing the animals to scatter in a frenzy much like before. The tiger seized a fawn, relishing the meal, and once it finished, its gaze turned toward the crocodile, which in a provocative manner was eyeing the remains of the fawn still clutched in the tiger's jaws. Time passed, and the bank remained as quiet as ever. What could instill such fear and cause them to move so slowly? Soon the answer appeared before Jiang Kahao. A rustling sound echoed through the forest. "Look over there," Lu Xiaoxiao called out to him. Following her finger, Jiang Kahao saw that both the tiger and the crocodile had turned their attention away from each other, gazing toward the opposite bank. Emerging from the thicket was a small black dot, followed by a mass of densely packed black dots layering the ground like a thick spread of sesame seeds. Ants, Meng Ying remarked. Jiang Kahao and Lu Xiaoxiao recognized the creatures as army ants, which could easily drive the frightened animals to flee as if their lives depended on it. Army ants, he confirmed. These ants were not particularly dangerous on their own, but once they found an opportunity to swarm, they became one of the most terrifying forces in the jungle, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. Jiang Kahao glanced at the tiger and crocodile, understanding their terror. After an army of these ants passed, nothing would remain but ashes. He urged the girls to swim a bit further from the bank to avoid attracting the ants' interest. As the army ants spread across the shore, the tiger, perhaps terrified, let out a roar and retreated deeper into the jungle, while the crocodile glanced back at Jiang Kahao and then at the advancing ants before drifting downstream. Everything returned to silence save for the soft sound of ants scuttling. The sheer number of ants was enough to make Jiang Kahao's skin crawl. Lu Xiaoxiao asked anxiously, "Do you think they'll come into the water?" Meng Ying shared her concern, splashing the water with her hand, causing the ants to scatter. Jiang Kahao stopped her. "They shouldn't come down here. If they did, the waterfall's current would wash them away." These ants weren't the giant ones they had encountered earlier. Although not monstrous in size, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The army ants continued their relentless march, and indeed, as Jiang Kahao suspected, they had no intention of crossing into the waterfall pool. This river demarcated the boundary for those creatures capable of survival. Jiang Kahao noted that the tiger had consumed only half of the fawn. If possible, it might still be reclaimed. The army ants continued to pass, and even after more than 10 minutes, the vast dark mass showed no sign of abating. The downstream of the river had turned black, suggesting many more animals had fallen victim. However, the passage of the army ants did not disrupt the vegetation, which was a small mercy for nature. After the last of the army ant brigade had passed, Jiang Kahao and the others had been submerged for nearly an hour. They were freezing, but under the threat of death, none dared to emerge. The ground bore a peculiar scent that was unsettling. Jiang Kahao was the first to surface. He looked at the distant black swarm, and then at the half-eaten fawn nearby. Quickly, he dashed to the spot where the crocodile had entered the water and swam toward the opposite bank. With a distance of about 6 meters, he chose a spot where the water was calmer. The current was still strong, nearly sweeping him away. Jiang Kahao hoisted the fawn onto his back and aimed to make his way to the pool, when suddenly a howl pierced the air behind him, a woo-woo. The sound resembled a wolf's call, albeit higher-pitched. Regardless of its identity, it was undoubtedly a carnivorous creature. Jiang Kahao leaped back into the water, maneuvering himself. Animals could swim, but they were not adept at it, and in power, with half a fawn on his back, Jiang Kahao's speed decreased. He could hear the splashes behind him, accompanied by sounds akin to barking. Looking back, he saw they were indeed wolves, specifically jungle wolves. These smaller wolves pursued him as they entered the water. This was bad. The wolves swam quickly. He needed to find a way to shake them off. The water. The surface was over 6 meters wide, but the most turbulent part lay in the middle. Jiang Kahao had narrowly escaped being swept away there moments ago. Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying spotted the wolves trailing behind Jiang Kahao and shouted worriedly, "Jiang, go be careful. If it comes to it, just give them the meat and come back." Words from women during such a time were of little use. It would be better if they came up to help. One could throw stones while the other wielded a stick to intercept the wolves. However, relying on them in this moment would have led to countless deaths. That half a fawn was precious, crucial for their survival. With the group totaling over 10, rationing was imperative. They couldn't survive for long on such little food. Thus, Jiang Kahao absolutely could not afford to lose the fawn. The wolves' speed gradually slackened as the water grew more turbulent, impeding their progress. Noting their anxious expressions, Jiang Kahao realized he had become heavier in the water, making it harder to be swept away. He lingered in the middle of the current while the wolves swam cautiously, yet when they approached the most turbulent section, they too were inevitably drawn downstream. Their smaller size, only half that of a normal wolf, rendered them less capable of handling the current. "Awoo!" One wolf yelped as it was swept downstream, the current gaining momentum and swiftly carrying it away. The others, witnessing this, became frantic, but could not reach Jiang Kahao. Notably, none of the wolves dashed to the bank to wait for him. They all aimed to seize the fawn, failing to realize that if Jiang Kahao released his grip, they might not even manage to catch it. Utilizing his cunning to outsmart the pack, Jiang Kahao finally made it to the shore. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the wolves, staring intently from the opposite bank, the rock, striking one wolf squarely on the head. With a thud, the wolf let out a pained howl, and the others, no longer hesitating, turned and fled. Once they had retreated, tranquility returned to the area, but Jiang Kahao also became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The waterfall's pool now hushed, cast a stillness over Jiang Kahao and Lu Xiaoxiao alike. At that moment, a pang of sorrow pierced Jiang Kahao's heart. Not for himself, but for a truth he could no longer ignore. Those who were not his, those whose bonds were fleeting casual, would never leap into danger for him. Had Su-ro witnessed his peril moments earlier, she would have dashed ashore, without hesitation, risking everything to aid him. But they had merely smiled and looked away. Yet Jiang Kuhao did not dwell on it. Shared peril did not guarantee shared trust. Those one sought to shield seldom contemplated how to shield one back. Handing them the venison, he resumed his usual composure. Prepare the meat. Over there are stones. Clear them. I'll keep watch. His easy smile vanished. Levity felt grotesque now. Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying sensed the shift, the sudden austerity in his bearing, and exchanged puzzled glances. How they wondered, could a single crossing to the opposite bank transform him so utterly? Brother, Jiang Meng Ying ventured. He turned, cold detached, and asked, voice stripped of warmth, what is it? It was not caprice that hardened him, but clarity. He knew with growing certainty what he truly sought. Not unrestrained impulse, but inner stillness. No woman here commanded his devotion, not these, but Su-ro deep within the cave. Only now, after all they had endured, did he realize his youthful fervor had not yet cooled. When emotion eclipsed reason, judgment faltered. He walked toward the fruit trees. Meng Ying fell silent. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, studied the far bank of the pool, and then the venison lying on the ground, with quiet intensity. I don't know how to process this, she said. Jiang Kuhao glanced back once more. If you haven't begun by the time I return, none of you will taste a morsel of this deer. Understand this clearly. I rescued you solely to quiet my conscience. But if you cannot prove your worth, this place shelters no idlers. He recalled the first mate's principal: protection was reserved for those who contributed, no privilege without purpose. This was not tyranny, but nature's unyielding law. Lu Xiaoxiao showed no alarm, only a faint knowing smile. As she watched Jiang Kuhao walk away, comprehension settled upon her. She picked up a heavy stone and brought it down with deliberate force. Stone axe making was fundamental knowledge for anyone who had survived on the island. In that single act, Lu Xiaoxiao affirmed her value. Meng Ying gathered sharp fragments and began scraping the deer hide. Discard the parts bitten by the tiger. And well done, Jiang Kuhao said, then turned and left without another word. Once he was gone, Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying spoke, briefly, simply. Lu Xiaoxiao spoke, Meng Ying listened. The core of her message was unambiguous: demonstrate your worth. Lu Xiaoxiao made it plain Jiang Kuhao would continue to protect them, so long as they remained indispensable. Should they cease to be useful, they would be cast aside without remorse. Meng Ying did not understand why Jiang Kuhao had changed, but she trusted Lu Xiaoxiao had no reason to deceive her. As for how to prove herself, that would depend entirely on her own resolve. By afternoon, the current had steadied. Jiang Kuhao returned laden with fruit. Su-ro and the others emerged from behind the waterfall, and at the sight of the half-deer, their faces softened with quiet relief. The fruit was carried carefully into the cave. With more hands, labor accelerated. The chaotic campsite was swiftly dismantled and its contents relocated. Yet only upon entering the cave did Jiang Kuhao confront a new concern: salt. There was no seawater here. They had arrived drenched, carrying nothing but the dried meat they'd salvaged earlier. No trace of salt remained. Without it, the body would weaken, lethargy, apathy, a slow erosion of vitality. The crisis was not yet acute, but the immediate priority was clear: a thorough exploration of the cave. Mo1er, having been hurled deep into its recesses by the shockwave, knew its layout intimately. Jiang Kuhao had another motive: 2 bats. These massive mammalian creatures promised exceptional meat. But mere expulsion would not suffice. He intended total eradication. Mo1er recounted every detail of the cavern's interior. After listening, Jiang Kuhao resolved to explore it himself. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu accompanied him, each bearing a torch. Before descending, Mo1er had warned them of a passage leading downward, a chasm whose scale she could not gauge, only that water vanished into it instantly. Given the torrent's volume, she insisted it must be vast. No mere fissure, but a true subterranean expanse. What lay beneath? Lu Ming, unexpectedly erudite, surprised Jiang Kuhao. His calculations, based on obscure formulas and arcane principles, revealed staggering hydrodynamic capacity. The void could swallow the entire flood in an instant. Zhang Lu thrust his torch ahead. Fine, so we've calculated its size. But seeing is believing. A pragmatist to the core, he led the way. The cave, cleansed by floodwater, exhaled a damp earthen musk, subtle outside, overwhelming within, stirring involuntary sneezes. Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming followed, sweeping their torchlight across walls and ceilings, searching for anomalies. Nothing. Then Zhang Lu halted. Come quickly. He pointed downward. A dense lattice of tiny holes pocked the floor, minuscule, countless, arranged with eerie regularity like grates atop a subterranean drain. Nature's sewer. Zhang Lu chuckled. Strangely familiar, isn't it? Jiang Kuhao felt the same dissonance. only scaled to titanic proportions. No wonder the water vanished so swiftly. What lies beneath? None wished ignorance of their sanctuary. Yet those holes tightly packed and unyielding concealed their depths unless pried open. They lowered their torches. Each aperture was fist-sized black as obsidian plunging into unfathomable darkness. How did this form? Zhang Lu mused. Such symmetry, surely not natural. Did extraterrestrials once dwell here? Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming laughed in unison. What's so funny? Zhang Lu protested. It's perfectly plausible. Jiang Kuhao clasped Lu Ming's hand, tested the surface with cautious steps, solid. He jumped twice, still firm. Then with measured force he kicked the edge. Not a chip dislodged. The stone was unervingly resilient. Yet he remained vigilant, methodically stepping across the entire grid, testing each section until satisfied. Only then did he step back and nod to Lu Ming, all secure. Beyond lay only a wall, except for several large apertures carved into it. Jiang Kuhao recognized them instantly. Bat roosts. You two scout the entrance points. Assess hazards first. If access proves dangerous or unclear, report back to me. With instructions delivered, they withdrew. Initial construction proved arduous, but the cave's safety emboldened everyone. Even the laziest, upon hearing Jiang Kuhao's edicts, joined the labor. Only Professor Mo was exempt. His domain was herbal lore, and he had already identified abundant medicinal flora during their flight, resources vital to their survival. Jiang Kuhao forbade tree felling near the pool. That zone required clearing, not just for safety, but because though fresh water abounded island-wide, the waterfall's vicinity teemed with life. To live securely, they needed open sight lines. Population-secured growth became inevitable. Even severed from the world, diligence could rebuild civilization, especially on an island of such staggering scale. Jiang Kuhao led by example, guiding the group in gathering firewood, until a discovery froze his blood. A footprint. Monstrous. Terrifying. Undeniably. A human-shaped impression over a meter long. One thought struck Jiang Kuhao with visceral certainty: a giant. Gulliver's Travels once recounted the existence of the land of giants and the land of Lilliput. All stood in silence before the colossal footprint, their hearts heavy with dread. No one knew where they were. How could such an enormous human imprint possibly exist in this world? Were giants truly alive? A chilling fear spread through the group. Jiang Kuhao spoke firmly: whatever lies here, survival demands action. We cannot halt our efforts. Return to your tasks. Only by excelling at what you do can you secure a better chance of living. Every soul who had reached this place carried an unyielding will to survive. The young man and two women had accepted their fate earliest. The two middle-aged men and the elderly woman had endured brutal, grueling treks to arrive, proof enough of their fierce, indomitable instinct for life. Lu Xiaoxiao and Meng Ying had walked beside Jiang Kuhao, all the way enduring unimaginable hardship. Danger had not yet struck. Only a single footprint lay before them. Though a shadow of unease settled over the group, no one would relinquish the will to live. Jiang Kuhao sent the others back to work and did not linger himself. A giant's footprint. So be it. Survival was non-negotiable. Clearing the cave thoroughly had been Jiang Kuhao's directive since morning. The cavern teemed with minute fissures and invisible crevices, too narrow for large animals, yet ideal for swarms of smaller, more insidious creatures, centipedes, maggots, and worse. Such infestations posed grave hazards to human health. Though occupying the cave amounted to usurpation, an ethically dubious act, Jiang Kuhao felt no obligation to debate morality with vermin. We'll burn smoke inside the cave, he instructed. Thick, acrid smoke will drive out or kill every insect, and we'll time the burning to coincide with the bats' return at dusk. Kill all the bats. There are so many. Can we really manage that? Mo Winner asked. The others remained silent, until one of the two girls who'd arrived earlier rose calmly. Yes, we can. Bats possess delicate respiratory systems. Prolonged exposure to dense smoke, even 5 to 10 minutes, may suffocate them. What is your name? Su Zaihui. Jiang Kuhao nodded. She was quiet, composed. What is your field of study? Wildlife research and conservation. Truth be told, this place offers extraordinary value for my discipline. She smiled faintly as she spoke. Jiang Kuhao glanced at her, startled, then softened his expression. She had never been hunted by colossal predators. Once she would understand how bitterly ironic her words truly were. From now on, you may study only what we capture ourselves. If you wish to die, that is your choice. Su Zaihui acknowledged him quietly, but added, what you said earlier isn't entirely accurate. 5 to 10 minutes of thick smoke would suffocate any species, not just bats. Smoke was universally lethal. She fell silent, then sat down and withdrew a notebook and pen, somehow still intact, to begin recording observations. In such dire circumstances, the presence of paper and ink seemed almost absurd. Gather the branches cut this morning. Dusk approaches. Tonight we won't process the bats. We'll wait until tomorrow morning when they return exhausted from flight. Having issued his orders, Jiang Kuhao walked to the water pool, studied its surface, then approached Lu Ming and Zhang Lu. Construct a pathway, preferably modular, easily dismantled. Jumping into the water daily to return home is impractical. They assented. Jiang Kuhao took several wooden rods and disappeared into the cave. Inside, he snapped and split each rod into slender splinters, sealing off fissures one by one, starting at the entrance, working inward. The process was painstakingly slow, yet the results were immediate and unsettling. Tiny creatures wriggled forth from newly sealed cracks, some seized mid-emergence, others utterly unknown to him. Their iridescent bodies shimmered with ominous beauty. Jiang Kuhao understood their meaning instantly. Venom. No larger than a fingertip, the creature bore a fine coat of fleshy spines and a pair of elongated horn-like projections, miniaturized echoes of the mythical Qilin. Had it not been an insect, he might have found it captivating. In nature, however, the most dazzling creatures inspired the deepest caution. Jiang Kuhao did not strike immediately. Instead, he retrieved a plastic bottle from the supply pile and carefully coaxed the creature inside. Death might trigger unpredictable reactions, so he opted for controlled incineration. He held the sealed bottle over flame. As heat intensified, the creature expelled gossamer thin multicolored droplets, delicate as spun silk, eerily beautiful. But when those filaments vanished, its body darkened into a deep, fathomless emerald. Its venom was terrifyingly potent, yet even that yielded to fire. Outside, people trickled in gradually. Some joined Lu Ming and Zhang Lu constructing the path, others brought firewood into the cave. Each performed their duty with quiet resolve, a fragile but palpable sense of collective purpose. When Lu Ming and Zhang Lu returned, Jiang Kuhao held up the bottle for all to see. These creatures may dwell in any of the fissures near me. You felt no danger before, not because there was none, but because adrenaline masked it. Now, if we intend to live here, thrive here, we must act decisively. Night has fallen outside, but within these walls we remain safe. Take torches. Tonight, inspect and seal every visible crack. The group stared at the bottle, the vivid hypnotic hues stirring visceral alarm. Everyone knew the ancient truth: in nature, brilliance heralds peril. They breathed sighs of relief, grateful they'd avoided encountering such a creature during their first days. No more talk, Jiang Kuhao declared. Move. Zhang Lu, you assist them in splitting wood. After assigning tasks, he sought out Elder Mo, who had watched him closely when he'd retrieved the bottle. Jiang Kuhao sensed something unsaid. Elder Mo. Young Jiang, this specimen you hold, did you truly find it here? The elder's gaze remained fixed on the water bottle. Jiang Kuhao handed it over. Yes. Do you recognize it? Elder Mo turned it slowly in his hands, examining it intently. He nodded, murmuring, yes, indeed. This is it. Clearly he knew it. This is Chi Chu, a creature of prehistoric times long extinct. Countless scientists have confirmed its disappearance from Earth. How then does it reappear now? Jiang Kuhao's mind raced. This island is no ordinary landmass, Elder Mo. He leaned closer, voice lowered. None of us knows precisely where we are, or whether we remain within the known world. How vast is this island? Its edges vanish beyond sight. The terrain we've explored amounts to less than 1% of its total expanse. He had long suspected they were no longer on Earth, yet the sunken ship, the flora, the very air whispered otherwise. The contradiction gnawed at him. Elder Mo could offer no answers. Such questions exceeded his knowledge, and perhaps all human understanding. He could only leave Jiang Kuhao to seek his own truths in time. Jiang Kuhao surrendered the Chi Chu to Elder Mo. Their conversation ended there. He rejoined the others, plunging into the labor of sealing crevices. Many hands made light work. Before long, every accessible fissure in the cave had been plugged with wooden wedges. Afterwards, everyone inspected each other's work. No one wished to encounter that creature again, least of all the women whose aversion to insects ran deep. Then came the task of packing supplies. Tomorrow they would move everything outside. No one knew what the bat smoking would unleash. Zhang Lu, ever blunt, grimaced. How could it go well? Picture someone choking on smoke, face purpling, eyes bulging, tongue lolling. He mimed the act, gripping his throat, eyes wide, tongue protruding grotesquely. It should have been comical, yet no one laughed. Especially not Su Zhehui. Her vocation, wildlife research and conservation, had sprung from profound empathy for living creatures. May I speak? She asked, rising solemnly and bowing deeply to the group. Go ahead, Jiang Kuhao replied, though his brow furrowed. Animals are our companions. These bats share our shelter and have harmed no one. Why must we? That's enough. His voice cut sharp and final. From now on you will eat no meat. Gather your own fruit. Extract your own salt. As you say, we are all friends. Our rations exist solely to sustain us. Why should we share them with you? To Jiang Kuhao, animal rights idealism, rooted in abstract ethics while survival hung in the balance, was not noble. It was reckless, delusional. When your own life dangles by a thread, protecting others becomes a luxury no rational person can afford. His response was unequivocal and met with silent consensus. Everyone understood why the bats had to die. The floor each morning clung with foul viscous excrement, their fur teemed with fleas and mites threatening hygiene, and above all, meat was sustenance. To live was fundamentally to eat. Maintaining principles while striving to survive has always posed a dilemma for humanity. Now this very challenge lay before Su Zihui, as she confronted the sight of gigantic bats, creatures she had never encountered in her readings. She genuinely wished to help them. Yet the reality evident in the expressions of those around her was harsh. When personal interests were at stake, no one would extend a hand to assist her. Moreover, from any angle her decision seemed fundamentally flawed. Feeling a pang of sadness, Su Zihui fell silent and took a seat, ceasing her protests. Jiang Kahao, as the leader, recognized her concession and deemed it necessary to affirm his stance. Since you have relinquished your opinion, I will retract my earlier statement. Let me emphasize that everything we do is aimed at ensuring our survival. A person's dreams can only be realized when they are well-fed and secure. His words were starkly pragmatic. No one opposed him, nor did anyone find his tone harsh. They had survived numerous life-and-death crises to arrive at this moment. As night fell, Jiang Kahao and Su Ro finally lay side by side in peace. The grass bedding, having absorbed the warmth of the day, felt more comfortable than any spring mattress. Jiang Kahao leaned down, gently inhaling the scent of Su Ro's hair, savoring the moment. You smell delightful, he said, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. Words were unnecessary. The tranquility they shared was their greatest treasure. Su Ro held Jiang Kahao tightly, as if wishing to merge with him. He felt a rush of emotion, longing to take further. Everyone is here, it would be inappropriate. Last time he had been unable to indulge in the anticipation. Just then a muffled sound caught his attention. He turned to see the source, knowing that he couldn't help but wonder how Su Mimim would fare. Yet Jiang Kahao believed their actions were justified. Life's pleasures should be fully embraced. After all he had come. Had it not been for the octopus brother who was devoured by a crocodile, he might have met a grim end. As he contemplated, a voice shouted, "Stay away from me. Have you forgotten what I said?" It was a boy who had originally left with Jiang Kahao, though it was unclear who he was addressing. Then came the sound of crying. It was Meng Ying. It seems they have known each other for quite some time. The young man claims he is utterly disheartened and weary of her. Su Ro informed Jiang Kahao about Meng Ying and Dong Shiyu's predicament. Women often consider matters from their perspective, while men must adopt a male viewpoint. If you have deeply loved someone who has always kept you at arm's length, that feeling is unique. The pain is akin to being cut daily, Jiang Kahao pondered aloud. Su Ro pinched his waist playfully. Tell me, have you ever deeply loved another woman? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Jiang Kahao hurried to clarify. If a man of my caliber were to fall for a woman, she would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Surely an exceptional woman would recognize my worth. How could I then have encountered you, my goddess? He silenced her retort with a kiss. Others' affairs were not his concern, nor would he interfere. The cries continued until Jiang Kahao drifted into sleep, aware that vigilance was necessary. Leading a group was indeed exhausting. Every detail required careful consideration. The next morning, everyone rose early to pack up and move out. The bats had returned, and the larger group meant there were unavoidable traces left behind, further solidifying their resolve to eliminate the creatures. After transporting their belongings, Jiang Kahao led a few men back into the cave, where an uncle named Jiang Jianjun was an exceptional cook. Just give me a pot, and I can prepare a feast for everyone, he boasted. His barbecued meat left everyone astounded. Not far behind was the long-distance runner, a sports coach. They all worked together, significantly increasing their pace. Preparations included blocking. Bloodshed and fire are byproducts of humanity's march toward progress, yet they also serve as its grim testament. Jiang Kahao gazed upon the bats before him, unmoved by pity. Mercy toward enemies is a privilege reserved for the truly powerful. Jiang Kahao knew full well that such strength remained beyond their reach. On this island they were the weak, fragile, imperiled, clinging to life from one dawn to the next. Detach the wings from these bats, he instructed. Su Ro, take the girls and carefully clean them. Bat wings are naturally water-resistant. When our clothing wears through, these may yet prove indispensable. To lead wisely is to think far ahead. Jiang Kahao refused to squander a single resource. Dong Shiriwei and Zhang Lu, you and the elders will prepare the meat. You'll handle the wing removal. Turning last to the middle-aged woman, he added, "Auntie, please gather firewood, but only along the forest's outer edge. Do not venture inward. In 2 days we'll expand our perimeter." Once the tasks were assigned, Jiang Kahao called Lu Ming to open the aperture above the waterfall. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, rising like a chimney's breath, dense, rhythmic, awe-inspiring in its raw intensity. What lay beneath was all too easy to imagine. When they returned, they joined the others in retrieving the bats swept into the water. An hour passed before Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming finally entered the cave, peering cautiously from behind the waterfall's curtain. The sight chilled them. The entire cavern wall was carpeted with dead bats. Their deaths had been harrowing, clumped together in tangled heaps or dashed violently against stone, splattering blood across the walls. The stench was unbearable. Iron-rich blood mingled with the acrid residue of smoke, so potent it turned the stomach at a single inhale. Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming waded into the water, hauling the carcasses out one by one and passing them back to Zhang Lu and the others, who worked in practiced unison to clear the entrance. Another hour elapsed before Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming dared step fully inside. The odor had softened somewhat, but even now it lingered with suffocating persistence. Jiang Kahao felt profound relief at having begun the operation at dawn. By nightfall, the air would be tolerable enough for rest. Had they delayed, sleep within those walls might have remained impossible. He left the bats inside the cave, not discarded but methodically arranged. The cavern was vast, cool, and dry, ideal for curing meat. Though laborious, this method offered the safest means of preservation. Yet even an entire day would scarcely suffice to process them all. By evening, the cured bat flesh was carried indoors. Jiang Kahao paused thoughtfully. With the bats no longer entering or exiting, and the interior thoroughly cleansed, the aperture had become redundant. He directed others to seal it completely. Thus the cave became their true sanctuary, sheltered, stocked, impervious to wind and rain. Its sole drawback: rescue would likely never come. Yet in their present reality, rescue teams existed only as distant phantoms, known, acknowledged, and quietly abandoned. Preserving the bat meat required salt, of which they possessed none. Not a grain remained. The last trace had been wrung from fabric by Elder Mo himself, and had long since vanished. Without salt, food would spoil swiftly, a perilous vulnerability. Moreover, sodium was essential to human physiology. Jiang Kahao had no choice. He must return to the shore. At his announcement, Dong Shiriwei immediately volunteered to accompany him. Jiang Kahao assented without hesitation. Then Meng Ying stepped forward, insisting she go too. "You stay behind. It's dangerous." Dong Shiriwei frowned, his impatience plain. Yet after a pause, he withheld harsher words. Beneath his stern exterior, affection still stirred. Meng Ying bit her lip and nodded. "From now on, I'll obey everything you say. I won't go." Such submission had once seemed unimaginable. His devotion had gone unheeded for so long. Yet now, after a single decisive turn, she yielded. Women were enigmatic creatures. Yet Dong Shiriwei understood one truth: under ordinary circumstances, she never would have acquiesced. "She owes her life to me," Jiang Kahao said quietly to Dong Shiriwei. "She is my sister now. Treat her with care." He had fought fiercely to save Meng Ying, risked everything. To him she was family. Dong Shiriwei merely grunted, an acknowledgement laced with private resolve. Jiang Kahao also invited Su Ro. He'd initially hesitated, but her resolve brooked no refusal. He sighed inwardly. Since he'd begun training her, her appetite for adventure had sharpened, like a house cat slowly awakening to the wild. Would she soon become a live, untamed thing? No, he would need to rein her in first. And perhaps this journey would offer just the opportunity. Yet that was but one thread in the tapestry of concerns now crowding his mind. Foremost among them loomed the return path to the beach, and the predators that might await: tigers and crocodiles, the most lethal threats likely to cross their path. Confronting either meant confronting death itself. Other hunters too prowled those woods, creatures whose strength dwarfed theirs. For weeks Jiang Kahao had sensed his own physical prowess waning, dulled by caution, eroded by fear. He had grown reluctant to risk injury, even when facing mere animals, his courage faltering where instinct should reign. He retrieved a deck axe, then selected a stout hardwood shaft, reinforcing the haft to extend its reach and amplify its force. Greater distance meant greater safety. He resolved to abandon his old habits, to shed hesitation, reclaim agency, confront danger not as a burden, but as a discipline. Elder Mo had gathered a trove of medicinal herbs over recent days. Perhaps the time had come to put them to use. A faint knowing smile touched Jiang Kahao's lips. Once preparations were complete, they departed the waterfall. The round trip would consume a day and a half. For safety's sake, they elected to remain longer. Salt harvesting demanded patience. Rushing invited error, error spelled death. They carried every available vessel, cups, women's handbags, salvaged earlier by Lu Ming and Zhang Lu from the sea. Crude and unrefined, they served their purpose. Quantity mattered more than elegance. The more salt they procured in one expedition, the fewer perils they would face thereafter. All understood this implicitly. Jiang Kahao set out with Dong Shiriyue and Su Rou. Lu Ming and Zhang Lu remained behind to repair the trail. The women tended drying racks over open flames. In moments of respite, Jiang Kahao tasked everyone with clearing surrounding foliage. Only unobstructed sightlines could grant early warning of approaching danger. With final instructions delivered, he led the trio onto the path. The river now flowed steadily, guiding them downstream. Yet Jiang Kahao had overlooked one grim detail during the bat cull. Countless entrails had been discarded into the current, and now drifted, accumulating in the shallows ahead. Danger rarely arrives unbidden. Often it is the echo of one's own choices. The irony struck him with chilling precision. As they neared the wetlands, the current slowed. There on the bank, Jiang Kahao spotted a pack of wolves, scouring the mud, noses low. They were unmistakably the same wolves who had seized the deer carcass days earlier. No fate spares us coincidence, he muttered. We'll detour through the jungle. He had no choice, but forgot one vital truth. If wolves haunted the wetlands edge, the jungle held no guarantee of safety. Wolves always kept watch, even while feeding. No sooner had Jiang Kahao, Su Rou, and Dong Shiriyue slipped beneath the canopy than a guttural howl tore through the trees. Run, Jiang Kahao barked. But where? Backward. Impossible. The return would take hours. Deeper into the jungle. Worse still, no human could outmaneuver beasts in their own domain. Jiang Kahao glanced outward. The wolves were already charging, 3 of them fewer than before. The alpha halted before him, bearing yellowed fangs, feral, unblinking. Stop, Jiang Kahao commanded. Dong Shiriyue and Su Rou stared bewildered. Why? We cannot outrun them. Hours lie between us and the waterfall, and we are no match for them in flight. To show them our backs is to invite slaughter. He hefted his reinforced deck axe, imposing, lethal. Su Rou and Dong Shiriyue each gripped a fire axe, knuckles, white eyes locked on the advancing predators. A 4th wolf emerged from the thicket. Jiang Kahao's pulse steadied. These were surely the survivors, those swept down by the floodwaters, now claiming this territory as their own. So, it ends here, he mused, almost amused. Fate moves in strange circles. Then he roared, a sharp primal cry that sent the wolves stumbling backward, uncertain, unnerved. They had never encountered such a creature, neither prey nor predator, but something else entirely. They hesitate, Jiang Kahao said, voice low and calm. If they won't come to us, we'll go to them. He turned to Su Rou and Dong Shiriyue. I'll advance first. Guard my rear. Keep your distance. Don't close in. Not yet. And he charged. Narrow paths favor the bold. This adage was originally coined for battlefield confrontations. Now Jiang Kahao and his companions faced these wolves as 2 opposing armies with no distinction whatsoever. Jiang Kahao charged headlong toward the 4 wolves. His sudden advance briefly unsettled their formation, but wolves are creatures of extraordinary discipline and ferocity. Their initial wariness stemmed solely from unfamiliarity. Jiang Kahao had confronted them before, driving several deep into this very thick. Thus none dared meet him head on. Instead, they circled warily to his flanks and rear. This only intensified Jiang Kahao's momentum. With a sharp pivot, he swung his massive axe downward at a wolf beside him. The weapon's sheer size intimidated the beast, which sprang aside just in time. No sooner had Jiang Kahao's blow landed than the remaining 3. Such precise, coordinated targeting was characteristic. Jiang Kahao had not anticipated such tactical acuity. He rolled hard across the ground, narrowly evading every strike. Behind him, Dong Shiriyue gripped his axe tightly. Seeing Jiang Kahao surrounded, he surged forward and brought his blade crashing down onto the spine of one wolf. As it whirled to bite him, Su Rou's axe, ding! The beast yelped twice, then fled shaken. Su Rou stared in astonishment at her axe. That blow had struck squarely against the wolf's teeth, yet the animal bore no wound, not even a single chipped fang. Dong Shiriyue too stood bewildered. His blade, honed to lethal sharpness, had drawn no blood from the creature's hide. The wolf's head and back are forged of bronze and iron, Jiang Kahao said, catching their stunned silence. Aim elsewhere. He chided himself. He should have clarified this earlier. In battle, hesitation is fatal. His momentary lapse cost him dearly, though he rolled again to dodge. Wolves moved with instinctive swiftness, far surpassing human reflexes. Jaws snapped inches from his spine. Had he not tumbled repeatedly, he would already be torn open. With a renewed roar, he swung his axe, once more scattering the pack. Gasping, he surveyed them. Small jungle wolves, yes, yet terrifyingly formidable. It will cost me something after all, he thought grimly. To stand firm, one must first be ruthless. He swung the axe toward a wolf on his lower right flank. These beasts were unnervingly intelligent. They never engaged frontally, but perpetually orbited his periphery, flanking, probing, waiting. Worse still, when Su Ro and Dong Shiriwe had failed to fell even one wolf, the pack instantly recalled it to rejoin the fray. Now Jiang Kuhao faced 3 adversaries at once, a display of battlefield intuition that chilled him. He was faltering, yet he clung to one immutable truth: even the most flawless combat machine stumbles, if only for an instant. He would wait, and wait. He regretted bitterly having left Lu Ming and Zhang Lu behind. They had volunteered to come, he had insisted they remain, to guard the base. A grave miscalculation, he now realized. Leaving behind fighters had been his gravest error. Ow! This time the wolf did not evade. Perhaps it had grown accustomed to Jiang Kuhao's rhythm, and as he turned it lunged not at his body, but at his arm, the sole source of true threat. It was unexpected, yet Jiang Kuhao felt no surprise. Animals possess a combat-learning instinct unmatched by humankind. He knew precisely what to do. Rather than let the jaws close upon his flesh, he thrust the axe's wooden haft straight into the wolf's mouth. The beast clamped down, refusing to release its grip, thrashing violently to splinter the wood. But Jiang Kuhao had reinforced the haft with layered timber, and embedded within it a subtle mechanical latch designed precisely for moments like this. When the blade lodged, he could withdraw it cleanly. Now he pulled the axe free from behind the haft, and slammed it downward with full force into the wolf's abdomen. At last, a true cleaving blow. Thwack! Flesh parted. The wolf shrieked, jaws springing open, blood gushing from its lower belly. It staggered away, trailing crimson. Jiang Kuhao did not rise. The other 2 wolves seized the opening. One seized his boot in its teeth. The other launched itself from midair, jaws wide, aimed at his skull. Jiang Kuhao kicked out, hard, at the wolf, gripping his foot. Then he rolled again across the stony ground, gritting his teeth against the searing pain of scraped skin and grinding gravel. In battle there is no time for comfort. Half crouched, he swung the haft like a club. Thud, thud, thud. 3 brutal blows to the wolf's skull. Even a wolf's hardened cranium could not withstand such punishment. It howled in agony. But he had only those 3 strikes. The third wolf, having missed its leap, now wheeled back, its earlier failures igniting raw fury. It no longer charged wildly. Instead it paced forward, deliberately, unhurried, unhesitating, then lunged, biting without warning. There was no time to evade. Jiang Kuhao flailed his axe blindly, sparks flying, as steel met fang and bone. Clash, 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 until with sudden sickening finality the wolf sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Too close. No escape. Had the pack opened with this tactic, Jiang Kuhao would have been dead long ago. Oh, even his iron resolve cracked under that savage bite. The cry escaped him, soft, involuntary. Yet that single sound seemed to ignite new calculation in the second wolf. Abandoning his foot, it launched itself, not at his limbs, but at his head. The first wolf, having torn a chunk of flesh from his shoulder, withdrew instantly. No lingering, no triumph. It swallowed the meat whole, then glanced back, not at Jiang Kuhao, but at its fallen comrade. It understood why the other had fallen. Such chilling battlefield intelligence made Jiang Kuhao's blood run cold. This was no mindless beast. This was a strategist. Before he could recover, the third wolf, enraged by the scent of blood, charged anew. Jiang Kuhao clutched his wounded arm, forcing his breath steady. The wolf, unaware that its grip on his boot had loosened, rushed in blind confidence. Jiang Kuhao smiled, cold, sharp, merciless. As the wolf leapt, he twisted, pinned it beneath his body, and, before it could turn its jaws upon him, jammed the wooden haft deep into its mouth. Ignoring the frantic raking of its claws, he brought the axe down 3 times upon its chest and belly. A foul stench erupted, blood, bile, and rot. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf's head lolled, yet its limbs still spasmed, straining feebly. All this unfolded in the space of heartbeats. 2 remained. Jiang Kuhao rose slowly, clutching his wound. Half his torso was drenched in crimson. Nearby, the first wolf finished swallowing its stolen flesh, then looked up only to see its companion lifeless upon the earth. In the time it took to swallow one mouthful, Jiang Kuhao had turned slaughter into victory. Though bloodlust clouded its senses, the surviving wolf retained its ancient cunning. It assessed the man before it. This adversary who broke wolves like kindling, and understood persistence meant death. Moreover, the fourth wolf lay subdued elsewhere, brought down by Su Ro and Dong Shiriwe. Dong Shiriwe held its body immobile, while Su Ro pressed its skull to the ground. Together they hacked and hammered, imprecise, relentless, until the beast ceased moving entirely. Even a creature built to endure could not survive such sustained brutality. It died without landing a single blow, though Dong Shiriwe's raw strength poured into every strike. Jiang Kuhao, are you all right? Su Ro sprinted over, eyes wide with alarm, scanning his wounds. He shook his head, silent gaze fixed glacial upon the retreating wolf. It knew the tide had turned. Without hesitation, without glance backward, it vanished into the marshlands, where no hunter would follow, where even pursuit was folly. Damn it! For the first time, Jiang Kuhao swore aloud, his fury born not of pain but of grudging awe. He spat the curse, and then, as if summoned by the word itself, fire lanced through his arm. Clutching the wound, he looked down at the twitching corpse beside him, then raised his axe high and brought it down in one decisive arc upon the wolf's neck. Tum! Decapitation. Even a wolf with a skull like bronze could not withstand such force. Yet the severing of the head did nothing to quell his rage. He threw back his head and unleashed a long primal howl. Aaa! Then hurled the severed head far into the reeds. Su Ro watched him, her expression softening, uncertain. In that moment, Jiang Kuhao stood not as a man, but as a sovereign of violence, unbroken, unyielding, crowned in blood and wrath. All anger will eventually subside, and all conflicts will ultimately yield to peace. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Kuhao felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He cast a wary glance at the lifeless body of the jungle wolf on the ground. Fortunately, it was a smaller variety of wolf. Had it been one from the uninhabited regions of the northwest, they would have been dead long ago. Su Ro assisted Jiang Kuhao with a simple bandage, staunching the bleeding. Dong Shiriwa held Jiang Kuhao in high regard. He had single-handedly taken down 2 wolves and scared off another. Though he had paid the price of losing a piece of meat, he proved himself to be a true man. There exists a primal yearning within every human heart for the wild. As a sports student, Dong Shiriwa could better understand this sentiment. In long-distance running, when one reaches a certain state, there is an exhilarating lightness that envelopes the body. When that feeling fades and one surrenders to the track, the world feels insignificantly small. That is the essence of true wildness, a wildness that gazes down upon all. Are you both uninjured? Jiang Kuhao's gaze swept over them, noting the absence of any blood. They seemed perfectly fine. We subdued that wolf together and knocked it out, Su Ro replied. Jiang Kuhao glanced at the unmoving wolf and the one that was still twitching. Even after losing its head, he realized that its skull had likely been crushed. Such a deep-seated enmity. As amusing as it was, it also highlighted their trio's ignorance of the jungle. Had they truly understood it, such a situation would not have occurred. Let's go, we should reach the coast quickly. We'll be much safer there, Jiang Kuhao urged as he stood up and continued onward. Despite his injuries, he did not cease his forward march, and in that moment he appeared immensely noble in their eyes. Having traversed the jungle, they soon reached the estuary. They could not linger here for long, as animals would come to drink water. If they wished to quietly harvest salt, they needed to venture further. Earlier, the body of the octopus had already vanished. Nature was truly miraculous. In just a few days, such a large creature had been completely decomposed. The same fate befell the crocodile's corpse. Jiang Kuhao pondered what legacy he might leave behind if he were to die here. He could not fathom it, but he was certain of one thing: he did not wish to die yet. He noticed that the estuary had not changed much. Despite the gigantic tornado having been so close, no signs of its passage were evident. In the span of days, the place had returned to its original state. The beach appeared unchanged, eternally maintaining its familiar visage. He whimsically considered checking the cliffs, only to be halted by Su Ro. If we return to the cliffs now, it will take 3 or 4 days. If we go back to the waterfall, we'll have been gone too long. Everyone will think something has happened to us, Su Ro stated. Jiang Kuhao understood her concerns. He felt a twinge of worry for the first mate. However, he recalled that he had urged the first mate to leave. He had his own fate to contend with. They found a flat area and began their search for stones. They needed stones with grooves which could be filled with seawater and left under the sun to dry. The salt obtained this way would contain many impurities, but Jiang Kuhao was aware of purification methods. Yet, given their rudimentary conditions, having anything to eat was already a blessing. No one complained. It must be noted that the air and water quality here surpassed that of the normal world. At the very least, the air was of pristine quality, akin to a natural oxygen bar. No one had ever drunk the seawater specifically. However, when they consumed the salt, they found no unpleasant taste whatsoever. Harvesting salt was a tedious task. Jiang Kuhao and his companions diligently dried salt for 3 days, finally amassing enough to fill a backpack. The amount they gathered could sustain a family of 3 for half a year, but with over 10 people consuming it, it would last only a month or 2. Jiang Kuhao did not want to make another trip. There were still containers available. He decided to stay a few extra days. They remained for an entire week, gathering ample salt, which brought them a sense of reassurance. After moving the stones to a location safe from waves and strong winds, and securing them with various materials, they finally departed. The return journey was uneventful. The wolf carcasses had long since disappeared. Jiang Kuhao regretted not having skinned the wolves, their pelts were valuable despite the lingering odor. As he surveyed the wetlands, an idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps hunting wouldn't be so troublesome after all. He needed to contemplate this thought thoroughly. "Let's go home is just ahead," Jiang Kahao said, excitement stirring within them. They had been away for so long, and he wondered. Unexpected events are a common occurrence in life, often marked by either misfortune or helplessness. After Jiang Kahao and the others returned, discussions flourished about their journey. Upon hearing about the enormous octopus that had long been consumed without leaving a trace, a sense of melancholy swept over the group. Surely that creature had yielded thousands of morsels of meat, yet not a single remnant remained. In recent days, life had settled into a comforting rhythm. With the addition of salt, they had simmered a pot of soup crafted by the ingenuity of a middle-aged uncle. It resembled a stone mortar, but was much smaller and thinner. It was said that the uncle had painstakingly hewn it little by little with an axe, and the effort he invested was evident to all. Having a proper pot transformed their meals into something genuinely substantial. Had they possessed this pot earlier, they could have rendered the fat from that pig into oil for cooking. This large pot was indeed a blessing. As life flourished, Jiang Kahao and his companions felt increasingly at ease. Living here was infinitely better than the precarious existence they had led on the beach. The remarkable woman known as Zhao Ji, with her unique name, had been contemplating how to create needle and thread from the bat wings to fashion garments. The material was promising, and if it could be utilized, it would be a boon for everyone. Each person had their pursuits, and Jiang Kahao's greatest desire was for everyone to find their purpose in life. However, one individual remained an exception, Dong Shirue. Since their return, his mood had been consistently gloomy, and it was not difficult to discern his inner turmoil. "Come out, I need to talk to you," Jiang Kahao called Dong Shirue to the cave entrance. In the night, the forest cast flickering shadows, and the sound of the waterfall roared in the background. "You claim you once loved Meng Ying sincerely, yet now you express disinterest." Normally, Jiang Kahao would avoid entanglements in matters of the heart, but such issues could easily create rifts within the group, and he felt compelled to address it swiftly. Dong Shirue appeared pained and reluctant to speak. Jiang Kahao offered a smile. "If you truly loved her, how could you feel burdened? Your sense of exhaustion stems from measuring what you have given against what you have received. You are fixated on your contributions instead of embracing love. Dong Shirue, as someone involved in sports, how can you not see that your mindset is so narrow?" Jiang Kahao's words left Dong Shirue speechless. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and when he noticed Jiang Kahao gazing back at him with the same intensity, he bowed his head. A man should possess a broad mind. Do not mistake this for some form of generosity. It is merely self-deception, Jiang Kahao concluded before turning away, leaving Dong Shirue to ponder alone. In truth, pursuing a woman can be troublesome if she does not reciprocate feelings. Reflecting on his own words, Jiang Kahao realized that were he in a similar situation, he too might struggle with the concept of unconditional love and the sacrifices it entails. The most challenging aspect is the question of why. People invariably weigh their gains and losses. When one feels that their contributions far exceed their rewards, they can easily lose sight of their initial goals. As for the mindset of men, it seemed scarcely relevant, a mere platitude to intoxicate the soul during moments of reflection. With a resigned smile, Jiang Kahao ventured deeper into the cave. After dinner, the stability of their lives led to a lively exchange among the group, discussing everything under the sun. Their previous world felt like a distant memory, as if separated by vast oceans. Jiang Kahao sat amidst them, listening to their conversations. The middle-aged lady who claimed to be a CEO of a publicly listed company boasted of her enterprise's status among the top 500 firms. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain, yet her words captivated the audience. Then there was the long-distance runner, an uncle with remarkable stamina, who entertained them with a series of calisthenics. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, and as resources accumulated, the spirits of the group began to revive. The uncle's antics often elicited uproarious laughter, and during such moments Jiang Kahao often distanced himself, keeping an eye on the cave entrance, even with Dong Shirue present. He planned to wait a while longer before reinstating their watch schedules, knowing that relaxation of vigilance could lead to unforeseen consequences. While he contemplated this, a sudden deep sound reached his ears. Thud. The noise was soft yet muffled, reminiscent of something gently knocking at the door. Jiang Kahao listened intently, but the sound had faded away. "Everyone, please be quiet," Jiang Kahao stood and announced, sensing the peculiarity of the sound, which induced a twinge of anxiety within him. The group fell silent, their gazes fixed on him. The long-distance runner's movements abruptly ceased, drawing curious looks from everyone, which inevitably sparked another round of laughter. Jiang Kahao joined in, and they assumed he was merely jesting, unaware of his underlying concern. Although the moment was fleeting, he had not heard that strange noise again, and therefore did not dwell on it. As night deepened, Dong Shiyue returned from the cave entrance, his face marked by a newfound resolve. He approached Meng Ying and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Kahao observed as Meng Ying hesitated momentarily, but soon melted into Dong Shiyue's arms. Seeing them, Jiang Kahao understood the situation all too well. He too moved closer to Su Ro, drawing her back to their grass bed. They nestled together by the window, and as thoughts swirled in his mind, he realized he could not be as reckless as Zhang Lu. It seems we need to create a proper room, otherwise it will be quite inconvenient, Jiang Kahao whispered softly in Su Rao's ear. Her hands roamed across his chest, and she understood that he would not make any overt advances, emboldening her to become increasingly daring. Jiang Kahao felt a rush of warmth as her playful touches ignited his senses. I may not dare to fully indulge in you now, but I owe you a small punishment. Having long been deprived of intimacy, both Jiang Kahao and Su Ro, who had tasted pleasure before, became enraptured in the moment. The sky was clear after the rain, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. Su Ro and Jiang Kahao's relationship had grown increasingly harmonious. The next morning, when Jiang Kahao awoke, everyone was busy with their respective tasks. Su Ro approached him holding a piece of meat, her vitality particularly radiant that day, drawing everyone's gaze. Jiang Kahao reached out to embrace her, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before accepting the roasted meat and taking a bite. Su Ro then walked to the cave entrance and returned with a fresh piece of fruit, offering it to Jiang Kahao. Her demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife, and Jiang Kahao found himself captivated by her charm. What are your plans for today? Su Ro inquired. Jiang Kahao pondered for a moment. This area was currently quite safe, with no threats looming over them. The tranquility inspired hope for the future, yet he couldn't shake off the uncertainty of whether it would last. I want to train everyone in combat skills. If possible, everyone should learn a bit, so that if danger arises, more people can step up, Jiang Kahao replied. This idea had been on his mind for some time. The island was chaotic, and while the giant creatures had not intruded upon their lives recently, it created a false sense of security. Now that Su Ro had brought it up, he realized the danger inherent in complacency. Training to ensure everyone had some combat capability was essential. Sounds good. I'm in. I'm growing tired of just preparing food and helping out, she responded, recalling the harrowing encounter with the jungle wolves after returning from the beach. Jiang Kahao's bravery and primal strength during that battle were still vivid in her memory. Alright, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Go ask everyone what tasks have been assigned today. If they're insignificant, we can pause them for now. Well, clear the trees outside too, and from now on we'll train every other day, Jiang Kahao said. With that, the urgency of training became apparent to both Su Ro and him. Su Ro went out to gather the others while Jiang Kahao rummaged through the supplies to find an axe and some wooden sticks. They would use the sticks for training as they were safer. Once the group arrived, Jiang Kahao shared his thoughts on training and combat skills. The prospect of learning from him thrilled everyone, as Jiang Kahao's prowess was well known and everyone yearned to acquire his skills. He started with the simplest of exercises, swinging the wooden sticks left and right. Though the movements seemed easy at first, the cumulative effect created immense pressure. Repeating the actions hundreds or thousands of times was exhausting. The ladies, generally more delicate than the men, found the training particularly grueling, and Jiang Kahao noticed their struggles. The men Zhang Lu and Lu Ming were also under his watchful eye. There were likely many more issues at play, but the main concern was their lack of stamina. Initially, they swung their sticks with vigor, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air, but now their efforts had devolved into labored sighs. An hour passed, and Jiang Kahao called for a halt to the commands. The group had already slowed down considerably, their movements lacking strength and energy, rendering them unable to achieve the desired results. Everyone take a break. Jiang Kahao recognized the importance of balancing effort and rest. He had pushed them to exhaust their physical limits to tap into their latent potential. Sweat dripped down Su Rao's face, and she was not alone in her struggle. Jiang Kahao handed her a towel and then raised his axe, declaring, I just performed the same movements with you, yet I'm not as fatigued. He began to swing the axe with vigor, and despite the earlier complaints, admiration blossomed on their faces as they witnessed his stamina. Old Mo, if you feel tired, you should rest, Jiang Kahao said, noticing the older man standing at the back of the line still persistent in his efforts. However, Old Mo replied, Xiao Jiang, we learn your skills to protect our lives. We can endure fatigue, but you are the one who bears the burden. At that moment, Jiang Kahao needed a stepping stone, and Old Mo's words provided just that. It was a step upward. Only when people recognized Jiang Kahao's sacrifices would they truly trust him. Indeed, Xiao Jiang, you help us, and we do not feel tired. You, however, are the one who works hard. Hey, old man, what nonsense are you talking? Of course we're tired, but we're joyfully exhausted, That's what a person should say. A hearty voice chimed in, unmistakably belonging to a matron. We're tired very much so, but we will. Comrade Jiang, please guide us, came another voice. The chorus of support filled Jiang Kahao with reassurance that his efforts were not in vain. He raised his hand slowly and addressed the group. Prepare for training. As soon as he spoke, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. You all had plenty of energy for chatter earlier, so it seems I stand straight and take your positions. 1. With the command issued, the training resumed. Jiang Kahao observed the fatigue and pain etched on their faces, but also glimpsed the glimmer of hope in their eyes. That glimmer, once ignited in a person's heart, could slowly. A sudden dull thud interrupted Jiang Kahao's commanding voice. He glanced down, his expression turning serious. The sound had cut through the air, capturing everyone's attention. What's happening? Su Ro asked from the line. He stared at the ground for a long moment, hoping to hear the sound. Did you hear that? Jiang Kahao asked the group. They were all exhausted, drenched in sweat, some unwilling to speak, their minds entirely focused on him. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Kahao realized they hadn't noticed. He rubbed his ears vigorously before shouting, Is everything all right? I heard it clearly. Why do I keep hearing that ominous sound? A sense of unease crept into his heart. To him, the sound was foreboding, as if warning him of impending danger. Yet whenever he tried to decipher its meaning, it eluded him. Damn it, Jiang Kahao muttered, clenching his fists. He looked at the attentive crowd before him and said, Let's disperse for now. Everyone take a good rest. Lu Mingzhang, Lu Dongshiyue, come here for a moment. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Kahao gathered the three of them. He explained to Dongshiyue, for the next few nights you'll take the first watch, while the other two of us rotate during the latter half. Jiang Kahao chose not to share his feelings with them, as voicing such thoughts might create discomfort. It was better to keep them to himself than to sow confusion among the group. Lu Ming, confused, asked, We've been quite safe since we arrived here, and the path seems safer than ever now. The other two had similar questions, but were cut off by Lu Ming's interruption. Better safe than sorry. Even sacrificing a couple of hours of sleep can extend our lives. Trust me on this. Jiang Kahao had long contemplated implementing a rotating night watch, and now was the perfect opportunity to organize it. With his assertion, there were no objections from the others. They all understood that anyone who made it here valued their lives and was desperately eager to survive. That night the rotation began. Dong Shiriyue on first watch, Jiang Kahao during the challenging hours of 1 to 2, Lu Ming from 3 to 4, and Zhang Lu from 5 to 6. This seamless transition ensured the group remained vigilant. However, this arrangement had a flaw. The early part of the night was too long. In the entertainment-starved wilderness, Dong Shiriyue struggled to endure the lengthy hours alone. By 10 o'clock he began to feel drowsy. His head drooped as if succumbing to sleepiness, and with each droop small red snakes emerged from the previously blocked underground holes. One by one they slithered toward the group, intertwining with each other, some even coupling together. If Jiang Kahao had been awake at that moment, he would have immediately understood what the snakes were doing. Looking back at the small holes, they were now teeming with these red snakes, and the wooden barriers that had once secured the entrances had mysteriously been pushed aside. Danger lurks everywhere, unseen, unannounced, indifferent to human awareness. Dong Shiriyue nodded off repeatedly inside the cave, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion, so profound it felt inescapable. After an entire day of grueling training, he had been assigned night watch, just like everyone else on their first day. All were spent bodies, aching spirits frayed. He longed for Meng Ying to keep him company, but hesitated. Jiang Kuhao's words still echoed in his mind. Do you truly love her? Or do you only love yourself? Your own image, your own pride? You lack magnanimity. Magnanimity. Did he truly lack it? Dong Shiriyue questioned himself again and again. If Jiang Kuhao was right, then was he not utterly despicable? Yet whenever he recalled the sincerity he had poured into their relationship, the devotion dismissed, the gestures overlooked, resentment would coil quietly within him, undeniable. Perhaps his love simply hadn't reached its zenith. Gently he draped his coat over Meng Ying's slender frame, gazing at her delicate sleeping face as he pondered the fragile, tender nature of their bond. Love, they say, is the finest elixir for weariness, and indeed, as though stirred by that very thought, Dong Shiriyue's drowsiness lifted, replaced by sudden sharp alertness. Then, a soft, insistent hiss. It came from directly behind him. Close. Too close. He turned. A seething tide of crimson speckles surged forward, not flowing but crawling, relentless and thick, converging upon the sleeping group. Snakes! He cried. At that instant a serpent coiled around his neck, struck, its fangs sinking deep into his lips. The creature had shown no aggression until his voice shattered the silence. Run. Run now. Though his mouth already swelled crimson, Dong Shiriyue wrenched the snake away and shook Meng Ying awake. Wake up. Don't sleep. Move. His voice slurred, his lips ballooned grotesquely. Startled from slumber, Meng Ying gasped at his ravaged face and screamed. A woman's scream raw with terror needs no translation. Hers pierced the air, jolting every sleeper awake. Dong Shiyue's warning alone had failed. By the time they stirred, the serpents had already slithered to their sides. Jiang Kuhao stared at the small, flamered viper clinging to his chest, its vivid hue a silent, unmistakable declaration of venom. He glanced toward Dong Shiyue, unconscious, already pale. With a violent jerk, Jiang Kuhao flung the serpent from his arm, and then surveying the writhing multitude, his gaze fell upon the cluster of tiny holes dotting the cave wall. Understanding dawned. So that's where they came from. He flicked another serpent from Su Ro's shoulder. These creatures, he realized, were not inherently aggressive, unless provoked. Others' fates were beyond his reach now. He pulled Su Ro upright, then spotted a refuge, the campfire. The serpents recoiled from flame, as though from sacred fire. None dared approach the blaze. When Jiang Kuhao reached the fire's edge, chaos reigned. Some thrashed and shrieked, others fled blindly, a few lay motionless, already bitten. And for those bitten, there was only one outcome: death. Dong Shiyue and Meng Ying were dead. Just hours earlier, they trained alongside the others beneath daylight. Now they lay entwined, buried beneath layers of undulating crimson. They had at last remained together, though Jiang Kuhao had never imagined fate would claim them so swiftly. Life and death, he reflected bitterly, are separated by nothing more than a breath, a blink, a single unguarded moment. Gather here, if you can. Do not attack them, he shouted, intercepting Zhang Lu just as the man raised his axe. Too late. The axe fell with a metallic clang. The serpent's head rolled. Zhang Lu laughed, wild and hollow. What's so fearsome? I'll slaughter every last one of you tonight. He raised the axe again, only for a dozen serpents to strike at once, latching onto his limbs like leeches onto a dying fish. Shit! He roared, then collapsed. Jiang Kuhao's brow furrowed. Another life gone. Their numbers were already few. How many more would fall? And why? Why had these serpents appeared here at all? The slaughter continued. With Zhang Lu dead, Su Mamamo lost her sole protector. She tried to flee, but the cave floor pulsed with serpents, a living carpet of sinuous red. Her breath hitched, then broke into wails. The serpents seemed nearly blind, but acutely attuned to sound. The moment her mouth opened, one lunged, fangs flashing. Her cry cut short midair. Su Mamamo died, still clutching Zhang Lu's hand, her eyes wide with unspoken accusation. Why did you act so rashly? But no words escaped her. Only silence followed, deep, absolute, eternal. No more cold. No more fear. Only stillness. No, come here. All of you now. Jiang Kuhao bellowed, voice raw with desperation. Yet none of the serpents advanced. The fire burned too fiercely, the heat unbearable even for the red habus. They loathed it. Mo Lao and Mo One under Jiang Kuhao's watchful gaze sprinted past the waterfall. Unexpectedly, the two slowest among them escaped unscathed. The middle-aged man and his two companions, the group's perennial jesters, now stood encircled by serpents. Stay silent, the elder urged, voice steady despite the horror. That girl, Su Mamamo, was found the moment she screamed. These serpents hear everything. Be still. Breathe low. Experience lent composure where youth faltered. Even facing imminent death, they held their ground. But when the entire cavern floor became a churning sea of crimson, even the strongest will began to fray. Trembling legs betray fear beyond control. When terror peaks, muscles convulse, knees knocking, thighs shuddering violently. That trembling became their undoing. One serpent struck, fangs sinking into the elder's calf. He screamed. Alone the cry might have spared the others, but pain robbed him of control. His hands flailed outward instinctively, grabbing his companions, dragging them down with him. They were engulfed instantly, swallowed by a tide of scarlet wrapped tight as ceremonial zongzi. What followed vanished behind that suffocating red veil. All three perished unseen, unheard. Rage white-hot and consuming flooded Jiang Kuhao's chest. He had saved them. Now he watched them die, helpless, senseless, wasted. He wrenched a burning branch from the fire and swung it wide. The serpents recoiled, not in defiance, but in primal retreat. He brandished the torch with both hands, shouting to Su Ro, throw more kindling into the pyre. Tonight, I stake everything. I'll see which of us endures longer. He hurled two blazing brands into the serpent mass. The swarm, threatening Lu Ming, scattered instantly, fleeing the inferno. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Branch after branch arced through the air, striking the dry timber pile. Days of sunbaking made ignition effortless. Puff, puff, puff. Flames erupted in rapid succession, then smoke, then roaring conflagration. The cave mouth, designed for airflow, fed the blaze with oxygen, intensifying it, expanding it, turning the cavern into a furnace. But the space was cramped. There was nowhere to hide. Jiang Kuhao, and Su Ro stood nearest the fire, already scorched by radiant heat. If humans could scarcely bear it, the serpents stood no chance. They receded like a crimson tide, parting left and right before the blaze. Lu Ming, standing closer to the pyre, was instantly freed. Every serpent abandoned him as the flames surged. Yet he did not relax, only confirmed their full retreat before rushing to join Jiang Kuhao and Su Ro. The two remaining girls, however, posed a dilemma. Lu Xiaoxiao had vanished. Jiang Kuhao hadn't seen her since the onset and rightly assumed she'd slipped away with cunning. Now only the two girls remained, crouched near the cave mouth. Though the ground before them was clear, distance worked against them. Worse, a dense cluster of serpents had gathered behind them, sheltering from the fire in the narrow gap between their backs and the wall. Jiang Kuhao could not strike without endangering them further. He could not reach them. He hurled flaming branches toward them, yet even to save them now was near impossible. The cavern's temperature soared, but still the serpents lingered, unwilling to yield entirely. Then thud, the sound returned. Thump, 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 thump. What was that rhythmic pounding? It was an omen. Then came the thunderous crash. In that instant, the red habus, those serpents that had been coiling restlessly around the cavern, surged inward as one, converging like a crimson tide, swirling and tightening into a single pulsing mass. Their sinuous bodies undulated, constricting with terrible precision. The two girls vanished beneath them, swallowed whole, entombed in living scales. Survival seemed all but impossible. The serpents showed no intention of retreating. Instead, having coalesced, they surged outward, encircling Jiang Kuhao and his companions from afar. Only three remained. And in the face of this grotesque metamorphosis, terror coiled cold and sharp within Jiang Kuhao's chest. Were they assembling, not merely a swarm, but a leviathan? The evidence mounted. A serpentine had emerged, not born of flesh, but woven from tails, one viper gripping the tail of another, each link binding seamlessly to the next, forming a vast interlocking circlet of scaled flesh. A monstrous Ouroboros breathing heat and dread. Firewood, hurl it now. Jiang Kuhao roared, heedless of the searing blaze. He lunged into the inferno, seized a burning brand, and flung it across the cavern. Sparks scattered like dying stars. Ash billowed. Embers rained upon the nascent serpent, igniting only faint, fleeting flares upon its hide. Jiang Kuhao had hoped the fire would startle them, make them recoil. But the assembled creature moved as if unmoored from sensation. It did not flinch. When the brand struck the ground, several vipers caught flame, yet writhed on, unblinking, unresisting, consumed without protest. This was dire. Did the beast feel no pain, fear no fire? A chimera of myth, something conjured only in cinema and folklore, now stood before him, breathing, coiling, real. Strike together. If the flames frighten you, strip your clothes. Use them as shields. The colossal serpent remained motionless, for now. Yet beneath its surface the vipers still writhed, shifting, seeking final alignment. Jiang Kuhao observed a chilling truth. Once a segment locked into place, it stilled, fused, inert, irreversible. They had moments, only moments, before the transformation completed. Aim for the head. Strike the head, he commanded. Priorities demanded precision. Flight had crossed his mind, but the serpents were cunning. Scattered across the floor lay stragglers, small and seemingly harmless. Yet they formed an impassable lattice, guarding every exit, sealing every path. Their confidence was absolute. Then, the sound returned. Thump. A single resonant pulse, deep, visceral, shaking Jiang Kuhao's very marrow. His breath hitched, his thoughts frayed. Why did it unsettle him so? He could not say. Brands flew like meteors, arcing through smoke-choked air toward the serpent's looming form. Su Ro's hands, delicate and soft, blistered and blackened in the heat. She knew Jiang Kuhao never issued orders without reason, and so she obeyed, even as fire gnawed her skin. She watched Meng Ying, her younger sister, devoured like morsels. She saw the bumbling middle-aged duo collapse lifeless, their laughter silenced forever. Death or survival, it was no abstraction. It was choice, raw and immediate. She chose life. Wounds would not stay her hand. Lu Ming had always been gentle, quiet, dutiful, peace-loving. From the shipwreck onward, he had craved only stability, and under Jiang Kuhao's leadership, he'd finally found it. Yet no one foresaw that the island's innocuous-looking vents concealed such horror. In one night, their fragile sanctuary turned to ash. To the red habus, perhaps they were intruders. To Lu Ming, they were enemies, absolute, irreconcilable. It was kill or be killed. His comrades had fallen, one by one. Wang Ming, the two lieutenants, the first mate, Zhang Lu. Now only he remained. An orphan since childhood, Lu Ming owed everything to the first mate's faith in him. Faith he repaid with unwavering loyalty, even when that loyalty demanded silence in the face of injustice. Gratitude had outweighed principle. Now he stood utterly alone. He cherished Jiang Kuhao's trust, as if it were a second anchor, a new vow to build something better, safer, brighter within these caverns. He believed truly that they were ascending. Then, the serpents came. Each flaming brand hurled was more than weapon. It was catharsis. Jiang Kuhao's fury roared like wind through the brands as they struck the serpent's flank. Its tail stirred, swaying left then right. A being stitched from dozens of vipers, yet moving with eerie autonomy. Where lay its nerves? How did command travel across that mosaic of flesh? What unseen will bound them? The island deepened its mystery, and Jiang Kuhao's dread curdled into something colder, older, awe before the unknowable. Flames now engulfed the serpent's abdomen, feeding, climbing, devouring. Dozens of vipers sloughed off, writhing briefly before falling still. Yet the colossus held, unbroken, unyielding, like a beast shedding dead skin. When the last stragglers dropped away, the head lifted. It turned toward them. No eyes, only a gaping maw. Its triangular skull twisted into something both alien and ancient, horrible in its simplicity. Stay wary, Jiang Kuhao warned, voice low and taut. We have no measure of its strength. Even as he spoke, his arm drew back. Another brand launched, true and fierce. The serpent, anticipating the barrage, had already sidestepped the main fire pit. Its instinct, clear fire, harmed it deeply. It opened its jaws wide, circled once, and lashed its tail, a colossal barrel, thick limb, thick as a wine vat, sweeping toward them with a deafening humph. 40 meters long, half a meter in girth, a force of pure, crushing momentum. Run, Jiang Kuhao bellowed. He seized Su Ro's wrist with one hand, Lu Ming's with the other, and vaulted sideways just as the tail slammed down upon the pyre. The impact struck them anyway. Boom. Fire exploded, splintering, scattering, igniting the air itself. 6 or 7 tons of seasoned timber detonated in a storm of embers and shrapnel. Light flooded the cavern, blinding, searing. Jiang Kuhao glanced back, then threw himself over Su Ro, shielding her completely. Don't move, he shouted. Above, massive logs blazed midair. Below, only ash and sparks drifted like lethal snow. Crack, crack, rustle, shatter. The shriek of burning timber. The clatter of charred limbs striking stone. The cavern filled with the acrid, suffocating scent of roasting charcoal. Thick, cloying, unbearable. Agony bloomed across Jiang Kuhao's back, sharp, insistent. Glowing fragments peppered his shoulders, his legs, his ribs. Each sting was a brand of fire, but he did not stir, did not shift, did not lift his body from hers. Beneath him lay the woman he loved. He would burn whole before letting her taste a single ember. Su Ro saw it all, the light, the chaos, the sacrifice. She felt the weight of him, the tremor in his muscles, the heat radiating from his scorched skin. Her tears fell, not from weakness but from fury, raw, incandescent rage. Why had they attacked? Why them? The inferno terrified them, but it wounded the serpent too. That tail strike had been its miscalculation. As fire rained down, the creature recoiled, not from pain but from consequence. And the smaller vipers paid the price. Embers rained indiscriminately. They scrambled, then stiffened, paralyzed. Fire terrified them, utterly. Yet once fused into the Leviathan, something changed. Something more. Jiang Kuhao did not witness this. His attention was riveted on Lu Ming, struck unconscious by a falling log. His hair had ignited the moment the timber struck, flames licking upward from his scalp. Had Jiang Kuhao not lunged, he would have burned alive before the fire reached his lungs. You guard him, Jiang Kuhao said, voice grave and steady. I'll draw the serpent away. Get out, while you still can. Below, the floor lay cleared, serpents dead or fled. The Leviathan's senses were blunt, yet its power was terrifying. Its strike had not been aimed at him, Jiang Kuhao realized, watching it recoil from the pyre. It hated the fire, not the people. That might yet be their salvation. No, Su Ro replied, quiet but unshakable. I will not leave you behind. Never part in life, never abandon in death. Jiang Kuhao smiled faintly at Su Ro. Help me remove the burning embers from my back. They're excruciating. He shifted the subject abruptly. Su Ro, caught off guard, only registered his words when her gaze fell upon the charred expanse of his back, and her heart lurched violently. What lay before her was no ordinary wound. His entire back was blackened, pocked with deep burns and cratered scars, each a testament to the moment he had thrown himself over her, shielding her body with his own. I can't do it, she whispered, voice trembling. Such grievous injuries, such harrowing devastation. How could a delicate young woman bear to touch them? Jiang Kuhao drew her close, his breath warm against her ear. If you don't leave now and another attack like the last one occurs, what then? Shall I again throw myself over you? You know well I could evade it, if I chose to. Understanding dawned in her eyes. She held his gaze, long, steady, solemn, then nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I won't be your burden. I'll take Lu Ming and go. Now. Lu Ming's body was heavy, yet Su Ro felt no weight, not compared to the far heavier thing anchoring her heart love. When Jiang Kuhao chose to confront the colossal serpent, he did so knowing full well he was wagering his life to carve a path to safety for them. That single lash of the beast's tail had left Jiang Kuhao in this state. Imagine then the sheer magnitude of its power. Jiang Kuhao stooped, retrieving a fallen firebrand from the ash-strewn ground, and began brandishing it fiercely at the serpent. He remained rooted beside the pyre. The flames, briefly subdued by the earlier chaos, now roared higher, fed perhaps by the very violence of his motion. He'd grown up in the countryside where elders taught that striking a struggling fire with a sturdy stick would harden the blaze, make it burn fiercer, brighter. As a child, he hadn't grasped the science behind it. Now he did. Each strike stirred the air, flooding the embers with oxygen. Each jolt overturned smoldering fragments, exposing them anew to flame, igniting what had lain dormant. The serpent ignored him, circling warily at a distance. It blocked their escape, so Jiang Kuhao needed to draw its fury, force its attention. But how? His eyes fell upon the corpses of the red vipers scattered across the cavern floor, many already roasted stiff by the inferno. He gathered the small, brittle bodies into a heap, then skewered them one by one on his firebrand before hurling them into the heart of the blaze. A rancid, acrid stench rose instantly, organic matter searing flesh, crisping marrow, boiling. It was unmistakable, the scent of its kin incinerated. The serpent recoiled, then surged forward, heedless of the scorching coals littering the ground. It slithered from the cavern mouth with terrifying speed, its massive head rearing, high jaws agape, not in sound, but in silent, seething wrath. Jiang Kuhao heard nothing, but his movements didn't falter. If anything, they sharpened, his focus narrowing to the serpent's every twitch, every coil. Seize your chance now, and don't hesitate. Not for a second, he commanded Su Ro. She looked at him, stricken, her concern raw and unguarded. He met her gaze, calm, unwavering. I'm fine. He was always fine. Always first into the storm. That quiet, unshakable weight of duty, the sheer gravity of his resolve, had etched itself indelibly upon her soul. She thought suddenly of the peacetime world she'd known, of the polished, perfumed young men who'd pursued her, smiling, elegant of feet. Where was their vigor? Their grit? Were they even men at all? The serpent lunged. Its maw descended like a guillotine. Jiang Kuhao twisted aside. His reflexes honed, his timing precise. The strike missed. The serpent recoiled, then struck again, snapping at his heels. At the last instant, heat drove it back. The pyre's blistering radiance proved too much, even for it. It coiled and uncoiled, thrashing wildly near the cavern mouth, its sinuous body sweeping across the floor, grinding the viper corpses into crimson pulp. This was no mere rage. It was the fury of a lineage betrayed, a pride desecrated. And Jiang Kuhao, he smiled. His motions didn't slow, they accelerated. When it strikes again, he said, locking eyes with Su Ro, I'll feint outward. Just 2 steps. If you're not clear by then, we die here together. And I'll be disappointed in you. He spoke without sentiment, not because he lacked feeling, but because sentiment in battle was a luxury that cost lives. She swallowed hard. I'll honor the chance you've bought with your life. I will. And I trust you. You will be all right, won't you? Her voice began firm, then cracked at the end. He grinned. This thing. Kill me. I've walked through gunfire and shrapnel. This serpent is less than a footnote. He flexed an arm, muscles taut beneath scorched skin, drawing a fragile, fleeting smile from her. She knew, of course, it was for her sake, to steady her nerves. She longed to say more, but there was no time. The serpent struck again. Its colossal head plummeted, a thunderous wind-whipped hammer descending from the vaulted dark. Damn you! Jiang Kuhao roared, and bellowed at Su Ro. Go now. He didn't bolt toward the fire. Instead, he pivoted, inward, deeper into the cavern. 1 step. Yet that single stride multiplied the peril 1,000-fold. 1 step granted the serpent an extra heartbeat in the inferno's sear. 1 step, given its velocity, was several meters of lethal proximity. The hammerfall grazed his spine, air screaming past, heat licking his nape. Not yet. Not enough time. In his mind, the calculation was cold exact. Su Ro needed at least 15 more seconds. Only 2 had passed. So he turned again, left this time, luring the serpent's head wide, buying her precious, irreplaceable moments. The serpent lost momentum, but mass remained mass. Its vast jaw swept forward, once more closing in behind him. This time the wall blocked his retreat. Trapped, he dropped, flat to the ground. Undignified, desperate, life-saving, Su Ro seized the opening. Dragging Lu Ming, she staggered toward the cavern mouth. 150 Jin, more than most men could lift, yet she bore him as if he weighed nothing. Her palms blistered raw and weeping. Each grip sent fresh agony tearing up her arms. Some blisters burst outright, slicking her fingers with blood and serum. Still she didn't pause, didn't flinch. These wounds were nothing, beside Jiang Kuhao's life. Nothing mattered more than this narrow, hard-won chance to flee. Except perhaps the man behind her, still fighting, still holding death at bay. Heaven protect him. Bring Jiang Kuhao back to me, whole, unbroken, alive. That was all her mind could hold. She wanted to look back, desperately, but dared not. Every second was paid for in blood and breath. She would not fail him. On the ground, Jiang Kuhao watched her nearing the exit, and only then did his breath ease. He rolled, body low, limbs tight, knowing without looking that the serpent shadowed him relentless. As he'd predicted, its head crashed down the instant he hit the floor, missing him by a hair's breadth. Had it struck true, he'd have been pulped, reduced to viscous, unrecognizable ruin. How did such rage arise within it? What ancient nameless instinct stirred in its sinews? It remembered nothing, not its origin, not its age. Only the dim, eternal imperative preserved the bloodline. Jiang Kuhao couldn't know its thoughts. Had dialogue been possible, he might have offered terms. Name your price. Set your conditions. But there was no time. Only one truth remained: the serpent sought his death. Rolling was slower than running. His pace faltered. The serpent did not. Even the brutal impact against the cavern wall had not slowed it, not by a fraction. It reared, then launched its head forward with crushing force. Boom. A shockwave of pure concussive power slammed into Jiang Kuhao's back. He lifted, levitated inches above the stone. Helpless, airborne, his body wrenched beyond control. Thud. A heavy hollow impact. Then a cascade of metallic clatters. Something had shattered. He clutched his chest, biting back the coppery surge rising in his throat. No rest. Not yet. The serpent still hunted. His life hung by a thread. Then, something rolled against his hand. A bottle. He glanced at it, and a bold, blazing idea ignited in his mind: burn the serpent. Humans are a part of nature, engaging with, and sometimes disturbing it. However, we must also bear our responsibilities. In the cave where Jiang Kuhao and his companions found themselves, he was unaware that this was the mating ground of the red pit viper, a place these serpents returned to annually for reproduction. They sought refuge in this underground sanctuary, a long-standing tradition. Unfortunately, today their peace was shattered. An unsettling presence accompanied by an alien creature invaded their domain, provoking anxiety among the vipers. Consequently, they reacted with fierce aggression. Oblivious to the turmoil around him, Jiang Kuhao focused solely on the bottle in his hand. High-proof vodka. Had it been an ordinary liquor, he might have felt disheartened, yet this potent spirit ignited a flicker of hope within him. As the massive serpent collided with him, it seemed to momentarily ease its frantic pace, gradually slithering closer. It raised its head, jaws agape, as if preparing to swallow him whole. Jiang Kuhao contemplated evasion, but time was against him. He noticed a large piece of charcoal nearby. Ignoring the pain of burns, he gripped it tightly. To keep the charcoal alight, he held it outward, enduring the unbearable agony of its scorching heat against his flesh, recognizing it as his last glimmer of hope. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, as if a curtain had been drawn across his vision. Ignoring the discomfort of being constricted and bitten, even as the serpent's jaws crushed his leg, he clung fiercely to the vodka bottle and charcoal. This desperate act was his only chance for survival, as he understood that in the heat of battle one could never truly grasp the outcome until the final moment arrived. It was possible that surrendering resistance might summon unexpected aid. This belief propelled Jiang Kuhao to survive thus far. The sensation of being consumed by the giant serpent was surreal. As he fell within its maw, he managed to open his eyes only to realize he was lodged in its throat, suspended there. Below him, he saw a cascade of faint glimmers. Those were the eyes of the red pit vipers, all wide open yet eerily motionless. This peculiar position afforded him a remarkable advantage. He extracted the charcoal and vodka, pouring the liquor into the serpent's belly. I know you fear fire, but today we shall embrace it together. Let's descend into hell, he declared defiantly. After emptying the vodka, he threw the glowing charcoal inside, watching it descend like a meteor from the night sky. As flames ignited, Jiang Kuhao braced himself for the inevitable. The moment the charcoal met the fire, it blazed to life. With his head down, he found himself at a vent where the heat from the burning alcohol surged toward him, making him feel as if he were being roasted alive. Trapped by the serpent's immense body, he was unable to move. The high-proof vodka was a perfect catalyst for the fire igniting within the serpent's tightly coiled form. The alcohol seeped out, igniting the creature from the inside. As the giant snake began to writhe, flames erupted from its chest, crackling and bursting forth. The red pit vipers, when faced with danger, would typically enter a state of apparent death. However, this fire would spell their true demise. Struck by panic, the vipers, which had been entwined, began to plummet, raining down as the serpent collapsed. Many fell lifelessly to the ground, consumed by the flames that engulfed them. Jiang Kahao, with his hands pressed firmly against his nose, used the remnants of fabric from his sleeve to shield his mouth. Even so, he struggled against the choking smoke. When the giant serpent finally fell, he tumbled from its body. Initially, he feared being bitten by the now wakened vipers. To his astonishment, although they had opened their eyes, none stirred from their stupor. "Is this how I perish?" He wondered, cautiously touching a nearby small snake, which twitched its tail slightly before slowly regaining mobility. Feigning death, realization dawned upon him, and he promptly tossed the still dormant snake into the raging fire. With a series of crackling sounds, it vanished in the flames. Jiang Kahao surveyed the fallen vipers, contemplating tossing them into the fire, but that was impossible. He had only one opportunity. He could not afford to waste it. His mind raced as he recalled how he had previously used alcohol to disrupt the giant snake. Perhaps he could employ the same tactic now. He sprinted to the pile of supplies, noticing the vipers awakening slowly along his path. He understood their temporary paralysis now. Without it, they would be unable to coordinate their movements. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering bottles echoed through the cave as Jiang Kahao returned to the fire, wielding a stick to stir the flames, igniting a conflagration. In his fervor to eliminate the vipers, he had neglected his own safety. The inferno spread rapidly, engulfing the awakening vipers before they could flee. Before Jiang Kahao's eyes, a chaotic dance of serpents intertwined with the flames unfolded, a breathtaking yet terrifying spectacle. As so many lives writhed in the fire, even his steadfast resolve began to falter. He watched as the vipers transformed into dried flesh, then into ash, ultimately consumed by the flames, leaving behind only greasy black remnants. In preparation, he had removed his pants to protect himself from the flames. Surrounded by a sea of fire, he sought to avoid being suffocated by smoke, which necessitated covering his nose and mouth. With a newfound method of defense, he urinated on the fabric of his pants, creating a damp barrier against the smoke. Though distasteful, it proved invaluable in this moment. To minimize exposure to smoke and flames, Jiang Kahao seated himself on the ground. Initially uncomfortable, he soon found relief, the intensity of the heat diminishing considerably. He settled. When all the storms had finally subsided, people instinctively sought their own paths forward. As night descended, the forest stirred to life. Creatures emerged from shadowed thickets, their movements hushed yet purposeful. Inside the cave, silence reigned absolute. No rustle, no breath, no whisper of life. Su Ro and the others ceased their vigil. Instead, they crept into the mouth of the cavern, pressed themselves low against the damp stone, and peered inward. There, beside a smoldering pyre, lay a figure collapsed upon the ground, motionless, inert. His head was buried deep between his knees, one hand clutched a ragged cloth. Nearby, charred corpses sprawled in grotesque stillness, unrecognizable beneath layers of soot and ash, their features erased by fire's merciless tongue. The air hung thick with acrid dust and the cloying stench of burnt flesh. Organic matter reduced to carbon, timber turned to grit, death distilled into vapor. The stench struck Su Ro like a physical blow, dizzying, suffocating. She recoiled, instantly stumbling back out into the open, then doubled over the waterfall's edge, retching violently. To enter again. Impossible. That miasma was not merely foul, it was agonizing, a violation of the senses. A sudden splash shattered the silence. Su Ro whirled. There, rising from the water's surface, was a woman. Lu Xiaoxiao. Alive. In a world where so many had fallen, one more survivor was a miracle, a fragile ember of hope in an ashen landscape. They pulled her ashore, then retreated to the wooden bridge, weary but watchful, waiting once more. None knew when, or even if, the cave would ever be safe to re-enter. At dawn, animals returned to drink: deer, foxes, wild boars, drawn by the water, yet lingering at a distance, their eyes fixed curiously upon the women. Nerves tightened. Every twitch of muscle, every flicker of gaze was weighed for menace. In Su Ro's mind, no creature now bore innocence. If given the choice, she would have slain them all without hesitation. Human life was irreplaceable, beyond comparison, beyond compromise. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Jiang Kahao stirred awake, not gently but choked into consciousness. Smoke still coiled in sluggish ribbons through the air. Last night, oxygen had fled the cavern. He'd slipped into unconsciousness, gasping for breath that never came. Now, with air returning in shallow, reluctant pulses, awareness seeped back, slow, nauseating, inevitable. A rancid ammoniac stench clung to his nostrils, pervasive, unshakable. When he lifted his face, exposing his nose to the open air, the odor intensified, striking him like a hammer blow to the temples. He raised his head, then vomited, and vomited again. Each heave only deepened the revulsion, as though the cave itself had seeped into his marrow. The stink was unbearable, not merely of decay but of incinerated flesh, scorched sinew, calcined bone, and the greasy residue of burning serpents. This was no mere cave. It was a charnel kiln. Jiang Kuhao scrambled, crawled, dragged himself toward the entrance, gulping great draughts of clean air, yet still retching, convulsing, emptied not just of bile, but of will. Even as he splashed icy water onto his face, the nausea refused retreat, visceral, inescapable, rooted deep in the brain. That urinating, sharp and animal seemed to emanate not from the air, but from within his own skull. "You're alive, you're alive." Su Ro rushed forward, arms wrapping around him. He swayed, dizzied, and collapsed onto the earth. She recoiled, startled, releasing him at once. He did not see her, did not register her voice. He vomited again, bitter, hollow, endless, his chest heaving, his gaze vacant, his mind a hollow chamber, echoing only with the memory of smoke. Alarmed, Su Ro summoned Mo Lao. The elder examined Jiang Kuhao's pallor, his tremors, the raw redness around his lips, and then studied the cave's blackened maw. "Young Jiang has been overwhelmed. Nothing more," he said, voice calm. "Let him purge. Give him water when he tires. Let him vomit again. Cleansing is healing." He offered no further explanation. Su Ro nodded, committing his words to memory. Soon enough, Jiang Kuhao stilled, lying supine, eyes fixed on the cave's soot-stained ceiling, unfocused, empty. Su Ro cupped water in her burned hands and held it to his lips. He drank, mechanically, without thought. Again and again he accepted the water, swallowing each time, his body parched beyond measure after hours in the inferno. Yet the water did little to quench his thirst, only triggered another violent wave of vomiting, swift and thorough. Then at last exhaustion claimed him. Sensation faded. The world dimmed. He lay utterly still and slipped quietly into sleep. Su Ro dragged him, gently despite her own wounds, to a drier patch of earth. Watching him there, gaunt and broken, her heart ached with a quiet, fierce sorrow. No sooner had Jiang Kuhao found peace than Lu Ming groaned awake, his condition far graver. Fire had raised his scalp bare, singed away eyebrows and beard alike. His head swelled, grotesquely taut and crimson as a ripe pomegranate. "His burns run deeper than Jiang Kuhao's." Mo Lao murmured, grim. "Infection will kill him before the day ends, if we cannot find medicine." He hesitated, then squared his shoulders. "I'll go in. I'm the only man here. Old as I am, duty remains." But Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Her usual brightness was gone, her smile extinguished by grief. Before her stood not just corpses, but the shattering of certainty, the collapse of safety, of future. "I'll go," she said quietly. From somewhere, her pack, her sleeve, she produced a sanitary pad, pressed it firmly over her nose and mouth, and entered the cave. Lu Ming moaned without cease, raw, unrelenting pain. Of course he did. His entire face, his skull had been seared. Without antiseptics, without salves, Mo Lao could do nothing. Burns were treacherous wounds, the most prone to sepsis, the swiftest path to ruin. One misstep, and Lu Ming would die screaming. Mo Wen Air tried to follow Lu Xiaoxiao, but had no mask. She wrapped cloth around her face, flimsy, futile. Within 3 steps the stench breached her barrier. She gagged, then retched, then tore the cloth away, vomiting violently. The moment her stomach emptied, the miasma flooded her sinuses, slammed into her brain, and sent her scrambling, on hands and knees, back to the entrance. Only then did she understand Jiang Kuhao's collapse. "Lyman Boiguola, don't come in." They understood. Lu Xiaoxiao moved forward, slow, deliberate, past the first bodies. 2 girls, the last to fall. Their deaths remained unexplained, their final moments veiled in mystery. Yet here they lay, unmistakable in their horror. Once beautiful faces, now blackened, warped, twisted into masks of agony. Their eyes remained wide open, eyelids consumed, corneas exposed like twin bulbs, staring blankly into oblivion. A shiver ran through Lu Xiaoxiao's spine. She pressed a hand to her chest, drew a shuddering breath, and hurried past them. The floor crunched beneath her feet, dry, brittle serpent bones layered thick as fallen leaves. The fire had burned incompletely, leaving behind not ash but charred cartilage and crumbling vertebrae. In places, viscous, gelatinous fluid oozed from half-consumed. Once adhered, it clung stubbornly, refusing release. This was not mere residue. Even Lu Xiaoxiao, whose spirit ran free and fearless, she broke into a jog, desperate to reach Mo Lao. Grease from burnt serpents slicked the stone. Her foot slid. A soft cry escaped her lips. Then, rolling once, twice, she rose, coated head to toe in soot. But it was not the grime that terrified her. It was the bones, everywhere. Left, right, front, back. Inescapable, interlocking skeletal lattices beneath her feet. Panic seized her. As she fell, dust bloomed upward, stinging her eyes, blurring her vision, until tears spilled silent and steady down her soot-streaked cheeks. She hugged her knees and wept. Last night, she had dreamed of abundance, of community, of laughter echoing across the island, of lives unfolding in warmth and safety. Now she sat amid skeletons, breathing the breath of the dead. Not far from where she knelt, two figures lay entwined, blackened, fused by flame, yet still holding hands. Meng Ying and Dong Shirihua, newly reconciled, just beginning to taste joy. The gentle girl, the spirited boy. Neither had known love's full bloom, nor sorrow's depth, nor even the simple luxury of an ordinary sunrise. Lu Xiaoxiao wept until her throat burned. Then slowly she rose, wiped her face, straightened her spine. If Mo Lao's herbs could save Lu Ming, then perhaps, just perhaps, they might yet carve a future from this ruin. Grief breeds despair, yet it also kindles resolve. Lu Xiaoxiao ventured deep into the cave and retrieved Mo Lao's medicinal herbs. The plants remained largely unscathed. This section of the cavern was where the snakes had emerged, and they had not gathered here. Thus, when Jiang Kaha ignited the fire, this area escaped the blaze entirely. The inferno had raged primarily around the hearth, leaving this stretch of the cave pristine. Even now the flames still flickered there. Carrying the herbs out one by one, Lu Xiaoxiao felt herself on the verge of collapse. She trod over corpses, a sensation so profoundly unsettling that it hollowed her from within. Before her lay Lu Ming, his face grotesquely swollen, emitting ragged cries of agony. She dipped a cloth in water, wrung it firmly, and gently wiped his face. Mo Lao wished to intervene, yet could conceive no superior method of cleansing. He yielded, watching in silence. Lu Ming, sensing tender care, instinctively muted his cries, though pain still contorted his features. His eyes, bloodshot and inflamed, resembled twin crimson lanterns. Absurd, almost comical. Where his eyebrows had been singed away, raw ridges of flesh stood exposed, lending him a disfigured, pitiable air. Lu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to appearances. She cleansed his face with quiet, unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Mo Wunner and Su Ro tended to Jiang Kaha. His back bore deep, crater-like burns, far more severe than Lu Ming's. With no proper instruments at hand, only the axe Lu Xiaoxiao had retrieved from the cave, they worked like artisans, extracting stubborn nails. One held his trembling flesh taut, while the other scraped charred embers from his wounds with grim precision. Within a single night, the burns had begun weeping thick yellowish pus, sepsis setting in. Not ordinary infection, but widespread systemic burn sepsis. Mo Lao's expression darkened. This was the gravest outcome he had feared, and worse, sanitation was near non-existent. He washed his hands repeatedly, though whether the water itself was pure mattered little now. Survival hung by a thread, fate ruled supreme. Herbal remedies acted slowly, far slower than Western pharmaceuticals, and each wound demanded meticulous debridement. As for curative agents, Mo Lao had yet to identify any suitable compound. The white powder he'd prepared was strictly contraindicated for burns. Their pharmacological properties clashed violently, risking catastrophic complications. Once cleaned, Mo Lao instructed gather fruit, chew it thoroughly, and administer it orally. Having spoken, he moved to examine Lu Ming again. Only by morning had the two men's condition stabilized, exhausting Mo Lao utterly. He hadn't eaten since dawn, yet labored without pause, his aged frame straining under the weight of duty. His hair snow-white and abundant bespoke decades of endurance, but such labor was no longer his burden to bear. Their condition is temporarily stable, he said, leaning heavily against the cavern wall. If we intend to remain here, the cave must be purified. You young women must decide how to proceed. I am spent. The responsibility fell inevitably upon the girls. Su Ro stepped forward, approaching Lu Xiaoxiao. Give it to me, I'll begin. Of course they would stay. This cavern offered shelter, safety, resources. Why abandon it for the perilous wilderness beyond? To do so would be tantamount to suicide. Lu Xiaoxiao handed over the sanitary pad without hesitation. I'll follow you. Call me when you tire. She had not yet recovered from the morning's horrors, but reality brooked no delay. Emotion held no currency here, only adaptation ensured survival. Even Mo Wang, usually childlike in demeanor, rose to meet the hour with solemn resolve. I'll go third, she declared. Their order settled, Mo Lao had already drifted into exhausted slumber, his breathing slow, his body slack against the stone. No one disturbed him. Lu Xiaoxiao summoned Mo Wunner, sending her outside to gather fruit. Their dried meat stores were depleted, hunger loomed. Fortunately, they had harvested the wild fruit sparingly each day. Had they indulged recklessly, none would remain now. Su Ro collected slender branches from the forest's edge and swept the serpent carcasses toward the waterfall's cascade. Ash hung thick in the air, stinging her eyes until tears blurred her vision, yet she clenched her jaw and persisted. After a time, she roused Mo Lao, and together they carried Jiang Kaha and Lu Ming onto the wooden path, elevating them above the dust-choked floor. Then she re-entered the cavern, sweeping with disciplined rigor. 1 meter. 2. 3. Within just a few paces, her entire body was veiled in gray, ashy dust clung to her lashes like frost. Gazing down at her soiled hand, she recalled, sharply, achingly, the life she'd led before the island, affluent, radiant, admired. Every adjective denoting grace and privilege once applied effortlessly to her. Now those words seemed impossibly distant, further than the horizon. Even a street cleaner's existence might offer greater stability, greater peace. That quietude, the simple, untroubled certainty of safety, was beyond her reach now. How fiercely she longed for ordinariness. Yet why in memory did she recall only restlessness? Why had she scorned contentment, craving instead the thrill of danger? She could not answer, but a voice echoed within her, insistent, unrelenting, you did not cherish it. Yes, cherish each step as you walk. Only in absence does one truly perceive the radiance of what was. A pang tightened her throat. She wanted to weep, but tears refused to come. Her arm slowed. 2 more sweeps. Then she turned and walked outside. When she emerged, Lu Xiaoxiao and Mo Wonner stared dumbfounded. Is that Su Ro? The thought struck them both simultaneously, and instantly, unequivocally, they knew it was. The sanitary pad clinging to her mouth confirmed it beyond doubt. It's my turn, Lu Xiaoxiao said, taking the branch from Su Ro's hand. These supple twigs layered densely formed an effective broom-like tool, a practical innovation they devised weeks earlier. Meng Ying had first suggested it. Meticulous, observant, ever thoughtful. Lu Xiaoxiao sighed softly, accepting the pad from Su Ro's fingers. Beneath it, her face was clean and pale, so incongruously serene that Lu Xiaoxiao laughed, a light, fleeting sound in the heavy air. She pointed toward the pool below. You should dive in. Wash yourself thoroughly. Su Ro obeyed without protest, leaping cleanly into the water. Then came Lu Xiaoxiao's turn, then Mo Wonner's, then Su Ro's again. They worked until dusk bled across the sky, yet progress remained agonizingly slight. Less than 1/3 of the cavern cleared. Bones and ash vanished downstream, swept away by the waterfall's relentless current. Finer particles eluded removal. Only patient, incremental effort could reclaim them. They ceased work before full darkness fell, not from fatigue alone, but to allow suspended dust to settle. Yet before nightfall, a small grace arrived. Jiang Kaha awakened. His brown, knotted lips, sealed tight, fists clenched rigid. He spoke no word, only stared wide-eyed at those around him. He could speak, but all his mind held was a single searing syllable: pain. A man of refinement, he now burned with the urge to curse aloud. One phrase pulsed behind his teeth: it hurts, unbearably. The scorching torment across his back, the maddening crawling itch beneath scorched skin. The deep, bruised ache radiating from his chest, where impact had shattered something vital. These torments cycled endlessly, grinding him down. He wondered bitterly why he'd regained consciousness at all. If awareness meant enduring this unconsciousness, would have been mercy. Sweat beaded on his temples. Su Ro moved swiftly, dabbing it away. Rest quietly. Don't agitate yourself, she murmured. He offered only a wry, helpless smile. Rest would not erase this. Yet he knew voicing his suffering would burden others, distract them from tasks essential to survival. Better to endure silently. He gave Su Ro a faint, solemn nod. We're counting on you, she said softly. You and Lu Ming are our only able-bodied men now. Hold fast, both of you. Her glance flickered toward Lu Ming, whose condition remained dire. Jiang Kaha turned his head, slightly surveying Lu Ming's grotesquely swollen face, and absurdly let out a short, startled laugh. The movement tore at his wounds. Darkness swam before his eyes, his teeth ground together with a sharp, grating sound. Su Ro turned, alarmed. What is it? He shook his head, speechless. Humph, laughing at others. First, tend to your own wounds, she chided, hearing his chuckle. He bit down hard, swallowing the bitterness, swallowing the pain. So even Su Ro had turned against him. His gaze pleaded wordlessly for reprieve. She understood, always had. With gentle firmness, she seated herself beside him and lifted his hand, placing it carefully in her own. Look at my hands, burnt, scarred. You must heal quickly. So much depends on you. So much remains undone. It was encouragement, and perhaps subtly provocation. For Jiang Kaha bore responsibility as a second nature. Su Ro knew this well, and spoke accordingly. Silence settled between them. He lay back upon the cool stone, gazing upward, thoughts turning inward, searching relentlessly for the next step. For purpose. For a reason to rise again. The future stretched before him, vast, formless, uncertain. And uncertainty was peril. He needed a goal, a beacon, a reason to live. Life had already grown arduous enough. Why must so many trials descend upon them? No one could fathom the answer. Jiang Kuhao certainly could not. This island seemed determined to deny them even a few days of quiet repose. Calamity invariably struck just as stability began to settle. It was as though unseen eyes watched their every move, refusing them peace, denying them sanctuary. He felt exhausted, aching for his mother's embrace, for that steaming bowl of hand-pulled noodles. One sip of the broth warmed him from within. Her gentle hand would ruffle his hair, and she'd murmur, "Eat slowly." Nothing like this life. Tense, vigilant, stripped of spontaneity, burdened by constant calculation of what lay ahead. The future remained an enigma, uncertain, elusive, perilous. They had cleared the cave, but was this truly where they would settle? For now it seemed the only option. Jiang Kuhao could devise no better plan. Their food stores had vanished entirely, the first true scarcity since landing on the island. Would the others endure it? By the 5th day, Jiang Kuhao had finally emerged from the critical phase. As old Mo put it, he possessed extraordinary fortune and resilience, surviving even a severe infection against all odds. Su Ro had grown markedly thinner. She had remained at his side without respite, cleansing his body countless times, removing the thick yellowish pus with meticulous care. Only such unwavering devotion could have restored him so swiftly. Yet even now, standing unaided remained beyond his reach. Lu Ming, meanwhile, had opened his eyes. His face was still swollen, but healing had begun. Each day Lu Xiaoxiao fed him, first fruit pulp, then soft morsels, chewing them herself before transferring them mouth to mouth. She showed no revulsion. She knew Lu Ming was kind-hearted, upright, a man of quiet integrity. Inwardly, she had long resolved to leave behind her former life. What she sought now was a steadfast partner, someone to love wholeheartedly, deeply. This was no tranquil land. It was a remote, unforgiving island, where women did not assert dominance but instinctively relied upon men. Though Jiang Kuhao and she had shared fleeting intimacy, she understood it had been transactional, mutual necessity in extremis. As a mature, open-minded woman, she chose to let it fade into memory. Thus only Lu Ming remained, and he was precisely what she desired most: capable, honest, grounded. At first Lu Ming struggled to accept such devoted attention, but with time he grew accustomed. Indeed, he was earnest and unassuming, yet that did not mean he lacked desire. To be cherished so tenderly by a woman of Lu Xiaoxiao's beauty and intellect, once unimaginable for a man like him, now filled him with quiet elation. Especially when before everyone's eyes she slipped her tongue into his mouth, not in haste, but with playful affection. His heart soared. The cave had long since been cleansed. The losses, however, were staggering: lives extinguished, supplies incinerated. All that remained of daily necessities were metal objects, clothing and textiles had burned to ash. Yet the bat wings had survived, recalling the elder woman's remark that they could be stitched into garments. Stone needles she had failed to fashion, but bone needles she had mastered and well. A modest inheritance, perhaps. Food was gone entirely. The dried meat had turned to cinders. Only a few axes remained. Everything else had perished. The dead were not buried. Instead, their bodies were cast into the waterfall, carried downstream, laid to rest wherever the current bore them. When life ends, does it matter whether flesh is devoured or rots? At first the girls objected, until Jiang Kuhao insisted, and they obeyed in silence. As each corpse vanished beneath the churning water, faces tightened. No words passed between them. They simply watched, motionless, hollow-eyed, until the final form disappeared downstream. Then came silence, profound, suffocating. Yes, the cave was clean now. Too clean, almost empty of people. For days old Mo scoured the wilderness for medicinal herbs. Mo won then pounded and prepared them with tireless precision, her hands transforming raw roots and leaves into remedies for Jiang Kuhao and the others. A quiet rhythm had formed: search, gather, grind, heal. Another month passed before Jiang Kuhao could rise unsteadily to his feet. Lu Ming, fully recovered earlier, had already begun hunting under Jiang Kuhao's guidance, setting snares beside the waterfall, a naturally advantageous site. With men rejoining the labor, normalcy returned more swiftly. Upon regaining strength, Jiang Kuhao's first act was to seal every narrow fissure in the cave walls, plugging each with whole sturdy logs. Felling those trees consumed over 10 days, but on this island time was the one resource they possessed in abundance. Everything else had been stripped away. Once the apertures were sealed, Jiang Kuhao led Lu Ming deeper into the wilds, hunting. Hunting demanded endurance and invited the unforeseen. As always, they set traps downstream of the waterfall, baiting them with strips of roasted meat, dried game richly aromatic. Small creatures were irresistibly drawn to its scent. Their pits were deep and wide, 1 meter square, only and a half meters deep, designed to thwart swift escapes. Though intended for small prey, the dimensions matched a human's height and breadth. After finishing one trap, Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming moved on, to lay another and another. Casting many nets ensured abundant catches. Not out of greed but necessity, as Jiang Kuhao said, they needed reserves sufficient to survive 5 days of crisis, neither exploiting nature recklessly nor indulging in careless ease. Lu Ming absorbed much under Jiang Kuhao's tutelage. His combat instincts sharpened, his knowledge of the jungle deepened. One flaw remained: his hair refused to regrow. The burn had left irreversible damage, leaving him bald smooth as an egg. His eyebrows had returned, but his beard had not, giving him a round, gleaming, strangely vulnerable appearance. "Do you think today will bring a big catch?" Lu Ming asked, brushing aside broad leaves as they walked. Lately, the animal tracks here have changed dramatically. More footprints, more movement than before. Jiang Kuhao had noticed it too. Yet in the jungle, shifting trails were not uncommon. Unless patterns persisted over weeks, such changes likely signaled only a temporary migration. Animals guarded their territories fiercely. They rarely wandered without cause. "Let's press on," Jiang Kuhao replied. "We'll check the next site. Perhaps, as you say, fortune will favor us." The location they chose was ideal. A transitional zone where hill met plains sloping gently downward. Creatures instinctively skirted vertical surfaces for safety, keeping one flank shielded. Jiang Kuhao had exploited that very impulse, placing his trap along that natural corridor. Thus it became their most prolific site, yielding something, however modest, almost daily. Today, gazing down from the ridge, they saw the pit had been disturbed. Lu Ming stirred with excitement. They had never failed here. He stepped forward, eager to retrieve the prize, only for Jiang Kuhao to grip his arm firmly. "Wait, look there." Drifting on the calm surface of the water floated a waterlogged log, yet atop it rose 2 grotesque, bulbous protrusions. A crocodile. It lay scarcely a stone's throw away, not far from them, but alarmingly close to the trap, only 3 or 4 meters from the pit's edge. Had Jiang Kuhao not intervened, Lu Ming's impulsive descent might have provoked a fatal strike. "What do we do? Should I hurl stones to drive it off?" Lu Ming whispered, holding still at Jiang Kuhao's command. "We'll observe first. Time is not scarce. Animals hold grudges, but crocodiles hunt humans regardless of provocation. Still, it's preferable to having one linger here waiting. Let's watch." Since the incidents with the mountain cat and the jungle wolves, Jiang Kuhao avoided antagonizing wildlife whenever possible, not only because the cost outweighed the gain, but because he found it unsettling how could creatures of such limited cognition retain such vivid, lasting memory. One misstep, and trouble clung like thorn. Lu Ming stilled himself. The crocodile hauled itself onto the bank, its path leading directly toward their pit. What lies inside? So compelling it lured the beast from the water. This quarry was no small creature. Crocodiles rarely abandoned their element without powerful incentive. Jiang Kuhao rose cautiously, tense alert, but did not advance. Even the finest prize meant nothing if one lacked the breath to savor it. Then, abruptly, the pit echoed with a guttural cry. "Chenke, chenke, chenke, chenke." A wild boar. No wonder the crocodile had emerged. Among all beasts, few offered richer meat or higher fat content. Every predator craved it, including Jiang Kuhao. Yet when he glanced toward another direction, a wry smile flickered across his lips. That meat, it seemed, would not be theirs to claim. Food is the essence of all life. Any creature wishing to survive must derive energy from it. After Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming regained their strength, they dedicated themselves to hunting, gradually restoring the previously arduous days. Mo Lao became increasingly invested in the preparation of herbal remedies. In terms of resource preservation, Jiang Kuhao and his companions opted for a decentralized approach. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would only lose a fraction of their supplies. Although this method was somewhat inconvenient, inconvenience could never outweigh the value of life, which was the consensus among them. Su Ro led the women in gathering firewood, chopping timber, and fishing. The fishing technique was taught by Jiang Kuhao. Large branches were crafted into small baskets, placed in calmer waters filled with chopped earthworms. This simple contrivance became an effective trap, yielding fish and shrimp daily as the waterfall's waters were abundant in resources. The caught fish and shrimp were stored in a special stone they had discovered, transformed into a small water tank with the help of an axe. This allowed them to keep excess fish and shrimp for later consumption, proving to be quite convenient. The firewood remained untouched, gathered together as the previous experience had shown them that a roaring fire could offer a glimmer of hope in dire situations. The men worked diligently, while the women matched their efforts. Yet progress had significantly slowed. Over a month the changes were immense. Su Ro looked up at the sky, pondering what Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming might be doing. At that moment, Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming were patiently waiting, understanding that patience in nature is crucial. Unless one wished to become prey, it was essential to exercise caution and patience. A crocodile emerged from the water droplets cascading from its scaly hide, leaving a distinct trail on the ground. This crocodile was at least 5 meters long, its immense size a testament to its ferocity. Jiang Kahao felt a sense of relief that Lu Ming had not encountered it earlier, otherwise escape would have been impossible. The crocodile shook off the water with a flick of its body and slowly approached the trap with its short, sturdy limbs. However, the pit, just over a meter deep, was beyond its reach. It circled the trap several times, using its claws to scratch the ground. Though its claws appeared cumbersome, it dug with surprising speed. Inside the pit, a wild boar sensed danger and began to squeal incessantly. Its cries echoed far and wide, calling for comrades, but it was futile. Such a formidable crocodile would deter even the boldest of wild boars, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Observing the crocodile's intelligence, Jiang Kahao remained calm, focusing instead on another colossal creature emerging from the jungle's edge. This creature resembled the crocodile, but its elongated head appeared somewhat comical. Its tongue flicked in and out, searching for something. It was a monitor lizard. This creature, a dominant predator, was larger than those depicted in educational programs, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Its imposing size was truly fearsome as it ambled toward the trap. "What is that? It looks even scarier than the crocodile," Lu Ming inquired. Indeed, the monitor lizard was unexpectedly large. While they typically measured around 4 meters, this one exceeded all limits. Yet on this island, anything was possible. "Monitor lizard don't speak, just watch closely. They are about to clash," Jiang Kahao instructed, observing the dominant presence of the monitor lizard. Its approach toward the crocodile indicated a lack of fear, revealing just how enticing the boar below was. The crocodile halted its digging, glaring at the approaching monitor lizard. It took a step back, climbing out of the pit it had dug. The two creatures were now mere meters apart, the atmosphere tense. The monitor lizard's tail bore prominent spikes resembling a large leg trailing behind it. The monitor lizard flicked its tongue toward the crocodile, which with its bulging eyes remained motionless. The two predators closed in, with the monitor lizard applying pressure. Despite its smaller size, it showed no fear of the crocodile. Jiang Kahao understood that the monitor lizard's tail was a formidable weapon capable of killing smaller animals with ease. A single swing could easily break bones. Despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, the monitor lizard was surprisingly swift and powerful in its attacks. Moreover, it possessed a secret weapon: its tongue. The monitor lizard's tongue was an efficient tool. It could coat its saliva on it and launch it at prey, inflicting deep wounds, especially on animals like deer or sheep. The saliva contained numerous bacteria, leading to infections and eventual death for the wounded creature. The crocodile, sensing the monitor lizard's intimidating presence, began to retreat, slowly backing away to the water's edge, while the monitor lizard pressed its advantage relentlessly. Its powerful claws scratched at the crocodile's snout, seemingly trying to force it to flee. However, the crocodile, a fierce predator in its own right, could not accept this provocation without retaliation. With a sudden roar, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at the monitor lizard's head, striking with incredible speed. Before Jiang Kahao could fully comprehend the scene, the monitor lizard's head was caught in the crocodile's jaws. Yet despite its delayed reaction, the monitor lizard managed to evade a fatal bite, only losing its lip as it struggled free. Blood poured from the wound, while the crocodile tilted its head back, swallowing the monitor lizard's lip whole. Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming could hardly believe that this battle between two titanic beasts had concluded so abruptly. Surely, as dominant creatures, neither would easily forgive the other's offense. Indeed, although the monitor lizard had lost part of its lip, it refused to give up the fight. With a terrifying growl and its eyes turning crimson, it pounded its claws against the ground, preparing to retaliate. The crocodile, having successfully bitten the monitor lizard, was emboldened. It had retreated to the water, but if it submerged, it would lose the courage to confront the monitor lizard again. Suddenly, the monitor lizard twisted its body, and Jiang Kahao anticipated a retreat. Instead, it was gathering strength for a devastating counterattack. With a powerful twist of its massive body, its thick tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning towards the crocodile. In an astonishing display of speed, the massive tail struck, but to Jiang Kahao's shock, the crocodile, whether due to sluggishness or sheer audacity, opened its jaws wide and lunged at the monitor lizard's tail. This unfolding scene echoed a previous encounter Jiang Kahao had witnessed between a crocodile and a giant octopus. It seemed instinctively drawn to large, elongated shapes, driven by its predatory nature. After all, its bite force was formidable, and the monitor lizard's tail was also immensely powerful, leaving Jiang Kahao eagerly anticipating this clash. With a sudden snap, the crocodile clamped down on the monitor lizard's enormous tail. Such a rapid counterattack was astonishing. The monitor lizard's power was evidently not as overwhelming as it had appeared. Jiang Kahao felt a pang of regret, sensing the monitor lizard might suffer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an eerily familiar scene unfolded before him. The monitor lizard's tail thrashed wildly, lifting the 5-meter-long crocodile as if it were a mere plaything. Dominant creatures possess an innate pride, territorial instinct. This instinct exists in all animals, and many pay dearly for it. The crocodile reigns supreme in water, the monitor lizard on land. When their domains converge along the shoreline, where food is contested, both unleash terrifying ferocity. Jiang Kuhao had never truly grasped the sheer force behind a monitor lizard's tail, until now. He felt it viscerally raw, devastating beyond imagination. The crocodile weighed well over 500 kilograms, yet under the lizard's violent lateral lashing it hung utterly helpless. Its massive body swung left and right like a rag doll, proving one chilling truth: even the crocodile's legendary bite, capable of exerting over 500 kilograms of crushing force, had failed to breach the lizard's armored tail. It was horrifying, two apex predators, each impossibly powerful. The crocodile twisted violently in midair like a colossal fish hoisted and flailed by an unseen hand. Perhaps irritated, the lizard hurled it downward with brutal finality. Thud. Dust exploded. A crater scarred the earth. Jiang Kuhao thought the crocodile foolish. If it had simply released its jaws, it might have escaped unharmed. Instead, it had been slammed into the ground with such force that internal injuries were inevitable. Yet instinct dictated otherwise. For crocodiles, suffocation through relentless grip was the only reliable kill, so perhaps it believed even then that it could sever the lizard's tail with its jaws. Reality proved merciless, a harsh lesson delivered in blood and bone. Now the crocodile lay drenched in crimson. Its once impenetrable armor lay in jagged fragments, great swathes of flesh had torn away from shattered scales, pitiful, grotesque. Jiang Kuhao assumed it dead, yet its jaws remained locked, still gnawing desperately at the lizard's tail. Pain flared. The lizard struck back, its massive claws raking the crocodile's skull. But those claws lacked the tail's devastating power. They scraped harmlessly across thick bone like fingernails on stone. The crocodile, grievously wounded, refused to yield. Then, astonishingly, it began to spin a death roll, frenzied and desperate. The lizard's tail snapped. Its head dropped sharply. A sharp, brittle crack split the air, the clean, sickening sound of breaking bone. The lizard bolted forward several frantic paces, howling in agony. The crocodile tumbled free, gasping, heaving, and, horrifyingly, swallowed half the severed tail whole. Scales and all, Jiang Kuhao recoiled in disgust. He assumed the duel would pause, both beasts spent, but he underestimated nature's unforgiving calculus. The lizard's tail was broken. Its small, bloodshot eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Its forked tongue flickered venomous and taunting. The crocodile answered by baring its maw, a silent, savage challenge. They locked gazes. Then in one fluid motion the crocodile lunged. The lizard struck first, not with fang or claw, but with lightning-swift precision. Its tongue lashed out, targeting the crocodile's eyes. Shattering both was improbable, but one was certain. It struck true. Slap. Pop. The blow detonated the crocodile's left eye. Agony seared, but did not halt its assault. The impact had, however, momentarily stunned its body. This time its aim was flawless. Jaws clamped shut, deep into the lizard's neck. Thick interlocking scales armored that region, harder than anywhere else on its body. Yet against the crocodile's jaws they crumpled like parchment. Crunch. Half the lizard's neck vanished beneath the crocodile's bite. Its head slumped instantly. It thrashed wildly, trying to wrench free, but the crocodile held fast, jaws welded shut, refusing to relent. The lizard staggered backward. The crocodile did not budge, merely dangled suspended by its own lethal grip, unmoved by the lizard's convulsions. Both had reached their limits. This was no mere skirmish. It was a mythic, mortal contest, a clash destined for legend. Jiang Kuhao's pulse roared. Such a spectacle, born from nothing more than a wild boar stumbling into a trap, was almost unimaginable. The crocodile was failing. Blood welled from fissured scales. One eye was gone. Its strength, sapped by earlier struggle, dwindled to nothing. The lizard, though less visibly broken, bore a mortal wound. Its throat, the very seat of life, was clamped in the crocodile's jaws. Even for a creature of such resilience, this was a death sentence. One more surge of pressure, just enough to rupture the armored plating, and the end would come swiftly. Even without full rupture, the crocodile's grip constricted its wings. Breathing remained possible, but sustaining such violent exertion. Now the lizard fought with every sinew, twisting, jerking, yet the more it struggled, the tighter the crocodile's grip became. A seasoned hunter had understood perfectly. Throttle the throat. Still the lizard writhed, then abruptly stilled. Its blood-flooded eyes flickered with something alien. It lowered its head, struck again, its tongue whipping upward, striking the crocodile's skull with surgical precision, landing hard upon exposed flesh beneath fractured scales. Slap. The blow landed cleanly. Even a crocodile recoiled, stunned, disoriented. But reflex took over. In that instant of pain, its jaws clamped down, once more with final terminal force. The lizard's trachea ruptured, yet in that same moment it wrenched free. It staggered, ready to flee, when a crimson geyser erupted from its throat, spraying like a fountain. It staggered sideways, reeled, collapsed after only a few steps, and slowly, silently drowned in its own blood. Everywhere, puddles, rivulets, spreading crimson. Jiang Kuhao stared stunned. So ends a sovereign. He expected the crocodile to devour its fallen rival. It did not. Instead it paused, sniffed the air once, then turned and slid soundlessly into the water. There it floated motionless adrift. Why won't it eat? Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Jiang Kuhao smiled faintly. It will never need to eat again. Perhaps it already knows. The lizard was dead, but the crocodile's triumph was hollow. Earlier flung through the air by that monstrous tail and slammed into the earth, it had sustained catastrophic internal trauma. Its shattered scales testified to the violence of the impact. Yet that was not the killing blow. The true poison came later, the moment the lizard's tongue burst its eye, and again when that same tongue struck deep into its skull. A biochemical weapon, irreversible, insidious. Its frantic final bite betrayed awareness. It knew it was doomed. Only then did it summon such terrible last-ditch strength. The lizard's venom prevented wound regeneration. Even modern medicine required months, perhaps years, to counteract it. In the wild, survival was impossible. That was why the crocodile despaired. Two apex predators, both felled here today. Its blood drifted downstream, staining the current rush dread. Its body bobbed, carried farther. Then with weakening strokes it fought the current. But time eroded its will. Soon only feeble twitches remained, then stillness. The crocodile's corpse will wash away if we don't retrieve it, Lu Ming said. It's inedible, Jiang Kuhao replied. Didn't you see the 2 strikes from the lizard's tongue? Consume it, and both man and beast sicken and die. Lu Ming had no idea the lizard's tongue carried such lethality. Mere licks, yet such devastation. He doubted it. Jiang Kuhao offered no further explanation. He pointed instead toward the lizard's carcass. Its flesh, however, is safe to eat. True, the mouth teemed with pathogens, but the muscle itself remained pristine. Lu Ming opened his mouth to ask more, but Jiang Kuhao cut him off. Don't subject me to 10,000 whys. There are no whys. Do as I say. Only then will you live longer. Understand? Seeing genuine irritation flash in Jiang Kuhao's eyes, Lu Ming snapped his mouth shut. He moved toward the lizard's body, and the wild boar still trapped in the pit. Then, wind stirred. Jiang Kuhao seized Lu Ming's arm and scanned their surroundings with cautious vigilance. As the crocodile was swept downstream by the current, 2 heads emerged from the reeds across the water, cat-like in shape, with sleek, sinuous bodies and dappled fur. Their piercing eyes gleamed with predatory intensity. Their claws, sharp and formidable, completed the unmistakable silhouette of leopards. The moment they appeared, both beasts fixed their gaze unerringly upon Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming. Jiang Kuhao stifled a silent curse. Had they truly been detected from such a distance? Since concealment was now futile, retreat became the only rational course. Against jungle wolves he might have mustered some confidence, but leopards? Not a chance. He rose deliberately, not to confront, but to signal peaceful intent, to demonstrate that they sought only departure. He gestured for Lu Ming to stand. Without uttering a word, the 2 men faced the leopards squarely and began retreating slowly, step by measured step. The predators watched them with unnerving focus, their glances cold, their amber eyes radiating quiet menace. While one kept its stare locked on the men, the other flicked its attention downward to the colossal lizard carcass. Neither relaxed its vigilance for an instant. Lu Ming muttered bitterly, there's still a wild boar over there, and that enormous lizard corpse. If we moved toward them now, we would die. It is said that men perish for wealth, birds for grain, but such risks must be weighed against circumstance. To charge forward now would not be daring, it would be suicide. Unless Jiang Kuhao had lost his wits entirely, he would never entertain such folly. Yet even he felt the sting of bitter resignation. That meat had been theirs long before the leopards arrived, yet now they stood like thieves banished from their own quarry. Such was nature's immutable law, the strong devour the weak. Just as between nations true parity exists only where sovereign power stands unchallenged. Jiang Kuhao's gaze lingered on the lizard's carcass, over 500 kilograms of flesh. Taken home, it could sustain them for a full month, dried into jerky perhaps longer. But such dreams were illusory. Even the wild boar lying below offered no realistic hope. For safety's sake, all of it must be abandoned. He clapped Lu Ming lightly on the shoulder. Let's go. They had already withdrawn a considerable distance, yet the leopards remained motionless, their stares, unrelenting jaws occasionally bared in low guttural growls. Their last encounter with a leopard had occurred in the river where Jiang Kuhao and Su Ro narrowly escaped, though that beast had clearly been emaciated and enfeebled. Even so, had the crocodile not intervened mid-hunt, they would surely have perished. These two, however, were prime, powerful, and utterly unassailable. Worse still, their slow retreat seemed to embolden the leopards. Now they appeared poised to strike. Jiang Kuhao's pulse tightened. Draw your axe. They're preparing to attack. Lu Ming snatched up the weapon instantly. Jiang Kuhao's expression darkened. One leopard. He might have dared. Two. Impossible. His eyes darted sideways, to where the crocodile drifted lazily downstream. Perhaps after all they would need to fight to the death. Then from the marsh's edge a deep resonant roar echoed, low, primal, unforgettable. Jiang Kuhao turned sharply. The sound was seared into his memory as vivid as yesterday's sunrise. Had he not by sheer fortune severed the bear's skull with his axe, he would already be carrion. Yes, it was a black bear, and this one's voice carried the weight of dominion. Jiang Kuhao urgently signaled Lu Ming to crouch. Facing leopards demanded courage, facing a bear demanded surrender. Bears obey, no logic. No gesture, however slight, could be trusted not to provoke lethal wrath. The two men flattened themselves atop the slope and watched. They were not alone in hearing the roar. The leopards, too, were no fools. They heard it clearly. Fear flickered across their faces, yet as wild creatures their nerve held stronger than a man's. In swift coordination, one seized the lizard's head in its jaws, the other gripped its hindquarters. With taut muscles straining, they began dragging the massive corpse toward the reeds, slowly, laboriously. The lizard was simply too large. Though they managed to shift it, progress was agonizingly incremental. After minutes of furious effort, they had advanced barely 5 or 6 meters. No longer did they spare Jiang Kuhao and Lu Ming a glance. All their concentration now focused on evacuating their prize before the bear arrived. Their fangs sank deep into the lizard's hide, their slender limbs coiled with explosive force, their jaws clenched with desperate, grinding intensity. But their struggle yielded little. Then, a rustling, a crashing through the undergrowth at the marsh's fringe. The sound galvanized the leopards. With frantic urgency, they hauled the carcass several more meters, until the noise grew distinct, unmistakable. Instantly they halted, and from the thicket a mountain of muscle and fur emerged. Jiang Kuhao had seen bears before, but bears differ as profoundly as men do. Some inspire instinctive aversion, others command awe without uttering a word. Having stared death in the face, having met every manner of human temperament, Jiang Kuhao knew well how presence operates. Not as scent or sound, but as aura, an intangible, indelible force emanating from bearing posture stillness. It cannot be feigned. It is forged in essence, and denied to many across lifetimes. This bear possessed it in abundance. If the last had been merely a bear, this one was unquestionably the sovereign. Its mere appearance pressed down upon Jiang Kuhao like physical weight. It advanced on all fours, massive limbs thick with coarse fur, each movement radiating contained volcanic power. There was no haste in its gait, no aggression in its posture. Only absolute, unruffled sovereignty. It did not deign to acknowledge the leopards, it merely lifted its muzzle, sniffed once, then ambled steadily toward them. The leopards sensed the crushing weight of its dominance. Jiang Kuhao braced for battle, but none came. The bear ignored them entirely, until it reached the lizard's torn flank. Then with calm finality it lowered its head and began feeding. The leopards watched, reluctant, hearts pounding. Then as one bolted to 2 nearby boulders where they crouched, low, tails tucked, heads bowed. Their earlier arrogance had evaporated. Here too the law prevailed, the strong consume, the weak submit. The bear ate without pause. The lizard's immense frame shrank visibly beneath its ravenous assault. Half its bulk vanished in moments. Jiang Kuhao glanced at Lu Ming, then at his own axe, wondering fleetingly if an opening might appear. The bear's gait had slowed, its movements grew sluggish, even lying down seemed arduous. Clearly it was sated. It lumbered to the water's edge to drink, pausing briefly beside the pitfall trap to glance at the trapped wild boar within. Sated, it showed no interest, merely tilted its head and drank deeply, steadily for nearly 4 minutes. Only then did Jiang Kuhao grasp the truth: never measure an animal's capacity by human standards. Having drunk its fill, the bear turned and departed, truly sated, truly at peace. As it passed the lizard's remains, it swiped idly at the carcass with one massive paw, then walked on without hesitation, without regret. Lu Ming sprang upright the moment it vanished into the woods. Can we go down now? Jiang Kuhao surveyed the quiet expanse. Yes, silence had reclaimed the marsh. Speed was imperative. Yes, but forget the lizard. The bear has ruined it. We won't eat that. Instead, retrieve the wild boar and leave immediately. The boar had made no sound for hours. Jiang Kuhao wondered whether it had perished. Their trap held no bait, no sharpened stakes, deliberately left bare to preserve the prey overnight. Long-term, Jiang Kuhao contemplated domesticating wildlife, and the wild boar above all others was the ideal candidate. Together, they descended the slope. Meat was the finest ingredient on the island. Wild boar in particular ranked among the most exquisite. The surest method of preservation was to keep the animal alive until the moment it was needed for sustenance. According to Jiang Kahao, Lu Ming had discarded the monitor lizard's flesh onto the grassland, a marshy expanse that would swiftly swallow the entire slab of meat beneath its murky, sucking mire. Thus their traps remained undisturbed. Jiang Kahao inspected the wild boar ensnared within the pit. The creature lay supine upon the earth, motionless. Was it truly dead? It was a young boar. The pit was shallow, rendering fatal injury from the fall implausible. Nor could anything lurking below have harmed it. Neither trauma nor predation accounted for its stillness. Puzzled, Jiang Kahao tossed a stone into the pit. The boar did not flinch. No matter, dead or alive, it was edible. He descended, bound the animal's 4 limbs with pre-prepared cordage of woven grass, then secured its jaws shut. As his fingers brushed its snout, he distinctly felt the faint rhythmic rise and fall of breath, undeniable proof of life. Playing dead, the notion flickered across his mind. Yes, when confronted with overwhelming terror, certain creatures feigned death, suppressing sensory awareness in a desperate bid for survival. No wonder no squeal had pierced the air since the bear's appearance. Sheer paralyzing fright had silenced it. Jiang Kahao stifled a quiet laugh, yet this pretense proved fortuitous. Once fully bound, he lashed the boar to a sturdy pole, scaled the pit's edge, and hauled it upward. By then, Lu Ming had cleansed the monitor lizard's flesh. He merely turned over the blood-soaked earth nearby. Thorough decontamination was impossible. Then he camouflaged the pit's mouth with foliage. Jiang Kahao knew, however, that no small creature would approach this place for days. The lingering scents of bear, leopard, crocodile, and giant lizard would repel all but the most reckless. So long as those odors persisted, the trap would yield nothing. Their hurried concealment was little more than a gesture, an idle hope that fortune might yet smile upon them. Once the site was tidied, Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming hoisted the boar and set off toward camp. En route, the young boar stirred awake. Already trussed like a rice dumpling, its muffled cries reduced to soft, plaintive grunts. Jiang Kahao watched amused as the creature twisted its head toward him. Its upturned snout, wide-eyed expression, and clumsy writhing lent it an unexpectedly endearing air. "Cease your struggling," he said, patting its flank. "You're safe, for now." Lu Ming, trailing behind, remarked dryly, "Its rump faces you. If it soils itself in fear, you'll be the one cursed." Scarcely had the words left his lips when the boar obliged, urinating helplessly. Lu Ming nearly dropped the pole in fury, ready to strike the beast down. Laughing, the 2 men carried their prize back to the waterfall. Their Mo Lao and the others were clearing undergrowth. With diligent hands, the area had grown markedly neater. Saplings had been uprooted by Su Ro and the women, leaving only mature trees standing. Smaller branches had been pruned away, widening the sight line deep into the forest. No laborious felling required. Here, ecological scruples held no sway. Timber grew in abundance, and the river ran pure and untainted. The return of a live boar ignited collective excitement. Everyone gathered round. Some stroked its bristled hide, others poked playfully at its snout. "Look at you two, catching live game now," Lu Xiaoxiao declared, her arm linked warmly through Lu Ming's. Their bond had solidified the moment he regained consciousness. Yet though Lu Xiaoxiao had always been bold and open, she withheld herself before Lu Ming, and he, ever deliberate and slow to warm, accepted her only gradually. Their courtship unfolded with tender restraint, mutual affection deepening even as physical intimacy lingered just beyond reach. Lu Ming cherished this measured pace. When Lu Xiaoxiao first fed him, he'd sensed things moving too swiftly. Pleased, yes, but also awkward given how little they yet knew each other. Amid the chorus of praise, Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming bore the boar into the cave to construct a rudimentary pen. After careful consideration, Jiang Kahao chose the farthest recess. The uneven floor there offered natural depressions ideal for anchoring wooden posts. Though many hollows were filled, a few remained accessible or could be cleared with effort. 4 uprights were driven firm, interwoven branches formed walls bound tightly with cordage. The boar was ushered inside, and a length of rope tied loosely about its snout dangled just above its head. Su Ro entered soon after, bearing fruit. The boar devoured it without hesitation. Initially hesitant under so many watchful eyes, it succumbed the instant the fragrance reached its nostrils, snuffling left and right, nudging the fruit with its snout, then seizing it whole with a sharp, crisp bite. Crunch! Crunch. Having seen it eat, Jiang Kahao fetched a small stone bowl for water. The boar would not remain confined indefinitely. Daily release for grazing and drinking would acclimate it, especially as it matured. This was their first true possession, precious, demanding, and deeply symbolic. That afternoon, Jiang Kahao and Lu Ming began erecting simple partition shelters inside the cave. Mo Lao's suggestion. A man of experience, he understood human nature under duress, the unspoken yearnings between men and women, the urgent need to increase their numbers, not merely for companionship, but for survival. Though the younger ones had yet to grasp this necessity, Mo Lao saw it clearly. Without foresight, they would dwindle, eroded slowly by time and circumstance. He refused to witness such an end. These dwellings were scarcely more than wooden frames partitioning space, differing from the boar pen only in that slender branches and thatch wove a modest screen across the lattice. No roof crowned them. They served solely to shield privacy from prying eyes. Yet Jiang Kahao had long yearned for such seclusion. Each night, Su Ro nestled in his arms like a bewitching spirit, intoxicating, forbidden. A private chamber would change everything. By dusk, 3 dwellings stood complete. Mo Lao declined one. He would tend the eternal fire. Mo Wunner claimed her own. Jiang Kahao shared with Su Ro, Lu Ming with Lu Xiaoxiao. With sanctuaries established, intimacy bloomed naturally, unhurried, unforced, sacred. That evening after supper, Jiang Kahao drew Su Ro close within their small sheltered space, and felt profoundly the weight of happiness. "You are exquisite," he murmured. "Men speak sweet words." Jiang Kahao was no exception. His gaze shimmered with devotion, his voice sincere, unfeigned. He loved her. She loved him. Their hearts beat as one. Without preamble, she whispered, "Kiss me." His lips met hers, soft, certain, inevitable. Then came the sharp, sweet sting. The threshold crossed, and the night transformed. At first, sounds rose tremulous and tender, hesitant, sorrowful, raw, then softened, deepened, swelled into resonance, lament, and lullaby, weeping and song. Heaven and earth converged. Within her he found himself, within him she dissolved and reformed. Love and union are inseparable. Love the soul's utterance, union the body's sovereign communion. That night, Jiang Kahao and Su Ro became wholly, irrevocably one. On this island their new life began. Mo Lao observed it all with quiet joy. As one who had walked such paths before, he knew precisely what had transpired, and in that knowledge hope flared anew. Only hope could cleanse the wounds of earlier days. The inferno, the crimson vipers coiling through smoke and memory. He paused beside the boar pen, casting fresh grass inside. The animal nudged it listlessly, appetite subdued, yet still it ate. Better a dog in peaceful times than a man in chaos. The old adage surfaced in his thoughts. Only now did its wisdom settle deep within him. How dearly he missed the ordinary joys once taken for granted. What anguish must his wife endure learning of his and Wunner's disappearance? Would grief shatter her? Perhaps they ought to seek escape, to uncover the island's hidden truths, to chart a path forward. These questions demanded pursuit. Resolved, Mo Lao scanned the twilight sky, checked once more on Mo Wunner's dwelling, stoked the hearth with silent reverence, and finally retired. Mo Wunner, feigning sleep, opened her eyes. From Jiang Kahao's shelter drifted muffled sounds. Soft sighs, rustling cloth, the low murmur of love that stirred something restless and tender in her chest. A bittersweet ache tightened her throat. She knew with absolute clarity that Jiang Kahao and Sister Su belonged to each other. Yet knowing did not ease the pang. A single tear traced her temple and vanished into her hair, the night offering no solace, only solitude. Nearby, Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoxiao lay entwined. Rarely had she revealed such gentle reserve, yet the distant, intimate sounds from the neighboring shelter kindled her passion beyond restraint. She clung to him fiercely. He gazed down, eyes dark with answering desire.